Time Attack Challenge for 2025. My name's Jaron McLean, alongside me Keziah Dawn, and we are on hallowed ground when it comes to Time Attack.
Absolutely, and look at the weather. The sun is out, shining in Sydney, bringing perfect conditions to enjoy plenty of action on track here today.
Sydney Motorsport Park is the venue for this year's Horsepower Festival. It comes around every year and we wouldn't have it any other way. We're about 40 kilometres to the east of Sydney. It is a fantastic place here in New South Wales, and as mentioned, the weather absolutely brilliant. World Time Attack Challenge has got some new surprises in store for the 2025 edition.
Absolutely, 2 new classes which will bring so much new action here this weekend. The Yokohama Advent Nuova Tuner class, fresh competition and also pushing the limits of engineering, so that will be super exciting. My favourite new class is the Hypercar class. We have a beautiful trio there. Pagani Hoyra, piloted by Tim Slade, who set the record here last year in the Extreme GTR. So seeing him back out here is super exciting. We also have the Ferrari FXS XX that will be driven by Fraser Ross, and completing that trio is the Brabham BT62, which will be driven by rising star James Golding.
Very cool to see an Australian-made hypercar out here in time attack conditions for the first time ever. These are race-bred, purest machines. There is nothing extra on them, but that is not going to be all today. Of course, some cars to look out for. We've already seen some incredible performances through the practice sessions yesterday. Now, one thing to note, Keziah, the time clocks were off. This wasn't for any records. This wasn't for any real lap times. This was about data and acquisition and R&D. Unfortunately, a couple of drivers coming to incident there, but some big performances, cars to look out for. Definitely one to watch. With Todd Hazelwood at the wheel, Tanuki, that S13 is going to be one to watch.
Absolutely, and I mean, touching on last night, that just goes to show everyone's excited to be out here, excited to push the limits and see what they can do for that one perfect lap. Now, Todd Hazelwood, I was having a chat to him a little bit earlier in the week, and it's his first time out here doing a time attack challenge like this. So he actually told me he was a little bit terrified. I think he was saying 1,700 horsepower is a little bit more than what he usually drives in the supercar series, but exciting to see a fresh name out here trying to push those limits, and hopefully he can get a record here this weekend.
We love it when a good gun for hire rocks up for battle here at Time Attack Challenge. Of course, Rob Nguyen set the timing sheets on fire in the shootout last year, taking himself right up to the #1 spot in the Dream Project S15. He's looking to lock it back up and get back into the top spot. Here to tell us a little bit more about Sydney Motorsport Park, Chris Diggles and Matthew Kavanagh.
Oh, good morning, Keziah, good morning, J-Mac, good morning, Matty Cav. It's so good to be back here at Sydney Motorsport Park for the 2025 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge, destination New South Wales. This fantastic circuit, Matty Cav. Well, Time Attack, it's like the Mount Everest, isn't it, of time attack circuits. A lot of our international competitors are doing simulations of this before they get there. And look at this fantastic track map right now, the Gardner GP circuit, that turn 1. Everyone talks about turn 1, just how much speed, how much time you can save if you're just a little bit more bold on turn 1.
Oh, and you just sit on the edge of your seat, don't you, Diggles? You just know the car's on the edge of the tyre and they've got to try and brake into turn #2, and that's a big moment there because it is a really tight hairpin, a really good... when we see traditional circuit racing, that's a great little overtaking area, but I think here it's very important to how they can pull the car up and get that exit speed out of there. It really flows on, though, through the rest of the track. I really like turns 9, 10 and 11, though, as you come back onto the main straight. That's an exciting one to watch as they really go to the outside of turn 11 coming back onto the main straight.
Especially if you're on a flyer and all the segments are lighting up as your quickest ones yet. You know what else I'm a big fan of? The new Yokohama Advent Nuova Tuner class. Now, look, these are literally track time. Yeah, track.
Not allowed to have a pro driver in there. Got to have real windows in there. Don't have active aerodynamics. We're on more of a treaded tyre. I know we've got a bit of freedom there, don't we, with the treaded tyre, but we're not talking a full slick. So it's a good way, I suppose, where you look like a more traditional road car style.
Well, that's right. It's the Advan Nova 8009 that they all must be running. But you know what? This is a new feeder class. Now, Club Sprint was always our feeder class, but guess what? They've turned into absolute animals themselves. So now the Yokohama Advan Nova tuner class has been born, and we're starting to see a few laps. Intermediate starting to fly through now for Cox, Lakoko, Wang, Callis, Langham and Laycock. And we're starting to see them here on screen now. Right now, Diversion Garage, Chris Hunter out there in the GR Yaris. Now, look, this is just, again, closer to the showroom than ever, and that's what I love about this tuner class.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what sort of times we're going to see around here. You know, it's been an incredible world time attack in the last few years. We've just seen those times start to get out. As I see a little bit of car moving out there. The tyres are not going to be warm this morning. It was about 12 degrees coming here at 8 o'clock this morning, which means we haven't really had that sun beat down on the track yet. No. See the optimum times come through for some of our time attack cars, but it's Friday, really. We've got 2 days to set the most incredible lap that you can ever imagine, and then we go to our super sprint on Saturday afternoon.
Well, here we go already. So, look, we're keeping an eye on here on number 82. That's the Hocus Pocus Focus. Now, I love that team name. There's quite a few great team names amongst them. That's Daniel Laycock, the Ford Focus RS. And there's still quite a few Focus fans out there. Plenty of fans of the Supra that's out there now too. That's the Turbo Smart Lockman's Advisors EEP team. David Lakoko in that GR Supra GTS. So, again, production supercars, if you may. But on that Yokohama Advan Nova.
Well, you said supercars, didn't you? We've seen a lot about the Supras lately as they start to join some other classes out here in the Australian circuit racing. But look, the Supra, very quick car. You can see just got the wing on the back for a little bit of aero because they're very limited in what they're allowed to put on these cars. You see the slight front wings on there as well. Whoa. Oh, a little bit of wiggle there, isn't there? Just a moment.
Yeah, Lakoko's trying to get the Supra down. Already we're seeing numbers pop up here. Minute 35, 485, and that's by Adam Kazmiri. That is in the Land Speed Racing GR Yaris. Just setting the mark already. Hunter not too far behind Chris Hunter in his GR Yaris from Diversion Garage. But yeah, that 35 already that we've seen. It's almost a little bit of daylight between Kazmiri and the rest of them already. But as we said, Matty Cap, beginning of the session, first session out on track on Friday. So yeah, conditions a little bit cooler, track a little bit cooler, but it's good to see that the tuner cars are starting to put a few numbers down. They are a beautiful chassis, the GR Supra, they really are.
Yeah, they mentioned it in the opener, didn't they? Yesterday we had a little bit of practice on. No timing system out there whatsoever, though. So it was data within the car. I'm sure every tuner has some sort of GPS tracker in their car. They'd know what they were doing. It's all about getting data for these 2 days here at the 2025 Yokohama Well-Timed Attack Challenge. And you can see the Supra just going through there. I'm just having a look. Yeah, doesn't really increase on that. Doesn't get a better time there. Not surprised about the GR Yaris being quick though, because we've seen just how quick that all-wheel drive. They're making in excess of sometimes a 700-800 horsepower in these all 3 cylinders.
Well, that's it. If you're keeping the production style engine, you can breathe on them at your peril, of course. It's all about making them last into the end. Look, the whole idea of time attack, of course, is if you could set a really big number early and you reckon that that's enough, well, yeah, you could have some issues if you want to string these things too highly. But however, everyone else starts to find their rhythm, and before you know it, you wish you had your thing still going, maybe slightly lower boost levels or whatever. But again, you can't do too much outside the factory parameters. And I love that those Advan Neovas. That is a real sort of square off to be able to run on the same tyre. Now, look, the next guy down is actually Jordan Cox in the BMW M2 that we haven't found on screen, but he is popping up on the timers. A minute 36.664. Lakoko, as we see him on there now, trying everything. Minute 41.538.
Yeah, watch out for Jordan Cox. Obviously, he came to some real fame over the mountain, didn't he? He's a front-wheel drive expert. Normally, he's in the BMW this weekend, but lately taken to things like TA2 muscle cars and Trans Am, like big V8 cars. So he'll be a bit more comfortable back at home in these little cars, and does a lot of building them for people as well behind the scenes. So I'm sure he's very imperative to that team in the setup of that car as well.
Especially with names like Adam Kazmiri out there. Kazmiri is just another gun that we've come to know at Sydney Motorsport Park. Here he is out there. Kazmiri, Cox, Lakoko, Lamb, Atherton, Rivera, Hunter, Langham, Callis, Laycock, Morris, all got numbers. Look at the spread there between Langham, Callis, Laycock and Morris. 45s all the way through. Great equalisers out there right now. And when you have a look at the variety of vehicles that we have, in one of those there, WRXs, Langham Evos there as well. So some of those traditional tuner platforms that we've come to know and love. And here we are on screen right now, Eleanor Terry. So what have we got? We've got 20s, BRZs, WRXs, GR Yaris, Focus RS, GR Supras. So great variety. Love when we can get as many manufacturers in the same category. And when you look at that split and some of those lap times there, a little bit of parity. Good to see that. So many different platforms performing so closely together.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the Hyundai i20Ns are going to go. We've seen them the last couple of years here. Of course, the Ford Focus RSs are out there. Like you say, a real collection of cars, really. And they're the type of cars that you can go and buy nowadays and sort of turn into a little bit of a, don't want to say street racer, but you can have a car like this, do a few modifications to it, come down and do some track days in it, as well as things like Time Attack Challenge.
Yeah, here we go on screen right now. That's Scott Diver, of course, the Team Ichiban, the WRX, a traditional tuner platform. Again, can suit the tuner class so well. Just put those Advan Neovas on there. Light tweaks as far as engine mods and aero's concerned. So still going to keep that production style engine. Can't do the swap. Can't be putting some crazy stuff in there just yet. It's obviously there's room for that. You've got to go to open if you're going to start engine swapping, but if you keep your production-based engines, yes, tuner's a good place to start. Club Sprint's obviously now a natural progression. We thought that's all we needed, Club Sprint as a feeder class. We now find that you've seen the times come down in Club Sprint to ridiculous times, and those cars have pretty much developed and evolved to be crazier than what our pro cars used to be nearly 17 odd years ago. But the numbers don't lie. Kazmiri, minute 35, 485, already got that one out and gone. Look at this beautiful car out here now. That's Terence Lamb in that Civic Type R. Again, the more modern Honda platform that's out there. But as you said before, not only the Hondas in all forms, and it's not often that you get to see these things start to become time attack weapons in this country. So it's so good to see him trying this out and using this platform, Terence Lamb.
Yeah, we'll wait and see what the times come up. They're just getting halfway through this lap at the moment. Currently sitting at the moment on a 1:41.63, fourth fastest so far out of this session. I mean, it is only session number one in the junior class, I would say. Early start of the morning, cold track. We haven't had cars going around either. There's not really any rubber laid down at this point. It'll be nice and clean. The crew would have cleaned the track last night, and as they drag around and dust off any rocks, you can just hear those tyres starting to protest a little bit, can't you?
Yeah, no, we're lucky we've got good microphones and all of our cameras. We can hear that little bit of tyre scrub. Those Neovas are getting a real workout. As we say, these are track tyres for the street, so you can use them in that capacity to give you that sort of, drive the thing there, run the things, take them home sort of thing. So they are fantastic to see. What a great concept. And I do think we were talking, of course, with Emily yesterday. She's done the research. She'll be down in the pits checking it all out for us, Emily Duggan, that they're allowed 6 tyres for the weekend. So you can get a set and a half, so you can mix and match. But you can just hear the Neovas there. They're offering a fair amount of traction there. You can definitely hear when the guys are pushing them really, really hard. And we can see the R34 out there on track now. So we've got a variety of different tuner platforms that we absolutely love. And yes, I know that a lot of race car fans are going to get used to a few more GR Supras in the future, albeit V8 power, but I'm loving the production 6-cylinder ones that we're using in Advan Neova tuner class this weekend, and more than ever. And, more Hyundais than ever, more GR Supras than ever. It's so good to see that, the newer shapes are getting adopted and used.
There you can see it's Wang just goes by in the Toyota Supra, and I'm just having a look to see where he ends up. Just goes a 1:45.8, still down in the 11th fastest so far out of this session. That'll be his fastest lap he's done so far. Lococo in the other Supra we just saw up before, already up into third, just did his fastest lap out there at 1:41.01. So just starting to have a feel of things. And you say that 6 tyres for the weekend. Some of these drivers may opt to do minimal laps in the opening session, just try and get out there and get a little bit of data. I'll be interested to see if they want to save or whether the tyres are a little bit better as the day goes on, different temperatures. Like I say, we're going to go into this afternoon. And of course, we've got tomorrow as well. It's another big day out here at the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. So they're looking for that one perfect lap, though. It's just one they've got to get.
Well, you know, Kazmiri and Cox could probably do this track in their sleep. You know, we've got a few guys that have got lots of laps under their belt. Yes, the rule is that we can't have pro drivers in here. And look, you know, Kazmiri and Cox doesn't say you can't have so much seat time with a variety of different vehicles. And I suppose that's the loophole for guys like Adam Kazmiri and Jordan Cox. They've got that much track experience, but they still aren't pro drivers. They're still doing this as sportsman drivers, and that's why they're in there. Yes, they've got more experience than most, and that's probably why you're seeing them at the top of the board. Minute 35.485. We did not even think that we would see. Well, we had no expectations. We didn't know where everyone was going to end up. I do know a few clues from last year. I think even in the club sprint class that Kazmiri could be quick in the GR Yaris. We didn't think it'd be that quick in the Lamb Speed Yaris GR 1:35.485. Cox minute 36.664. And you know what? There's probably going to be a little bit more out of that. And of course Lococo. So how about that to start with? GR Yaris first, BMW M2 second, GR Supra third, Civic Type R fourth. That's some pretty good variety. That's the sort of stuff I do love to see. Atherton, where's Atherton? Oh, BRZ, so there we go. Top 5, top 6, all different cars. Love to see that.
Yeah.
To me, the idea, the epitome of perfect motorsport balance is multiple manufacturers, one after the other, very, very close, instead of seeing 10 of the one guy or the one type of car up front. And a great mix, as we said, in this class. And here's Eleanor. Where's Eleanor in that rating? Just hasn't quite got herself. Yeah, minute 52.619. One of the other things that we would like to highlight with any session, whether it is starting with Yokohama Advan Neova tuner class, is that it doesn't matter what class you're in, when you're in that session, sometimes there is a bit of challenge to get out of the traffic, get yourself a clean lap. And about this time, even though it looks like the session is finished, you do need that free space to really put in a flyer with no interruptions.
Yeah, I'm just actually having a look at Josh Muggleton down the bottom, the V-Sport by comp friction entry in the GR Yaris. They must be having a little bit of an issue with that car at the moment, because that's not really an indicative time of what we're expecting to see. Same as Rankin there, number 88 in the Artex Supra. So we'll just wait and see what they come out in the next session, potentially whether they've had some issues with that car, because the Yaris, as we know how quick they've been. Even looking at the sector times, there's been a couple of little... You look at some of the times there and you think, oh yeah, he's had a sector there, but they've got off that car a little bit early. So we'll wait and see. I think there's going to be some changes when we get into this Yokohama Advan Neova tuner class a little bit later on today. I think there potentially a couple of things to take back to the pit garage, some changes to make. Might be why we saw Jordan Cox go back in early, because I know he'll want to be swinging some spanners himself on that car, potentially make some changes that he's happy with.
Well, look, there's not much difference between those. And you know, with the capabilities of these guys, like Kazmiri and Cox, is that, you know, you might find half a second somewhere out there. It can be on turn one. That's one place that rewards the brave. I'll tell you what, our car show's starting to fill up already there in the infield, and I can't wait to see that full, not only today but tomorrow, of course. Saturday's always a very big day here at Sydney Motorsport Park, when everyone brings their cars out. And Australia, geez, we are still one of those countries that's got a few thousand petrol heads still in it, man. It's so good events like this that freedom of expression, and that's one thing that we, you know, the more and more I talk to people in the pits, even we're having talk with Dr. Sammy out here about time attack's almost the last place in Australian motorsport that allows you freedom of expression when it comes to circuit racing. Yes, it's circuit racing. No, you're not dicing door to door, and really with some of the aero on these cars, you don't want to be dicing fender to fender, but it still enables you to build what you want within a rule configuration, but still give you so much freedom after that.
Now, it looks like we're going to move on to our club sprint to the next category coming out as they get a warm-up lap in, and they'll try and get some temperature in those tyres, spread themselves out. Like you say, you don't want to disrupt too much aero. They're designed to be a one car out there at a time aero package. We're not looking for the drafting and things that we see in other sorts of forms of motorsport where they're limited to their body design. These ones have got some uniqueness about them. We'll move on to our Howtech Club Sprint class now here, the Yokohama World Time Tacker Challenge.
Now, of course, these cars, yeah, you can see a little bit more aero. You can see the aero kind of being a little bit crazy over the last few years, but it does allow you the aero. Yes, aftermarket uprights, but must fit OEM components. You can reposition a custom radiator from OEM location. You can use the Advan Nova 8009 that we just saw in the tuner class, or you can use the traditional AO52, which is what a lot of these guys are running. First one out, screaming down the main straight. That's Stuart Walker in the Overtime Motorsports Impreza. So he's going to get himself a flyer in now. We're going to keep on board here with the traditional Subaru muscle car. I do love BOSCH Motorsport Turn 2, double apex, so he's kind of got to wash across the first one. Of course, you're not pointing in anywhere near where you think the end of Turn 2 is. You're sort of sending yourself out in the wrong direction to find the second apex and then tighten it up from there. So see if we can hear a little bit of our track camera microphones just to hear what this wreck sounds like here early on Friday morning. Nothing like the sound of a heavily breathed upon Subaru Flat 4. There's a lot of Subaru fans still around in this world that love these shapes, love the sound. Let's have a listen. Yeah, I tell you what, take up some real estate there, why not? Stuart Walker on his first flying lap. Let's have a look there. He goes to the #1 spot, I would say, being the first flyer. Oh, minute 33, 6:09 for Walker. Minute 33, 6:09. Good fly. Here we go. We've got the action replay here, the BOSCH Motorsport action replay. Coming out onto that final turn, and yes, push.
Backwards grassroots. Thanks to BOSCH Motorsports for our replays here this weekend. And just to put that in context, the 1:33.6 last year, 1:32.23 was our fastest lap out there in club sprint. So we're only just over a second off that, 1.4 seconds, and that's lap #1. So I'm excited to see what today brings, and it's just a build up for tomorrow as well as we keep on going. As you can see, the screens, it's 86. You've got to be careful now between the BRZs and the 86s, don't you?
Depends on what you want to identify at these days. So that's engine 80, that's off the bottom of the screen here, but Macaulay. All right, so Macaulay, you can see a few guys just pulling off to the side. Yeah, do not adjust your set. That is not someone with mechanical issues normally. That's someone waiting for a free spot to start a flight. And if you can't pick up speed sort of between the last and second last corner, it's hard to run now onto the last straight. The red level racing 86 looks fantastic. Or BRZ, it's BRZ. Sorry, I just caught the plate this. So Maurice goes through and gets a good one. The Evo 10, minute 45, 015. Munro, minute 43, 819 there for him. And that is, of course, Jonathan Munro, the Ralliart Mitzi. So there's a few flyers coming in here now. And Kovaceski, Paulie, good to see him back. He's one of our OGs in club sprint in that 944 turbo. His first 1 minute 52, 268. Cunningham now, minute 42, 402. And that's not a bad one there for Daniel Cunningham in the VW Golf R. So here's our variety coming up here again as well. Whether it's WR Mitzi Ralliarts in there, BRZs. Golf type R's, we've got plenty of variety in the club sprint class as well. So we're still on a fly here, Macaulay.
Yeah, it's not being dominated by any type of car shape model, is it, at the moment? Just Di Newen, which went through in the 350Z2 with a 142.7.
Club sprint with Josh Bucket, I think last year or the year before, and Josh can tell you nearly every bump in every corner. And then, you know, you start focusing on that, and you can see some of these guys, the way they've got their suspension set up, you see some of them a little less happy on some of these corners. A big fly there, minute 37, 716 has just come out from, entrant, it says here 55, which is huge, which is not on our list here, but we'll find him by the end of the day.
That's a cracking time.
That is an absolute cracking time for Hugh. Minute 37, 716. So McCauley now trying to finish off his flying lap here with Leave on screen. Absolute daylight around him, so everyone else is obviously all congested around. We're going to get a few flyers coming through right now for you guys as well. Rahul Victor, minute 43.945. McCauley, minute 47.610. Chapman now, minute 51.443. So Chapman, Stuart Chapman driving the Evo 10. Kovaceski, minute 48.768. There's a flyer for the 944. Munro just about ready to ramp up there as well. So a few guys starting to line up some of the segments as their fastest times yet. Meiji Kang, minute 54.754. So, of course, Meiji Kang from Korea, the Honda Civic EG for Shockworks. Here she is. Good to see Meiji back.
Best thing I like about this is they're all pretty much on, almost everybody is improving their time. They're getting their best lap times out there already as we sort of go into the second and third laps. Starting to get a little bit of temperature into those tyres. Starting to get a feel for the track today. It is going to be a little bit different to yesterday afternoon. The sun's going to be in a slightly different position.
Yeah, no, this is Meiji now, and she's absolutely wringing the neck of this EG Civic. This thing's actually got a Haltech Nexus R3 on board. South Korean driver, of course, K24 Swap EG. What a great little machine it is, and Meiji, no slouch behind the wheel. So look at him, and you know what? The commentator's curse kicks in immediately as Meiji locks one up. You know what? Let's listen to a bit of Meiji in the K series here. Plenty of good sights and sounds happening around Sydney Motorsport Park here for Haltech Club Sprint session #1 for Group 1. We saw another Honda just in front there out of camera, but you know, you would not think all these years ago, and again, we should have followed the trends early, because they are, would you believe, just one of those cars that you would never think was going to hold on to its value. It's got such good racing pedigree, and they are just an amazing weapon. Here goes Meiji now, firing that little Civic down across the line, minute 53.565. So she's been quite consistent over the last 2 laps. And I suppose when you don't have Sydney Motorsport Park as your local track, you know, this is all new. And you know, speaking to Furious about it, Meiji would be the same. Any international driver that comes here, they're hitting simulator time. You can get on this Gardner GP circuit on Sydney Motorsport Park on sim. And I'd say Meiji's done a few laps on the sim as well. But driving a front-wheel drive car has also got its, you know, its nuances. And she's doing a great job. Let's have a listen to the K series here.
Just have a look at that front left. Just a bit of steering input there potentially.
Yeah, she's definitely finding the limits of traction there on that car, and yeah, it does appear to be running a slightly larger tyre on the front. Oh, there's that same corner again for Meiji.
Yeah, back in the exact same spot. That'll be turn 8. Yeah, there's a moment down there.
We're going to learn our microphones on track today, Matty Cav, no doubt about it. We do get a lot of feedback from people watching the BOSCH Motorsport live stream that want to hear the lungs of these cars, and we're going to give them more lung than ever.
Well, we've got the Haltech Club Sprint class out there at the moment. As we come across the line.
That's Stuart Chapman on screen right now, the Evo 10.
Won't improve on his time, 1:38.28, so he doesn't go any faster than his last lap. Look at him hang on to turn 1. It is an exciting point. Like, if you could go and sit down there, if you're a flag marshal, turn 1's where I'd want to be.
Oh, absolutely, through there. And we'll keep an eye on Chapman here, so he's going to be able to try and get a fly here. It's just about how much traffic he's got in front of him. And sometimes it's just arriving at the wrong corner at the wrong time. Sometimes you can be unlucky. She's talking to Tim Slade about being unlucky on more than one occasion where he's about to do a flyer, or he's got 5 or 6 corners banked, and then someone's in the way or someone's just right on his line. He had a few issues like that in the last event here last year from memory, that had stuffed a couple of his laps up. But it's just about that clean space. It's just about as an art as trying to set a car up, is for the driver to find that position and then have the rest of the luck fall in your lap. because there is a little bit of luck. It's cars. We've got to talk about luck somewhere along the line. Skill, yes. Engineering, perfect. Horsepower, no problem here in Australia. That last little bit of luck to get that one perfect lap in sometimes can just be that. Just freedom to get that last lap in, that last corner in.
Just checking there, he had a little bit of wisp of smoke coming out of that car as he went into one of those corners. Could just be a little bit of tyre rubbing on the inside, or could just be the turbo on downshift. Watch him come around this final corner though, we'll complete a lap in this one. Slides it out nicely. I mean, they got the International Drifting Cup a little bit later thanks to Garrett advancing motion, but they're getting in early. Chapman.
It's going to be a good fly there for Chapman. Look, minute 39, 2:99. Not lighting up any increments that were faster than before, but if that's what a lap at 9.5 tenths out of 10 looks like, well, I'd say there's going to be 10 tenths out there for Chapman. Oh, Rahul Victor goes past, minute 42, 001. That's his quickest so far. And going to hand it to Rahul Victor. Maybe the rotor did that, I don't know.
Yeah.
Waving the flag for the rotor classes, and there's plenty of rotor to be had before the end of the day. You can hear that K24 singing through there for BG. Minute 55, 152. And yeah, let's catch a bit more of the K series here if we can. Oh, Miji is pushing. She is pushing.
She's finding that same spot every time, though.
The little pocket rocket from South Korea. She is, and she can drift as well. I mean, she can steer, Miji. She's definitely trying to find the limits of traction out there. She's got a fair amount of wheel work going on inside. I can see that. It's almost like she's got half the drift brain engaged, you know?
I feel like just having a feel on the tyre there. She locked that up a few times in the same spot, and you're not going to want a flat spot. That's really going to hurt you when you're out there, and you're going to feel the vibration through the car. So potentially just may not really want to finish this lap on an absolute flyer. May come around and have another go at this one.
No, well, look, she's got that corner nailed. Remember, she locked it up twice there. Here we go. All right, Rahul's on the way here. Yeah, I think just that little look in a mirror there, like she's still pushing. But no, she did kind of take the eyes off the prize there for a moment, just observing a little bit of body language inside the car. Rahul was on a cool-down lap. That's the other thing. I mean, Rahul's done quite a few club sprints before, and it's the same deal. You've got a warm-up or warm-up lap, then you've got a cool-down lap, and we know that a lot of our competitors, they're aware of it. We ask all of our competitors, check those mirrors when you're cooling down, especially if you know that someone's on a flyer. All right, well, first of all, let's go down to our first throw of the weekend to a lady that certainly knows how to steer cars around, and she's loving her first ever World Time Attack. Emily, how's the pits down there?
The pits are definitely electric. I've got a small minute. Andrew Price, you've done this club sprint for a couple of years now. How are you going to go out there? What's the goal for this session?
Look, we're just going to try and feel the car out. We've missed testing yesterday. So just try and bed the brakes, bed the tyres in, feel how the track is, and probably really start prepping for Saturday. And that's where we're going to have a crack and full send. So today's just getting prepped for all of that. Last minute World Time Attack thing.
Definitely. Do the nerves hit in now?
No, I'm in the car. I'm good now. It's getting in the garage, standing around. That's when all the nerves are. Right now, I'm mint. We're sweet.
Perfect. Well, we won't keep you too long. Get in the zone and good luck.
Oh, thank you, Emily Duggan, our pit reporter for our club sprint and Neova tuner classes as well. Plenty of action in the XL 86 and Super 3 ranks. So Emily knows how to steer, Matty Cav. Probably steer us under the table, I'd say.
Probably knows a little bit more than what we do, I'd say. And she'll be itching to get down there and catch up with some of the drivers. I'm sure she'll it'll be hard. The bug will be biting her this weekend, but she'll know a lot more down there on the ground. Great to have her as part of our crew here this weekend. Yeah, Pricey going out in that Hyundai very shortly. Just talking club sprint. Walker, though, who went very early, that 1:33.6.
Yeah.
Notice that was only on 2 laps. So one out lap, one flyer, and then back into the pit. So that is very interesting to me, just to know how fast that car is. Now, there's going to be some other of those drivers out there, like Price just alluded to, where they didn't get much time yesterday. They'll be bedding some brakes in, trying to get some tyres bedded in, things like that. So, you know, just because everyone's not lighting up the timing board today in this first session, wait for that to progress. And great to see how many people actually showed up today already on a Friday morning and joined us here at the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge.
Oh, yeah, it's an absolute commitment. Every year, the Friday, Saturday format, we've never changed. G'day, Rahul. Good to see you this morning. Rahul's got the first session settlers out of the way. But yeah, when you make the commitment to be at a World Time Attack, you commit to Friday especially, because that's when you're going to get to see everything fresh before the rest of the punters turn up tomorrow. Because, yeah, not all of us can get Friday off, Matty Cav. We're lucky to be able to do that. But I tell you, this could be the session, because remember, we haven't seen names like Trent Grubel. We haven't seen guys like Pricey. We have not seen them yet. So this is the class, this is the group right now where we might see that 33 not just hold, because we know what it takes to get to the top, and it can be something in that low minute 30 something.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. It's going to be interesting, this second group of our Haltech Club Sprint class. We've had to put them into 2 groups because, again, like you said before, is they're trying to find their space out there. And if you think of a qualifying session in when you see circuit racing and drivers are looking for that moment and that opportunity, and it's a risk whether they go late in the session, early in the session, where they can find a bit of space. Obviously, with the World Time Attack Challenge, every driver's in the same situation, right? We're all looking for that one perfect lap. So most of the drivers are going to be very cautious about other drivers out on track. They're going to pick their moments. But this morning, you could just see them try and put a banker in there. Try and know exactly. They'll go back and look at the data. They'll be able to know exactly how fast they were going into corners, how much braking they were using, and things like that. And they'll know exactly where on the track they are. Yeah. They'll want to go back and look at that data for the second session to go, can I go 5 metres further?
Yeah. And you know what? Already we're going to start lighting stuff up, because guess who's slid under the radar? We have not seen him, but he's come up on the timing board. This is Jamal Assad. Good to see Jimmy back here. Where he bid the Evo event last year, could not return. He is back hungrier than ever. Grubel's gone past. Trent Grubel's on a flyer as well. We can't see him on screen, but right now we're following Jamal Assad. Of course, Team ERS. The Evo Lancer is back. Powerful than ever. Yeah, here he is. That's the man. Last year, minute 32.234 already this morning. Walker's gone through with a 33. Grubel's not going to let that sit for too long. He is on a flyer to start things off. Let's have a listen. All right, we're going to listen to Grubel here for the next couple of corners. Subaru STI last year, the Haltech Club Sprint with that 32.234. Tyres on fly here as well. Keep Ty in the Lotus. We're getting a few guys come through now. Lastini as well, which is the Toyota Supra. But all eyes on Trent right now. Does he go into the minute 32s already? Is it a 33? Let's have a look. Flies on through 32.032. 32.032. Quicker than last year. And you don't want to cool it down that early, Trent. There's Jamal Assad. He's in the mix as well. Jimmy Assad.
Yeah, I'm just worried about Grubel there. There was something came out of that bottom on the left, whether that's just a screamer point or something. Martin now goes through the 140.
Yep, Sharon. 327. And there we go. Wow. 31 for Mikowski. 31.580. Again. 31.580 for Mikowski. Wow.
Now we're seeing a trend. Evo 6s is what the trend seems to be at the top.
Oh, Mr. Plasma Man, Alex Mikowski, Evo 6, 31.580. Here we are raving on about Grubel going under it, and then Mikowski smashes it again. Garvin goes minute 34.309. Illawarra GT, minute 46.117. Bloom at minute 44.949. But now on the screen, well, I tell you what, the GIR car. Mikowski just came out of nowhere with that. 36.034 there for Kai in that the Lotus Exige, of course, Kip Ty, EX Motorsport Race Division. But a flyer from Mikowski. Calabria now out there on a flyer. Lustini, minute 41 for him. Price, minute 42.382 from the Hyundai. There it is. And Grubel just sort of, I don't know whether he's just cooling it down, taking it back to the pits. Now, if you've got the AA52s on it, you know that you get that, you got them sticky. He did the perfect thing. He got out there, limited traffic to start the session. He got what he thought was going to be the fly that he needed, but then he did not count, and we did not count on Mikowski coming out and going 31.580, 20.25. The gauntlet's been thrown down already. Into Warren GT in that Goddard Rex ST1. Garland, 33.077 comes through as well. Geez, we've lit the boards up, Matty Cav. Minute 30s everywhere.
Well, we've got a Rex, boys. They're trying to get this thing going, aren't they? Take the Rexies to the Evo 6s.
Here's another flyer from Jamal. Let's go. He goes. Oh, yeah, 216. I hope he's going to fly here. Let's keep an eye on a screaming car there for Wheeler in the background. So we've got a screaming GDR out on track we can hear in the background. But we've got to keep an eye on Jamal Hassan. Quick look back to the main straight as the Lotus flies through. But yeah, Mikowski, I don't know where he's ended up. Back to Pricey here in the Hyundai. Just they are a good looking car. You see them on the roads, just stop. They look fantastic. They do scrum up pretty nice as a race car.
Mikowski's gone back in the pits now, so he's had his flying lap. He's pretty happy with that one. Good to see him.
Yeah, Grubel, 32.032 back in the pits.
His best lap was a 1:38, so that's a massive improvement. That's an incredible improvement from Mikowski.
Talking to a few guys in the pits yesterday about, you know, where else in Australian motorsport can you say, I think we're going to be 2 seconds quicker this year, or 5 seconds quicker. Geez, I put the curse on Jamal here. I said, well, keep an eye on Jimmy and see if he can do another flyer. We thought it was going to be another fly, but that is not ideal. Now just trying to work out exactly where he might be there. Is it near 4 and 5 maybe? Can't quite just work that out. Between 2 and 3, that's where he is. He's down between 2 and 3. Not good for whatever's happening to Jimmy. He's looking to get over the bottom. Dragging him there. There are all sort of pops and flames in the background around here. So yeah, Club Sprint really heating up early on Friday morning. That's Michael Garland on screen now. And now we cross back to Team Money Me, Alex Cooper. Oh yeah, we've got to have a listen to this thing. Let's just listen to Money Me for a sec. All right, great action out here at Halifax Club Sprint, and more action from the pits with Emily.
Time attack. Raul, you've been doing this since 2017. Now, you just had your first laps of 2025. How was the track out there?
Yeah, it's really, really good. Good temperatures. It's starting to heat up a bit, so we'll see what it is like through the rest of the day. Yesterday, we had some dramas, so we only ended up doing the morning session and then spent literally the rest of the day. We left the track at about 10 p.m. last night trying to deal with the transmission cooling. The car's got a new DCT this year, so that's geared 7 speed. It's getting a bit hot, so we've just been trying to deal with that. But going out today, it's feeling good. Should be on track for a PB this year, I reckon.
Oh, that'll be exciting. Now, this is an RX-7, so for all your rotary lovers out there, Raul, tell me exactly about your car.
So I imported this as a Series 8 Type RS. Got that in from Japan back in 2016, specifically for World Time Attack. Sort of gone through a whole bunch of development through its period, but right now it's sporting a race-only Bridgeport engine, running about 425 kilowatts. Now the new DCT in there as well, also put in by Race Only. The rest of the car is, as you can see, quite DIY. Custom. We did a lot of the carbon fiber in my garage for like the splitters, side skirts. Obviously that's like a budding spec job, but it does a lot of work, and we've tested it, and it's an ongoing project.
I'm loving all the stickers that you have there. Is there meanings that we've got some of people talking. What's all that about?
So last year, I forgot to go up on my fuel lines, went out for my practice lap, pulled in, and the car literally exploded into flames. So these guys afterwards thought it would be cute to put that on the anime characters there. So, but yeah, so far no fires, so let's hope we keep it this year.
Knock on wood. Well, thank you so much. Your car's absolutely beautiful, and good luck out there for the next couple of sessions.
There we go. We haven't really had the opportunity to look under the hood of Rahul's car there, but how's that? You know, and again, to try and explain that to the rest of the world, what a Bunnings spec is, Vatican. What is the Bunnings spec?
Well, it's like a Home Depot,
Yes.
really. That's what the best is for our American friends. I don't know what it'll be in Europe. We went to Europe in the last 12 months. What would you call it in Europe?
Hardware.
Yeah, hardware store.
Hardware
Yeah,
store.
that's really the best way to describe it, where you can get a bit of everything, can make it up yourself.
Yeah, no.
It just goes to show, right? You don't have to be with an aerodynamic specialist the whole time. You know, you can learn a lot, do a lot of study yourself online. I mean, ChatGPT is your friend nowadays. Make some things up. If you want to be productive in the shed, it's a good opportunity to hang with your friends and make some stuff up, and some big improvements as well over the years, and just work towards something.
Yeah, it's good to see that he's evolved, and great story. Didn't know that he's gone to the new DCT box in it as well. A few guys are going to those 8-speed, 7-speed gearboxes of the various persuasions, and it's good to see in Club Sprint you're allowed to, you know, change whatever gearbox you want in there. It's nothing we can't solve. All right, so all sorts of action out there right now, but yeah, just that lap that caught all of our attention. Well, the two that caught our attention was not only Grubel's 32.032, but then how quickly Mikowski blew us away with that 31.580, which has just blown us away. And as you said, Matty Cab, when you have a look at that, it did it on the second lap today. So here we go, in uncharted territory already in Haltech Club Sprint. Alex Mikowski, 31.580, never been there before. Grubel, 32.032 underneath what he did last year to win it. Michael Garland, 33.077. Jamal Assad, hopefully he can fix whatever that issue is that stranded the Evo. Stuart Walker, David Calabria, look at that, all 33s, 32s, 31s. Ruben Martin, good to see him in the top 10, all the way down into those 30s and 40s, as we would know. But there's some crazy stuff going down. So what's that? Evo, Rex, Evo as the top three already. That traditional platform seems to continue to impress us in the Haltech Club Sprint class. Great numbers all the way through. Good to see nearly 40 plus in there. Even Thomas Davidson down there, minute 48.948. Part of the class of 2025. Of course, not everyone's in it to win it. They're just to be part of it, whether it's their first ever World Time Attack or their 10th. Doesn't matter what it is, what you got, you can bring it here to Sydney Motorsport Park. It is the home of horsepower in Destination New South Wales. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to be back with more here at Sydney Motorsport Park soon.
Yokohama.
Yeah, well, welcome here to the 2025 Yokohama World Time Attacker Challenge, and everyone is rolling in. Have a look at our show and shine down there, the different sorts of cars. It's got a Japanese flair to it, doesn't it, Diggles? Here at World Time Attack Challenge. Also, we've got everyone there from the Garrett Advancing Motion International Drift Cup that'll be on later on this afternoon as we sort of go into our twilight hours here on Friday and Saturday night. That's going to be another massive event as well, on top of what is the focus here, World Time Attack Challenge, and have a look at that. You can see him looking at some data there on the dash at the moment. Our Pro Class competitors getting very close to coming out here on track, and that's when we'll see some times really start to dip down, as we can see Tim Slade in the Lotus just getting zoned in. Now, he's behind the wheel of a couple of cars here this weekend too.
He sure is, but he's looks like he's behind the wheel of the Sydney Motorsport Lotus Exige, and I think that was just Slade having a moment of meditation there before he goes out, knowing that he's got 1,000+ horsepower at his disposal. Now, I did hear a little whisper from the pits yesterday that Exige had a little issue with the engine, whether or not it was needing a whole swap or just a few repairs. There was a couple of little engine issues with a few teams yesterday, but that's the thing about well, Time Attack, especially these cars. They're not on a stock boost level ever. You know, and what is a stock boost level now in Australia? I mean, I think street boost starts at 20+, but it's just amazing just what sort of boost levels everyone's running. Here's a bloke that's running on a bit of warm-up boost, I reckon, and he's going to give us a lot more boost throughout the weekend. Down to J-Mac with a BOSCH Motorsport Pit Report.
I'm here with Matt Plowman, owner of the Sydney Motorsport Lotus, with Tim Slade at the wheel. He's strapped and about ready to go, and you are looking for a bit of redemption after last year's attempts. The car has shown early promise in practice. Tell me, what's the goal here this weekend?
To finish the event, ideally. We had a good session up in QR a couple of weeks ago to give us an indication where the car was set. And so this year we're just hoping to finish the event with a respectable time by the end of it.
Now, I'm going to throw you under the bus here a little bit. There were vicious rumours yesterday that there was an engine swap on the Honda that's in this Lotus. Can you confirm or deny?
It may have had a swap. The boys made a good effort to get it out. We just a bit of coolant pressure we wanted to get out and make sure there's no issue, and we just put a new engine in just to be safe.
Yeah, that was the 405 to Parramatta, mate, getting there at 12 o'clock. I'm sorry about that. But how's he feeling at this stage of the weekend?
This is his first go in it after yesterday, after we changed the engine, so hopefully he's all good. We'll find out in 2 secs.
Fantastic. Over to you guys.
Oh, look, I was just going to let it eat there for a little bit. Let's just soak it all in. That is a Queensland car, and we've got so many great builds coming out from all states of Australia. But just to see team owners like Matt Plowman just have the bug bite so hard that it's like, you know what, I'm going to build something special. And you know, nowhere else in the world do you get to see a Time Attack car like that built in Australia, Honda powered. Pro driver in it. I mean, it's just a fantastic blend of about 5 different sort of disciplines. And what's it got in common? It's got 4 wheels, it's got a motor, and it's got a gun driver in it. And there's this thing. Have a look at it, Matty Kev. And here's another Queensland car, Tanuki about to head out as well, and another pro driver, Todd Hazelwood. So, I mean, between Tim Slade and Todd Hazelwood, not only have they had about 1,000 million laps around Sydney Motorsport Park, they've been, of course, to the iconic Mount Panorama, and they know that place well. But you know what? From their normal day jobs as V8 supercar drivers with, you know, 600 odd horsepower, to hop in these things over 1,000 for these cars, I suppose in a way, this is where you really earn your money as a pro driver, to be able to take a car that has got unbridled potential and show some of it at the very least.
Yeah, very different. A lot of downforce on these cars, which, you know, these drivers don't get to do too often. Tim Slade probably has the most kilometres in a car of this style, getting around a racetrack. Todd Hazelwood, well, he's had some testing up in Queensland. I mean, we know he gets behind the wheel of something different every weekend, whether it's a go-kart or a Trans Am car, or, you know, even a supercar. But to get in this thing with a lot of aero on it, he looks pretty excited too, didn't he, in the lead up to this event? I think he got a bit of a bug for it once he went out to Queensland Raceway. And he's such a nice guy. If you get to go down and have a chat with him, I'd really like to catch up with him later and see how he expresses the difference in this style of racing.
Oh, look, I'm going to tell you what, they've all got their own what they give out, and Toddy Hazelwood, especially in Tanuki, has already expressed just how much gratitude for getting the drive, and then how much enthusiasm he has towards getting as much as he can out of it. He wants that challenge to really push his driving skills. So look, Sladey, after one little checkout lap's come back in. So we've got the Skura Lotus Exige back in just right now. So Toddy Hazelwood out there now. J-Mac down in the pits. What's happening, mate?
Well, this is interesting. The Sydney Motorsports Lotus coming in. The team very tight-lipped, but they do have the coolant coming out. So we will get a little bit more information. Now have a look at the aero package on this. We'll get a nice close-up of this Lotus. High power. And as we mentioned earlier in our chat with Matt Plowman, the owner, they did undertake an engine swap yesterday. The belts are staying tight for Tim Slade, as it looks like we are just going in for a bit of inspection. We'll give you more information as it comes to hand, guys.
Thanks very much, J-Mac. On the scene there immediately, the BOSCH Motorsport pit reports keep them coming, but we're going to have a listen to the VR38. Out there right now. Alex Rulo flying past in the Lamborghini Gallardo behind us. Oh yeah, we got to keep our ears peeled for Tanuki for you people watching.
Just really accelerated that final moment, can't they? Really late braking. Lays down as he comes onto the main straight. You want to keep it off the edge there. You won't want that aero going off onto the dirt. It gets a little bit rough on the outside of that corner.
Here we go. Tanuki first flying lap there for Hazelwood. Oh, 21.093. Put that in the bank. Put that in the bank. Now remember, of course, we're running on the slicks, these guys. So, but in the past, you would say these slicks give you normally, they can give you 2 laps if it feels better. If the grip levels after that flyer feel good, is that if he can feel that feedback, he might have another crack at it. Alex Rulo having a crack here too. Talk about a thoroughbred. The Gallardo, we're going to have to let the Gallardo lead around here. Oh, minute 25, 3.91 there for Rulo. The Rulo Motorsport 2014 Lamborghini Gallardo, amongst a sea of amazing freakish engineering when you look at cars like Tanuki and Skura. And the Gallardo, you would think it'd be more of a thoroughbred and more thoroughbred DNA from scratch. Here we go. Okay, so that looks like Todd Hazelwood on semi-cool down lap from Tanuki. How's the infinity wing on the back of that thing? How incredible is that? Got plenty of that VR38. Now look, talking to owner Wayne Lee yesterday, they did have a little issue with a cylinder head gasket or something in the past, which they've had to rectify. That really did sort of ruin their fun at QR. But they're back here, and I'd say the first one log, all right. All ears and eyes on Slady. I think he's ready for a fly the way he's warming those tyres up. All right, we're ready to have a listen to Skura by himself here. Mind you, Slady normally wouldn't be doing that. Past the start-finish line right now.
Yeah, he might want a lap just to get his eye in there. Like they said yesterday, the car wasn't 100%, so they had a fair bit of work on overnight. They did that one lap. Went in the pits, just that brief moment, which we'll catch up and find out later. I'm not really worried about Todd Hazelwood. I suspect that, you know, these cars are going to be a little bit different with the amount of downforce and the horsepower they're making. There wouldn't be one making under 1,000 horsepower, I don't think, coming out there at the moment. They're all around that 1,000 plus horsepower mark. So he might just coming in for some checks there. Just have a quick look. Tyre pressures will be a big one here this weekend as the sun comes out and the track starts to heat up. Todd Hazelwood though, Tim Slade out on track at the moment on our screen. Now, Hazelwood has all the sector times at the moment, but like we suspect, with the weaving down the main straight, I think Tim Slade potentially is not on his flying lap at the moment. We'll wait and see how it goes. And now we start to see some times coming up here. Just have a look what he does in the main straight here. Yeah, I feel this is the one, Diggles. This is where we're really going to step it up this lap.
Let's check the body language now of the motors. His first sort of semi-flying lap, minute 33.237. Okay, let's have a look here. All right, Slady. Let's see if he goes to BOSCH Motorsport 2. All right, okay, later on the braking. All right, we're going to keep our ears peeled now because I think he's going to do a bona fide fly here. All right, So we've got footage there of Todd giving a bit of feedback to the engineers in Tanuki. All right, back to Slady. He's up in sector 1.
Yeah, sector 2's got a green sector now, so he's up in his previous lap. This will really set the tone for where Tim Slade's going to put this car in our first session here, the M-Tron Pro class. All eyes on the timing board. Slade with 130.95 on that lap, and that's really what's going to set the tone for him out there at the moment. I think there's still got a little bit more to come in that car.
Well, I tell you what, the way Tim Slade continues to push the little Lotus around, I would dare say that he might try another one, and whether or not, again, we can do boost adjustments on the fly, whether we're out there on a starting boost. Tim's just getting a few laps down, obviously getting used to the car, and Todd Hazelwood is out. I'd love to actually hear his impressions, Todd Hazelwood, from having a crack around Sydney Motorsport Park and getting that number in there at 21.093. I'd say Timmy's on the cool down lap on the sound of that. That's not a bad sort of opening venture for these guys. Of course, this thing just so amazing. K-swapped. Lotus has got the Andrew Brilliant Infinity wing on the back. And there's the man himself, Todd Hazelwood, giving a bit of feedback. And I think that's the big benefit, isn't it, of having the pro drivers in these cars. It's the feedback that you're going to get back from these pro drivers, and especially because everything is so infinitely adjustable. Is it a suspension change? Is it an aero change? Is it a TC change? What can you do in the car to affect the balance, to suit the style? Hazelwood might have a certain style where it's like, you know what, if you want me to go faster, I'm either, you know, late brake back it in sort of a guy, or I'm going to do I trust the aero. Slady's the same, I think.
Well, the other thing too is you've got different sections of the track, so where are you going to optimise your time? Will you set your car up for those long flowing corners, or do you want to be able to pull up on those really tight, you know, the double apex on turn number 2? Like, where do you want your car to be? I suppose it's optimal grip or it's optimal acceleration. You know, you might lose 2/10 in this sector, but you might gain half a second in another sector. So it's really getting the balance of the car suited to the driving style and everything like that. And they won't want to be putting 1,000,000 kilometres on these cars either. They're really pushing the boost to their limits. And what I like about that is what we saw earlier was just there were some minor adjustments that looked like suspension to me. Didn't look like they were in there with a computer or anything on that car.
No, that's it. So it was all feedback from Todd Hazelwood's first stint out there. Tanuki Racing, minute 21.093. Alexander Rouleau in the fantastic Gallardo, minute 25.391. Tim Slade just getting out there, getting a few quick settlers in with the Skura Motorsport Lotus, minute 39.57. So our first 3 in M-Tron Pro class, hitting the track and doing very, very well with them. But again, you've just got to sort this out session after session. They've got multiple sessions for a reason. Yes, this is traditionally a session where they all go quick because the air hasn't heated up too much. The track is still perfect. One in the middle of the day sometimes can be a little bit harder. But I'll tell you what, hot with all the info down there. Another BOSCH Motorsports pit report. J-Mac.
Well, you did touch on the track conditions here at the moment. I can tell you it's 29.8 degrees track temperature, but the ambient temperature 16, although it feels like it's a fair bit hotter. Here, Todd Hazelwood, I heard you debriefing with the engineers about the power delivery on Tanuki, saying that was very usable. Can you tell us a little bit more?
Yeah, no, thank you. It's the most power I've ran with this car, and we put brand new tyres on as well. So the car was gripped up, we had more power, and as a driver, that's music to your ears. It was a joy to drive. It's the fastest I've ever gone around Sydney Motorsport Park. So a record for my own self, which is really cool. And the great thing is there's still a lot more potential left in this car. We've been fighting a few little things with setup. We're still not quite happy with the car. There's a couple key corners where the car is getting really upset and it's a little bit evil. So between myself finding a little bit of confidence, you know, getting used to that power, getting used to the grip, you know, for reference for myself now, okay, I can find a little bit more in the next session. So we'll just build up to it, but so far so good.
build up to it, a 1 minute 21.09. That's a good building block to work from.
Exactly. It's a solid second, 2.5 seconds faster than what we did in practice trim yesterday. So as a driver, when you find that much time in your first flying lap for the start of a morning, it's a really tricky thing mentally to be able to achieve. So no, I'm proud of the lap. Good way to start the event, and massive shout out to the whole team here behind me at Sydney Motorsport. They've been working their backsides up in the lead up to this event, and can't thank them enough for the opportunity.
We're looking forward to it. Thank you.
Yeah, bring it on. Cheers.
Oh, that's what we love to hear. Tell you what, he's a young professional driver. He just happened to win the biggest motorsport race that we've got in this country, Mount Panorama, last year. And how about that? A fastest lap ever for Mr. Todd Hazelwood around this fantastic circuit. You know what? We've got so much more to offer you here. More stuff on track, so much stuff off track. A break and back for more here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Upbeat, downbeat, feel its heartbeat, open spaces, open arms, a place to feel alive, to feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Right, back here at Sydney Motorsport Park, beautiful Sydney, Australia, and boy, what a fantastic circuit. 35 years young, Sydney Motorsport Park, and continues to deliver the excitement in all categories of motorsport, but especially this one. We're a bit biased. This is where you're not going to see anything really quicker around this track any other time of the year other than the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. We are ready to start the Plasma Man Pro-Am class, I believe. Pro Open, I apologise. It's the Pro Open class, Motec Pro Open class. And out there right now, a great range of vehicles. And again, these cars are just morphing into amazing weaponry each and every year. And I can't wait for this one to come out. The Motec Pro Open class. That is Cameron McLeod. We've got Rob Newitt coming on camera right now. We're actually seeing Cameron McLeod going into the pits with the MCA car. But out there now, the Dream Project S15, driven by Rob Newitt, another Queensland build. And this Motec Pro Open class. Oh my goodness, these things are just as special. And how do you go coming out of the Skura Lotus Exige, mid-engined, turbocharged to extreme GDR, front-engine four-wheel drive? You know, power to weight, you would assume very similar, Matty Cav, but how does Slady do it? I mean, honestly, driving various platforms literally minutes apart from each other.
Well, this car has got a fair bit of experience in it, actually. I think it'd be harder for him to go to the Lotus than be in this car, because this has got a lot of familiarity with him. He's done a lot of laps around here in this car and had some great success, a couple of wins as well, but slowly back in the Skyline. It's really hard, really, I think, going session to session. If you had a session between, you'd have time to refocus, but I think it could also be an advantage. You just get out, you do what you do. He's a professional. He jumps in so many different cars, but yeah, it's going to be an interesting this one. And the thing with the Pro Open class is you can do a lot of modifications of these cars. We're talking billet blocks where we'll add put pro drivers in there, you know, like in slick compound tyres. So this one's really where we're starting to unleash them a little bit more again.
We're going to listen to Nathan Morcom here for another half lap, because the Global Aircraft Services car, it is so stiff. That car is bouncing and rocking everywhere. He's just, they can see go past Tim Slade. Morcom's still going to try and register one here by the look of it. And remember, this is the first time we've ever had a Pro Open class, so it's hard to really compare apples to apples. But we're going to have to see where that ends. It's going to be end up in the 20-something, I would imagine. Minute 29 for Newen already on a fly. Minute 29, 5:04 for Rob Newen. Nathan Morgan, let's have a look here. This car is bobbing and weaving and bouncing all over the joint. Let's have a listen. Oh, Morgan, minute 25, 191. There we go, that's the benchmark. Rob Newen's first one, minute 29, 5:04. Flying behind us now, Tim Slade. Stretch video, we're going to listen to this. All right, we're going to keep our ears peeled right now to this thing.
Look how much dirt moves around as he goes by, just to show how much aero is on these cars. But it's a purple sector number 1. He is on a flyer at the moment, Tim Slade, but trying to control that power. When he tries to get out of the corner, you can hear it. He's just having to really modulate that throttle, isn't he?
These cars are rocking and rolling everywhere. We saw Morecambe do the same thing. These cars are bumping and bouncing. There's suspension, it's topped, and here we go. Oh, minute 23, 3:75. Minute 23, 3:75. That is the time that you would assume they wanted to set last year in the Super Lap shootout, but it did not happen. But how about that? Tim Slade turns on the switch, decides, you know what, I'm a pro driver for a reason. I'm going to drive this thing. I've had laps in it, so many laps in it, so many times. It was just waiting for the number to come up, and they will be stoked already. Minute 23, 3:75.
Well, he's really set the benchmark there. Newen's actually out there on a lap as well, so it'll be interesting to see. He looks like he's still warming up. Oh, no, there we go. We're going to start seeing some times come from Rob Newen.
Oh, we just had to let that screaming RB26 just have a little bit of the lap. And J-Mac's got some more information with another BOSCH Motorsport pit report.
Down here with Dr. Sam Diazanis, the aerodynamics genius behind multi-time World Time Attack Champion winner RP968. And you've been having a look through the pits and you've seen some very telling updates on Rob Newen's dream project S15. Care to elaborate?
Yeah, they've been developing the car, and one of the things they told me that they've been chasing is trying to improve front brake temperatures. They've got a really interesting concept around their front rim to try and block some of the airflow through the region of the car and to help the brakes warm up. They're just firing up now to go back out. They've also got lots of developments on the front of the car, trying to increase front downforce. They're a bit front downforce limited. They're quite confident they can improve their front downforce. They can get a lot more grip overall on the car and really use the 1,500 horsepower that they have in the engine.
Well, of course, we saw them last year go from P4 in the Super Lap shootout to the top spot. Can they do it again 2 years in a row? Time will tell. Rob Newen just exiting the pits.
Yeah, that was one of those things, J-Mac, last year where, you know, one team had a moment to remember, the other team had a moment to forget. And sometimes that's what it takes, just that little variety of fortune. And as we said, luck, there's a 5% luck. You can engineer all you want, you can simulate all you want. You've got to put in that sheer brilliant driver skill like guys like Tim Slade, Rob Newen, Nathan Morecambe. But then it's that little bit of luck, that LUCK that comes in that sometimes you need to have. And as you just heard from Dr. Sammy, front brake temp, all of that, they've got these great little aero discs in the front wheels. And this is Billet SR20. With plenty of horsepower on board. So we've seen the RB in this field. We've seen the 4G63, and now it's, well, Rob Newen calls it God's motor, the SR20, and they do call the engine Aubergine, which is which is a form of eggplant, I do believe. Rob's quite the character. He can play the straight card, Rob, but there is a definite, I wouldn't say craftiness about him. He is just one hell of a racer. He does a nice few little crafty things off track, just in the you know, a bit of smack talk, a little bit of chit chat around the place. But then he goes out there and tries to prove on track that you know, it's all part of the spirit of the sport. All right, okay, we're going to listen to the SR on the screen here. He's going to try and put a flyer in here now. This is his first flyer, Rob Newen, after making that adjustment. And again, he's slowing right down here. You would not think he would hit turn one.
They'd have a few sensors. Oh, is the car actually turned off? Because I was going to say, they'd have a lot of sensors in the car and a lot of feedback on the dash, whether they've decided they're not ready for this lap. But that's
almost like not... Like, we can't pick up anything on the on our audio here.
There's engine sound there. Is that something... You just don't know with the gearboxes?
Drive shaft? It might have done a drive shaft or something. We'd hear something there. That, and again, the commentator's curse, I'm not going to take responsibility for that. These teams, you know, they prepared to the nth degree, and they have, but then being a mechanical device, something else has given them a little bit of grief there. Now, we did hit, whether he was trying to clutch start, I don't know what he was trying to do, but that was making a horrible noise. We can't seem to pick anything more up off the cameras in regards to that, but I did hear that horrible rattling noise, whether that's a drive shaft or something like that. So the team, well, that's not the news they want to hear.
No, they'll hopefully be turning that around. It could be anything, but really, I mean, something as simple as an intercooler pipe coming off the car. Things like that happen in this, and they'll go back and fix that. Bring short a session, though, there. And that'll be Rob Newen. They'll be wanting to try and test some of that new aero out, but it's not over yet.
No, well, here we go. He's out there again now, having another crack, and that is...
Cam McLeod.
Cam McLeod in that Toyota 86 with the V6 Nissan on board. And it's so good to see Murray Coote there. Josh, of course, MCA suspension does the day-to-day for MCA now. Murray, I don't think you ever retire fully. It's so good to see Murray down there. Again, tinkering on the cars. And let's just see what he can get out of this thing, Cam McLeod. Another professional driver that's getting that World Time Attack taste. This thing should be quick as well with all the potential it's got.
A little bit of a brains trust, isn't it, down there on the suspension setup in this. Now, I know they have a lot to do with so much suspension throughout Australia. So many customers. It gives you a lot of data for feedback across a variety of different cars and weights. But we're getting down to the really top end of things right here, isn't it, when it comes to the World Time Attack Challenge.
I don't know how many minutes are left in the session. They were for a while, but now that V6 starting to eat and doing a great job. Yeah, this thing's been sitting in the showroom of MCA for a couple of years. Had a fair bit of dust on it. It's good to see that the dust has come off and Murray Coote's back down from the property, and Josh and him decided to get Cam McLeod the other way. Okay, first fly with really not much get up. Here we go. Flying lap coming for Todd Hazel. Sorry, Cameron McLeod. Sorry, too many of our pro driver names coming into the head at once. But here we go. This is all Cam McLeod now. But that's a big drama there for the Dream Projects car. To come there on a flyer, ready to go, everything's sorted, and then it does that on the straight. So this was all Cam McLeod. This is probably the best time to be doing a lap like this. No one out on track. Oh.
Well, there's a moment, isn't there, under brakes. He might pull out of this lap potentially, or they might just try and bank one in and get some data on the rest. But that looked like a real moment under brakes.
Just looking at the attitude of some of these cars, I mean, they are so aeroed up. You wonder if it's that sort of low-speed aero load and just how well they are bottoming that suspension out at mid to low speed, especially under acceleration. Those things are bobbing and bouncing, especially the four-wheel drive cars, bobbing and bouncing coming out of the turns.
Well, again, under brakes, of course, it just gets the nose down, doesn't it? It really lets that front aero do its job and push the front of the car down. But the acceleration, the amount of power that all these cars have, where it lifts that front aero up, and you don't want it to come up too high and get too much air under the car. We'll come around to complete this lap. We will get
it'll be a good one.
It will be a good time. but we know there's room for improvement.
Oh, look, minute 33.29.
Wow.
That'll do. That'll do for now. That'll do for now. Minute 33.29. Considering that really with not too many seconds left in that session, you had to do something. You wanted to get a lap in somewhere. Didn't get to do that immediately in the session. And we have seen already in some of the previous classes, like hitting the mark second lap in or first lap in. And it just goes to prove some guys are, look, is it a fluke? Some of these guys make it look easy, but you know anything to do with an automobile is going to give you some grief somewhere along the line. Is it a suspension change you make? Is it another mechanical issue to solve? I don't know. We're going to have a million of those stories by the end of the weekend. J-Mac's got another one right now.
Well, the Extreme GTR coming in off a great lap with Tim Slade at the wheel, but not without some collateral damage. Namely, Tim Slade tweaking his neck with how aggressive the aero bouncing was coming down the straight. We'll keep an eye on that, but early form looks good. This car coming out to, I think it was a 123 in the very early sessions of the day. It can only go better from here.
Wow, how about that? So we're talking about mechanical issues, and now we've got some physical damage to Slady in the neck department. I know how he feels, Slady. I know how he feels.
Well, if I was out there in the crowd, I would have snapped my neck too watching that go by. You see how angry it was when he tried to accelerate though out there. You know, you can just really hear the car. It was looking for traction everywhere, all four wheels, and he was on and off the throttle just a little bit there to try and drive that car. So they've got that tuned right up. It's really aggressive this weekend, and well, Tim's got a fair bit of work across a couple of different teams this weekend, so hopefully that's something very minor for him.
But it does seem to happen, you know, when you're accelerating, you know, on the turn exits and you're getting the power down. That's when these things are just obviously you're getting power to all four wheels. These things are bouncing all over the joint. Oh, here we go. Now here I can hear the brap of a very stout quad rotor about to come out, and we are about to get the next group of racers out. This has got to be, I'd say, GCG Open by the look of that, with Benny Tran out in the mix. And of course the RX-7, Yuki Kamakura from Weiss Produce, that's what we can hear. But here's the MCA 86, there's Murray at the back. He's got race day flanos. They're always the blue flanos. For some reason, that seems to be Murray Coote's go-to race day uniform. Everyone else gets to wear team shirts and everything, but Murray Coote is just, he can almost sell that as a race shirt, Murray Coote, complete with the little ruler and the pens and everything in the top pocket. I tell you what, we need to take a breath before we get back and give you more time attack goodness here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Back soon.
At GCG, we stand behind the pros. That's why you won't find cheap knockoffs, no-name inputs or subpar turbos on our shelves. We only sell genuine brands that offer genuine performance and genuine reliability. We are the most respected turbo supplier in Australia. GCG, genuine brands, genuine price, genuine.
Oh yes indeed, GCG. Not only have they got this amazing category that they sponsor, but they've got so many fantastic promo packs, great display, the GCG People's Choice, of course, GCG lanyard, scan the QR code for the posters. One voter can win Ultimate Road Trip packs, valued at over $1,000. So many other GCG promotions. You should go down and check out their stand in the pit area. You can take home not only some great stuff for your car, for free by just participating, but also grab those race day bargains down there in the pits as well. They're all out there. Kamakura, Tran, Thomas, Trevina, Hoskins, Bishop, Gallianese, Powelson, Muggleton and David. Benny Tran, let's listen to the Honda. Road Trek Supercharged K-Series. All your Honda fans out there, this is for you. before too long, you would imagine as well. All on flying laps right now, and at the moment, I tell you what, Bishop's not on a bad one either. Darren Bishop in the Evo 7, but Benny Tran normally in the 40th by the end of the weekend. GCG Open. All right, flying laps coming down here right now for the first few guys. Flying on through. There we go right now. Minute 33 for Benny Tran. Minute 33. And I know that Cole Powson out there in the WRX this weekend. Subaru WRX for Cura and got it Rex, but flying laps now coming through for Thomas, minute 14, 1:49. That's Andy Thomas in the Honda Civic, there he is. Oh, Kamakura, the screaming rotary, minute 35, 8:84. Oh, Bishop, minute 20s, there we go. Darren Bishop, minute 27, 8:79. Bishop sets the mark in the Evo 7. Bishop sets the mark in no time flat. I can hear scream and stuff in the background as they fly through.
Toskins, Trevina, both going to do as well. That's a flying lap there, because from last year was 1:25. This was our fastest lap out when it came to our GCP Open class. So I reckon we'll still hide a bit. Then Tran's got a little work to do. Last year was 1:28, below 1:30s at the moment. Come through. Powson's just gone a 1:35.08. This comes through. Or got it Rex. Subaru WRX STI. Josh Muggleton now, minute 30, 1:09. Gee, we've thrown the numbers around, haven't we? And actually just been corrected. It was actually Jimmy Chan driving today, not Benny. So Jimmy Chan driving his brother. But they're twins, so I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. But it's Jimmy driving out there. So the Tran boys, Jimmy's time to have a drive. We'll wipe the Benny times from last year out then, eh? Oh. We'll start fresh.
No, Benny's definitely pointed that thing into the 20s, no doubt about that. Some big flying laps out there now. Minute 38.219 there for Thomas. Here we go. Now, with all your motor fans, let's go for a lap in this car. And that, of course, is Yuki Kamakura. Just as he has his cool-down lap.
Yeah, exactly right.
Just as he has his cool-down lap, which is a shame. The little Honda there just, again, thinking someone's on a fly. So it's good to see them looking in their mirrors, making sure that if they're cooling down, that no one else around them isn't on a flyer. Because everyone gets out and there's a crack. Kamakura, minute 34, 736. Not too bad at all. But that screaming rotary, I think, is NA too. So, I mean, he's given up a fair amount in the horsepower stakes. Cole Powson, minute 33, 8:43 now. So we've got, what, 3 of those in the minute 33s. So knocking on the door of podium, any of those ones. But you know, at the beginning of the weekend, when you can get yourself near that top 3 to top 5, we take the top 5 in the Super Lap shootout at the end of the day, thanks to Super Cheap Auto tomorrow night. That if you're in that top 5, you've got every chance. If you can put in one final one-lap screamer at the end of the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap shootout, you could jump from 5th to 3rd, even 5th to 4th's a benefit. Sometimes 3rd to 1st happens, but you can never write those scripts here, Matty Cav. We've learned that we cannot. We simply cannot write a script for this event any other year. We certainly haven't been able to, and I can't imagine this year will be any different. That screaming lap there, minute 27, 8:79 for Bishop. Darren Bishop, the GT Evolution, Evo 7 to the top. Muggleton in behind him there, and another Evo, Gas Evo as well. And Jimmy Tran, minute 33. So Evo, Integra, Day, WRX, and that's coming. Here we go. Okay, here we go.
Is that coming out of the exhaust? It looked like it. I thought it could be a little bit of bodywork on the tyre, but that did look like exhaust, and off it again early. Drew's getting some signs there on the in-car data that he can receive.
Yeah, no, that's where we're definitely screaming down the main straight, but there's something near turn 1 that we're just not liking, whether it's an oil. You don't know whether it's an oiling problem. I mean, the G-forces, you can only test, I suppose, so much in your native country, on your native tracks, like Scuba and everything like that. But then to come here at Sydney Motorsport Park, a completely different box of frogs when it comes to all the different characteristics of each corner. Just can't find every weak spot in your combination and turn that into probably one of the best time attack cars around by just what you can learn in one weekend at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Well, Bishop, who's at the top of our times at the moment, he's already back in the pits. Only 2 laps in that one.
Yeah, another one.
That's almost 3 seconds quicker than what he did 2 years ago.
Yeah,
that's a big improvement.
And you know what? You don't believe it when guys say, I think we're going to be a couple of seconds quicker this year, and you just think, hang on a sec. How can you be a couple of seconds quicker? In traditional circuit racing, you cannot think that we'll be 2 seconds quicker next year, but it's a tribute to the teams, the horsepower they're making, you know, everything in the tuning world that you can use to make these things quick. And remember, the open class means you can fairly well swing with what you want and make it stick. But the platforms that seem to still work are working a treat, being the Evos at the moment, doing very, very well, and the WRXs in this class. So look, he's still not, he's not giving up yet, Yuki Kamakura. You can hear him there. But he looks like he'll probably be coming into the pits by the look of that. Another flying lap about to occur beside him. But yeah, you can see Kamakura bringing the Wise Produce RX-7 in. Flying lap here now for, it is for Trevina. That is Ben Trevina in Refinish Motorsports Evo 8. And that quad rotor rolls past our commentary position here. And another one of these amazing sounding vehicles that makes you realise that we are not done with internal combustion yet, not at least for the next 50 to 100 years, as long as they keep sounding like that. All right, so he's still flying out there, Ben Trevina. This is probably a good time to do it, coming near the end of that session. Traffic dies off. A few guys have already gone into the pits and parked up. But it's these guys still able to fly from here. And just where he ranks from there at the moment, he's just minute 38.60. So let's see if he lights a few more sectors up here. When you're free to roam, you normally find a few more inches. All right, so Kamakura-san, they're all happy to get those laps in. So there'll be word on whether or not they need to do any other improvements, checking tyre pressures and you know what. But there'll be a little bit of data to check and see if they can come back out again a little bit later on. But that ain't too bad, considering again this ain't your home track. So any laps that you do, they're brand new. But what a great lineup already. The GCG Open class. Darren Bishop, minute 23, 3.75. Crazy, as you see, considering what he'd only run 2 years ago. Josh Muggleton, minute 25, 1.91. Benny Tran, it's Jimmy Tran, minute 30, 3.29. Dan Day, well, from then on, Carl Powson, we've seen those numbers come up with minute 33, 8.43. Dan Day, as we saw, minute 33, 7.91. And whether or not we're into that next session right now remains to be seen. But there was the other lineup. And yeah, 33, 33, 33. Tran, Day, Powson, Kamakura. And check out what we've got. Who are you going to call? So good to see. You never go, that card's never not going to be cool, no matter where it turns up. And it's so good. That's just one of those great ones that it's turned up here in the infield. J-Mac, more news from the pit area.
Jimmy Tran driving the BYP Integra. Yep. Tell me, a 133 at the early stages of this event, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, we just put on old tyres just to get the shakedown because we didn't practice yesterday. So we thought we used today as a practice and tomorrow we'll turn it up to 11.
So Benny will be jumping into the car later. How's he feeling watching you run laps?
I mean, he's not driving this event this year, unfortunately, so I'll be stepping in. I mean, I haven't driven this car for 4 years, so it's a bit of trying to get used to the era of the car and trusting it and then just pushing with it.
There's been some updates since we saw this thing out here last. Can you run us through them?
Yeah, we've just changed the rear wing to the APR 2000 from APR Performance in America. So, yeah, now we're just trying to dial it in, see how much aero we need, and then dial the wing back or forward, how we feel it. So, yeah, we'll use the next session just as a bit of a test, and then we'll push it for tomorrow.
Looking forward to it. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
There you go. So handing it over to the brother this weekend. And you know what, why not? I mean, the guys have built the BYP brand over the years here at the track. and plenty more legacies to be forwarded from now on. But tell you what, we're going to have a break and back with more here at Sydney Motorsport Park real soon. Don't go anywhere.
At GCG, we don't just sell turbos, we also service and repair them. Rebuilding a turbocharger is a complex and intricate job that requires a mixture of patience, expertise and specialist tooling. With over 100 years of combined experience, GCG technicians are undisputed experts in their field. GCG, the turbo experts.
Just when you thought you could take a breath and, I don't know, toddle off to the infield and have a bit of a look around at so many amazing things. And you know you've got to have your walking shoes on when you come to Sydney Motorsport Park, because Destination New South Wales, you can just cut loose here and see so many things that you won't see any other event of the year anywhere. And it's so good to join us here on a Friday. Matty Cav, Chris Diggles in the box with you. Of course, J-Mac out in the field with Emily Keziah as well, and Dr. Sammy with expert insights when it comes to the delicious world of aero. But so much amazing stuff to see. The Stylised D car show is on display. And you know what? It's not even a car show. It's not like we deliberately go out and go, right, everyone with a show car turn up. No, you just say, are you going to be there at World Time Attack in 2025? And they turn up because they love displaying their cars. There is something about the pride that people have. If you're into cars, Matty Cav, it's the pride. It's having something that you can show off, whether it is something that just looks good standing still, or like the stuff we're about to see in the next class, which can kind of just, as we heard Jimmy Tran say before, turn it up to 11.
And I think the great thing about the World Time Attack Challenge is you don't have to be into that time attack world if you don't want to. We've got the show and shine. You spend hours just there walking around some of those fantastic specimens of cars, and there's some really unique ones where people going out of the way. Where do you see a Ghostbusters car in Australia? Like where do you go? We got the drifting on this afternoon. I mean, there's so many vendors down there. I mean, all of our great sponsors, Mtron, Plasma Man, GCG Turbo, they're all here. So if you want to, if you're doing those upgrades to your car, where else do you go? It's like a festivity of, just coming here in a motorsports little mecca as you walk in the gate for a couple of days every year.
Well, Australia's been known for many, many years as being a car or a gearhead culture. For anyone that, sort of watching from overseas, wondering, well, how did we get to be, how did the car sort of come into our lives? Yes, through motorsport was one thing, especially the Australian Touring Car Championship in the early days when we got to see racing on free-to-air television, a variety of domestic sort of cars racing each other. Then the import cars started to come in. Basically anything that was sold on the showroom floor, we could race. Mind you, we didn't sell Corvettes on the showroom floor in this part of the world, but from the good old US of A, this car, well, I'll tell you what, it's just ignited a whole lot of gearheads over in the land of stars and stripes. And this man, you know what, we're so glad that this guy wants to put this on his schedule and be a part of it every year, because he kind of felt that he stamped his mark here last year, but it was unfinished business. We're talking about Firas Cortini out there, that Chevrolet Corvette C6. This is Plasma Man Pro Class. He figures he can get a second or two off his lap from last year. This is 2,000 horsepower of LS-powered Corvette with nitrous oxide on it this year. Let's have a listen to this thing on the warm-up here. And again, you will hear this car. We're going to give this car plenty of airtime to listen to it on the flyer, because I use the word TC, traction control. This car being rear-wheel drive, it has a lot of TC on any given lap. Like, he is pushing as hard as he can, Ferris, when he's out there. Of course, Cortumi Racing. He's even taken this to Japan and cleaned them all up at Scuba this coming 12 months. So this thing, and you can see where the turbochargers are located, sort of in behind the front wheels. But again, just when you think the ultimate platform might be a GDR, might be an Evo, might be a WRX. Corvettes you wouldn't think would be amazing time attack cars, but Ferris has kind of come here and proven that these things are to be respected. All right, folks, strap yourself in. Plastic Man Pro-Am class is going to do a fly here, I'd say. Flying out there now is Drew Hall as well. The Freud at R34. There it is. How tough is that thing? All right.
It's not going to lack any horsepower, is it, when you say core elements? Like,
no.
obviously well known in the drag world and then tough street world. I mean, it's going to have plenty of horsepower on board. Bit of air on the front of that too. I'm really interested in how Ferris goes around here though. About halfway around his lap at the moment.
We've got some hot rods out on track right now. Here we go. You hear that traction control kicking in. Struggles for traction. Now you have a listen out of here for traction control here for Ferris.
It's busy. Very busy. The computer doing its job.
Whoa, Drew Hall, Drew Hall. Well, boy, oh boy. We don't know where that happened, but oh, there we go. Before the hairpin. All right, here we go. Ferris. First flying lap. We've got Kazakonski out there as well. Alan Kazakonski in the WRX. But here we go. First fly, minute 25.
Wow.
7:96 there for Ferris.
3/10 off last year already.
Yeah, minute 25. That's not bad for his first settler. He knows he can work up to it. He'll know, being the consummate professional that he is. Here's the action replay. Oh, he was coming down into the hairpin and just got too much exit there. And oh my goodness, it was all over the joint. Lucky enough he didn't give that front splinter in anywhere.
It's a big shovel on the front, and especially when you get rough out there on the outer edges, you've got to be very careful. So much goes into those aerodynamics. They're one-off pieces. You might carry one or two, one spare maybe. You're lucky. You get another time up there. Zakowski goes through, and that's a 128.3. I know who's spun around.
Well, that might be Brandis, is it? Might be Brandis. No, 14. That's Nick Geyer. Nick Geyer. Oh boy, not for Nick. We had a lot nice lead-up story about this car. And yeah, that's unfortunate. Ferris still out there. A few guys on cooling off laps there. But yeah, Ferris, whether or not he's trying to do another one here or not. I mean, if you're on the slick, you can. No, he's not under. Well, you wouldn't think so.
If you're looking, he's 3/10 off what he did last year already. Can he go a little bit quicker?
All right, Ferris. That Alfa Romeo's out there now for Moody. Ferris is trying to fly.
Oh, yeah.
25.380, 25.380.
That's his fastest time around Sydney.
He's going to have another crack here, Ferris. I don't think that's slowed him up too much. That is Brad Moody in the Alfa Romeo 4C. I think the first time we've had an Alfa Romeo 4C here. And I think Ferris is just on the light throttle there now.
I wouldn't mind having to go some light throttle in it.
I don't know.
Pretty quick.
When it sounds on the traction control there.
Surely he'd get some feedback from the team right now. They'll be radioing into him, knowing that he's now on his fastest lap. That might just really give him the confidence to push his car a little bit more in this first session they've got here on the Friday morning.
A couple of scary skylines in this session, giving us all sorts of palpitations out there, whether it's Drew Hall or Nick Geyer. But no, Ferris is still trying to put a percentage in here by the look of it. Here we go, TC.
He's only out very wide there, yeah.
When he goes in that tight there, you know that, yeah, he is off the line and he has had enough.
Not surprised there. I think, you probably got optimal brake temperatures and things like that. They want to pull that car and have a quick look at it. They'll be happy. They've already started the weekend off with a personal best, so they can turn that car around and have a look at it. As you see, Harry James at the moment out of the Toyota 86.
Well, it says VTEC 86, so I'm just imagining maybe it's had a swap or so.
I've seen an 86 with a K24. Reasonably cheap still to get the K motors in Australia. Yeah, you're still under $1,000. You can still make 800-900 horsepower out of them. I mean, it's a great little engine swap, especially when you talk about size comparative.
Yeah, no, they're a beautiful engine. They are a gift to the tuning world for probably the next 15 to 20 years. I just don't know what manufacturers are going to come up with in the next 15 to 20 years as far as internal combustion engines that can be hot-rodded. They seem to be less and less able to be opened and modified, and we've got to hold on to these engine platforms. But it's so good to see him in there, Harry James. Probably knows that in the company of Ferris and a few other guys in there that he might be a little bit out-muscled, but it's still good to be good to be a part of it. Class of 2025 Pro-Am comes in all shapes and sizes, and there is a streaming Porsche I can hear out in the background there from Sean Day as well. But it's good to see that 86 making all the right noises and looking the part as well.
That's a little bit of limiter there for a second, doesn't he? 139.72.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, 140. Time to stop. It's done a 139.7, so just dropped off by half a second on that last lap.
Yep, 39.72, minute 42.96. Flying line lap coming down now for the Porsche. We'll see him. There he is right now. For all you Porsche fans, let's have a listen to the old famous flat six. GT3 RSR, S&J Automotive. Getting a few good flying laps in there. His best has been a 42.981. So essentially you can have upwards of a pro-style car in this class driven by amateurs. Mind you, GT3 RSRs ain't exactly your entry-level car. They are an absolute thoroughbred out of the factory.
Well, they come out of race prep cars.
Yeah, they are.
That's why there are so many series that use them as well. The GT3 cars quite popular amongst so many styles of drivers as well, whether they're young or someone who's already gone through, I suppose, the mainstream motorsport in Australia. They still like to jump into these Porsches. Not a bad way if you got one sitting in the shed though to start coming to time attack challenge.
Oh, absolutely. Runs it on through there, and yeah, minute 42.981 there before the Porsche rolling into the pits, I think, from no, here he is. Here's the flyer now. Lost him off camera. Here we go. Flyer 41.891. That's the best there for him so far in that car.
Have we seen Moody come back out? No, still no. Pits after that off-track excursion.
No, the little 4C. We haven't seen Drew Hall back either after that massive moment. And then we saw Nicholas Geyer loop the R33. So we've had a few dramas early on in the Plasma Man Pro-Am class this morning. It's their first hit of the day out here on track. It just goes to show you the depth we've got, Matty Cab. Just incredible.
You really hope for Hall that they haven't done any aero damage to that car, because it looked like a little bit of airborne there through the bumps. So we'll wait and get some updates for you down there in the pits for that one. It's only session number 1 across all of our categories here this morning. It's the Friday of the 2025 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. And look, it's already getting exciting. We've seen some times dropping across some of our categories already. It's been great to have some of our internationals come back and set some PBs already in this session number 1. I can only imagine what this afternoon and tomorrow is going to evolve into as they get a little bit more data. I don't like to say the simulators where they're going to be getting most of their times at the moment, just getting used to the track, but same medium yesterday was a bit of a test day, but we've got no timers out there, so they're using GPS and things like that.
The old-fashioned stopwatch.
Old-fashioned stopwatch, just to try and, see how long it takes to get brakes up to temperature, see how the cars feel, make those minor adjustments. But today with the timing, the sector times, I'll really be able to dissect that down to some really finite data and see those small adjustments hopefully over the next couple of days. And that Super Shootout tomorrow afternoon is going to be really interesting.
You know what, I'm just drawing a comparison here. Harry James is out there now in the little 86, VTEC 86, you would assume, a Honda powered. And here is, a bona fide, purebred stallion out there right now being Sean Day in that GT3 RSR. Well, the lap times don't lie. The little 86 is actually nearly a second quicker than the Porsche. So that just goes to prove that, you know, this, while it's not an absolute animal, because now we know what animals look like. We've got them in the pits in a variety of categories. But this is another sort of animal that's at the beginning, you would say, of its evolution. And it's not a bad combo that's punching above its weight, considering that there's a genuine GT3 RSR in the same class. So, yes, not punting for outright bragging rights here, but it's still not a bad effort. Not a bad effort at all in comparison to lap times that we're seeing from the GT3 out there.
We've got a number of the 86s or, you know, the BRZs. It's pretty hard to tell them apart when you just see body shape on the outside. You're really looking for that emblem or something to give away. But we're going to cross most of our categories here this weekend as well.
Yeah, so 41.121 for the Porsche. And here's another one for James. He's up in the sector. He's getting quicker every lap. And he goes through again. How about that? 39.183. 39.183. Yes, daylight between Kazakovsky and James, but still, top 5 goes into the Super Lap shootout. J-Mac's got some more information down in the pit area.
Ferris coming out with a 125.38, a little bit quicker than last year, but you have your eyes on a bigger prize, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I want the Pro-Am record, which is a little bit more to go, but I mean, it's there. Data shows it's there. It's just, you know, the track has to be there, my car has to be there, and I've been fighting like this front end, mid-corner push, so just trying to work through that.
The early stage of the day have been renowned as some of the best. Obviously, the later you leave it, if you haven't got a banker lap, potentially you might run into issues. It's fairly free and easy out there on the track at the moment, but how are you thinking you're going to play the rest of the event? Are we looking to try and get an early time and then bring it home for the shootout, or are we looking to go something quick early tomorrow?
So like shootout has historically for me been like the fastest times of the day, but you know, I want to really use every session I can just to learn Sydney. It's really hard to come here and not have the laps, so you saw me do 3 laps. If this car could do 10 laps, I would be doing 10 laps. So it's just mainly just trying to refamiliarize myself with the track, dial in the front end a little bit more, and yeah, just try to get some laps in.
We saw you have an amazing run over at Tsukuba. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Oh man, I love Scuba. Yeah, Scuba's amazing. It's so crazy because you have to set up the car completely different, especially coming from here. So you have your high downforce, you know, big loads and long straights, and it's all tight U-turn corners. And really, I feel like the downforce isn't like too much at play there because there's only like a couple corners that really utilize it. But mainly, it's just getting the car happy to rotate and turn around that track. But man, what a legendary track! I was stoked to be there. I went there 3 times, and to walk away at the moment as number 3, and now Bando is taking that away from me. So it just gives me like a fire to go back and try to get, you know, up the ranks a little bit more.
Who knows, maybe after World Time Attack, a visit back there is in order, but we are definitely keeping our eyes on the prize here. 24's on the cards for Ferris and the Corvette.
Yeah, well, he's just got to do a 24.629 something. That's what he's got to aim for. Minute 24.630 is the record. Of course, Costa had that with the Tilton Evo, the iconic Tilton Evo from a few years ago. But at the moment, Ferris Toomey, minute 25.380, and as we've heard him say, Matty Cav looking to dial in that front end a little bit more, get a little bit more front end grip, and he has not ruled out doing that even at the end at the Super Lap shootout.
Well, you spoke about him coming back this year and adding a bit of nitrous to the car as well, so there's going to be a few other improvements, I'm sure, in the back of the car too, where they've set up some suspension things. So we'll wait and see how that unfolds as the day goes out. We're going to take a short break here though at the World Time Attack Challenge, and of course we've got some of our hypercars coming up very shortly.
For over 120 years, BOSCH Motorsport has fueled racing legends. Some things never change. Every detail, at every moment, optimized. When quality and performance is demanded, choose BOSCH Motorsport fuel pumps.
Super Cheap Auto has been making it super since the 70s. Whether it's a quick trip to the shops, driving to work, driving home from work, circling for a car park, or you're just out chasing bad guys. Whoever you are, whatever you drive, make it super. Super Cheap Auto.
Oh, yes, indeed. It's time to go hyper. Another brand new class here at Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. It's the Hypercar class, and we've got 3 of the finest bred thoroughbreds in the world, driven by some drivers that know their way around the place. Tim Slade, Fraser Ross and James Golding going to be out there. But right now, I think what we've got there is Tim Slade in the Pagani Huayra R. We've got Fraser Ross in the Ferrari FXX and James Golding in the Brabham BD62. But we don't need to do much talking at the moment, Matty Cav. Let's have a listen to this thing especially. Oh, absolute crackers, are they not, Matty Cav? The Brabham out there.
Automotive excellence as
Yes,
well. I think across these cars they get. Where in the world do you get to listen to these things? What a crazy idea it was from the man himself, Ian Baker, to go, you know what, let's put some hypercars to the World Time Attack. What haven't we done? Like, we need something out of the box, something that, you know, just to extend what he already puts on here at Sydney Motorsport Park. And I tell you what, pretty impressive to listen to him yesterday, and loving the sound as they go past the back of the commentary box.
Oh, here we go. Of course, a few years ago, we, of course, had Sachia's son come out to Australia and drive a new Pagani Huayra when they were brand spanking new, and he put one through its paces. But these were the private collections of the Van Diemen family, and so good to see. And here,
6 litres of V12.
So already, Golding, minute 28.855. Slade on a fly here now. Let's see what he can do. Stevenson out there as well. Stevenson in the other one. Golding 26.645. So Golding minute 26.645, and a little bit more from Slade shortly, you would imagine. So Golding in the Brabham's actually getting some quick times there. You can see Slade trying to get some more heat in these tyres.
Oh, surely they've got some banter going on in the pits about this. No, there'll be a couple of questions going on, I say, tonight. I'm sure there's going to be some fun games going down between some of these drivers in this hypercar class. The 130 still for Slade, and he's still warming those tyres up.
Yep, and we haven't seen any runs from Fraser Ross indicative yet, the Ferrari back in. But tell you what, the little Brabham, and what I mean little, it's the smallest of the lot as far as the V8's concerned. 5.4 naturally aspirated V8, only 700 horsepower. It does have some power to weight though. It's a relatively light car. Mind you, the Huayra is 1,060 kilos and 838 horsepower.
Yeah, well, we look at the Brabham, that's just at 972 kilograms. Just only about 700 horsepower. But nearly 1,200 kilos of downforce in the aero, just in the body shape of this car. And we're not talking the aero we're seeing on our time attack cars, are we? We're talking, you know, road-style aero.
25-2-1-3, and Slade's on a scream. Let's have a listen. And I mean screamer, it's a literal screamer here. 25-2-1-3 for Golding, though. That Brabham, hold them all up at the moment, showing them all up. Oh. Slady. Minute 27, 5:02. There's a bit more of that potential. Oh, Golding though, 25-2-1-3.
I wonder how his neck's going driving.
Yeah, how's your neck, lady? All right, here we go. This would be Ross, I'd say, Fraser Ross. Ross, minute 37, 5:96. Stevenson, all right, now on a fly for the Ferrari. Check this thing out. Yeah, we never put the timers on these cars until this concept was hatched. Golding goes 25-2-8-1 as a backup on the 25-2-1-3. Tell you what, what would it be like at the end of the weekend to know that we've had the first ever sort of hypercar time attack, and the Aussie BT62 Brabham is carving up some of the more elaborate European cars, the Italian cars.
It's a bit of a flex, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit of a flex.
When you come out to Australia, we go, yeah, we'll bring out one of our own. We'll just see how good you really are. Oh, 26.9.
Here we go. Here we go.
Wow.
Slady 26.9 is coming up on the Brabham.
All 9,000 RPM too when it went down the main straight.
Oh, that's the price of admission right there, folks. You know, yesterday during practice here, a lady 2 suburbs over rang up and complained to the council. I don't like that car. Whatever that car noise is, I don't like it. It was this thing.
We can't give her address away. She might be met with some really angry people.
First name's Karen. Just have a listen to these sights and sounds here, folks. Screaming Fraser Ross. There we go. Minute 35, 7:08. He's trying here, Timmy. He's in the groove. He's in the groove. Oh, look at this. What a great side here. Ferrari versus Brabham. Stevenson, minute 42, 067, 074 for him. Golding, minute 28, a little bit off the 25-2-1-3, but watch out, Slady is coming. If he's got free track and everything feels good, there might be another second and a bit here.
I think you're going to get Golding out of this car at the moment. He might sleep in this car tonight if it keeps doing this.
All right, Slady now, minute 26, 672. He's getting closer. 26, 672 for Slady. Screaming through. That's the Aussie put together 5.4 litre Ford V8, Ford-based V8. They do a good job, good DNA in those Coyote-based engines. And just the sounds everywhere around the venue right now. It's just hypercar, millions of dollars in one go. Millions of dollars in one lap right now.
It's an orchestra of RPM, isn't it?
Orchestra of RPM, very beautiful. An orchestra of RPM. I love it. There we go. Fraser Ross, minute 34.847. Starting to really flex the muscles. 26.058. He's been really consistent in that car, Golding. Just proving that the thing can do the laps.
What do you do when you get the phone call of your Golding or Slade to say, we're bringing some hypercars and we'd like you to pilot them?
Yeah, well,
imagine the feeling that must give you as a driver to be trusted with cars of this nature and value.
All right, Slady's up again here. Let's have a look. 26.672, 26.578. Oh. Tell you what, our owner of these cars just must be absolutely chuffed to see them getting the neck wrung out of them. Absolutely. How good is this?
Golding just caught up and it's caught there at the moment. Look, they're going to make plenty of room out there, right? This isn't a race. They're out there doing some lap times at the moment. There is no point getting caught up in any sort of overtaking manoeuvre, especially with the expense of these cars that are out there at the moment. Golding, he'll know Slade's coming. Surely they're talking to him on the radio. Just so glued, I think, when you see him come out of the corners. We don't see him slide like we see some of the other cars when they go to the outside of the ripple strip and hit those orbits of dirt. They're really glued to the ground. Ross goes to 137.23, Golding to 127, but that's through traffic.
Yeah, here we go. So the FXX here and the Wira.
Slade's got a green sector 1 on this one. And maybe he might improve on that 126.57.
Yeah, Slade 26.673. So just about had the neck fairly wrung out of it there, but boy, I know he was pushing hard. Golding just, Golding coughed out that 25.213 on lap 3 in the BD62. But you got to admit, folks, it's pretty darn cool to see this much elite thoroughbred running around the track in anger at once. It's not a parade lap, as you can see. It's pro drivers absolutely taking these cars pretty much to the limit.
And it's not a one-off.
No.
They're out for a session number 1. Yeah. If you were anywhere in Sydney, how can you ignore this? Yeah. You know, you've got to get to the track. If there is any bit of automotive interest in your blood,
yes,
get here this weekend.
Yep, if you've got a pulse and you love wheels and tyres and automobiles or whatever, anything mechanical, this is the stuff that dreams are made of. And that has just been an amazing introduction. Our first session ever of a hypercar class, and what that entailed was just truly amazing. Just some of the most expensive cars that you can find anywhere in the world. And I was even talking to Mr. Van Diemen yesterday about this car that he was offered an exorbitant amount of money to buy it. He goes, no, I think I'll hold on to it, thanks. And there is talk, he's telling me that I think there's three other cars coming out of a build at the moment around the BD62 style, I think. That's going to be a proudly Australian hypercar stuff. So I'm sure by the end of the weekend we might have a little bit more news in regards to that once we chase that story down. But you've got to go down to the very last pit garage here on the pit building to see all the thoroughbreds in there. And of course, that's the very first place you'll see them when we do the big pit walk tomorrow. That's where you'll get to see the hypercars even more up close than what you may have seen them before. But that is some crazy stuff that we've seen there. Brand new competition class, and what a hypercar time attack class it has been, and a unique opportunity that we've already taken and seen here on a Friday morning, Matty Cav. Crazy stuff to see. We didn't think, well, we didn't know, we didn't anticipate. We just thought, well, let's just let the Van Diemen family automobiles come out in the hypercar class. James Golding, the Aussie Brabham, 25.213. Tim Slade, that Pagani Huara. Well, now we know, 26.578. Fraser Ross and Scott Stevenson. More in a moment from Sydney Motorsport Park. More time attack sessions to come.
We know it's more than just a project car. It's a passion. Some may say an obsession. Every detail, every part. Hours spent on late nights that turn into early mornings. We're here for the online shopping sprees and the last-minute parts runs. Every problem and every solution comes one step closer to the big event. Or just the next drive. Super projects start here. Make it super at Super Cheap Auto.
Yokohama.
Oh yeah, back here for the second session of the Yokohama Advent Neova Tuner class. As we said, it's race tyres you can use on the street and vice versa. Session number 2 for these guys, Matty Cav. Such another one of our brand new categories here at Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. And the diversity, well, you can't get enough of it. It's various platforms already showing us amazing potential. A Yaris GR on the top of the pops, closely followed by a BMW M2, and then a GR Supra in 3. But the Hyundai out there, the R34, it's coming in all shapes and sizes this session.
You'll wait and see how this unfolds. A little bit warmer here at the moment, just under 20 degrees out there. The sun's been out of track, but a lot more cars getting around, which means a little bit more rubber will go down on the track. We had a 1:35.485 in our opening session there. Was our fastest lap out there in this new category there, all thanks to Yokohama Advan Neova, the tuner class. And look, you know, session number 1 really is just to get out there. So they were the first cars out on track too. So the coolest part of the day, coolest part of the track as well.
I do think that there's a trade-off between, you know, the first session, yes, conditions are perfect, more power, probably a little bit more grip. But sometimes I think these drivers, especially if they didn't practice yesterday, you've got to get yourself acclimatised, you've got to get yourself for your brake points. You know, does the car quicker here, slower here? Is there something this year that I missed from last year? And sometimes, just as you think you might have found your groove, session's over. So I hope that the trade-off is for some of these competitors that, yes, now that you're a little bit more dialed into the track, the conditions won't really matter this time. You are going to be just generally quicker. And especially in these cars, they should be less prone to the conditions, you'd say, than maybe some of more high horsepower cars. But the Neova, they definitely dish out a very, very good bang for buck tyre for guys that want to do, you know, pursue a little bit of motorsport, as well as, you know, keep your street car as well.
Well, Wang's already come out and run a 1:45.23, so fastest lap of the 2 sessions for him. Muggleton as well.
Yep, there we go. Well, straight away.
So, yeah, they're already going faster. Josh Muggleton in the Toyota Yaris V-Sport by Confriction entry.
Yep, this is
now
Feng Wang.
Was the one that we didn't see come out last time, did we? He had a couple of dramas.
No, that's right. Muggleton wasn't there, the GR Yaris, but he is there now. But yeah, Xiao Feng Wang, the Max Euro Supra. He's out there trying to get a few good laps in. And yeah, Rankin, first lap for him as a flyer. That's Stuart Rankin, the Supra. He's lighting up some greens there as well. So, as we said, the conditions, it looks like getting a little bit overcast there just by the sun just coming off the track there. That can help as well for a lot of our other categories. If we do get a little bit of that overcast conditions, the midday or, you know, middle of the day, higher sun sessions won't be as badly affected if we get a little bit of overcast conditions. But sometimes these numbers don't budge in any of these sessions until later on in the day. But you do see a lot of shuffling mid-pack. And a whole bunch of 40s there. What have we got? 41, 41, 41, 42. So 4 41s there between 3rd and 6th. And some issues. Got the hazards on there for one of our Evos just near the pit entry area. But Xiao Feng Wang up a whole bunch. Minute 44.255. And by the sound of it, that's the cool-off lap. But yeah, that's the one that you got to make count. And as we said before, and again, this is coming from a guy that hasn't done any laps around here other than on the simulator, but it just must be so exhilarating when you get your chance outing session that you do have a lap that works and you're able to just sort of cool down, watch the rest of your opponents. Well, again, they're barely opponents, they're just co-competitors. Get out there and get that one perfect lap pursuit as well. I think that's all everyone wants, is just to be able to get some really good laps indicative of the effort that you put in. And you know what, if you're surprised somewhere in the middle of that, well, it just keeps the passion burning.
Andre Rivera now in the Subaru WRX. the up-spec performance car, late model WRX as well.
Starting to see a few of those start to leak in there, and as we said, things like I-30s and other vehicles like that, they just lend themselves so well to the tuner class.
142.09. So if you go back one of our Toyota Yaris's now, the GR Yaris so fast out there. It just depends how reliable they can keep the horsepower in. Like we said earlier, they can make well in excess of 700 horsepower with a 3-cylinder.
Yeah. That's Chris Hunter out there, Diversion Garage. Three banger license plate.
Yeah. All-wheel drive, you know, keeping gearboxes in them is the thing. That's what you got to do.
Well, you know, back in the day, you know, in the land of V8s is what Australia has been known for. Oh, look at that back, the GR in around the corner there. To know that 3 bangers can just about beat up any V8 that's out there. And again, hats off to Toyota for building such an amazing car in modern times, and goes to show that that manufacturer's not quite done with the theory that, you know, if you don't race them, you can't sell them. So yeah, just
143. Not his fastest, but they're the Diversion Garage entry.
And it's just the wrong place to be cooling down. Lap one's one place you don't want to be holding anyone up. You cannot cool down unless you're genuinely stricken. It's just not a place to be cooling down on turn 1 in case someone's flying around that corner, because it is blind. For a fair amount of it, it is blind. So if you're cooling down, you better make sure you're way on the inside coming around there.
The Hero doesn't go any fast that time. Won't be that 142 either. So sounds almost like he might be cooling down. Oh no, there you go.
That's why he was he was legit stricken there. We did see him step out a little bit, Andre, on a previous corner. And as you just maybe you've put the kiss of death on him there, Matty Cab. I'm not going to give you the credit, commentator's curse, but you did say gearboxes are something that you've got to keep in these things.
Just noticed it before with the Yaris and some other series there. But they put their head around a lot of things nowadays. They're just so quick. Probably not an advantage like when you see a standstill start. The Yaris is phenomenal. Time Attack Challenge. I think what I like about the Time Attack Challenge too is it's not just about your fellow competitors out there. And, you know, some are going for an outright time. Sometimes it's just about coming back every year and trying to beat your own time.
That's all it is.
The modifications you made, like we said before, the Bunnings modifications, you know, that you've done in classes like the tuner class. The little bits you've added, you know, coming to the lap sprints throughout the year, getting some driver training and just seeing yourself get a little bit better. And you know, there's some people out there just going for like naturally aspirated records because they've got an naturally aspirated car.
Yeah, and what I love more about these categories especially is that, you know, they are street. I mean, Club Sprint started as that too, you know, street registered cars, but tuner's kind of where they all are now because the Club Sprint cars, very rarely any of those are going to be street registered anymore. But don't you love? It's not just the diversity of vehicles that we've got here in this tuner class, but I'm loving all the license plates on these cars. So they're in the alignment business, obviously. So license plate align. Talk about a factory vehicle. Now, we did see the Supra go through before. Damien Lococo, Lockman's advisors, tax break was the license plate.
I saw that as well.
And then, of course, the Hocus Pocus Focus with fat PHAAT. Well, for all those people watching overseas, yeah, we love a good expression in our license plates.
Yeah, Sean Atherton had the BRZ on there for us because otherwise we thought it was an 86. So, you know, it gives it away.
Sometimes the plates are the thing that helps you identify the car. So, look, the Skyline's out there. I think that might be Thomas Davison out there. I just saw a Skyline. It is Thomas Davison. All right, the 34. Here he is. Now, Muggleton, we got him watching on a fly here for the moment. Okay, this GR Yaris. He's on a fly here now, Muggleton. He might just shuffle himself up from that 41.725 in 5th. You'd want to get yourself a little bit of a buffer because, you know, you may not end up in that super lap shootout at the end of the day. Let's have a look now. Oh, yeah, wow. 40.924 straight up to number 3. I mean, it's daylight. Kazmiri, Cox, and then literally nearly 4 seconds to Muggleton.
And have we seen Cox do a lap?
Not this time.
No, I haven't seen him go out there either. Well, let's head down to our BOSCH Motorsports pit report with Emily.
Thanks, guys. You were talking about the Toyota Yaris's out on track, but there is one currently missing from the tuner class. And Adam, you've decided not to head out for this this session. You guys only have 6 tyres, so there's a bit of strategy there, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. I think I wouldn't be able to go faster, that's for sure. So trying to save my tyres for later in the day when it's a bit cooler.
Nice. Now, the great thing about this tuner class is that it's all about production cars, right? Tell me what you have currently done to this car, because this car for 2023 and 2022 was actually entered in Club Sprint.
Yeah, that's right. So this new class really allows newer cars to compete against the older Japanese faster cars. So there's the Yaris's, quite a few in our class. There's BMWs, Subarus, later model Japanese cars as well. Yeah, we went back to try and be a bit more competitive. The main difference is the transmission. You can't have a sequential gearbox. If it's automatic, yes, paddle shift is fine. So we've got a H-pattern gearbox. The aero's just a little bit smaller. Different tyre to Advan 8009, so a little bit slower than the Club Sprint tyre, definitely. And also the braking system, you can't have an aftermarket ABS unit. So we have a factory ABS unit. So.
And tell me about the engine. What's the output? What is the engine?
Oh, those engines are incredible. Charles from Lambspeed and his tuner, Phil, and the engine builder, Abe, do a great job. Like, that's 600 plus horsepower from a 3-cylinder, so it's incredible to drive.
That is insane. 3 cylinders and that much power. What are you getting down the front straight?
Close to 260, I think I saw. Yeah, definitely. So it moves.
That is incredible. We'll hope to see you out there for the next session, or maybe tomorrow as well. Back to you guys in comms.
Yeah, thanks, Emily. And some great info there. She's really extracting it out of the guys. And what about that 260? 260 down the straight in the Advan Neova tuner class. Adam Kazmiri, 35.485, just sitting pretty for now. Jordan Cox the same. It's where all the shuffle's going to be from there. Josh Muggleton, Damien Lococo, Terence Lamb, Sean Atherton, all in those 40s and 41s. Andre Rivera not too far from that either. Chris Hunter, Zhao Feng Wang, getting into 9th there, and down to Stuart Rankin getting some laps in the Supra. Didn't see Eleanor in that one either, and maybe that's the thing, Matty Cav, the amount of tyres that you have. It's about saving and mixing and matching it, and trying to get yourself through the rest of the race weekend. So much action happening here on a Friday. More action after the break here from Sydney Motorsport Park.
Yokohama.
Everything looks better, Slams, yeah? The lower the better.
Mate, I let the car do the talking. Driving a Euro car is all about the thrill, not the cost.
There's no replacement for displacement, eh?
I think the only factory thing left is the chassis.
When that carby opens up, it sounds like you're going to suck birds in from the sky.
Some talk shit. We know ours. Enthusiast. Anything but ordinary.
The late nights, the tears, the sweat, and the new swear words learned are all worth it when you finally get your project car out on the open road. The sound of the tyres kissing the road, gear changes sending a ripple through your chest, and the world fading away. It was never just a project. Make it super at Super Cheap Auto.
Yes, indeed. Oh my goodness, we have just got an absolute pumping aftermarket industry in this country, and no matter where you look, we can proudly say that here in Australia it continues to thrive no matter what category. Haltech Club Sprint back for its second session, and Matty Cav, like we said before, this session, and at the moment, a little bit overcast. It's going to help these guys, I think, especially if you're in that groove in that first session, but then ran out of time. Now's the time to pick up that unfinished business and have another crack.
Yeah, not too bad when the sun starts to just go off just a little bit out there, and we'll see how the times turn out. In the meantime, let's head down for a BOSCH Motorsports pit update, down with Emily.
Hi guys, I've got a little bit of news from BOSCH Motorsports pit lane here. So the club sprint has just gone out. Now, unfortunately, you won't see Trent Grugel and his car. They have done an engine in the first session, so they're out for today. Hopefully, they will be back tomorrow. They're heading over to their workshop in Ingleburn, about probably about 30 to 40 minutes away. They'll swap the engine and then be back here for tomorrow's sessions.
Oh, that, to me, that has, and again, it has a bit of deja vu about it to me, Matty Cav, because I'm sure I heard a very similar story about that last year. It's not the first time we've heard a story like that, where, you know, if you've got an engine issue, look, probably the best time, if you're ever going to have an engine issue, probably the best time to have it's yesterday or first session today, because it gives you that opportunity. Especially if you banked one, like, talk about pressure. Like, if Trent Grubel hadn't banked one this morning, and look, he went under what he cleaned up last year and set the record with last year, 32.234 last year, 32.032 this year. We thought, well, that's enough. And then Mikowski, literally within half a lap of that, went 31.580. At least, you know, you're pretty much a shoe-in for the Super Lap shootout at this stage for tomorrow night. But, geez, to have that engine issue, now they're going to go and do the swap and come back, try and get one in tomorrow. That's just, again, another little thing in the script that we have to write in, because you can't plan, plot, or even forecast this stuff.
Well, that'll look like fuel. That might just be downshifting there. That's all right. Yep. Club sprint, now we've got a couple of sessions coming out in the club sprint too, so if you haven't seen all the cars, although we've got that one issue there with Grubel, you might see them come out in our next session as well. So we've got so many club sprint cars, over 20 of them, nearly 30 cars here in club sprint. Like you said, it's a category that just keeps growing at World Time Attack. Hence, we've got the tuner class now. Some of those cars that want to duck down into that with a slightly different tyre, and then we've still kept the club sprint where we're seeing the automotive ingenuity just start to step up just a little bit there as they get around. There's the number 59 on our screen. That's Team Takumi, Don Nguyen in the 350Z.
Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, Team Takumi. You don't see too many of the 350Z platforms here, and it's a shame. They are a beautiful car. They are well balanced. And again, hats off to Nissan for producing such an ongoing, producing, still trying to attempt a GT style car. And it's good to see that enthusiasts are still using them. Much like we're seeing the rest of them all coming around for their first flying laps now in this group. But yeah, no matter what you want to choose to use, you can take it a fair way down the road in club sprint. And back in the day, as I used to say, yeah, you would see less aero, license plates on the cars, but you don't see too many of them now with the license plates on them. They've evolved into the animals that they are, and club sprints no game anymore. Thank goodness the tuner class has come along, I suppose, as the entry level, because yeah, club sprints a little harder to, well, if you want to win. As we said, a lot of these guys come every year to just try and better what they did the year before and be ongoing classmates of this amazing School of World Time Attack, where every year, if you don't go away learning something, well, you know, can you crown yourself a master? Probably not. This place does not hide your mistakes at all.
There we go. Times are starting to come in now as we get some flying laps underway. Fisher went fast by 1:41.37, fastest time so far. Nguyen as well, a 1:42.2. Jeff got just outside of his personal best from session number 1. So, oh, there's another time. Wheeler now goes under his time from session number 1 with a 1:44.52. So we're starting to see the times drop just a fraction, like we did see in the tuner class as well. So it just seems to be maybe, like you say, with the drivers, just got a little bit more input there this morning. It's a bit of a warm-up session, a bit of memory muscle, really, just get around the track as well.
Muggleton, 34.109. So there we go, 34.109. Miji Kang out there right now. No, she's up again here, Miji. So maybe a new set of tyres on board, but Miji Kang doing not too bad at all. For Shockworks. Let's have a look here for Miji. Flies it through, yes. Well, 54.353, that last sector just let her down a little bit. She's been minute 53.565. But good to see Miji out here. A second year for her to come here from South Korea. And she's got quite the Insta profile. Does a bit of drifting as well. But so good to see more and more females in the categories. There you go. There's one with license plates on it. That was one that we saw there. That was the latest. But some great machinery out there right now, including that one, James Blum, the XES. Wayne Fisher out there just in the background in his Evo 10, going to get a flying lap in now. Indawara GT, oh, that's no good. Stranded. One of the Got It Rex cars is stranded, not good. Have to go and fetch him, I would imagine. But good to see some guys getting some flying laps in right now.
Yeah, hopefully that's not an area too bad either.
That is Indawara. I think that was Indawara stranded there. Fine there for Blum, minute 44.273. Wong now, minute 53.229 in behind him. So Wong getting a good one in for him. Jonathan Wong, best for him today.
He's dropped some time too in this session. Well and truly, I'd say over 5 seconds. So session number 1 not quite going to plan that, but that could be betting in brakes, like we've spoken to a couple of them already down the pits. Just getting the cars set up in session number 1 to really attack it as the day goes on. And attack it they are. Oh no, out of the car. It's not what we like to see.
I don't know what's happening in Duara, but it is absolutely stone stranded and not a good place to have it happen. Miji goes, there we go, she's improved. Miji, minute 52.833. Miji Kang has improved. Here's a nice little beast here. Geez, S13s. They're almost becoming a rare thing, the S13s. Matty Cav, of course, never came to this country naturally. They were import cars, grey imports. And geez, didn't the drifters take in onto them straight away?
Good luck getting one now.
I know, good luck getting an S13 for any price now. That's Johnny Boston in the Shockworks Sylvia. And in behind him here now, just at a slower pace, Wayne Fisher, not good. All right, Darren Maurice. In the Evo 10 is what we're seeing on the fly, but that's the 86 out there right now. But yeah, no, Indawara, no good. Well, actually, what's that? That's the Wang Muggleton car. And yeah, Muggleton did get 34.109 there. All right, so a bit of feedback coming through there that maybe he's got the most out of those tyres for now. Now, Nathan Wheeler's out there in front and behind there, that is Darren Maurice. So the Evo 10 and the R32. Now, Wheeler's just got to get some clean traffic here because the R32's got all the right noises, all the right DNA to be quick. He's going to get done by an Evo 10 here if he's not careful. Here we go. All right, so Wheeler, got straight line speed. Has he got something representative? Minute 45.646. He's been as quick already this weekend, minute 44.526. Munro, minute 43.893. Maurice, minute 44.763. But right now we're looking at Josh Muggleton's Zestec Australia M-Grip Motorsport Impreza. I think there was word about maybe the tyres were up. But yeah, how good are the 13s? And that's just, oh, no. Johnny Boston! Johnny Boston goes Paris-Dakar there for a moment. And he is a semi-pro driver, of course, Johnny Bos. But
and look, he had 2 green sectors as well. That's really going to hurt him. Still does a 1:47.5 fastest lap he's done so far this weekend.
Yeah, Johnny Bos, he still gets a good one. The action replay go, Bos, push, 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 attack, attack, attack. And we know out there is, a few undulations that do get to see the cars do a bit of four-wheel driving through there, but it's still a good-looking thing, the S13s.
There was a lot more dirt on the corner exit at the start of the weekend. We did a little bit of excavation yesterday, and I think we're continuing on today as well.
Yeah, air under the front there as well for Johnny Bos as he tries to bounce it back out, but it's not the first guy to do that. He's not the last guy to do that either. Like, you talk about pushing, and this is just after the hairpin, you would say, and that's where the lake is. Indawara is still there. We've still got a full course screen, but obviously flags out for the stranded car, which means a lot of our competitors can come past him there without too much problem. That's the only reason why we're not holding up that session. It's in a spot that obviously isn't blocking everyone else. That was George Jeffcott that we just saw there. The 86 shop, the Toyota 86. He's a guy proud to call it an 86. And I'm sure he's a guy that if you did say it was a BRZ, he'd say, mate, don't say that. Don't say that.
It's a fierce competition between them, aren't they, in the BRZs and the 86s.
But you see them everywhere, mate. I mean, they are a car of the future to be tuned, to be modified. And again, hats off to both Toyota and Subaru. Gee, she's lost a couple of things here, Miji. The front bonnet was sort of wobbling a bit, and she's lost the glass out of the window there. Miji's she's probably got her hands full in the car right now. Yeah, so that's no good.
Be interested if she's actually holding on to that, or it's just wedged itself in between the door and the roll cage somewhere.
Yeah, now look, I tell you what, it doesn't take long to get a bit of drama in old club sprint. Doesn't matter which class is in, we can always have a little bit of drama turn up. Cars stranded on the side of the track, bits and pieces starting to flap and wobble off there. It wouldn't be a time attack without the ongoing drama continuing to roll throughout the day. Even stories about Grubel there before where they've popped a motor and they're going to go do a swap. I'm sure I heard something similar about that last year from the team, but wouldn't be the first team that's had to do an engine swap. Even as we heard about that before about Skura, you know, yeah, we did an engine swap. Plain and simple. You don't hear about that too much in any other form of motorsport, and this is a girl that certainly can attribute to that. Got some more info down with another BOSCH Motorsports pit report.
I am down here with Josh Muggleton. Now, you're in the club sport, but you've actually, you would usually say double duties, but it's triple duties this weekend.
Yeah, it seemed like a good idea at the time until I have to go back to back, but yeah, working through it at the moment, so yeah, we're okay.
And now each of the cars are very different. You've got one that's the Toyota Yaris, which is a H pattern, and then the other two are sequential. How do you go mixing between all three cars?
Cross my fingers and hope for the best. Look, I've driven all the cars fairly regularly, so I know them pretty well by now, so yeah, just the out-lap gives me a acclimatisation session to get ready and then just go for it. Don't have enough time to think about it.
Now, tell me about the club sport car that you're driving.
Yeah, so this is the M-Grit Subaru. It's got a sequential upgrade for this year, aero, suspension, so unfortunately we didn't get a chance to do a proper lap last year, so we're exploring the potential that we missed out last year, but so far so good. First lap in the car, we're in the ballpark with plenty more on the table, so yeah, happy so far.
Nice, and what's the strategy? So you're in now. Do you guys have another session today? Okay, cool. And what's the strategy for the next two sessions?
Just keep chipping away at the setup. Like I said, it's a new suspension setup, so just dialing it into more to my liking. But yeah, we know where the time is, so we'll just got to go and do it.
And are you hoping to win each class that you're in?
That'd be a stretch. Look, top 5 shootout in each of the cars would be pretty cool. Maybe a couple of podiums, who knows, we'll see. We'll try our best.
Nice, well, good luck.
Thank you.
A little bit coy on strategy there.
Seemed like, as you would. Seemed like a good idea at the time, quote unquote, from Josh Muggleton. Let's drive 3 cars. Seemed like a good idea at the time, and I suppose Slady's got the same problem as well. It's a problem that some people have, some people don't. But the leaderboard at the moment for Haltech Club Sprint class, I think one more session to go. Well, we didn't see Mikulski in that one, whether he comes out in this group now. Now, from memory, I think they were in that second group, these guys. So let's see whether some of that top 10 shuffles around the place. But more minute 30s than we've seen before. And already the mark's being knocked. The mark's being knocked by well, already a couple of hundreds and now a 31, our first ever 31. So incredible to see already on day one here Friday at Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. A crazy session to come here just in a second. Our club sprint group 2, but we've got some recovery to do there. Unfortunately for Indawara, that's got to go back on the rope. And whatever it was, the process of elimination starts. Have a look at the infield here. Incredible to see already the Stylised D car show underway. Of course, that's right in the infield. The drift pitch you can see around there. Got the Mad Mike Motorsport layup up there. You cannot go away unsatisfied today. You're a very hard person to please if you don't go away with something that you've never seen before, or something you've never done before, or just an idea for a build. Who knows? There's so much inspiration here, year in, year out. 2025, the class of 2025 starting to form, and what a great turnout for a Friday. It's so good that we've got people from all around the world watching on our BOSCH Motorsport live stream. So good to see all of our international guests here in the venue. You can see our Japanese flags there. That means that, yeah, we've got Team Japan in there in various shapes and forms, and the car park already starting to fill up already, Matty Cav. It's a crazy event. It's just amazing to see that the industry is always pumping and going on even more. But it's so good to be here again. We're in a different location where we were last year. Of course, had that fantastic backdrop we could talk about with beautiful Sydney Motorsport Park. But you know what? It's just nothing better than being amongst the pit area, hearing all the stuff coming sort of out of the hairpin and then down the straight. It's crazy.
I think even just coming into pit lane, those hypercars, unbelievable. I mean, you know, you just don't get an opportunity to hear that sort of thing every day of the week, or not even once a year. I mean, World Time Attack Challenge comes around every 12 months. A lot of these cars we've seen before, you know, every year there's some sort of expectation, I suppose, when we get here out of a unique event like this. But I think, you know, Ian Baker and the team just to dream up these new scenarios every year. I don't know how they do it. They're creative masterminds.
It's like Christmas. To me, I'm happy for this to be my Christmas every year. You know what I mean? And for all those people that want to grab merchandise, this is where you should do all your Christmas shopping. If you've got a whole group of friends and family that are in the cars that don't get to this event, well, one of the Christmas gifts one year should be that you bring them here for that. The other one is to make sure you buy them a Christmas gift from all the great merchandise that we've got around the place as well. And of course, Mr. Baker's birthday is very nearby to this date, always. So we always call it Bake's Birthday Bash, or Ian Baker's Ultimate Expression Session. And whatever they can dream up there, of course, at World Time Attack headquarters, they go and execute. They, they need the full 12 months. It's not something that you just whip up in about 6 weeks' time. You basically start planning the next event from, as soon as this event finishes. So you're taking on board everything that's been encountered and experienced, and then looking at what we do next year. And of course, Bakes goes around the world. Whether or not he's the talent scout looking for new things to bring, he knows how much stuff there is around there and how much cool stuff. And if he does see cool stuff, he wants it here. Here's a bit of a rundown of Haltech Club Sprint class category, Matty Cav.
So, one of the main things is the engine swap. So only allowed to the same brand and the number of cylinders. So you can't go taking out an SR20 and putting like a 1J or a 2J in, but you can keep the Toyota the Nissan theme there if you want to. The factory subframes must be retained, so we can't modify that suspension where the subframes are, where the diffs sit, the engine cradles and everything like that. Paddle shifters are allowed, but obviously they've got to be an OEM part on those. Radiators allowed to be repositioned up to 75 millimetres from factory, so that you can't really move them around too much. No Lexan windows allowed, so we've got to keep them in, the normal ones. Dry sump billet engine blocks and aftermarket transmissions are allowed in this one, so that gives you an opportunity. I suppose billet engines means you can put a whole lot more boost into them. Dry sump, we know that's just going to keep them safe getting around, especially the cornering speeds and when the oil wants to move as well. So, there's a number of modifications they can do to these cars, but it's got parameters.
Well, look, put it this way. If we were to look at that rule structure sort of at the beginning of Club Sprint, paddle shift, billet block, none of that stuff was sort of around. Now, of course, 10 years down the track, well, guess what? Hasn't the industry evolved? Yes, there are available transmissions around. Yes, the billet block becomes a cost-saving measure if you're chasing horsepower. Yes, there's a lot of money up front when you go to that, but then you start thinking about, well, now this is an investment for my horsepower future. And that's what anyone that's ever gone to a billet block, that's nearly the way that you almost have to frame it in your mind. Yes, it's a lot of money, but it's an investment to the future of my horsepower goals. But a lot of people still saying cast is fast, and they'll say that probably to the day they die. But these billet blocks, they will normally live on a little bit longer. But yeah, it has definitely evolved into the class that it is now. And you know what? Right at the beginning, when our pro cars were running minute 30s, guess what our Club Sprint cars are doing? They're now low minute 30s now as well. So the evolution of the species, and even the evolution of some of these entrants that we've had over the years here as well. Like right now, we can see out there, well, in there now is one of our other Tanuki Racing category drivers. And I did have her name here. She's going to be coming out shortly. That's Hannah Burton. So that is Hannah Burton from the US, ready to drive the Tanuki Racing GR Yaris for her first time here in Australia. But we've also, you saw in the background there, as we see right on camera now, that's David Calabria in his Evo 7. He's going to do a fly. He went minute 33.896 there before, so he's sixth. We'll actually just get to see what he needs to get into that 5 spot, because, you know, when you get the Super Lap shootout thanks to Super Cheap Auto tomorrow night, being in that top 5 does give you that chance. He needs to find only just under 3 tenths to get, well, in front of Walker. 2 tenths, actually, to get in front of Walker. And remember, he put that flying lap out there early in his WRX. Stuart Walker in the Impreza. Marta now on a flyer. We're keeping an eye on Calabria to see whether or not he can do it this time. Geez, they are I just saw daylight under that back tyre, did you?
Just a little bit, yeah. Look, this is the first flying lap, really. He's the man that's let us out, done the warm-up lap, and now it's time to really attack the track. We'll see what Thomas is going to bring as he heads over this little section down now towards the hairpin. Oh, he's using every little bit of exit curb there as well. Can he position the car here? Tyres are still only 1 lap in. I doubt they're going to be a brand new set in session number 2. And there's be another question, how many of them at the top will Mikulowski sit this one out, considering the time he's already run? We know they've got a limited amount of tyres. They've got a couple to choose from here. Obviously, they can choose from the Yokohama AD09 or the A052 as he goes wide through it. Bounces around, hits a few of the bumps and lumps out there in the grass, but what will the time be?
Oh, that's cost him a little bit. Minute 34.103. He'll know it cost him a little bit, whether or not he's got enough in the tyres to come and do another flying lap. I don't know, but there was a lot of commitment there from Calabria, and I think, got all washed off, because at some stage there on that exit of that last turn, there's got to be some sort of position change where it's not nailed, it's got to be lifted, and he had to lift it there. JDA in the house. And it looks like he's always going on a hike, Jared Deander, so good to see that he's about to play. Emily's got more information down in the pits.
Thanks, guys. Unfortunately, Hannah, she's come all the way from Japan, and unfortunately there's a drama with their car. They think it was injected, something to do with the fuel. They haven't been able to figure it out just yet, so she's hardly even turned a lap at Sydney Motorsport Park. So they're going to work on the car and hopefully find out, and then she can actually do a proper lap of this incredible circuit, Sydney Motorsport Park.
Seeing Tom's driver, that's look, there's a few Yaris's out there. I'm sure the brains trust to get together. I'll make sure that car gets back out over the weekend. It's only session number 2 today. We haven't even hitched lunchtime, really.
No, that's it. So we don't know what the story is there, but that's a real bummer. We were really pumped to see Hannah out there, because, you know, every year we're just getting a few more ladies in there. We've got Miji in there, Hannah Burton. We've got, of course, Eleanor Terry in there as well. So we've got a few pushing around for the ladies in these categories. And of course, wait till we get to the drifting part of it, where we've got a whole girl team of drifters later on. So the females, we love seeing them get some good lap times in there, and I'm just hoping Hannah gets some of those in the GR Yaris all the way from overseas. I think she's Japanese American, and would love to have a steer around here. The famed Sydney Motorsport Park. All right, bit of action still out there on track. Lastini we just saw come burrowing out of the corner there. Also Daniel Cunningham in the Gulf, and out there Stuart Chapman in the Evo 10. Rahul Victor back out there again. He said he's got that DCT in this car now. So in theory, I suppose, means faster bits and pieces in the car. Because, you know, when it came to transmissions, when they started to open up the aftermarket transmission wheel in there, go for your life, whatever you want to put in there. If that means that you can get, 1, a little bit of speed out of it, 2, a little bit more reliability and consistency out of it, well, at the end of the day, makes good sense.
Still a few cars coming out with some of the lap times here. We're not seeing any major improvements as yet from some of these cars coming across the start line now. Victor goes a 141. Lastini a 138, the fastest lap already. The number 58 car too, so that's the GMW Racing of Luke Lastini.
Lastini lights up some PBs, so does Cunningham. and Rahul. So, yeah, good to see some green sectors lighting up.
Price, another one.
Yeah, there we go, 41,993 from the Hyundai. And flying through there is Ty. Entrant 63, that's Kim Tai, the Lotus Exige 410. But how good's the i30? Like, you know, I think they're a sharp-looking vehicle as they are on the street. But, I mean, they do brush up nice as a good race car. And, yeah, Hyundai with that whole N brand. Again, just acknowledging, that's a manufacturer that's acknowledging that they must not ignore the performance aspect of the automobile, ignore it at your peril as a manufacturer. Because guess what? If you put them out there, people buy them. And guess what? Kids growing up in the future, when are they going to be racing? It's going to be harder to get those earlier cars. How do you get a kid that's 10 now into an R32? You'll never get him into that. You'll never get him into an S13. You won't get him into anything. But there's a good chance in the future you might be into a Hyundai or a VW Golf or who knows, even the Yaris's and Supra as well. They're sort of at that unobtainable scale. But you know, I do think there might be some room in the N area for the Hyundai fans, I do think.
Yeah, great marketing from Hyundai. Put it in sport mode. It makes all the right noises.
Yeah.
Pretty fun. Stiffens the suspension up. Yeah, good fun drive when you're coming back from the racetrack. Get the flight out.
And it's good that the manufacturers are acknowledging that, and Hyundai especially. And it takes the manufacturer only so far, and then you got to get someone like Neotech, Drowan Cherry Tuning, and Andrew Price driving to get the rest of it out. So if anything, this is all free exposure for Hyundai at this stage. And mind you, it's probably the only manufacturer out there that's really probably benefiting from it, because all the other ones have already seen the benefits out of associating themselves with a performance product. The aftermarket does the rest.
Had a fantastic Sector 3 price, but didn't improve his time overall, nearly a second behind. So first couple of sectors, not quite on track for him there in the Hyundai, but I'm sure it might be a cool down mate for that one, maybe just give the tyres a bit of a breather and have another go. We'll wait and see.
So this is Hugh. Now, we don't have him in there. It's Mr. Who, S. Hugh. I forget his name. Shane, Simon, I can't remember. But how many GR Supras do we have this year? Those Supras have definitely ramped up in their presence. I know last year we had a handful. They just seem to be more than that now. And it's just so good to see. And isn't it amazing? We've been into these things for a few years, and all of a sudden now supercars have got a couple, and the world's going nuts over them. It's like, yeah, we've had Supras for a couple of years. And in the original configuration too, with the six-banger. I think it's mind you, Toyota V8s in them are pretty cool as well.
I just think more the aftermarket world's opened up for the Supras, which entices a lot more buyers to come along and get them. The tuning's more available. You know, more people have had exposure to them.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's just as they age a little bit, I suppose, you know. They still bring out the new models, but if they're staying with the same sort of computer and technology, it just means you can modify them very early on.
Well, I've seen more Supras just here in the Club Sprint category than I've seen on the roads in the last probably 3 years. You know what I mean? They're a car that you just don't see everywhere, like a Mustang or anything like that, or an 86. But they are a car that enthusiasts are starting to latch onto and realise now, especially since Toyota aren't going to make them anymore. It's like the earlier JZA 80 Supra, the same deal. There they all were right in front of you. Probably could have grabbed one at the right price back in the day, you know, because there was talk there was another Supra coming. And then look what happened to that one. That's now gone right through the roof. Any of those earlier Supras, this will be the same. It'll be the same sort of thing. Of course, that liaison with BMW when it came to the engineering. So, you know, BMW style engine to me, as a purist, it's just the last thing about that I didn't particularly like. I thought, you know, Toyota had another good engine in them. But what do you do as an Encore when the Mighty 2JZ was the last one in it, you know? What do you do as an Encore as a manufacturer when it'll still go down in history probably the next 10 years that there won't be a better six-cylinder out there, pound for pound, horsepower for horsepower, than the old Toyota 2JZ. And I'm lucky boy, I managed to invest in one. I've got one sitting there. I don't buy crypto, I don't buy stocks and shares, but I'm buying up 2JZ and Barra at the moment. And you know what? It's a different currency indeed. As far as horsepower is concerned, the Heltec Club Sprint class, no big changes what we can see there in that top 10. A little bit of nibbling around the edges. We saw Calabria go 33.896, Muggleton 34.109. But Calabria, look at that, 33.609 for Walker. That's the difference between being in and not in the Super Cheap Super Lap shootout tomorrow night. Got to be at least in that top 5 to be part of that shootout. And Calabria's going to try and make that count between now and the end of tomorrow. Mind you, Muggleton, Ruben Martin and Kim Tai might have a say in that, but the rest of the class of 2025 nibbling around with a few green sectors, but still quicker than ever.
Yeah, we go through a couple of other ones there. Just Victor obviously going a little bit faster in this session as well. There's a number of them that really stepped it up and got their personal best in this one. It's a big field too when it comes to the Howtech Club Sprint as well.
Yeah, it's a crazy lineup, and it's so good to see. And when we open the rules right up like they do, it's good to see that the improvements come from there. No improvements there, and you know, look, Hannah got a lap out there, but not enough. But more information coming now from J-Mac down in the pits.
Well, I'm down here in front of the IntelliSpatial Fleet Care Racing Lamborghini Gallardo entry of Alex Rullo. Now, in the early session, there were rumours flying around that the car was running lean on 2 cylinders. It's very tough. There's got 10 of them to split ignition between them, but 2 of them deciding to run fairly lean. Also complaining that the car was taily under the brakes. So presumably some updates made for this session. We'll see if we run some better times than session 1. But it is all happening down here. We can see Tim Slade in the Skewer Motorsport Lotus. He's locked and loaded, ready to go. Just slightly further down, Todd Hazelwood was jumping into Tanuki. He was suited and booted. Tim Slade, it's going to be interesting to see how he feels in this session. It's all happening here at the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Yeah, J-Mac.
Yokohama.
It is time for our next session of M-Tron Pro, and out there right now is the car that J-Mac was reported on, saying that there may have been 2 out of the 10 a little lean in the that beautiful V10. But Alex Rullo, what an amazing thoroughbred of a car before you even start laying the hocus pocus on it when it comes to splitters and tunnels and wings and engine mods.
Also, they mentioned being a bit taily there, and that almost looked like that, didn't it? But look, they're just trying to get some temperature on the brakes and the tyres. Now, this is an outlap. I'm sure they're not going to want to muck around. They're going to want to try and get a flyer into this one as soon as they possibly can. Last time round, 125.39. So looking to do a little bit of improvement on that one too. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see how he pulls up in terms of time. But yeah, some changes for this car. You won't want to be running him too lean here. You know, that can really torque the cylinder. This will hurt a piston as well.
Yeah, he's just doing that bit of tyre warming there, a bit of brake warming, and then he'll be on a fly here very, very shortly. All eyes will be just on pit lane as to when that fantastic Skewer Motorsport Lotus Exige exits the pit lane, and the turbo Honda gets wound up for Tim Slade, and the same deal. Tim's just got to adapt to a variety of different combinations he's steering this weekend. You go from the Pagani, you know, mid-engined, you go back to the Skewer car mid-engine, you go to Extreme GTR, front-engine four-wheel drive. Like, it is crazy, the dynamic change of these vehicles, and then as a driver, how you adapt. They obviously brake differently, their grip levels are different, their power delivery is different. So, yeah, I tell you what, I'd love to see a full brain scan on a professional driver when he's driving 3 different types of car, exactly what he's thinking there. But anyway, I can hear in the background Tim Slade now starting a flyer in the little Lotus, but right now all eyes are on Alex Rullo because he is on a flyer. Just looked like it was in the air then as well, the Gallardo.
starting to get closer to his split sector times, but I reckon that it'll take a lap, a good lap here. But Hazelwood's not going to muck around with Tanuki S13. He's into it. Look how fast they were already at 1:21.093. Him himself saying it's his fastest lap around Sydney Motorsport Park. A few sparks areas. We can see some of the bodywork starting to scrape on the ground under that downforce and the braking.
Yeah, Hazelwood just looks fast in that car. I don't know whether it's the car making it look fast or Hazelwood just hitting with commitment. And I just think he's got more to offer in this car lap after lap because, as he said, you know, you go 1,000 kilometres at Bathurst, you do that much testing. Hazelwood is purple. Hazelwood is purple. Rouleau goes 26.358. Minute 26.358 for Rouleau. But all eyes will be on Hazelwood at the moment because Tanuki is lighting up the boards. Tim Slade getting himself ready here as well. Nathan Morecambe also lighting up. Sorry, wrong graphic. We have to wait a little longer for that one. We have to wait a little bit longer. Todd Hazelwood, second session up in purple. We're going to see what Tim Slade does right now with Skewer Motorsport. Legs that little Honda powered. Lotus down. Okay, 32.887. He might want to continue on. But here comes a fly for Hazelwood. More seat time in Tanuki. Hits the stripe right now. Come on, son. Oh, 22, no, 22.
It was
216, whether it wasn't shifting gears or whatever. I don't know what happened there.
I do want to say it looked like he slowed down on that main straight for some reason, and it doesn't look like he's at 100% at the moment either.
Oh,
so
that was a lap gone begging. Slady might be on a fly here. Let's have a look.
He's got his personal best and sector #1 in this car for the weekend.
I think he's referred to this thing before as just this little roller skate, this little go-kart that he gets to drive. You watch them go back to Supercar, the next round of Supercars, they'll be falling asleep in the cars because you'll be driving these things. He did rate this thing as a real little go-kart, this thing, 1,000 plus horsepower, 1,000 odd kilo. But yeah, I don't know. We'll be definitely J-Mac or Emily or J-Mac will be running down there to try and find out what's going on with Tanuki because he's still out on the track. Whether they're radioing through to the crew of exactly what happened. I think I can hear the V6 in the background coming into the pit lane here shortly. But he's on another fly here now, Timmy Slade. Let's just see what he does. Rockers on through. There we go. 27.796. He just holds that flat through there. That is just flat through one.
He's done a couple of laps around here. A lot of trust in the car there. And there's Tanuki S13 and Todd Hazelwood piloting. And yeah, looks like it's going to come into the pits. That's very unfortunate. Like you look at the sector times there. Wow. You know, purple sector 1, sector 2. He just had to finish it off.
Just lapping through there, just rolling it back. But yeah, I don't know whether or not that thing hit a safety, I don't know what it did, but it was popping out of the exhaust, whether it went back a gear, I don't know, whether it broke a gear, we don't know. But Slady's just about nearly flat around a lot of these corners here with this thing.
Yeah, listen to it. Trying to take off, going over those little bumps. Confidence building for Slade in this car. There's three cars he's driving here this weekend, so jumping between them. Just got to find that sweet spot where he can take the advantage on each one of the cars he's driving this weekend. At the moment, though, we're out there in the M-Tron Pro class.
He's lit everything up again here, Slade. He's lit everything up again. This thing keeps on giving on the slicks too, and because the car's relatively light, it makes you wonder how much tyre life you do have on a car like this, because it is a featherweight car. Flies on through 25.392. He is finding it everywhere. Look, flat through one, down into BOSCH turn 2.
A 2-second improvement.
Yeah.
Almost 2 seconds on one lap. Whatever feedback he gave them when he came in from session #1 has paid off, but I think this is going to be a warm down lap now. You can hear that the RPM dies down a little bit. Case swapped Lotus.
Yeah, we're having a listen to it there. Whether or not, and again, this is the joys of time attack, especially in nearly all of our classes, especially if you're turbocharged. If you do have a high boost map available, and it is, and you can do it with any ECU, and of course, especially with ones like M-Tron, that they, of course, a great sponsor of this class, is that you can put in different boost maps, different, obviously power maps, and it might just be an actuation of a button. It might be a switch. It might be a rotary dial. You'll go, right, click, let's go again. 10 more PSI boost, 15 PSI more boost. I'd say Slady's had the opportunity to use more power there, and I think that first session today was all about getting it on that boost level. Somewhere between those last couple of laps, the boost level has gone up, and that horsepower, it's the only way you can explain why the car jumps a second and a half, you know what I mean?
And look, he's 1/1000th of a second off Rouleau now. So the competition for seconds really starting to get hot out there.
That is crazy, that when you have a look at the two different types of vehicle, and they're only 100th away from each other.
And Rouleau's in the pits with the bonnet off as well, so I'm not sure if that's just them cooling it down and checking some things, but obviously with those issues they had previously, the J-Mac reported on. Maybe they're still chasing things. Todd Hazelwood out of the car. Would you expect him to go back and do another lap? Obviously, with that issue there, time will be ticking down in this session, but...
No, I dare say not, but there's enough information coming out probably from that lap, and considering that he lit up purple on both the early sectors, that thing was on an absolute flyer. He's definitely can elaborate and articulate what's going on in the car. And you know what, I haven't had much to do with Todd Hazelwood. I don't watch a lot of the supercar stuff because honestly, when you're involved with an event like this, I don't want to halve my horsepower, thanks very much. But Toddy, just one of those amazing group of talented drivers that run in the supercar circuit, being professional drivers, and the opportunities that come with that, and goes to prove that when you get to drive something like that, that he can not only extract that out of the car, that he is genuinely enthusiastic about what the car is giving him back. So J-Mac has got the goss down in Team Tanuki's pits.
Well, what could have been, that's the theme of the debrief happening right here behind me between Todd Hazelwood and the crew for Tanuki. The car locked itself into fourth gear. Now, the interesting thing about this S13, it actually runs a pneumatically charged transmission. So essentially there's a compressor running off the motor, and you pluck gears, it fires an air solenoid to change gears. No air pressure for the transmission means no shift, means stuck in fourth gear, means a lap gone begging. Back to you guys.
There we go. That is the word. You made the call there, Matty Cav. As we saw that back shot from Tanuki coming down the straight, it was hitting the limiter. He needed to bang another gear or two, and then it just was not shifting gears. It was doing everything up till then, and then somewhere along the line, if it is something like a pneumatic line on that transmission that has either broken or fractured or leaked and wasn't able to keep punching the gears, because considering that for the last 2 laps before that, warming up to that it was banging down and up through the gears, that then right at the moment, and this is so critical about World Time Attack, we've seen it in the past, you've got to have one. Look, the secret to a one perfect lap is everything working properly. The driver was working properly, the tyres are up the temp, the horsepower was there, but then a gear shift was the thing that stuffed that from probably being a teen. It could have even been a teen. It's one of those what-if moments, Matty Cav, that's going to go with the other 5,000 what-if moments we're going to have between now and the end of the event.
So the biggest thing from the M-Tron Pro class at the moment is Tim Slade's improvement in that Lotus. That, for me, that's a 125.392 now, just 1,000th off Rouleau. Rouleau got back out there in the car, but he still, again, only did a couple of laps in that Lambo, and then pulled in and had the back out of there above the engine looking at something as well. So I'd be interested to see if that's just a bit of maintenance, whether they're happy with the car now or whether they've got some issues there. Todd Hazelwood, the lap that went begging, well, we can talk about it all day, can't we? You know, Sector 1, Sector 2, purple sectors, unfortunately issues with the car. Let's head back down to our BOSCH Motorsport pit report right now with J-Mac.
Here with Alex Rouleau from the Intellic Spatial Fleet Care Lamborghini, and you guys trying to sneak up on a setup, but unfortunately things not quite going to plan. Run us through some of the changes and what the results were.
Yeah, obviously track conditions in the middle of the day, not ideal. So yeah, there were a few things we wanted to test, both with the shocks. We're struggling a little bit over the bumps, especially in the low sort of mid-speed corners. High-speed corners are actually pretty good. I probably just need to be a bit more courageous through turn 1. But yeah, the car's getting there for sure. So we tried the big boy engine mode there, and we didn't get any warnings, which is good.
Fantastic. I mean, no red lights on the dash is definitely a good thing. You say a little bit more courageous through turn one. I was having a look over a photographer's shoulder, amazed at how flat the car is actually sitting at maximum attack. You say that's not maximum attack.
Yeah, I'm definitely the one holding the car back through turn one. So, yeah, we've been testing it the last 2 days, and it wasn't feeling great on Wednesday. But yeah, we've made some drastic changes, and it's a lot stiffer than it was on Wednesday and Thursday, and it's starting to feel pretty good and consistent, and we're not stalling the floor or anything now, and yeah, it's feeling good and it's feeling planted. So yeah, I think we can maybe go flat through turn one, but just building up to it. We don't want to do anything silly.
Obviously, what happens in the car and what happens here out in the pits has a big effect on your times. How do you feel the relationship between yourself and the team is when it comes to them deciphering your feedback?
Yeah, super important. Yeah, we're working with a sort of hybrid team of guys from Perth and a couple of guys from our rally team as well as we've got Brad Sheriff obviously doing all the engine and helping out the engineering side as well. So yeah, we've got a good mix of people, and everyone's working quite well and doing a great job.
Well, let's look forward to the results.
Cheers.
Oh, absolutely. Thanks, J-Mac, for that BOSCH Motorsport pit report. Again, another little part of the script, a little bit more courageous through turn one. That's what Alex Rillo wants. We're going to have more information coming from the pits and from the whole venue shortly at Sydney Motorsport Park. A break and back with more.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
To come here this afternoon, and we are into the afternoon. No, we're not. Geez, it feels like we've.
Oh, it's close.
Feels like we've been doing this for 11 hours, but no, we haven't. It just goes to show that that the quality, the lineup is just incredible, and the Pro Open class just about ready to go. Of course, Motec Pro Open, and this class, well, the heart rate. If you don't think the heart rate can go up any higher, these guys come out there and dish it out. Pretty hard indeed, but plenty of activity for a Friday. The drift pits, as we can see, are incorporated in the part of the stylised car show, and plenty of action here. I know a lot of people travel from interstate and overseas to be here, and if you are going to be here, yeah, Friday is the time to get him. Tomorrow, it's pretty much standing room only, Matty Cav. It's crazy, it's off its head, but so many punters in here on the Friday, it's not funny. We welcome you all either on the BOSCH Motorsport live stream or here in the venue. Beautiful Sydney, destination New South Wales, Sydney Motorsport Park.
Yeah, the GCG Open Class not too far away from getting out on track. And, of course, we've got the GCG Open Class People's Choice here this weekend as well. So voting's pretty straightforward. You scan the QR code from the posters that are around the venue or on a GCG lanyard from the GCC promo girls, and vote for your favourite open class team. I mean, that's pretty simple from that, isn't it? And you can win yourself a Yeti Ultimate Road Trip Pack. Backpack, drink bottle, travel mug, flask, all worth just over $1,000. And of course, they got the sale on this weekend. GCG turbos go up. You know, the great thing about them is, and I've seen a couple of mates go up and get turbos off them, is that you give them your cam details, your engine details, what you're going to rev it to. You give them all that information, and they spit out the perfect size turbo for your car and your application, what you want. So, of course, they're offering 20% off all Garrett and Borg Warner performance turbochargers, as well as Funk Motorsport turbo beanies, And Detswork fuel pumps using the discount code from the GCG billboards around the venue today. And have a look at the venue filling up with so many people on a Friday lunchtime. Hopefully people are getting out of work early and coming down.
Well, that's it. I think that's what happens, and you get a nice roll in sort of Friday afternoon, Friday evening, especially our drift fans. They get in and really snap up that Friday night session. Now, of course, if you take a selfie with Turbo Head, now Turbo Head is a GCG thing, right? Take a selfie with Turbo Head. You can win a GCG Garrett promo pack. Turbo Head, why would I take a selfie with him? Well, Turbo Head is GCG's new mascot. He's easy to spot. It's what he actually looks like. He's a Turbo Head. There's cutouts of Turbo Head all over the venue. All you need to do is take that selfie, post it on your Facebook or Instagram, and tag GCG Turbos into that. 2 draws each day, one at midday, one at 4. So, look, you've still got a bit of chance to get into this one today. And one at 4 as well. 4 lucky people will take home the GCG Garrett merch pack. Includes that Garrett backpack, Bluetooth speaker, stubby holder, GCG t-shirt, and a hat.
Oh, look, one of the most exciting things about when World Time Attack Challenge comes to town, of course, is when we head down to Sydney Harbour. Let's have a look at how that unfolded earlier this week.
This right here is where the road to WTAC has brought us. Today, we officially launched the 2025 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge.
If you want to see the biggest, baddest car in the world, it's in Sydney right now.
Yeah, I'm so excited for World Time Attack Challenge. Like seeing all of this here, it's amazing.
The arrow's hanging over the front wheel. I've never seen anything like that before.
I started running from all the way over there. I was like, this is so cool.
All my homies spin the block, hit the gas, hit the gas.
Last year I conquered the Bathurst 1000. Now I'm here in Sydney to conquer the World Time Attack Challenge.
We're here to show Australia what a backyard build can be.
I can't wait. First time Australia.
World Time Attack Challenge is on this weekend, so get your tickets now.
How good does that scrub up? How good do they scrub up there with the Sydney Harbour Bridge in the background? Really made a splash this week, and that just goes to prove that those cars not only in the flesh at full speed, visually stunning, but even when they're standing still, they look like they're doing 300 kilometres an hour standing still. We are cracking on with the GCG Open class. That's what we've got here right now. And Jimmy Tran steering this car all weekend. Benny gets to sit back and be chief race engineer, I suppose, for the weekend, and leave it to Jimmy to get some track time. As he said, hasn't driven it in 4 years, so that's good to see.
A question mark over Hammerhead, so we're hoping to see that out in the next session as well. Hopefully we'll see him make it all the way from, of course, over in America. How amazing is it though? Look at the Z28 Camaro, of course you think that'd be an old school American bit of muscle, wouldn't you? But have you actually gone and had a look at where they've mounted the air? It's like mid-mounted, father-dad combination that have built this, engineering masterpiece, really, when you go down and look at the suspension setup things. I can't explain it. You have to visually come to the track, buy a ticket, come in, the value of entering World Time Attack Challenge as a spectator is just looking at that car.
Absolutely, absolutely. And look, before we go any further, let me just correct you a little bit. It's a Trans Am. I know it looks like a 17.5 Camaro, but it's a look, with all the wings and where it all starts and stops, yeah, you think that straight away. But when you look at it, it is a 73 Firebird Trans Am. And judging by Cole Powson walking around in the fire suit, maybe, just maybe, that hammerhead is ready to come out. They did have a few little gear selector issues with the transmission yesterday, and they were trying to sort that out. But yeah, where the engine is in that thing, that twin turbo LS, you think, where's the engine? It's not there, but it is. It's in there somewhere. It is crazy. That's right. Pontiac Firebird Trans Am. All right, so yeah, that was good footage of it. Whether Cole was in the suit, whether or not that means he was hopping in that. He's got another car to hop in here as well. Muggleton now on a fly, because Muggleton is, as he said, driving a couple of cars this weekend. So,
he's got his work cut out, doesn't he, at the moment? Just having a look at some of them now starting to get those tyre temperatures up, and we'll start to see a few times in a moment, I believe. We've always seen Muggleton there at 130.64, so he's only half a second off what he did in the last session as well. So second session out now for the GCG Turbos Open class. And yeah, it's crazy what we've got in this group. It's just an improvement there now for Day already. So Dan Day, the WRX goes minute 31.764. So straight to number 3. And yeah, that cranky supercharged BYP Honda Integra, they've been just thrashing on that thing for years. It's evolved itself into an absolute weapon and a mainstay of World Time Attack in this country. Yeah, Andy Thomas coming through in the unhinged Honda Civic too. 2 green sectors there, so he's at personal best and he'll be coming around very shortly. Behind Jimmy Tran, not too far behind.
Here we go, fly there for Jimmy, minute 34.090, so close to his 33.9.
137, so he improves as well. Doesn't quite get that third sector in though, but still goes better overall. 137.55 for Thomas.
Andy Thomas now. Johnny Boston is out there on a flyer as well shortly. Here comes that little MR2 of Goyaniques in that little MRS rather. And yeah, he had a pretty forgettable 2024. He had a little bingle and a little off in the car last year, but he is back. He's rebuilt 12 months later. Here he is again. Kamakura, you can hear the big quad rotor in the background. Thomas, minute 37. Jimmy Tran, rather, up in his sectors as well. So, finding his feet again.
Yeah, John Boston as well.
Yeah, Bozzy.
Native DVD entry. Now he's got a green sector 1. So they're all starting to improve now. Surprising with the middle of the day. Normally we don't see the time this afternoon. They're pretty consistent, but so far, 3 cars on green sectors. One of them, Jimmy Tran, he's up on your screen at the moment. Doesn't quite go green in the second sector though, just misses out.
So not doing too bad. So Jimmy just finding his way again. Like, when Benny's had all the steer time, I suppose you've just got to, if he's going to do all the driving this weekend, well, this is it. All we can do is expect that time to come down.
33.79. Can he go faster than that at the moment? Tran about to cross the finish line here. We improve. 32.85. Nice improvement there.
Yeah, great one there for Jimmy. 32.853. That is the improvement that he wants. He's in that top 5 anyway.
John Boston.
Yeah, watch out for Boston. Boston would like to plonk himself somewhere in that. Well, I don't know. It's going to be harder this year than ever. 33.843. Cole Powson is in there in the Got It Rex WRX. So a bit of tyre pressure change there for Day. Goyaniques goes through for a minute 37.436. Trevena, minute 38.156. And screaming down the straight, Kamakura. He goes minute 35. He's on another fly now, Kamakura. Oh, boy, the old Honda.
Now waiting for Boston to come through. He's got 2 greens. It was a 129 last year. He's already got 125, but Boston's way off here today. He's just
okay, well, look, here we go. No, I reckon he's on the fly now, Boston. I'd say Johnny Boston's on the fly. So we're watching the unhinged Honda Civic of Andy Thomas out there now through turn 2 into turn 3. It's Boston on the fly here, I think, behind. Kamakura just cooling down there with that beautiful RX-7. How good does that thing look? Yuki Kamakura on Wise Produce, but the little Civic wringing its little neck out there. But yeah, didn't think I saw Boz. There he is in the right in the distance. Looks like he's even just taking a pit exit and heading back. So Boz is taking a little shortcut. We've got Goyeneeks off the throttle, Kamakura off the throttle right now. But that little Honda is still pursuing somewhere around there. But yeah, we'll take that any which way, that quad rotor. So still pushing here, I think.
Yeah, well, wouldn't it be green at the moment?
You see how early those guys, those front-wheel drive cars are on the throttle there through the hairpin.
Well, it's a different way you've got to attack the circuit, isn't it? Especially, you know, point the front tyres where you want to go, even when it's lost traction. It's going to pull the car around. It's not really sliding the rear like you'll see in a rear-wheel drive car. Here we go, coming around to complete another lap. We'll wait and see. Number 40 machine, Thomas. Second sector wasn't great. Oh no, that's the Motive DVD car. Thomas goes 137, won't improve. He's out by like 200ths of a second, really.
Yeah, that's quite consistent. Like if you can't give him, wraps for. Here we go. If you can't give him wraps for chopping times down each time, when you have a look at how close they were to their PB, you've got to give him props for making the car so consistent lap after lap, even if it isn't triggering all the sectors, you know, green or purple. So here we go. Back here flying on the lap now. He's back out there. And that is Josh Muggleton. All right, Boston now going to try and fly now. So lucky enough, Johnny Boss, when he did that little pit exit, or that little side exit there near about turn 5, he's now come back to register a flyer now. So Johnny Boss is out there trying to do a flyer. Muggleton's trying to do a flyer down the straight now. Bishop is out on track and going to do a flyer here too, Darren Bishop. So we've all got him flying. Muggleton now. Where does Muggleton go? He's already second. Minute 35.54 to go with his minute 30.109 there before. So, yeah, can't move too much there. Bishop's just got daylight on them at the moment.
Seems to be the third sector too, where we're not seeing a lot of personal bests at the moment.
No.
Sector 1 and 2, everyone seems to be lighting up the green sectors.
Mind you, Muggleton right now, if that's the case, live timing is lighting up another green sector there. So I think he's still trying to push. Trevina is also still trying to do the same thing out there right now. All right, Boz, that's not good. Where has he gone? All right, so yeah, that's near 4-5.
I reckon that's down here.
Oh no, he's gone back. He's done that same thing again. And whether or not he's just not getting turn 1 right or something, and he's just coming through and trying to stitch another lap together, it's not a bad tactic. And of course, Johnny Boz knows pretty well every part of Sydney Motorsport Park to be able to take those little exits through 4, I think it is, and then come back on near the hairpin. So let's see if Boston gets himself up to speed and for another flyer. There goes Cole. So Cole at the moment is 5th with this car, minute 33.843, but you want to get a little bit more daylight between him and Kamakura just in case, because you just want to be in that top 5 to try and have every chance for that one perfect lap at the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout. Now, for those people that know, of course, we've got the Super Cheap Auto area behind the main grandstand here at 2:30. The guys from Mighty Car Mods are doing autograph signing down there. So the Super Cheap Auto projects area, I think, is in behind the main grandstand on the Alpha side, on the roundabout side, and the Mighty Car Mods will be doing autographs at 2:30. I've been told. Little birdie told me that. So we've just about got every major automotive influencer that's part of the Australian scene here, part of World Time Attack this weekend. They wouldn't miss it for quids as well. It's not like we have to pay them to be here. They want to be here. They know it's definitely, if you're going to stay on the top of motorsport and motoring influencing in the world, you've got to be at all the hot events, and I think that's what's going to cement the success of really big events like this for the future, is that when they all turn up and want to be a part of these big events where all their peers and everyone aspires to be a part of are all in the one place. Minute 37.691 for Trevina. That's the best for him. So there we go. Some people are lining them up. That puts him 9th overall in the category, but still good to see guys finding improvements.
Yeah, session number 2, just watching a lot of people heading into the pits at the moment. So Boston's gone in there as well. So we'll have to wait and get some further details from our pit lane reporters on that, whether Boston's got an issue with that car or just looking for a moment out there, didn't quite find that right moment. But we're just down to a couple of cars left in this session at the moment in the GCG Open class. Potentially cars could still come out and get a lap in, but we've got to make sure they get at least, have to come around at least once. So there's a couple of minutes by the time they come out of pit lane to really start their flying laps. So time is ticking down at the moment in this second session here for the GCG Open class cars.
I've got a bit of info from Andrew Hawkins, car owner of course, the Motive S13 driven by Johnny Boz. So basically that pulled the engine out, went overseas, got home to USA last Saturday, had no engine, now got a new billet engine with Nitto 2.2 stroker, Kelford cams Monday night, all put together at Reddown Motorsport. Decided to put an ABS in it 4 days ago and rolled into the track this morning. So yes, there's going to be some little teething issues you can imagine that they're just trying to dial in, but right now the way that the GCG Open class looks, improvements in a couple of places including Jimmy Tran, minute 32.853. Cole Powson still holding on the fifth with that minute 33.843 in the earlier sessions. Some improvements like Ben Trevano, minute 37.691, but the rest there, Andy Thomas, Trident, the little unhinged Honda, and Johnny Boston, well, at least he's got a lap down, 2:04.428, but you know what? Watch Boz and the Motor Video team between now, not only at the end of the day, but watch them just go from stretch to stretch before the end of all the sessions tomorrow. I'll tell you what, you're going to need to take a small break right now, not for too long, because guess what? Some of the big bangers are out to pop in our next session shortly. Don't go away.
At GCG, we stand behind the products we sell. That's why you won't find cheap knockoffs, no-name imports or subpar turbos on our shelves. We only sell genuine brands that offer genuine performance and genuine reliability. We are the most respected turbo supplier in Australia. GCG, genuine brands, genuine prices, genuine service.
Time for the Plasma Man Pro-Am class, and as we said, talk about big bangers. Well, what about 2,000 horsepower twin turbo LS Corvettes from the other side of the world, Matty Cav? Is that enough enticement here this afternoon for Plasma Man Pro class, considering that we've spoken to Ferris and he reckons there's a little bit more in them? The guidelines are no pro drivers allowed, minimum weight of 1,200 kilos or OEM weight minus 20%. Composite carbon body materials are allowed. Aftermarket subframes, brakes, suspension, you name it, are allowed. You can change the factory glass to Lexan, billet engines and aftermarket transmissions. Paddle shifters, nitrous allowed, which Ferris has got on there this weekend. Any slick tyre or reputable brand allowed. The current record, well, minute 24.630 is that record that everyone's gunning for, including the man out there right now in this Corvette. He'd love to take home that outright Pro-Am time mark, and whether he gets it this time or he waits into the Super Lap shootout. Is he even using the nitrous? We never even asked.
No, we didn't ask at all. And I don't care whether you're into Japanese cars or whether you're into your American muscle, Australian muscle cars. This car has it all. It's got those sleek looks, the twin turbo V8, all the aero, the nitrous. It's got everything for me.
Oh, it does. And look where those turbos are behind the front tyres there. You can hear it all on just traction control everywhere. Let's have a listen up the hill here. Not a lot of TC out of those corners, so he's got it nailed. Here we go.
Yeah, he's not mucking around, is he? There's not a way.
Oh, I tell you what, that's not a good place. Not a good place for Nicholas Guy to be right now. Hopefully he doesn't cramp Ferris's style. He stayed out wide. That was good. They've got to have mirrors in these cars for reasons like that, if someone's on a flyer. I think he still is on a flyer. Let's have a look at the attitude. No, that's not Ferris at his full speed. So, yeah, whether or not that was feeling good up till then and whether that just disturb the mojo. He wasn't lighting anything up, though.
He didn't have green sectors, so they may have said, hey, just think about this one. And it'll be interesting to see what the traffic is like in front of him. So I'll be watching that as well on the track map, just to see how congested potentially it is out there. Only just under 10 cars in this category here this weekend so far. But they can fill the track up pretty quick. We'll wait and see how this first sector goes. This is the one for me we're going to need to start watching.
Yeah, because at any one time, if he's not using the nitrous, you would think that if he can get himself close or nearly beat the current record at 24.630, that in the shootout there's nitrous oxide on board for a couple of corners or things like the straight. You know, surely that's got to help you on the straights. I mean, you can't come out of the corner with nitrous oxide on these places. You just cannot.
Yeah, see, and the sector time there is not a green sector again. We'll just wait and see if he continues this on into sector number 2, but just watching with a bit of intent here at the moment to find out whether they're still trying to get some temperature into some of those parts of the car, whether the brakes or the tyres just need another lap.
Just
not
thundering the Corvette through, whether or not this is just middle of the day, just another set of tyres, whether he has still got a brand new set on or not. But I'm sure he knows by now that this session's never a fast session for really anyone, unless you've had problems. Look, it's a none too shabby, but we were all so blasé about minute 26 632s, but they're pretty darn quick cars. And, you know, of course, this is the one thing about time attack. You just expect more and more and more, and so do the drivers, so do the teams. All right, Guy on a flyer. There we go. Now he's starting to make a mark. Hit Guy a minute 38.607. There we go. So third so far. So he's starting to get some of that potential down in this 33. Now, it's got some screaming RB on board here. Let's have a listen to this one. Other guys going through there now. James is back there. Harry James in the Toyota 86. But all eyes on Ferris here to see what he can do. He's on another flyer.
He's super consistent in that first sector. 25.5 again. You notice the sun's come back out too.
Yeah.
We don't have the overcast conditions where we saw a lot of people getting their personal best for the weekend.
I do think it makes a hell of a lot of difference if that can be overcast for 5 to 10 minutes to knock some of that track temperature off. The Australian sun's just notoriously so hot, and the UV especially. And still screaming him out there consistently. 26s, 27. He might push it. Let's have a look here, Ferris. See how he feels. Now remember, you can have the slick on the car. This is getting quicker as well. I tell you, Harry James, the little sleeper out there, nipping at the heels, keeping other guys honest there, including, you know, haven't seen Brad Moody out again with the Alpha, but we have seen Sean Day out with the GT3, and he's quicker than that. So Harry James again lighting up green sectors here. And
that's 2 green sectors too. He's on a bit of a run at the moment in the 86. On the power plant, screaming as he comes onto the main straight. Here we go. Opens the throttle wide open. James, can he beat a 139? 1.8.
Oh, he's found a bunch more all of a sudden. Third, minute 37.787. So Guy's got to get the 33 back up, but still, that top 5. Day, Gaia, James, Kazakowski, and Ortumi.
Yeah, Day there in the Porsche GT3 RSR. Just a purebred race car, really, isn't it? Out of the factory, ready to go.
Doesn't it look exactly like in the BOSCH Motorsport ad, actually, when they take the covers off it, it's actually just about this car, is it not? Of course, Porsche, what can you say about these things? It's the ultimate machine. And just right now getting done by Toyota 86 with a K-swap in it. So, again, not taking anything away from the teams. And, you know, this might just be all purebred Porsche with no Not too much other additional tweaking in it like you see with some of the other teams where they just throw the kitchen sink at it, dynamics-wise, aero-wise. But I'd love to weigh them all. You know what? I'd love to actually weigh them all in these classes and know exactly what they all weigh and who's the lightweight out of the whole lot. I'd say Harry James has got to be close to being the lightweight. Ferris's thing can't be light, you would assume. Turbo LS, a couple of Turbskis. Like, that's a fair amount of weight.
Nitrous bottle on the back, that doesn't help with weight on.
Yeah, Kazakovsky, of course, the Impreza. Haven't seen him out this one. All right, Guy, 38.281, so yeah, another improvement, so he's knocking it down a little bit. And then another one for Harry James after that 37.787, not a bad backup, 37.984. So Guy's lighting up green there, and he needs to. I don't think we saw him out in the first sessions. And this little car doing quite well for itself. If you were to ask him probably at the beginning of the weekend, oh, how do you reckon you'll go in Plasma Man Pro-Am? He'd say, oh, we're just happy to get some laps in and, you know, see how we go. Well, you know, your top three, your podium at the moment, and Super Lap Shootout, well, it... from a minute 28 to a minute 37, I just can't see him chopping 9 seconds off it pretty much. So let's just see.
Challenge.
It's a big challenge. that's quite a larger challenge. When we say the World Time Attack Challenge, 9 seconds is a hell of a challenge in the one go. Yeah, two seconds a year, as we've been tracking, kind of seems to be right, but 9 seconds in one event might be a bit hard. That's some tight times by Kortumi and Kazakovsky. But he's still trying it there. Like, honestly, if you're looking at the end of the weekend and go, you know what? If the team that made every session kept nibbling down on their times and put the thing away and it's still not hurt by the end of the weekend, that's a hell of a weekend. Oh, you can get to the end of the weekend with the thing still running. And a lot of teams, that's not the goal. A lot of times it's to go as quick as they can. But a lot of times I think that reward comes is when you've still got the thing at the end of the weekend and it's still in one piece and it's still running. All right, Johnny Boston, we've got some news. Emily's got it for us.
I'm here with John Boston. Now, I've known you for a long time, and it is not like you to not be on the racing line and be off track. Tell me what happened.
Yeah, so we're just out in Jet 200 for the first session this morning, and it kept on shutting down every time I was pulling fourth gear out of turn 3, so it actually lose throttle. So just wanted to be safe and get off the race line and not cause a red flag. And I took the Joker shortcut and just did an alt control delete. And it reset the car, and then I tried it again and did it again. So I then just made sure the car could get back to the pits, and I did so safely.
That's so good. As a racing car driver, if something happens with the engine and you are on the racing line, the whole track goes red. So really well done for being courteous for everyone and not red flagging the session. Now, I was talking to the car owner, I think it was, but you guys actually built the car or got the engine back just on Monday, so 4 days.
Absolutely. Andrew Hawkins, he runs Motive Video and owns the car, so he's been setting up GTR festivals all around the world, and he's been a busy boy over the last 11 and a half months. And so, yeah, they started putting the engine together at 7:30 on Monday evening, got it together at Red Sun Motorsport with Matty by about 11:30, and then they installed an ABS unit yesterday. So it's been a huge, big 3 days for the team, and we're just using this day as a test day essentially, because we know at the event you're just looking for that one perfect lap, and as long as we can try and get that done and make our way into the shootout again for tomorrow night.
That would be awesome. And that's exactly what World Time Attack is all about. It's everyone working on the car, getting it done, not necessarily last minute, but that's just sometimes how the cookie crumbles.
Absolutely, and that's the story of that car. It's got a lot of followers, and we love the last minute motorsport. None of us are stressed. We know little things go wrong, and, you know, we rebuild the car after every session or find all those little gremlins, and we've got an awesome team. It's just like an annual get-together. Everybody knows their job, and it just runs like clockwork.
That's so good. Well, I think everyone's going to follow this story, so good luck for tomorrow.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Em. And yeah, that's the story. Kept shutting down, and you go. There's a method in Johnny Boston's madness. to stop it going full course red, just stay out of trouble. As he said, Control Alt Delete the ECU, and that's the problem sometimes when you're dealing with all the electronics in the cars, is that if it won't play ball that way and the thing runs on nothing, you've got to do that and try and keep the thing in survival mode. But they'll bounce back. That's all new stuff. You think by the end of tomorrow, what a great story if it all comes good.
Well, the Closman Pro-Am class leaderboard, Harry James is probably the one moving forward there. Hall, though, did not make it back out in the Cord Developments Evo. So more things to find out, and have a look at the crowd rolling in here at the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. Don't go anywhere. There's plenty more coming your way.
Mate, I let the car do the talking. Driving a Euro car is all about the thrill, not the cost.
There's no replacement for displacement.
I think the only factory thing left is the chassis.
When the carby opens up, it sounds like you're going to suck birds in from the sky.
You speak your language. Enthusiasts like you, we understand your make, model and mods. Enthusiast, anything but ordinary.
Bathurst was built from a different kind of DNA. Laid into the track by every driver who's ever dared to push the limit. 161 laps, 1,000 kilometres. Bathurst is built for those who are willing to earn it. This Bathurst DNA, only a few have it. Now show us. Repco Bathurst 1000, 9 to 12 October. Book now at Ticketek. Supercars, unforgettable.
Oh yes, a class that needs no introduction, but we do it. Of course, the Hypercar class. It's the one where we shouldn't be needing to talk much at all, Matty Cav, because we want all of those valves and cylinders and exhaust systems to do all the talking. Carbon fibre, exotic metalled hypercars. They're called hypercars for a reason, and the world can never get enough of these things.
The orchestra of RPM, that's what we'll listen to right now. The Brabham 5.4 litre stretches the legs too.
Yeah, Golding, I tell you what, the Aussie Brabham, their first ever Hypercar Time Attack Challenge, and he just wound up cleaning up all the Paganis. Pagani, the Ferraris, the Brabham could just be the one.
I don't know what that was, but I want one.
Yeah, that's
When it goes past, that sounded like Slade.
That'll be Slade.
Hasn't he got comfortable in that car too?
Oh, just an incredible machine. If you have to pick our favourite sounding car, God, you've got something to choose from. I'm still that Wyra R. I'm still that thing. I am still that thing. I mean, this sounds good, the BD62, as you said, 5.4 litre. It's bringing a butter knife to a gunfight, but geez, the Aussie butter knife, it works well, doesn't it?
Still making around 700 horsepower though, light car, under 1,000 kilos, with the aero on it really, and you know, it's not, we don't have big wings out the side, and this is a street car, you know, it's an exotic street car that you obviously pay a lot of money for as well, but you know, the engineering behind it is just so unique, and a bit of artwork when you actually get to go down. James Golding, who's been our fastest hypercar out on track so far, 125.213, but tell you what, Tim Slade's trying to just chip away in the Pagani, a 126.57 in the first session, and we notice it takes about 3 laps, I reckon, to get them up to speed.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, they're up already, Stevenson and Ross in the other cars, Fraser Stevenson, Fraser Ross. All right, Slady, hopefully on a fly now. There's just nowhere that thing doesn't sound on point. Absolutely crazy. Stevenson, he's lit up a sector, so is Fraser Ross. So let's have a look over the other, the Ferrari and the other Pagani.
I'd like to know the adjustment they've got on these cars. Like, obviously, it's inbuilt, computerised, suspension and things like that, where they can adjust that.
Can you see that active aero working, that air brake, that back wing, just right over, just above the exhaust pipes there, the air brake?
But a Golding and Slade, are they asking for tyre pressure changes right now? Things like that. Are they just happy to be driving these cars, or is a little bit of competition starting to weave its way in?
Golding goes minute 26.051, so I mean, it's within a smidgen of its performance. But Slade hasn't lit up too many right now, but let's have a look. Minute 28.30. So again, as you said, Matty Cad needs a couple of laps to get everything up the temp. Here's Stevenson in our other one. And has done a minute 41.040.
Doesn't matter where you are, it's just, it fills the venue with that incredible sound, doesn't it?
There we go, minute 34.551, minute 34.551, so he lit that up, Ross. And now, all right, here we go, the FXX. So Stevenson in the FXX, Fraser Ross in the, I think in the other Pagani, minute 34.551, so... So that is crazy, crazy. Millions of dollars in, honestly, dollar for dollar. We've never had that many dollars in the one session. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, between adding them all up, sticker price, hate to think what the actual sticker price is.
This goes 125.5. Now, we had a 125.2 earlier, Golding in the Brabham, but down to a 125.5. So that is getting faster. Now we're in the middle of the day, sun is out on track. Look, they're looking pretty comfortable in these cars as well. Slady goes to 128.79 at times, Pagani. Look, my recommendation is that if you're in Sydney, you have to make it to the track for one of these hypercar sessions. You have to be here. The sound that we're hearing as they go past us on the main straight, it just, you can't get that. Oh no, his Golding slides running out just a little bit. And now he's getting a little bit, well, in tune with the car and a little bit courageous. Yeah, you just got to hear it really. The the live stream and the camera microphones just don't do it justice.
Here we go, minute 34.301 for Ross. So did find some performance there, but yeah, I think the tyres might be a little bit pushed there. But how good was that first session this morning? And he just goes to prove this time of the day, it's hard to make it quick. If it was overcast, maybe. But again, we hold our breath for happening a little bit later on this afternoon into the evening. But honestly, with every lap down the main straight here, you're getting your admission price verified with the scream of the Paganis. Just crazy to hear. And if you love a good sounding Aussie built V8, well, I mean, hopefully Slade is getting a kick out of this himself, do you know what I mean?
He's not backing off at all, is he, Slade?
No.
That turn one, it just seems to be a sweet spot for him. Sitting in the car, it's almost like a modern Batmobile.
It is.
You could sit it out the back maybe next to the Ghostbusters machine.
I wonder how many other V8 supercar drivers right now be looking on at Tim Slade's progress and go, geez, Slade, it's a good gig if you can get it. It's a good gig if you can get it. There we go, Ross, 33.960, so Fraser Ross improving again. I think it's plain to see, and I'm sure the crowd will back me up with this, out of all of these hypercars out there, have we got a favourite? Is there a favourite one out of the group? May not be the fastest, but if we've got one that just ticks all the boxes, I think number 35 is the one, I think.
I reckon on our pit walk we might be able to figure that out.
Oh, absolutely. There wouldn't be one person out there with a heartbeat that wouldn't think this is just a pretty tough-sounding thing. RPM is your friend.
And he's getting right to the edge of the racetrack too. We haven't seen him venture out that far. Let's have a listen to this thing, mate.
Just amazing, just amazing. Isn't it amazing that, you know, when you have a look at the design of an engine, you know, obviously you look at valve angles, valve sizes, port shape, port size, exhaust pipe. Remember, this is naturally aspirated engine, so inlet tracks run a length and size, exhaust primary and secondary pipes, collectors, everything that goes together with automotive engineering to make an internal combustion engine work, and then it sounds like that. It's just an amazing creation. The internal combustion engine, these cars are kind of the reason why we need to be reminded that internal combustion engines aren't evil, they're beautiful. They're beautiful and exotic. And if this is an exotic form of it, well, by all means, speaking our language no matter what it is. And again, if the rest of the world can't speak the same language, everyone just stop talking and start listening. Because it's just fantastic what we've seen. And as we expected, this session wasn't going to break too many records. I'm amazed Golding went so quick at the Brabham straight up. And that slowly took a few laps to get to it. And who knows what happens when it falls down here later on. Absolute treat. Looks like he's having a fair steer out there.
Golding has just gone green in sector
Hold
one.
on.
We're not done in this session yet.
Hold on then. Here we are. He's still trying, James Golding. Here we go.
Now compare that to Hazelwood.
No, there we go. That was your fault, Matty Cam.
I'm just actually having a look at the sector time compared to Todd Hazelwood, who's in a purpose-built Tanuki Racing rocket.
Yep.
And they're nearly matching it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, again, I suppose dollar for dollar. Let's not add up how much Wayne Lee spent or anyone spent on any of their cars. No one wants to mention the price. We don't want to mention the price. There we go, minute 32.770. So Fraser Ross has been nibbling away, and getting those numbers down.
It's just confidence, I think.
Yeah.
You're out in a car that's not yours. you know, obviously the expense is in the back of your mind, and you just nibble away, a bit more confident each lap. We've seen Golding get very confident in the car.
Yeah, but it cost him. Definitely cost him. But what a great idea by Ian Baker to come up with the Hypercar class. The Van Diemen family, we thank them for their contribution, i.e. this is part of their collection. Just to actually stretch their legs, let them go into their natural habitat of what they're ultimately designed to do. Because honestly, if you own a hypercar, what else can you do in it other than pose? Honestly, what else can you do in it? Like, unless you're into track days, and even then, we were talking about it yesterday, just how much preparation it takes to even want to send these things to the track. So, I mean, yes, when you buy a hypercar, it's the ultimate flex. Yes, it looks good. Yes, you're never going to show that on the street because you'll end up with a statistic. So they're designed to be cut loose on circuits, obviously, and in the hand of pro drivers, their natural habitat. But just incredible to see. And so far, I'm still waving the Aussie flag just a little higher than normal, just because the Brabham's in there, and that we love that the Brabham name is still synonymous. And you know what? The Brabham name needs to live on for a long time. Because I don't know what the next 50 years of car tales are going to sound like, but they're going to certainly need to have a fair amount of history lessons continued to be told by either you, me, or the next people, Matty Cav, because this is history in the making. Every single year we get to tell a few more stories, a few more lessons about how the automobile's got to where it's got. And then every year we get to measure it at this fantastic circuit here in Sydney, New South Wales, Destination New South Wales, Sydney Motorsport Park. And my goodness, as much as that's It's almost as good as watching him go, you know, fender to fender, but it's so good to see them having their way out there and getting the timers on them. James Golding, minute 25.213, that lap from this morning. Tim Slade, 26.578. Fraser Ross is the only one that's really improved. And Scott Stevenson, I tell you what, Scott, minute 41.040, still great in that other Pagani, but fantastic to see. And the hypercar class, goodness, if we managed to get the imagination of all the other hypercar owners out there, well, who knows what the hypercar class can dish out in the future. I'm certainly loving what it's doing here in 2025. Crazy to see, fantastic. And you know what, wait till you get... We get down to J-Mac. Right now, J-Mac, what have we got in the pits?
Well, to the uninitiated, World Time Attack Challenge is all about big power and massive, massive wings. Drivers throwing it all at the wall for that super run-up to one perfect lap. That's to the uninitiated, a man who knows a lot more about what goes on underneath the skins and inside the minds of these drivers, Dr. Sammy Diasnas. I'm going to hand the microphone over. Sammy, give us a rundown on what you've been noticing here in pit lane this year.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, we are here at Cole Powelson's Pontiac, and it's a really impressive combination of American culture that we see here. We have effectively a beautiful Pontiac on the outside with a lot of IndyCar components on the inside. One of the really unique aspects of this car is this great big front wing, and these great big front wings are obviously generating a lot of downforce for the cars. It's really important for being able to turn in to have that front downforce on the car. One of the big misconceptions with these big front wings or big front splitters is that the closer you can get them to the ground, the better they'll perform. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Usually there is an optimum ride height for that front wing to be operating at, and you don't want to be going underneath it. If the car does go underneath it, you'll see that the car is going to sink down, the downforce is going to drop off, it's going to rise back up, downforce is going to pick up, and then that process will keep continuing, and you get this oscillation, this up and down motion happening at the front of the car. So what's that called? It's called porpoising, and that's really detrimental to the front grip that the tires can generate, and it also has consequences on the amount of damage that you can generate underneath the car to the delicate aero components that you'll find underneath these cars. So how do the engineers control this? The way they do it is first they determine where that optimum ride height is. They can do that through a series of CFD simulations or by just running the car on the track and continuously monitoring the data that they're seeing. But once they know where that optimum height is, the engineers then need a way to be able to control the ride height to make sure that the gap that they have to the ground is optimized. So one of the great innovations that we've seen on this particular car is it has rockers which help change the spring rate that the springs are providing to the wheels, but it's also got this additional spring element here, which is the third element. That third spring is very important for trying to control how much the front of the car will drop down, and it allows the car to be a little bit stiffer going down the straight, but more compliant when going through the corners. So these are really important features which this car has, which are more than just suspension. It's also there to help optimize the aerodynamics of the car. And this really highlights how these vehicles, even though we've got really impressive suspension and really powerful engines and really impressive aero, it's all about how do we make the package work together. And that's why to get that one perfect lap, what you really need is a great team working together, trying to optimize all these individual features to get the perfect outcome. So that's a little insight about Cole Powelson's Pontiac. I hope you've enjoyed that. Over to you.
Oh, look, bravo, Dr. Sammy, bravo. The guy didn't do aero for some of the best Formula One teams, and of course the iconic RP968 for nothing, and of course he's a lecturer at Macquarie University as well. If only I was smart enough to go to university, I would love to sit there and watch more of what Dr. Sammy can teach us. Well, I'll tell you what, there's going to be a break and back with more action on track here at Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge in beautiful Sydney, Australia.
As the president of the Super Cheap Auto Club, our head office has invited me down here to explain our new spend and get. Okay, so step one, club members spend $100. Step two, club members get $5 credit. And step three, there is no step three. No points? No. Okay, so just to recap, spend and get. That's it.
Make it super at Super Cheap Auto.
That's not a Charger. This is a Charger.
Bloody hell, that thing's screaming off its head.
Stock as a rock, mate. Matching numbers and all.
It's all about that turbo flutter.
I was told to get a family car. I did, but it's a turbo.
Mate, you could have at least gotten one with chrome bumpers.
We speak your language. Enthusiasts like you, we understand your make, model and mods. Enthusiast, anything but ordinary.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search BOSCH Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at the World Time Attack for 2025. My name is Warren Serrett. Joining me, of course, the voice of Drift, Jared Deander, in the house for 25. And it is the one and only, the Mad One. Mad Mike Wood at New Zealand's finest export. The door is open. Throwback to the OG 1993. Mad Mike makes himself famous by jumping out of the car at the Manukau Velodrome, just like that, Jared Deander.
Oh, dude, Warren, so good to be back here in the box. So good to be in Australia. And then, you know, why not just ruffle the feathers of all you Aussies out there? Got a New Zealand, an American in the box, and got a Kiwi out there on the track in a Japanese car with rotaries and a wagon which he's so sentimental about this car. And I've had the conversation, but have you had the conversation with him about how much this wagon means to him? And then, like, let's cut it up. Because this car means so much. This was the car he did burnouts. You know, obviously, like, summer nats and burnouts are such a big thing and part of, you know, Australian and Kiwi culture. But this is an iconic car for him. He takes it over at D1. How many rotors in this thing? Is this
one's quad rotor? Yeah,
it's quad. Yeah,
another TCP Magic build.
Oh, so good.
You just listen to it scream, Mike. We're going to show you down the main straight. Round turn one. Mad Mike doing Mad Mike things. You talk about Mad Mike moments. I actually recall interviewing Mike when he got this car back because he sold it. The story with this car is that he sold it to fund the FD that he built. That kind of made him famous in New Zealand back in about 2007. He sold it, and then it came back into his care.
Yeah.
He's always kind of called himself a caretaker of this car, right?
A steward.
Yeah.
A steward. When you own something, you know, if it's a house, if it's a car, if it's a child, right? We're stewards of our children and make sure they have and go on and do great things. And this wagon came back into the fold for him. And what's really cool about this, like you say, TCP Magic. So here it is. This car sends it over to Japan, competes in D1, decides, I'm good with that. Let's have fun with this. And as you said, Mad Bull, which is the FD RX-7, which has seen many different iterations. I think he's on Gen 5 pretty much of the aesthetics, the package, the motor, the whole package overall. But this car is thirsty. It's thirsty for some fuel. It's thirsty for some Red Bull. I love the whole feel of it. Obviously, you know, the air cleaner sticking out, the arches, the wing, the Japanese flat, all of it just screams Mad Mike. It's so cool. And have you seen in the visor, he has a photo of him. It's like, he like kisses himself when he goes out drifts.
Hey, I'm sure he's got a few other things in his mind too, and I want to send a shout out to Tony, who's back home, and Link, who I believe has got his ball this weekend.
Yeah, man, he's going to go party and dance. I know last year it was raining for him, so shout out to Lincoln, Tony, and Jetty Wadetti. Mike coming from my neck of the world. He was in Crandon, Wisconsin, which if you don't know Crandon, look it up, C-R-A-N-D-O-N. This is like an off-road mecca. He raced with a fellow teammate of his in Red Bull, Andrew Carlson. He owns a track out there called Elk River ERX. And Mike, of course, drove a rotary truck.
Yeah, Mike told me Thursday night when I caught up, he said it's the scariest thing. It's like up there for him. And you imagine the things that Mike has driven, it was the scariest thing just about that he's ever been behind the wheel, because a Pro 4 truck, you just can't quite get a grasp of what it's like. He said it's almost like, if you think about a normal one, it's like a Temu RZ truck, right? Like a little Tonka toy.
Yeah.
And then you get these big, just screaming, and you just can't appreciate how wide they are.
Right.
Like, very definition of, what's the current phrase? Big back or whatever.
Oh,
my kids love saying big back.
Yeah, okay. Thick.
Sometimes. Yeah.
Thick with 3 C's.
Yeah, sometimes.
Thick.
Sometimes they're talking to me, but.
Well, you just told me before we came in the box, you're wearing your son's shoes.
I am wearing my son's
So he
shoes.
has absolutely established dominance over you. So shout out to Jordan as well, and your family watching at home. Mad Mike, an absolute spokesperson for drifting. Goodwood Festival of Speed. We were there earlier this year, or just a few months ago. He has Mad Mike Summer Bash. Just a consummate professional, but respectfully disruptive. Always just having a lot of fun, putting smiles on faces. That's what he's really about. And you talk about that truck. I grew up with that, the trucks and the off-road and all that stuff. So it's really cool to see Mike acknowledge that. Lincoln's been racing off-road. He wants to jump behind the wheel. So I love it. And, the drifting community has really embraced what Mike has done for the community. Also, we were intended to see, talking about the Horizon Motorsport Hammerhead. If you haven't seen that vehicle in person, it is in the pits. Unfortunately, it did suffer a transmission issue. Yes. I talked to Cole this morning at breakfast, and he said that, unfortunately, did suffer a transmission issue, and they said they had it dialed in pretty moderate, nothing aggressive. And the engineer on that, they work in IndyCar, and he says, I have never seen that part break.
Yeah, and I think you need to put that in context, because it's not a normal part. It's an IndyCar gearbox that's in that car.
Yeah.
So you don't just go and machine something up or weld something up overnight. There's hundreds of thousands of dollars all relying on that. It'll be like a 50-cent part or something, right? That causes $500,000 worth of damage, and certainly not something we want to see here at the Yokohama World Time Attack. And Jared, you talked about Mad Mike has plenty to say. You've got him later on in the VIP suite. Yeah. So he and a few of the other International Drift Cup guests will be joining you up in VIP. The Year the Boys and the Year the Girls will be joining me on the stage. So chance to get a poster, maybe an autograph, a little selfie with Jared. Or with Mike, or with Hibino, or with your Koi. The list goes on, right? And speaking of international visitors, Jaron Olive Kroner, the parts trader Lexus RCF 1,000 horsepower of V12 in a. How sweet does this thing sound?
It sounds so good. It looks the JDM part. I like that the hood is off. Aesthetically, everybody's going with these like pink, blue, purple kind of color palette. Just saw yesterday, Keep It Read, Jason Farron debuted the yellow livery. So I like maybe the trend. The color, you're more of an autumn. This is more of a winter.
You just made me think back to something. So I had a conversation with Kevin yesterday from Hammerhead, and he said exactly the opposite. The car is so wild in itself. That's why they've gone with the subtle grey on the Hammerhead, because the car is the showpiece. Yeah. They didn't want to overreach with something just in your face, right? Like, you imagine walking. You imagine if he said to me, like, if that car was bright yellow or something, you would have a completely different perception of it. It wouldn't be as what would the word
disruptive?
Be? Disruptive or authentic, menacing.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of the born in the dark. I know you like. You haven't done your vein yet. It's early in the day.
You bring it out of me, Warren. You really bring it out of me. And here we are. We're in the Miwok vehicle.
So I did have some issues last night. Hibino-san took a rather aggressive jump off the inside of the track. So my guess is that they're probably getting that sorted out for maybe demonstration runs tonight, because we'll see the Boys and the Girls tonight as part of the International Drifting Cup. Brought to you by Garrett Advancing Motion. The best place, of course, to watch the International Drifting Cup is up on the Celebrations Hill here at the beautiful Sydney Motorsport Park here in Blacktown, about 40 minutes out of Sydney. A little bit of a taxi Uber ride.
I'm good.
Yeah?
I'm good. Like, there's one car that I will ride in this weekend, and that's Levi Clark's hot rod drift car, man. That's, the guy who developed it and built it. They offered me a ride, and, we lost Levi, was it last year? Yeah. Just before last year. And time flies. And, know his wife and his son. I believe they're here. Met his dad, hanging, with his dad and his team. But I'll ride Levi's tech in that car in honor of Levi Clark.
Cool. Yeah, so Peter Kay will be driving that tonight. Speaking of drivers who will see tonight, Benny Meir is one of our reserves tonight. 311 Motorsport. Mr. Keep It Read, Jason Farron. Now, Jared referenced before the Hyper Yellow Banana. It's not the Barrow Wags, it's the 2J Wags. Yeah. Now, they are having some issues. They're hoping to put that into competition tonight, but they're shaking down the backup car. How good is that? You got a 34 as a backup car here that you can come out and just do the IDC Cup demo in. And you can see how quickly that car makes light work of those rear tyres. They are, of course, 265 wide semi-slip tyres. Well, we do actually have some cars here on 285s this weekend. Naoki Nakamura on the 285 Valeno. That is Alex the Shark Sharker, local carpenter based here in Sydney. A man doing big things in the local scene. He's the current EDC and Super Drift champion, self-built car. That is the one and only Aaron Dewar, Dewar's race engines. Now that's a D-stroked RB25. Stroke down to 2.3 litres to make it rev harder. No, it's got less torque, more revs. Because he loves to just drive it on the limit.
Just a top speed, one-gun style drift car. Okay. I mean, that's cool.
It's cool. It was wild just watching it last night. And Aaron Dewar was one of the drivers who was on form last night. Just absolutely, to borrow one of your phrases, sending it as we watch Ben Meyer. Now, what we do know, ladies and gentlemen, is turn one here at Sydney Motorsport Park is something that these drivers look forward to each and every year. It is the one time that anyone gets to skid that corner anywhere in the calendar. And it is a huge credit to Ian Baker, Alan, and his entire team that we are allowed to even go anywhere near skidding around that corner. You see the time attack guys going flat out around that corner looking for grip. These guys are going around there looking to minimize grip.
Yeah, and in the driver's meeting yesterday said,
smiling.
Keep smiling, keep drifting, knowing you can always count on me.
That one's a little bit
Sorry, I just broke out in Whitney Houston song. Look, and they said, hey, if you can't drift it, grip it, just rip through, because there very well could be a train behind you that is progressing through. Looking forward to seeing Luke Fink up there. Saxon, who won 2 years ago, just saw him and his whole crew out there.
Santa Booch, local man. He is behind the Drift Mob. He is the president of OS DC. Is sponsored by Highflex this weekend. And he has promised us the best Lebanese chicken in Sydney delivered to us later on. Apparently it's a thing. So much. Now, this is the man to watch tonight. Matt Harvey, last 2 years, second place. Unfinished business. Kumho Tyres back machine. Matty Harvey out of Tasmania has that real point to prove. This is Nick Holland. This is Nick Harvey out of Western Australia. Recent podium finish in D1 W8, S&M Performance. Now, there are two of these cars. You'll see partner Sarah Jane in the Year the Girls deputy, so don't think you're doing a double take there. Warwick Hill, Zestino Tyres 2JZ BMW. Warwick Hill, one of our regular competitors here. Great to see him getting a field start tonight. He's been backup car in the last couple of years.
Warren, how are the BMWs being received? Obviously, a lot of Nissans here in Australia, a few rotaries here and there, but not so much in competition. I know in the States and in Europe, obviously, the BMWs are wildly popular. E46s, E36s, but E46 is just a part. Are you seeing a lot of them, not just yet?
Yeah, I've had a lot of discussions with people about that, and Australia and New Zealand are still very much in that Sylvia kind of era. We haven't really progressed towards the BMW chassis. There have been people who've gone down that route, but it hasn't really taken on like maybe we thought it would. What I do know is that at grassroots level, there are a whole heap of them, right? Because they're cheap, fun, easy skid cars. Guys going to the likes of Sky's Owls Drift School down at Merry south of Auckland, the Drift Park there doing the MSC type competition. Yeah, really popular car, the BMW. That is Brendan O'Grady, affectionately known as Bogger. 1,300 horsepower, a big old dirty Pro Mod turbo on the side of that LS. And Bogger last night was aggressive. He was looking pretty strong. Now, look at this. I want to know, which is prettier, the man himself or the car? Matty Hill, the brand new Toyota Supra drift car. Debuting here this weekend.
We've been having a lot of issues. He's a tired man. I just talked to him right before he went out. I guess a seal was closed in the oil thing and it filled up. Pistons hit valves, dropped the motor. They've been working on this thing since last week.
Yeah, but he came out last night and on the second lap he nailed the section because Matty Hill's a talented man. We've seen him before. Now, speaking of talented men, Naoki Nakamura. Is there any, I use the term infamous when it comes to Nakamura, right? Because there's a story with Nakamura. He's not always been just a professional level competitor. He's done some things, he's earned his stripes.
He's a performer.
Yes, he is.
He steps out of the car, he's got a little personality, and he's a little guy in stature, but he's got big angle, and he's full of charisma.
Speaking of big angle, there's 1,300 horsepower. Bogger about to hit turn one and blaze the rears. I feel like he saved a little time for that one. This is interesting.
The squat on that car was kind of unique compared to some of the other cars, right? The Bogger Booger.
Masashi Yokoi, the three-time D1 in Japan champion. He is always fast here. He's another who's been kind of to the finals but hasn't quite stood in the top step yet. He'll be looking to get a victory last night. Really uncharacteristic practice from him last night. Just came out the first lap and just went firing off the track and kind of looking at it going, well, maybe he's just got that one out of the way for the weekend, right?
Whoa!
Did I do that?
Yeah. Hey, congratulations, Warren. You got the power, dude.
I have the power.
You have the power. The power of Grayskull.
MCR factory on the side of the Yokoi machine.
Yeah, Yokoi is an absolute icon. Again, like you say, you know, these Japanese drivers, they have legendary status, and you know, Nakamura and Yokoi, two iconic names. As you can see, they're going for it, but then had to back off.
I was hoping to see Nakamura hit turn one there. See if Yokoi does it. The Japanese,
they could be out of tire too.
Could be, yeah, could be. The drivers we were talking about. Oh, that might be why.
Side skirt, schmide skirt, you're good.
Until you hit that at 200.
Yokoi, yeah, no, Yokoi might hit it.
Yeah.
He lost stuff too.
Wing mirror. That's the. Is it cover off the wing mirror?
They're just dropping parts. They're falling apart out here.
Drift car 101. What's that car held together by? It is cable ties and duct tape.
And hope.
Yeah.
And prayers. T's and P's, as they call them, thoughts and prayers.
Does he just test him?
Yeah, he might just be shaking it down. I mean, again, you saw the car bounce around. He dropped some body parts, but
slightly different rake on. Is it slightly sitting down? Look.
That back left looks like it's got it's got positive camera. It looks like on that back left.
Was that where it dropped off the edge of the track?
That was.
Yeah, it was.
I think.
Yeah,
it was that side. All right, they are re-racked and ready to track once again.
I do love the fact that these guys get told every year, you can't win this in the demo, and they just all come out and try and win the demo, right? Yep. Every year without fail. Look at that, though. This is without a doubt the highest caliber drift field you will find anywhere in Australasia. You do not find a competition like this where, if you look at the pool format, now, Jared, you asked me about this earlier, right? So we're going pool format qualifying tonight. So each driver meets every other driver in their pool. They get 2 points if they win. They get 1 point for a draw. They get no points if they lose. At the end of the no one more time battle pools, we find our top 8, and then they go into the traditional grade 8. So there's a lot to play for tonight. There is a wild card variable in that because we have 2 reserve drivers who can come in and earn their own points, but a driver is not eliminated from competition. So we've seen that happen before where a driver's kind of got through 2 battles, had a win, then had a mechanical, had someone else come in, and then won the 3rd battle. So it's quite an interesting format.
Like leapfrog?
Yeah, because they still end up with 6 points out of that, so they can still do quite well. So a mechanical doesn't necessarily take you out of play, and it's a great way for a motortainment type event like this to ensure that the punters get their money's worth, right? You want to be up on that celebrations hill, because I guarantee at 10 o'clock on Saturday night, when your sultry tones are singing out over that podium and you're presenting the winner, but you get that moment, and the reason that moment means so much is because this is such a high caliber field. We just don't have that. So Jared, back in Australia, welcome back. We're on camera. We're doing this again, having a good time here. You're looking resplendent in the yellow there.
Oh, thank you, man. It really brings out your eyes.
The brand it does. Yeah, and I look almost tall next to you.
You are tall. You are big in stature, and you have a big heart. So thank you, man. Thank you. Again, you drop such great knowledge, and again, having traveled and announced so many different races, I kind of have to control, delete, and be like, okay, where am I? What's going on? But you're always a great support system and a backbone to drop that, as you say, the Australasia, the driver pool, the different people. I'm absolutely so thankful for the Australian market and you guys have so many talented, great drivers. I really want to see a good championship here in Australia really come to kind of fruition. I think that, I was talking with Robbie Nishida yesterday. Jim Lau is in the building. He's co-founder of Formula Drift. We were talking about just how much talent is. It's very reminiscent of even like Japan. We have FD Japan, but just, we just want to see these guys and gals really flourish.
There's some big things going on. The New Zealand series is very healthy at the moment because we now have an Australian champion and Luke Fink. So we'll see him later on. We have guys like Rob White who come out of retirement. Is Rob playing golf with you?
He is not. I'm playing with his son, but I'm gonna beat him up though. It's okay. I don't care how old he is. I'm still gonna just take his money. I'm kidding. I'm not playing. When I saw him last night, I was like, hey, what's your handicap? He's like, I'm a 17. I'm like, dude, I'll smoke you. I was talking smack to. I think he's like 9, 10.
Yeah.
I'll still smoke it. But no, I'm not playing with Rob, but I am playing some G on Sunday.
Right, yeah, the boys demo session. One of the brainwaves of Ian Baker each and every year is changing it up. So this year we have the Year the Boys demo, and coming up after this we have the Year the Girls demo, and that is Ben Wilkinson. He is driving what they call the Driftzilla. That is an R35 chassis with 2JZ underneath the bonnet. And for fun, this man runs a jet boating business up on the Gold Coast.
Love it. Yeah, the R35, you know, I think it's a wildly underrated car. I think it's cool. It's big. It's thick. It's like a Japanese Corvette. But if you can get it dialed, it looks really great. Big back again.
It's a big back. It is a heavy car.
I don't think it's a thing your kids say. I think it's you say it.
I learned it off him. Yeah, I've had to learn some phrases off him. I'm trying to maintain I'm trying to retain a modicum of relativity to my children. Me trying to sound intelligent on a drift stream.
It's all good.
It's all good. And speaking of all good, Mike Lake, the Lamborghini by Optima Batteries. That is a BMW chassis with a Lamborghini body dropped over it. We saw Mike Lake sliding it last night. He reckons he's given it a few extra herbs, a few extra $100 notes for tonight. He's looking forward to putting on a show. And he came to me and he said, you know what I want to do? I want to go to New Zealand with this car and I want to challenge Mad Mike in the 787D versus the Lamborghini and just battle side to side, which sounds like a wild idea.
You know, I'll tell you, we did that earlier, not with those cars, obviously, but we saw who was it? It was Chelsea Denofa in his Corvette. Not Corvette, excuse me. Chelsea Denofa in his Porsche. Matt Field in his C8 Corvette, and then somebody else. We're 3 drift supercars at Hyperfest, which is an event in Virginia. Hey, speaking of Levi Clark, RIP Levi Clark, always forever with us, and FUCK cancer, of course, but love this thing.
Yeah, Cure Brain Cancer is the charity that the Clark family still support. I had a great chat with Kit and the team down there on the stand. If you want to go down there, buy a sticker, buy a t-shirt, buy a beanie, buy a hat, anything you can to support brain cancer research, because unfortunately it is on the rise. It takes too many of our people too early, and RIP Levi Clark, it's fantastic.
Also, suicide prevention awareness this month as well. So check on your homies, check on your mates, check on your teammates, man. Is that him? Is that the Slambo?
Might have been the 13B and the Slambo just backfiring down the straight. So these are the Year the Boys demo sessions, so you will see them a couple of times at least tonight, and we will release them. We'll be releasing them just in between the pool battles, I believe, and possibly if that smoke is that bonnet just wavering away there.
Yeah, that's
cable ties.
That's rat rod stuff.
Cable ties will fix it. That's a pull-in built LS3 underneath the bonnet of that. Peter Kay driving the car this weekend in tribute to his great mate. And one of the things that said to me is, how good does it look? Because one of Levi's things every year was he would come here and unveil a new look. And she was talking about how creative he was, and just he would get an idea and he would build on it, and he'd build on it and expand on it, and he'd be like, oh, right, I've got it right now. Yep. And he'd just come and drop it on us each and every year, and he never turned out a bad looking car.
Yeah, and what was her name again? I met her yesterday.
Kirsty?
Yeah, I met her, and she was like, yeah, I had the opportunity to meet her, and she was really proud of it, so she should be. Obviously, big lion head there, rip it around and get staged. And here we go. Yeah, the girls!
Girls, this is the OG Catherine Hewitson. That is an what is the NASCAR? The NASCAR. Yeah, NASCAR motor, and this is the OG of Australian female drifting, the Drift Cat Hewitson. Her and her husband Trent built this car for her to come back and continue her competitive drifting journey. And it's great to see her out here putting on a show, leading the charge for the girls. We went into the briefing before. We said, who wants to go first? She said, I'm going. Yep. I was first. In a very literal sense, I was first here in Australia. I'm going to go first for the demo. So
she's got a great attitude. Saw her yesterday, and she said, "Hey, Jared, just always jovial." Saw her at Drift Fest earlier this year, the Keep It Read event over Melbourne. So it was great to see her. See LZ World Tour placard on the door, throwing it out. What do we have here?
That is Caroline Palaka in the LS Tower 86. Represents Racing Industries. Interesting story about Caroline. I said to her during the week, I said, oh, what do you do for, what do you? She goes, oh, I'm just an average run-of-the-mill girl. She said, what else? What's your motorsport background? She says, oh, well, I used to be an age grade karting champion.
Oh,
and I've done hill climbs, and I rolled a car once in my evening. I'm like, dude, you're like motorsport through and through. You're from a car family. She's like, oh yeah, no, we grew up in a car family. Speaking of car chicks, Tim Thorley, the drift mama, doing it for Lily and Lou. Shout out to Lily and Lou, the crew chiefs back home for the NZC.
Where's your shirt?
I made that a little bit sterile yesterday, so I haven't got it on today. I do have a Drift Mama t-shirt. If you want to grab a Drift Mama t-shirt, they are for sale. Kim proudly fundraising to get herself over here. Chase her dreams, and that is Mike's championship-winning car from...
Yo, those wing canards are so sick. I love that.
It's the mouse.
I love it. No, it's a cloud, right?
Oh, sorry, no, it's Mercurial mouse.
Oh, okay, my bad. I thought I'm like, that's not a mouse, it's a cloud.
Yeah, what do you call those in New Zealand? Those are mouses in the sky.
What the heck? All right, I know we have a different of language. I don't believe in, you know, coincidentally, Drift Mama with the NZ. It's Z, okay? It's a 350Z. It's not a 350Z. I'm sorry.
All right, we'll argue about how to say it.
Yeah, you know what, respectfully, I'm American in your land, so I'll say Z.
You'll say Z. That's fine. This will be like when we do Mazda every year.
Yeah,
tell me
Jaguar.
All right, here we go with Denver Sylvia's online influencer, a car builder. This car was built from a rusted out shell as a bit of a passion project online, and Denver has, now did that just go up in flame? That just went up. Look at the heat signature.
Yeah, that is.
That has come off the track there for Denver, and she is getting out.
She's got it. Come on, get out there. You're good. You got it.
You're out, girl. You're good. You're good. She's all right.
She's right on.
That was pretty. How was that reaction? Just
good
control.
On
yeah,
it.
just.
All right, the ProFlow Nissan 350Z here.
Now, interesting story about Mouse. Part of her story is, and she did say it was okay to say this. So when she was younger, she was homeless.
Okay.
And she never wanted people to feel like they weren't enough or they couldn't come to events. So she doesn't sell merchandise; she gives it away.
What?
So yeah, she gives it away. So if you're a kid who wants a sticker or something or other, she's got merchandise she gives away. That's a pretty cool story.
That's amazing.
Journey of growth. She's an award-winning cosplayer, artist, digital creator.
Really?
So yeah, very, very cool story for Mouse, and great to see Ian Baker again coming up with something different and celebrating female motorsport culture in Australia. So if you actually want to catch up with the girls or learn a little bit more about it, Keziah from our broadcast team will be up in VIP with some of the girls and some of the time attack races later on. So you'll be able to get a bit more of an in-depth view of what goes on in their worlds. They'll also be joining us on stage with their posters, stickers, as I mentioned. Grab the selfies. I've got to go out on a limb here, Jared.
What?
The girls are much prettier than the boys.
I don't know. There's some pretty boys up there too.
Well, Matty Hill's up there, right? So Matty Hill was up there. He's
just really making it clear. That was twice with the Matty Hill.
I know. All right. Well, I've embarrassed myself. Let's go to a break.
Yeah. No. Okay. We'll go to a break. Hey, thank you so much for joining us here. Warren, Jared, Deenda. World Time Attack is alive and well. Thank you for joining us. Day 1 of 2. All thriller, no filler. Legendary Sydney Motorsports Park. Here we are in South Wales. Thank you to the community coming together to celebrate automotive, not anarchy, automotive absolute elation. Thank you so much.
Bathurst was built from a different kind of DNA. Laid into the track by every driver who's ever dared to push the limit. 161 laps, 1,000 kilometres. Bathurst is built for those who are willing to earn it. This Bathurst DNA, only a few have it. Now show us. Repco Bathurst 1000, 9 to 12 October. Book now at Ticketek. Supercars, unforgettable.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Everything looks better slammed, yeah? The lower the better.
Mate, I let the car do the talking. Driving a Euro car is all about the thrill, not the cost.
There's no replacement for displacement, eh?
I think the only factory thing left is the chassis.
When that carby opens up, it sounds like you're going to suck birds in from the sky.
Some talk shit. We know ours. Enthusiast. Anything but ordinary.
Yokohama.
Hi everybody, my name's Dane Keevers. I'm from BOSCH Motorsport Australia. We're here today at the Sydney World Time Attack Test Day, working with the Tanuki vehicle and reigning 1000 Bathurst champion Todd Hazelwood, working on the Tanuki vehicle with some Japanese engineers that we brought over from BOSCH Motorsport, trying to maximise the performance of our BOSCH Motorsport ABS system in Todd's attempt to win the WATC for 2025. So one of the reasons we're here today is to work with Todd and upskill his driver skill set to really maximise the motorsport ABS application. So this vehicle is equipped with BOSCH Motorsport ABS, and the difference between BOSCH Motorsport ABS and road car ABS is that it's adaptable to the conditions available at the time, be it on the circuit or what the driver preference is, aero load or tyre capacity or tyre grip levels. With Todd's experience racing TA2 cars, V8 supercars here in Australia, coming out of a non-motorsport ABS car and working with the team at Tanuki, or the Tanuki racing team, BOSCH Motorsport ABS engineers, we're really able to garner his initial feedback on maximising that ABS capability. Sydney Motorsport Park here is a really good application for BOSCH Motorsport ABS. Some of these corners are very heavily braked. In fact, quite often, 63% of the lap here at Sydney Motorsport Park is under braking or under turn. What we're looking to do with Todd and the ABS engineers is really focus in the Tanuki vehicle with its massive aero loads, really wide tyres and huge horsepower output to make sure that when we run a lap, we can extend those straight line speed windows by decreasing the braking zone to increase the time that we're going fast.
It's been really cool to be working with the BOSCH management system that we have in our Tanuki S13. We've actually got some engineers from Japan giving us a helping hand and trying to, I guess, help us understand how we can maximise this baby here behind us. It's been a lot of cool. The tunability with the ABS system is probably the best part about it, and just how accurate it is. So for a highly strung, absolute beast behind me here, to have the technical support from BOSCH, but also knowing that they've got the capability, they've got the experience, and they're giving us the best product possible for me to give myself as a driver all the confidence that I need every time I'm hitting that brake pedal. We're talking of forces of over 4 tons of downforce, and obviously when you're hitting the brake pedal for the first time, there's a huge amount of energy going through my leg into the brake pedal, and having that confidence of the ABS system is absolutely paramount for us to be able to achieve the lap times that we're doing. So we've been trying a few different modes with the ABS system. It's all part of our testing program as we lead into the event tomorrow, and looking forward to tuning it up, making it even faster.
One of the key differences between road car ABS and BOSCH Motorsport ABS is that road car ABS is based on a predefined envelope based on the vehicle's weight, its centre of gravity, its available tyre contact patch, and has to be calibrated to suit all manner of drivers in any sort of conditions. The key difference with BOSCH Motorsport ABS is that it is focused on using the sensor-based inputs and the driver's requirements based on track temperature, track surface, the inclement weather, rain, different tyre compounds and aero loading to really use ABS to improve their ability to maximise their lap. As we said earlier, one of the key features of BOSCH Motorsport ABS is its ability to be changed to suit the conditions on the vehicle. So in Todd's case here, driving the Tanuki vehicle, as the surface temperature changes here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and he feels that the braking distances are allowing him to maximise that lap, he can change the ABS intervention threshold to make sure that when he trusts that brake pedal, it's going to reduce the amount of slip and maximise his grip into the corner, producing more predictability of his turn and also increasing that braking distance into the corner so that he's going faster for longer. So what we're looking to see over the course of the weekend, with Todd driving this vehicle and us leveraging the expertise of our ABS engineers, is as the weekend develops and Todd gets more and more comfortable in the car and its braking threshold, we're going to recalibrate the BOSCH Motorsport ABS to really make sure that it's in parallel or working in conjunction with the available grip, the changing conditions, and Todd's requirements of the vehicle to really maximise that lap in the lead up to the competition on Saturday night. If you're interested in having BOSCH Motorsport ABS applied to your vehicle, please reach out to our dealer network or visit BOSCH Motorsport Australia via our website to find out more information about how you can maximise your lap time, potentially here at Sydney Motorsport Park or for a World Time Attack event.
Well, great to for everyone joining us here at the 2025 Yokohama World Time Attack. Warren, it's some fantastic demos we just saw out on track. How good is the drifting here when it comes to the International Drifting Cup?
Oh, it's the best in the world, right? It is a field that you hoist that trophy at the end of the event, and you know that you've achieved something on a global level. Even making the top 8, massive achievement, Matty. I mean, I was just talking to you off camera about the quality of the field, because I don't see a lot of maybe the domestic competitions here. And you were just telling me about how many podium finishes this field's got, right? Like there's hundreds.
Go through the numbers. Yeah. Matt Harvey, for me, he's the ultimate professional, like SA drifting champion. He's taken out, you know, all sorts of drift championships around here, like Drift Fest, things like that. Like, it doesn't matter where he goes, he's on a podium there. So Matt Harvey is one for me. Brendan Bogger, well, I mean, anything can happen with him. If the car stays together, Boggs is going to try and throw 1,000 horsepower around the track.
I don't think 1,000's enough for Boggs. He'd be more like 1,500 would be a more Bogger number.
Brody Marr, I don't know what it is about Tasmania. Matt Harvey and Brody Marr are just, if the judge says, hey, put the car here, for some reason they just do it. And so Brody Marr, but I mean, he's now come out with the RX-7, so that's a bit of a new thing for him. He hasn't done too many laps in that. We'll see how it goes this weekend. I mean, when it comes to SRs, he is the man.
Yeah, Toretto is the name of that vehicle. It is a full rebuild built in-house by Brody and his team down there in Tasmania. He did what we specifically mentioned, that everything on that car that can be built by him is built by him, right, or by his mates. So very much that Aussie journey, or we call it the Kiwi journey normally, but I need to remember which country I'm in, right?
Yeah.
So, as we hear the Liberty Walk Fire to Life, it's how weird is it to say it's the other quad road? We've seen Mike, and now we've got Liberty Walk with Hibino-san behind the wheel. Very long time D1 Japan competitor. He is most famous, of course, for his exploits behind the wheel of an 86. He is very much a purist. Had a little chat with him via translator Shane Binghams. Okay, so we know how some of the other drivers describe his style. How would Hibino describe his style? He's adaptable. He can get in anything and make it go sideways. So
that's a nice way of saying he's talented.
Yeah, he could. Yeah, well, look, we sort of been joking during the week that Luke Fink could skid an Esky, right?
Yeah.
Well, for those who don't know, an Esky, what do we call it? Esky, chili bin cooler, because we've got.
It doesn't matter which part of the world. Something where you put your drinks in to stay cold or your food. Yeah, well, that's Luke Fink. He can drive it.
And oddly enough, that's what his car looks like as well. Yeah. The one that he's driving in the demo. So this is Liberty Walk, who of course have got their merchandise stand located down the far end of the pits. Plenty of t-shirts, plenty of stickers, plenty of hoodies, jackets, etc. available down there. I think I even saw a steering wheel and a gear knob. So if you want to get a souvenir that you can't find any other time, then that is the place to go here at World Time Attack as we conclude with the last of our demos here. And this will be a little bit of a different run here for Liberty Walk. They've been given let's put a pun on it at the beginning, a little bit of liberty. They're allowed to do some things on the main straight that our main demo field aren't allowed to do. So when it gets to that point, we will just let the quad rotor sing. But is it a flag out the window? It is a flag. It is a... Is it an Australian?
It's like an Australian flag.
Obviously a guest in the passenger seat there. That's a money can't buy, isn't it?
I want to say you're from the land of rotaries. When it comes to building rotaries, quad rotors that stay together through the absolute abuse and punishment they put them through, New Zealand is the place, right? But a quad rotor for me, like a triple and a quad rotor, you know, I wasn't always a rotary fan. I've grown into that, but the quad rotor and the triple rotor, they've just got a note to them that's unbelievable.
I've made a name for myself over the years for making fun of certain things by contractual obligations. I can't say too many positive things about rotaries, Hondas, Subarus, AU Falcons.
What? You can't say good things about AU Falcons?
Hey, I'm still
they'll deport you for that if you say that too loud.
I'm still disappointed we haven't had one on the Drift Cup field, to be fair. I reckon that would be the most Aussie thing ever. So here we go with the Liberty Walk Drift performance. It's about to come up and over the hill again tonight. If you want to stay and watch the International Drifting Cup, the Celebrations Hill is the place to be. Get up there early, grab your prime spot and watch the drifting action unfold as we go to the pool format, Matty. Have you seen that before? That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, they've done it here a couple of years actually in the past, and I do like that fact, as you know who's coming out. You can sort of set yourself up for where you want to watch. The drivers know what they're coming into as well. It's sort of not an unknown. You're not losing any drivers. Now listen to this. I'm just waiting in anticipation because we don't know what's going to happen during this demo.
It sounded like an artillery of tanks coming past, firing shells. This is what's going to happen.
In front of the main straight, all the crowd, like it is packed up there. If you want to go along the balcony, I want to know what the weight rating is on that concrete slab because it's pretty much at maximum capacity.
That'll be the best photo of this event. The Aussie flag out the window, doing donuts on the main straight. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're on the grandstand, put your hands together for Liberty Walk, the TCP Magic Quad Rotor putting on a show. We're a long way away, Matty, and I can hear that crowd applauding from where we are in the soundproof box.
It's almost like someone's doing a burnout next door to your house, isn't it? Like, it's pretty loud. You can hear the crowd, can hear the pops and the bangs out of the exhaust. It's an incredible sound. And to put it in an S15, I mean, you know, like...
I didn't realise that was actually the competition car as well, too. So that's the car they actually did the D1 Japan Series in with TCP. So TCP Magic, of course, the engineers with Mad Mike's cars as well. So you know that engine's going to hang together, right? You know the engine's going to hang tough. And how good does it look with the Aussie flag flying proudly? We are, of course, here about 40 minutes out of Sydney here in the at the foot of the Blue Mountains, aren't we, I think?
Pretty close to the foot of the Blue Mountain. I'm going to say tyres are gone there for the Liberty Walk crew. They've gone through a set there. And the Aussie flag out. We're not far from the Blue Mountains. I mean, a magical place. I mean, we're just outside of Blacktown, really, and a big shout out to the Blacktown City Council as well. Obviously, this event being hosted annually. We missed a couple of years there through that patch where we had that little disease getting around, but it's great to have it back, and it really came back in force in 2022. And look, you go down the show and shine, you got the Ghostbusters mobile there. I just want to, you know, surely tonight we can get some glow-in-the-dark ghosts out there or something.
Well, one person we know who has always been a standout, of course, too, as part of the show and shine is Jay Duca, and how good to have Jay Duca's cars here as well. So you're a Momo Black Peach. She's behind the wheel of the Odyssey model. Content creator, and currently competing for a D1 GP license. Of course, Jay driving the quad rotor tonight. Matty Cavs, commercial messages.
Oh, well, we've got plenty more action coming away. Look at Mike Lake's Lamborghini. It's all happening here at World Time Attack Challenge. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back on track very soon.
Bathurst was built from a different kind of DNA. Laid into the track by every driver who's ever dared to push the limit. 161 laps, 1,000 kilometres. Bathurst is built for those who are willing to earn it. This Bathurst DNA, only a few have it. Now show us. Repco Bathurst 1000, 9 to 12 October. Book now at Ticketek. Supercars, unforgettable.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Everything looks better, Slams, yeah? The lower the better.
Mate, I let the car do the talking. Driving a Eurocar is all about the thrill, not the cost.
There's no replacement for displacement, eh?
I think the only factory thing left is the chassis.
When that carby opens up, it sounds like you're going to suck birds in from the sky.
Some talk shit. We know ours. Enthusiast. Anything but ordinary.
Yokohama.
Sydney Motorsport Park on a beautiful Friday afternoon. I mean, any day at a racetrack feels like a Saturday, but yes, in Australia we tend to do a little bit on a Friday. Matty Cav joining me on the mic. Fantastic demonstrations we've just seen on track, but it's now time to get back in to the tuner class. And what a great start, the Advan Neova tuner class for 2025, Matty Cav.
Yeah, the Yokohama 8009 is about to get put to the test. Their third session of the day, and we saw that middle session, I suppose, just before lunch, where we didn't see massive improvements when it came to the tuner class, but we're not surprised by that. The sun came out. There was a little bit of overcast conditions for a couple of the classes. It's great to see that World Time Attack Challenge flag flying in the distance. Anyway, let's have a look at some of the guidelines. So you must run factory type engine, which means, you know, we're not going to see engine swaps and things like that. Radiator and suspension must be in factory locations. You can't change where you've got your suspension pickup points. Factory subframes must be retained. No billet blocks, dry sumps, nitrous or aftermarket transmissions. So there goes all the big horsepower stuff. No Lexan windows allowed. Entrance must run a Yokohama Advan Neova 8009. So that's sort of where, that's about the only thing that sort of separates the field, is we've got to keep that tyre there at the moment. So we're going to get back to get the tuner class out there. In the meantime, let's head down to the BOSCH Motorsport pit report with Emily.
Motorsport is for males, females, anyone that's interested in cars. It's so great to see the girls there out drifting, and we also have Eleanor here in the tuner class. So you're heading out for this one. How are you approaching this?
I guess I'm just approaching it like, hey, I'm here to have fun. After what happened last year, I'm just here to obviously try and improve my time as best I can and my confidence after that. But honestly, this whole event, I'm just here to have fun. Just approach it with a good mindset.
Now, in the tuner class, you only are limited to 6 tyres. So how is the strategy going?
Well, I actually came with only 4. But I find that the 8009, they're a very durable tyre. They last for long enough that, you know, with a couple of rotations, I find that I'll be fine with that just the whole weekend.
Wow, that is awesome, saving money, which is great. So how did you actually get into motorsport?
I got to blame my dad for that. I've always loved cars growing up. I've been coming to World Time Attack for nearly 10 years now. I started as a spectator. I built a car that raced here a couple of times, but I didn't drive it. And I was like, you know what? I want to have a go. So that's why I'm here now.
We love it. Anyone can have a go at motorsport. Thanks so much, Eleanor. Back to you in commentary.
Yeah, it's something I've seen actually across a lot of forms of motorsport is that the daughters seem to get involved, and they don't necessarily come up through the go-kart ranks or anything like that. They just go, hey, I want to have a go, and yep, there you go. Put a helmet on, let's go racing.
Well, look, don't get us wrong. The go-kart ranks are at the moment flourishing all through Australia as far as kids in go-karts. But people like Eleanor, of course, Eleanor Terry, she's been out in her Hyundai over the last couple of years. I used to call her Miss Dangle because she'd come into a corner and the left-hand rear would be in the air, but she also was over. That's why I was a bit late coming back to the commentary box, because Eleanor wanted to pick a bone with me. She reckons I'm the one that said, well, let's have a look at Eleanor's crash from last year. And I said, I certainly didn't ask for that footage. And I said, I didn't know they played it, to be honest. But she did have a little off last year. But as she said, she wants to get that confidence back. And, you know, back on the horse, 2025. She is a very competent steerer. And as you said, she's just here to have fun. Like, you know what? 98% of people are here to have fun. I don't know what the other 2% are doing, but a big shout out to all the 2%ers out there. Hope we can get a smile on your face by the end of the weekend.
Well, let's see if Kazmiri and Cox decide to come out in this session. They missed out on the last one. We'll go back to that point, 6 tyres for the weekend, so they've opted not to do some laps there. Whether we don't believe any issue with the car, that is purely strategic for the weekend. At the moment, though, Jeremy Morris and the Team Motorsports, a Hyundai i30N out on track, and we'll wait to see. It's a bit of a warm-up lap at the moment. They get this first one out of the road, and we'll get on with our flyer. But Kazmiri at the moment, a 1:35.48 is the time to beat if you want to go top of the session, but you've got to get... Really, you're working today and tomorrow to get into that top 5 so you can go into that super cheap shootout tomorrow afternoon.
Well, I'm just looking at all of those other times all the way down there, and potentially any of those guys, even down to the 12th or 12th spot, Laycock there, 44.679. You know, that 43 spot there, 41.262. I know that we can't chop a couple of seconds off these, but I tell you what, it's a long time between now and the end of tomorrow. We've got an action replay for you because there's been a bit of action down there before Bosch turn 2, and that's our friend in the skyline, Tom Davidson. TJD couldn't quite pull it up there on the second turn.
We spoke about turn 1. You're fast through there, and if you're committed, you're not getting off the throttle. Maybe you just roll off it, give it 90%, but you know, pure commitment through turn number 1, and you've got to try and pull it up going into turn number 2 before that sort of double apex. And we've seen several different ways that people approach that double apex turn number 2 as well. It's a slightly different driving line. I suppose it comes back to the car and the driver.
Well, it comes back to the setup, yeah, exactly. And remember, look, when you saw the rule outline for the Advan Neo tuner class, we don't talk about the braking system. Yes, you can probably put a nice pad in it. Could you upgrade the braking system a little bit? Probably. As we were talking about earlier on, you can't go to an aftermarket motorsport ABS. If there's an ABS standard in the car, that's about all you can use. But yes, can you change pad material? Yep. Could you change perhaps rotor size? Look, we don't know, but at the end of the day, whatever your braking system is, you've obviously got to have your brake points. You've got to know that the suspension setup allows you to brake lane, allows you to set the car up for the corner, and this is a pretty technical course, Sydney Motorsport Park, especially the Gardner GP circuit. A lot of people love it because it's got that variety. You've got a little bit of undulation, you know, you don't have too many big changes of elevation, but you've got enough. You've still got a couple of little blind apex parts. And as I said before, you know, Josh Buckham, that called Club Sprint with us a couple of years ago, Josh has spent that many laps around here that he could tell you where all the little bumps and crevices are around the place. You know, in some of these categories, it makes a lot of difference as to whether or not the car is either getting to a corner at the braking point and is settled, or in that case, sometimes you lock them up and then it's game over for the lap, and you've either got to start again, or you might have done some damage to the tyre, big flat spot, can't really perform. I don't care how good your tyres are, the flat spots don't normally turn into a performance tyre after that. They turn into a liability, and I'm just glad that everyone out there is having a good go. Zhao Feng Wang out there now, we've got him, got the footage on him for the Supra. And already, you know, you're in a fair amount of investment before you even start in this class. But yeah, don't they look good with a bit of war paint on them?
I throw a livery on a car.
Yeah.
The right wing, you know, colour the wheels up and off you go. That's what I say. For me, wheels and ride height make a car.
Absolutely. Stance is a lot of everything. But you know what I love it, per head of population in Australia, geez, we've got a lot of people that want to do this. Motorsport, whether it's to fit into a World Time Attack category or just any motorsport in general. We are pretty much a motoring nation, and this class is, I think, just going to go from strength to strength. Guys like Kazmiri and Cox that have well set up OEM bullets, well, you know, that's going to be hard to compete against those guys, considering that, you know, a few guys down the list, I'm sure, have got less laps, less experience in at Sydney Motorsport, and less Park, and less experience overall in steering around. He's definitely pushing hard here.
You've got to be careful on that last turn, don't you? Because if you actually drop the wheel on the outside, it goes off camber, and that's what we saw there, bouncing along up on 3 wheels. You'll really see it come to drifting tonight, where they go out wide.
You've got to let that wash out there and keep it straight. Sometimes there's no point trying to turn the front wheels when it's still unloading itself over there. And we see a lot of the quick time attack guys throw that over that off camber, make no steering correction until the thing's nearly straight and settled. Then you can get the power on.
You want to be on one side of the ripple strip or the other, don't you? You can't be on both.
And that's like turn 6 as well. You're trying to come up out of there and you unload it. You've seen them launch themselves out of there. But this will be the quickest I-30 end sedan we've got in this country. And I'm only saying that because it's the only one I've seen. But they do pretty well for themselves. Considering that, you know, the I-30, yes, the N is the performance version, but you know, this is Hyundai's kind of, you know, mid-size, I suppose, Toyota Camry competing car. But then the N-spec version, I think just that other performance aspect that just gives it the edge, I think. The Hyundai brand been around a long time now, and it's good to see that they're building cars that, you know, enthusiasts can relate to. Same with this one too. This is the later, you know, WRX.
Yeah, the up-spec performance. Andre Rivera just went around a couple of seconds off his best time, so I think he just gets some outlaps there, and that's not looking like he's at full pace to that corner. I know we're in the tuner. We've seen our hypercars come out. There's a big disparity in speed. There's also a big disparity in price too.
Oh, absolutely. But you know, when you look at the sticker price of a WRX of this model, they're still not a cheap thing. They're still a decent investment. But again, something you can grab off the showroom floor. And as you can see there, with some of that front body kit, a little bit of aero on the car, the things can scrub up and be straight into a class like Yokohama Advan Neova tune-up.
Well, they're a well-rounded car, aren't they, in terms of performance, balance, how they handle out on track, you know. Minimal modifications if you just want to get out there and start taking part in events like this. Obviously, that sort of evolves as you get involved and you get a little bit more competitive.
All right, there she is.
Here we go.
Okay, Alan Terry looking for a little bit of left-hand rear. Like, I mean, when she really pushes it in, it's left-hand rear out off the ground. I gave her that nickname a couple of years ago, Miss Dangle. She'd be coming in that thing on a string. But again, this is still like, you know, pretty much her daily. So she still gets to, you know, utilise this car nearly on a daily basis. Mind you, when you got that livery on it, if you've got another car a little bit more subtle, I suppose you do tend to probably take that instead of this one, because it's sort of evolved into a street car on steroids. And as you said, when you put the race paint on them, they kind of look, you know, next level. They can attract a little bit too much attention. But loving it out there right now. I think we just saw Muggleton in the short vision there. We got, of course, Eleanor in there. And as she said, she's not here to try and break any records. She just wants to get back in the groove. Ideally would like to sort of, you know, better or equal her lap times from last year. That's a nice measurement when you bring the same car here, and you know, you should be nearly straight on the pace of what you were last year. Or, you know, like anyone, everyone just wants a little bit better each year. All right, so Zhao Feng is back out there. Thank you very much. Beautiful, thank you. Zhao Wang in the Toyota Supra out for more laps. And this is the fun factor. Like, if you can, in session, go out there and do 10 minutes without interruptions, without, you know, the tyres going off, or you're happy to just circulate, maybe get a couple of consistent laps in one after the other, knowing that all you're doing is racing against yourself, then you can get a fair bit of benefit out of this. And if anything, value for money to cover your entry and all the expenses. Motorsport is primarily a recreation for nearly all of these competitors. Yes, we've got pro drivers in there, but I mean, yes, they've probably got a daily fee to be able to, you know, drive a for hire. But at the end of the day, the people that own the car, that's a recreation to them to be able to participate in an event like this. And I just think moving forward, the future is going to be more recreational motorsport than professional, because I think it's more sustainable, because it's coming out of the pockets of the competitors that want to do it. You're not asking them to, go get a corporate sponsor. You're basically asking them to just turn up at something that you've got arranged for them, which definitely working in this tuner class. And there's a little bit of rolling superannuation right there. Stuart Rankin in the Arctec Supra. JZA 80 Supra, they're worth a few dollars. Might take a while before the new Supra eclipses the older Supra as far as resale value is concerned, because these things are going off the scale as far as resale.
Well, they shot to fame in a little unknown series, didn't they?
Ah, yeah, well, I mean, it's...
very, very early on in the piece.
I'm sure they were going to get there anyway.
They were.
I'm sure the Supras were going to get there anyway on their own reputation, but yeah, look, Fast and Furious. Okay, is that the one you were talking about?
Mate, yeah. Is that a big franchise?
My opinion, lost. It lost me after Tokyo Drift. I didn't mind Tokyo Drift, to be honest. I didn't mind it. When Jason Statham and The Rock get involved, and it's like, nah, you lost me.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, for a group of tuners that wanted to go to race wars, all of a sudden they're involved in international espionage. It's like, righto, you lost me. But you lost a lot of the people, I think. We just need Vin here. I'll throw the challenge out to Vin Diesel more than once. Turn up at a World Time Attack and steer something, Vin, please.
Josh Muggleton's back out on track. What's he got? He's piloting 3 cars here this weekend. It all starts here in the tuner class, obviously, and Toyota Yaris. And we've spoken about the GR Yaris's, how impressive they are really out of the box.
Yeah.
A little bit of tuning, tweaking the suspension, and you got yourself a pocket rocket, really.
Well, this is another one of the cars that's, a fresh build. Toyota released these a couple of years ago. They are a hot hatch. I don't know what they were thinking with the 3-cylinder design, but yeah, they went with it, and now the things can make upwards of 600 horsepower. I think he was it Kazmiri talking about what they can do? Like you said, he's seeing 260 by the end of the straight out of these things. These things are an investment as well. These cars are never going to go down in value as a street car, purely because they're an investment and aimed at performance. Speaking of aimed at performance, got J-Mac down at the pits.
Yeah, it's very low performing here, and unfortunately, the performance benchmark is yet to be raised here for Dave Newton in Open. We've got the Ford Focus RS all the way from New Zealand, rolled out of the container. I think it was Tuesday, Wednesday, and I've dragged JP away from the work that's happening behind us. JP, you're the crew chief here for the Focus. This car is a brand new build. It turned about 3 laps in anger yesterday, and problems with the head. Run us through what's going on.
Yeah, so Dave decided we were going to time attack at a very last minute thing. So yeah, the car got finished 20 minutes before it needed to go onto the transporter to come to Australia. So it's never actually touched a track. We put a base set up in the car. We took it to Haltech for a little bit of a health check. It was all fine. And then, yeah, he took it for a 1 drive here, and we effectively dropped a liner, which caused us to flash a head gasket. And here we are. We stayed here till pretty late last night, head off, inspect the engine. Actually, the guys down in Garage 30, I think it is, came down and gave us a hand. And yeah, we've had an overnight machine job, and we're pushing hard to get it out for the afternoon session.
Yeah, the hope was try and come out for the 4:30. Fingers crossed that can still happen. But otherwise, we're going to try and basically bed the car in, try and put a banker lap in early in the day, and then work on times throughout the day and refine the setup. That's the plan, isn't it?
Yeah, effectively we decided to use World Time Attack as a test day. But I also just wanted to say a quick thank you to all the other teams and the suppliers and machinists and everyone that reached out to us last night. We just were overwhelmed with support from Australia, really, and Sydney. So thank you.
Well, we love it. We love an underdog story, and I think Dave Newton and JP, the rest of the crew, they definitely fit the bill. Back to you guys.
Oh, absolutely. Look, whilst that's a good story, that's a sad story, but it's also got, it sounds like it might have that happy ending we're looking for, and that is to have the thing back out there. What an event to choose to shake your stuff down, hey, Matty Cav. World Time Attack. Let's take it to another country.
That's commitment, is what that is. I mean, who says, oh, look, new car, new build, we'll ship it overseas, we'll hope for the best. Great to see so many local Australian companies too, especially around Sydney, willing to offer that assistance to see as many cars get back out on track as possible. Well, we're not too far away from getting on to our next class. In the meantime, don't go anywhere. We're going to have a short break. It's all happening here at the World Time Attack Challenge for 2025.
Yokohama.
Hi, I'm Al and this is my shed. I built my first car in our farm shed on a dirt floor, stripped it all down, painted it, rebuilt the engine, retrimmed the interior and put it all back together. We didn't have an engine crane, so we used to use an old cylinder mower with a bunch of block and tackles and some rope and some tent pegs and wind it up on the cylinder mower to get the engine out. Very safe.
Make it super at Super Cheap Auto.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Haltech Club Sprint, the next session here. Let's call it the afternoon session. And Matty Cav, we know Haltech Club Sprint has a few quickies amongst them. Just when we thought, well, you know, we didn't know where the tuner class was going to end up with, and then there it was, and then here we are in new territory already, considering that after the very first session today, we saw the Club Sprint mark get knocked down from what was a 32.234 from Trent Grubel back last year to Alex Mikulski's 31.580, just after Trent had already knocked his own record down to 32.032. But the story is, of course, Grubel not here. They're out swapping engines at the workshop. And you would hope by tomorrow night, the Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout, they're going to try and get Mikulski back. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if Mikulski did the same thing, just sits on everything until tomorrow. But you would imagine between now and tomorrow, both Grubel and Mikulski would want one session. You'd want to think that either the last one today, so you got the night the thrash, or the first thing in the morning, but geez, you don't want to leave it to the same day.
Look, with the times they've run, they're already betting. They surpassed last year's times, right? Yeah. So there's a high expectation that will probably cement them in the top 5, no matter what with the times they got. This afternoon session's probably going to be as close as they're going to get to that shootout session tomorrow. So if it was me, I'd want to be out this afternoon.
Oh, absolutely. And have a look at all of our minute 33s there. Jimmy Assad, Walker, Calabria, Muggleton, and even Martin there in 8th. They could all, you know, have a pretty decent session between now and tomorrow to get into that top 5. And before, you know, before we had Super Lap shootouts, it would just be the top 3. But I love the Super Lap shootout. It just allows, you know, you might be 8th, you might be 7th. Just that one last push to try and have one more crack out there on the track, one more chance at a perfect lap.
Diggles, tell me, when you watch any form of circuit racing, the best part is always a qualifying shootout, really, isn't it? And that's basically what we're getting. We are getting an end of the weekend straight shootout. it's just, you know, exhilarating. Everyone's on the edge of their seat. It is the best time to be watching. Tell you what, it's a big weekend though. Massive crowds here this weekend already on a Friday afternoon as we've rolled over just past lunch here at the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. And great to see so many people supporting the event here in Sydney. And we know we get a mixture of people from overseas, interstate, as well as a lot coming out of New South Wales as well.
I had the opportunity there for a few minutes to walk through the pit area, and you know what, for a Friday it feels pretty good. There's a lot of buzz out there. Of course, there's a lot of smoke going around from all the drift demos as well, so it was a little bit apocalyptic. Like here last night when the air was so still that the smoke sat here until literally midnight with a mist. It's so good to see she's finally out there. Hannah Burton in the GR Yaris, of course she's in the Team Tanuki GR Yaris, and she's doing so well for Tanuki Racing. Whatever the issue was, it looks like they've solved it, and now we get to see what this Japanese-American driver can do. It's so good to see. Now, they caught up with her at of course, the launch down, of course, beside the Sydney Harbour Bridge, and she was just absolutely jumping out of her skin to be a part of 2025 World Time Attack Challenge. And then whatever the dramas were in the first sessions this morning, looks like they're all forgotten. She's out there. She's going to climb her way up the charts by the look of this, Hannah Burt.
Yeah, someone just on notice in the background there on just turn around turn 8 as well in the background. In the meantime, let's sit down the pits with Emily.
Hi everyone, I am with Alex. Now Alex topped the timesheets in your Evo 6 for last session. You've still got your race suit on, but you should be in the car right now. Tell us what the strategy is.
The track's currently off about half a second to 1 second during the day, so we're just going to see what happens with the weather, get a little bit of cloud cover. Hopefully the wind drops off. We might be back out at 4 o'clock. If not, we're going to get ready for tomorrow morning and try and send it again.
Nice. Now, last year you were the bridesmaid, you came in second. You've had 365 days to think about what is going to happen tomorrow. How does that feel?
Well, we had, 365 days to dwell on it. We're much better prepared this year. We didn't know what we had on our hands today because the car didn't react very well on Wednesday and Thursday practice. But we decided to give it full send, and the numbers show. So very happy at the moment.
Now, this class has an unlimited tyres. You can do as many as you want. You told me, I think you did about 20-something last year. What are you doing this year?
Yeah, between the practice days and the 2 World Time Attack Friday and Saturday, we've done about 20 tyres. This year, we're not going to spend as much money, but try and put a green set of tyres when the track conditions allow us to actually use them properly.
Now, your company, Plasma Man, they do a whole bunch of intercoolers. We can actually see your product on this car in front of us. Tell us about your company.
We probably started around 25 years ago. We're a manufacturer of intercoolers, intake manifolds, and a lot of other components. We, in the past, used to use customers' cars to go testing all our stuff. But what better way of testing your product than bringing it to your own vehicle? So about 4 years ago, we bought this Evo 6. And in 4 years, we sort of developed it to the stage we are now. But our intercoolers, intake manifolds, clamps, every single product we want to release has been tested by us. So the customers can be rest assured that the products are reliable and they perform.
Which is absolutely perfect. Thank you so much and good luck for the next session.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Yeah, that's the man right there. That's behind the name. And, you know, when he goes out racing as well, that's extra credibility as well. When the manufacturer that goes racing is always going to be there. Oh, that was a big moment. That's what we caught the end of there during the interview. That's George Jeffcott having a moment, a big moment.
Yeah, in the 86 shop. Toyota 86.
And now this is where I'm not one to tell him how to drive, but that's where he kind of went wrong then to me. He went forward into the sand trap. He's now out, lucky enough. I thought he was going to be flat.
Be interesting
flat bog there.
Whether he's just waiting to rejoin safely or whether he might have an issue with that car as well, potentially. We'll check something out. It looks like he's going to rejoin.
Well, I think he's just trying to get a vision, get some vision of it here from that corner. Yeah, so you come flying out of there, all good. Just that, whether that was just a little lift from him and it just changed the attitude of the car. But yeah, that was lucky. Thank goodness we've got gravel traps for that exact reason, to wash off speed if you don't get it right. But yeah, that was looking good. He was definitely on the limits of adhesion, and you could just see how much traction he was getting out of the tyres there, because it was definitely sticking some of that gravel to it, which has got out there now, which ain't good, but hopefully staying off the racing line means there's not too much there. And look, these cars normally capable of, they're not that fragile that a little bit gravel or bits and pieces like that shouldn't hurt them. Miji, I know, I just heard Miji Kang in the background going through. She's getting some more laps out there. It's good to see. But how's that for word there from Alex? Just saving it for tomorrow. And again, look, I'm sure Emily's heard of the term full send. I know. Normally related to things like drag racing, you know, when you're putting a tune-up in and you're going to put more power into it. And normally that's more been a drag racing term for years, where you go, right, we've got so much power, we're going to send it this run. Now everyone's using the same term. Alex Mikulski's just said, well, tomorrow morning we're going to send it. I've had word from a certain S15 that's in the pits that said the same thing, that they're having we're talking about Dream Projects. Talking about, Rob's on to me to say, listen, you know, we're going out for a little bit of a recon mission in the next session. And he said last session today, full send. So there's a bit of full send to be looking forward to tomorrow, and a bit more full send to be looking forward to this afternoon.
So that's hit your inbox now. Is that's come in on mail? Someone's emailed that to you straight into the brain?
Rob's
think about this though. When you say full send in the drag, you know, in Australia drag races say, yeah, we're going to put the full send in. This is a one-lap drag race, really.
It is, essentially.
That's what it is. One perfect lap, right? You want as much traction as possible.
Exactly.
You want the braking to be optimal. You know, you need to steer around track, but you want to be able to get as much horsepower as you can possibly make out of your engine combination, and you want to be able to get that power to the ground out there on track.
It's not 5 or 6 seconds of just one hole straight, or one hole send, right foot down, don't lift until 5 seconds, 6 seconds in. This is having to keep your lap together for a minute and a half or 2 minutes, and absolute concentration, corner after corner. And I really do appreciate the discipline. I really do. It makes you want to get out there. And like right now, I wish I was in Miji's seat right now, because I think one of these little Hondas would be an absolute beast to have fun with. They're all fun. I'm sure she's enjoying it out there. Looks like she absolutely is.
Yeah, well,
she's pushing it even harder.
Sub 150 now, so she's 149. Was she 51 last session, from memory? So, yeah, she is starting to really eat away at those lap times. And she's getting a handle on that corner where we saw those brake lockups in the session number 1. So, finding a sweet spot in the car as well. Have a listen.
Yeah, she's definitely pegging the K series. But she is having a lot of fun out there too, me. I'm sure somewhere in there's a smile on the face. You would think Miji's going to get the smile. It's the exhilaration, I think, of doing that. And you know what, before I'm through, before my days are through, I want to be right there in that position, somewhere in a club sprint car, having a go at something out there, because it just is just an iconic track. It's an iconic event. And it goes to prove whether you want to be at the pointy end or just be, you know, the next classmate of the next, you know, 2025, 2026, 2035, whatever time attack, you can be there. It's easy. It's just a lot of money, time and commitment and preparation. And in this case for Miji, well, look, lucky enough, she's got a profile that's allowed her to, you know, become a guest and now a regular visitor. More than once is a regular visitor. Cole Powson, well, he's been more than once. Jared Deander, same deal. You're all part of the family. Was a love for a long time, you know, and wasn't Warren Sayre, of course, for forever. Part of the furniture. You know, once you come, you're always part of the family. And Miji, I'm sure it's not her last World Time Attack either. She's doing a cracking job, and now into that minute 40 area. Not too bad for a Haltech Club Sprint. No changes, as we've already heard the news. So, yeah, Alex Mikulski looking at a tomorrow morning send. Trent Grubel, you would assume if they're changing motors now, it'll be very similar tomorrow morning. Michael Garland, not yet. Jimmy, I'm sure we might see Jamal Assad shortly. Stu Walker, well, he did it the second lap in this morning. We haven't heard from him since. Calabria, Muggleton, and even Ruben Martin. Like, there's a chance there to get into that top 5 if they just have, you know, that one perfect lap, no traffic, perfect conditions. They might just pull it off.
Now remember though, we've got 2 groups in this, over 30 competitors, so we've split the groups. So we haven't seen all these names come out for this 3rd session either. So there could be a few changes going through these numbers as we go into this next session. I can see him starting to line up for our second group when it comes to the Haltech Club Sprint category out there on track. So, yeah, oh, look, I think it's going to be hard to top the top two. I think they've definitely cemented themselves with a potential top 5 finish tomorrow. I mean, those times already are quicker than what we saw last year, but it's not out of reach from a couple that are just behind them as well. So we'll wait and find out. And still got to unfold.
And just quietly, some maybe in this session right here. Just quietly, some in this session that might just mix all that up. But yeah, with 30 odd in the category, nearly 40, it's a hell of a class. And remember, when we do open entries for a World Time Attack, you know, there's a period of time when basically you can put in your submissions. You got to be on the ball. You can't just wait till the last minute a lot of the time to say, you know what, I'll wait till the last minute to end up. Sometimes it's already full or subscribed. So it rewards those who jump on early. So having a look at a few in here, geez, we've got a mix here as well. More Supras. We've got Volkswagen Golf in there. Not a lot of Volkswagens this year. We've had more in the past, I know from memory, but geez, the Supras, plenty still. The WRXs in various guises. All of those platforms, they'll never die. As long as World Time Attack's around and the whole world tuner culture is around, we'll never forget what WRXs or Evos are all about. I think they're going to have to live on forever, and that's the best thing about it. People that own these cars and love these cars, they're not about to throw them on the scrap heap just yet. They are still probably the ultimate personal expression, and if you're never going to afford $20 million for a roller coaster, build your own roller coaster. And that's what happens throughout the Australian aftermarket, especially recreational motorsport people are more and more building their own personal roller coasters. So what have we got here? Lotus, Supras, look at that, 2 Lotuses, 2 Supras, and a Rex all in the one shot there. It is so good to see these guys jumping on and living the dream. That's Luke Lastini in his Supra on track now. GMW Racing, flying lap now coming for Garland. We heard in the background, of course, the Goddard Rex car. Also flying on this lap is Luther. That is Alex Luther, Team Money Me. That was the Lotus we saw before. Look at them all wind up. There's nothing better, I suppose, than warming up, getting that last turn and seeing this straight to just leg it down the end here and then try your luck here at turn 1. That rewards the brave, does it not? All right, so here we go. Garland on a fly. Let's see what he can do.
Third fastest at the moment in this category, 1:33.077. He's got to knock off a whole second, wants to go up into second position. It's going to be a big ask. I think there's going to be a lap or two just to get those tyres and brakes back up to where they want to be. They'll retain a little bit of temperature from the previous session.
I just love how the Club Sprint cars have evolved into this. They pretty much could be a pro car, except the last couple of rules about, you know, pro drivers and so on and so forth. But nothing like a cranky boxer engine out there, I can tell you. My next door neighbour, she's a rally car driver. She's got WRXs, Liberties, you name it, next door. So she is a Subaru girl through and through. And she'd be in heaven this weekend with all of this.
Even with all-wheel drive, look at how much the cars move around. There's a lot of steering input, isn't there, to try and keep the car straight. It wants to, wherever the front tyres are going, it wants to push the car that way. So, you know, an all-wheel drive car doesn't always mean it's easier to get around the lap. It's a different way of driving it.
And, you know, I've actually driven WRXs sort of in that rally environment, and yeah, they're a hard thing to try and turn. And you've got to have a different mentality when you're trying to steer a four-wheel drive car around and make it do what you want to do, especially power on and things like that. So setups are very important, especially when you're starting to put, you know, like a semi-slick or, you know, the 8052 on it, the 8050, is that these things do, you know, they are sticky, and you've got to look after them, I suppose, when you heat them up. Flying through there, so he's very close to the mark there, Garland. 30, a 36, a high 36 there before for him. Sorry, a 30, high 34 for him. So let's have a look at the action replay. We've caught something here. Oh boy, talking about turn 1 rewards the brave. Whoa boy, a little bit of air there that we didn't count on, and certainly he didn't count on there either. The Money Me Lotus having a moment.
Is there something in the regulations where you have to do a minimum 3 tyres on the ground at once?
Oh, look, I think they're just...
Or is that a technicality?
No, I think it's free. That's a free rule in there. If you want to put it up on one wheel, that's up to you. But it's going to end up in tears. We won't supply the tissues for that one. You can cry into your own beer if you're going to get into that. But look, it's unfortunate sometimes. People pushing really hard. Machines, you know, obviously they're at the disposal of its owners or drivers. We've got Kim Tai down there screaming around in the Lotus, and more updates from the pits with J-Mac.
Sorry, but I'll start again. Down here in front of the pits, Nathan Morecambe with the Evo behind us. Now, they have been struggling with some low-speed car behaviour. I did have a chat to Kyle Forster from JKF Aero. He was saying the Aero is working fantastically. They've gone to revise their damper settings, bump stops, spring changes to alter ride height. They are looking to come out in the next session and set a decent number. One interesting thing that I was talking to Kyle about, they actually have their own logging system. There's a series of sensors mounted in the aerodynamic bodywork of this car, and right down here, inside the front end, there is actually a separate logger tucked in behind that panel that is actually acquiring all the data. Now, it's not live telemetry, but it is data that they can acquire after the run and dissect it and really see just how much downforce they are creating at any one point on track. It's amazing stuff.
Yeah, he is grabbing us those stories, Matty Cav, is he not?
Yeah, and look, I think it's very important for those teams to want to make those little changes to the car that can improve it. And we're talking a tenth of a second, maybe a change. Could be significant even. They'll know whether they've got an issue very, very quickly when they review that data. As we see a bit of a jumping over those bumps at the moment from the Lotus. It's a little bit rough out there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
In the EX Motorsport race division of Kim Tai. You've really got to be careful on the outside of those turns where it gets bumpy. The tyres need to be on the ground if you want traction. If you want to be able to turn, you want to be able to accelerate, tyres have to be on the ground. We're out now, second session here. Well, it's our third session of the day, but it's our second group here for the Haltech Top Sprint class. I'm just waiting to see if there's much movement up and down those ladders. I think with the sun out this afternoon, we're not seeing any green sector times either up on our screen. We haven't seen them throughout. Well, maybe for a couple of drivers, we've seen a couple, but it's been very rare that we've seen it. It's probably only Miji Kang who's been improving there. We saw her go down that 149. So everyone else, it's probably a good idea when you look at Alex Mikowski there, who decided, you know, we're going to sit this one out. Personally, I think if you've got a good car and you're pretty confident with your setup, and you're limiting the amount of time you have there because you don't, you want to put that high boost setting in, this afternoon session will probably be more likely to mimic tomorrow's shootout. So yeah, that's the one for me.
And these ones especially become the consolidation ones. So if there was something you were trying to hone in on, a little problem, or again, sometimes it's just the pure seat time. You pay your money to enter these events. Do you want to just do 2 laps over 2 days? Probably not. If you're here to compete to win, maybe you will do 4 laps in 2 days. You might do 10 laps in 2 days. But if it was me out there, if I was Fabrice Chiron or anyone else for that matter, I want to get out there every session and just lap. I think, you know, when do you get to really cut loose in your own creations at Sydney Motorsport Park with not much traffic? And that's the thing, you're not having to dice with anything. That's, I think, the thing about World Time Attack and its whole concept is that you know, circuit racing is another thing which I suppose rewards the brave, shows you really, really good drivers because, again, you're directly comparing them against each other. But Time Attack just allows you not to have the contact or the potential contact with you know, fellow people on track, because they are all competitors once they're on track. At least in this time, they're all co-competitors. They're all just out there co-entrants, not looking to get the other guy out of the way in front, but basically just show that common courtesy. The track is for everyone to use it the way you want, and that is to not get in anyone's way. And if you are on a fly, I hope that people are going to give you the same courtesy when you do come past. So it's got that different mentality. Definitely not for sheep stations. It's not that sort of term, and I don't know whether that term's an international term or not, but that's the term that we use here in Australia. Of course, it's not for sheep stations. In other words, you're not throwing it all on the line to win anything. other than, you know, the teams that will try at that Super Lap shootout format tomorrow night, where it will just be that, I suppose it couples in with that amazing one-lap shootout phenomenon that came from the early days of Formula One. Remember the turbo era of Formula One? Matty Cav, you probably don't. You were probably in nappies, mate. I was, I think, 15. So if I was 15, you would have been in nappies. But just that whole opportunity back in the old days of turbo Formula One era, where it's like, right, here comes the one perfect lap that you need. Turn the thing on kill and just see if you can make it last the one lap. We'll have a little bit of that by tomorrow night. A little bit of that. Won't be ultimately the same, but there will be that, I think, happening, especially if it gets tight. And in some of these categories, between Grubel and Mikowski, even Garland, like he's nipping at the heels there of a 32. But it's good to see that he's back out there pushing. We might take a little bit of audio from this hot boxer right now. Let's have a listen. It's one thing about these things, you know, when it's under power, to also when they just roll off the shoulder and you hear the flat four on the back off here. They sound more like a Rex on the back off than they do under power these days. So, I mean, he's got that thing dialed in, and again, the same deal. Garland, did he go new tyres? I don't know, but he was in and he was out. But at the moment, he's not lining up any sectors that's going to see him improve. In fact, he is nearly a second and a bit away from where he was this morning, but I'm sure if you were to put Grubel and Mikowski out there, you would also say that they would probably not have improved. And again, as you can tell, not out there for that reason. Mind you, Jamal's out there now. Jamal Jimmy.
He's just gone personal best this time around, 132.87 too. So that's a slight improvement. It's all come in sector number 3 for Assad. So they must be making some improvements on the setup of that car. Of course, we've got our pro session not too far away. As you can see them getting ready the pro class. This gets me excited. You can see a little bit more aero on these cars, a little bit more power, and they're not too far away from coming out for their third session of this Friday here at the 2025 Yokohama World Time Attack.
Yeah, having a look at some of that Andrew brilliance. And I tell you what, the Haltech Club Sprint class, nothing really improving other than just a little bit of consolidation. And as we've already heard from some of the pit reports, stuff to look forward to, especially tomorrow morning. Jamal, how about that? Minute 32.87 climb in the third. Garland, we'll jump that in right at the last minute there. So now Garland fourth, not third. So Jimmy Assad predominantly on the podium, but definitely in that Super Lap shootout for later on. Fantastic to see some great pro stuff coming up, but look at this, all the way down past 30. A whole bunch of minute 40s in there, guys improving. Paul Kovaceski down there. Did not see Paulie, whether he's saving his bacon for tomorrow. Meji Kang, Hannah Burton there. 33 cars in total. No Rodney Middleton as yet, which is interesting. He was entered, but I don't know whether or not he's just getting stuff fixed. You know, there's a lot of stuff getting fixed and a lot of stories and tales to tell of this event already on the lead up yesterday and today, and I'm sure we'll have a ton more stories about it by the end of tomorrow as well. But right at this moment, we are ready for the next pro session. It's going to be absolutely fantastic, as you can already see a little bit of that meditation happening behind the wheel there. Tim Slade, like again, getting himself into the rhythm, ready to drive the go-kart, which is the Skura Lotus. But we'll have more information right now, fresh down in the pits with Emily and J-Mac.
Well, the really good thing about the Skura Motorsport Lotus is everything is working perfectly. The team is super happy. Matt, the owner, is pumped. The crew chief has got a big smile on his face. They have said they are going to dial in a little bit more torque on this time around and just take another bite at the cherry and really sneak up onto it as they get ready for sessions tomorrow. There's not an awful lot left that they'll get out of this machine here today under the current conditions, but a little bit more is always welcome. Now, you got into the Extreme GTR pits. What did you find out?
So I was just talking with the engineer. Now, they have actually swapped their diff. So they went out with an LSD, and now they've just swapped to a spool diff. So that's all about the drive out of the corner. So they're going to do some testing, see how it works, and then go from there. Full send.
Also got down to the MCA pits with the 86. They've been battling power steering issues all day long. Had a chat to one of the engineers. They say they're about a day and a half behind in progress on where they would normally be. They also suffered some fuel pressure problems last time out with Cam McLeod at the wheel. The fuel tank came out, the filter came out, the pump came out, everything has been put back in. It's always a good sign. Fingers crossed for good numbers for MCA in their session coming up not too far away.
Oh, and how good's that shot there as J-Mac and Emily. J-Mac and Emily as Skura's pulling out of the pits there. So plenty of information from the pits, plenty of action about to come on track here. Beautiful Sydney Friday afternoon here at Sydney Motorsport Park. A break and back with more on track in a moment.
Yokohama.
All right, here we go. So, as we heard from J-Mac, you know, look, the predictions are that we're not going to smash any records here, but it's about consolidation, seat time, track time, everything that, you know, if only you could get Tim Slade for 2 full days to test your car and have everything go right for the car to make sure that you don't leave Tim Slade waiting around to steer it. Well, that opportunity is now. It's, of course, Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge 2025, Entron Pro Class. He's got the track to himself. He's got what he calls this thing like a little go-kart. 1,000 horsepower, 1,000 odd kilos worth. It's a weapon.
Well, Tim Slade and Alex Rouleau, well, they were only 1,000th of a second apart, weren't they? Rouleau in second, Slade in third, but he was just chipping away at the time board in session number 2 here a little bit earlier today. Let's see what we can do in session number 3. It'll take a lap, I think, probably to get some temperature into that car. We've seen him ducking and weaving down the main straight last time out. Hopefully, if they're using an eroded set of tyres, it means there'll still be some heat in there, which they won't have to do as many laps. Will Hazelwood come out? That's the question. Will Tanuki bring the S13 out? Are they quite comfortable at the moment with the conditions? And they're not bad conditions, it's just the sun is out on the track. It's been beaming down on there for quite some time. There's a little bit of warmth now in the bitumen. Will they concede this session and just go, you know what, let's strike in session number 4?
Yeah, that could be very well the case. And remember, you know, whatever that air shift problem was with Tanuki, hopefully they're on the mend. But yes, Slade, plenty of laps in this car, and really starting to get that K series to sing. And just having a listen to it. Does sound the business, definitely sounds the business, and it is so good to see another build getting its track time, getting its lap times down. And yeah, he'd love to just go a little bit quicker before the end of tomorrow to be in front of the Lambo, but we know Rouleau was out in the background somewhere there. Skura's first flying lap here in this session. Consolidates it, flies it on through there for a 28.849. And you know what, with Slady, it's not one of those ones that you just need to back off. If the slicks are starting to heat up, he'll have another crack at it. Rouleau flies through for his first flyer. I tell you what, 26.564. They may be leaning on it a little bit harder. I did hear him talk about Bradley Sheriff having something to do with the engine program in this car, and if that's the case, Sheriff might go over and go, what do you want, another couple of hundred? Bang, he'll just probably give him another couple of hundred if he wants. I mean, that's the joys of having that large capacity V10, I suppose you can. Remember, if we're at K20 or K24 in this, Slady is pushing. Let's have a look at this one. So I think he's ready.
Yeah, that's his best Sector 1 time. 25.29. Slade pushing on now. He's had that one lap to get everything up to temperature. It wasn't too far off. And we're eagerly awaiting to see what Sector 2 as we watch on. It's looking good here. Turn number. We get through the turns at turn 8.
I just call him the
hairpin.
I just call it the hairpin, the iconic hairpin. Because it's got various labels like turn 15.
He's not quite there in Sector 2 for himself, but he's not far off either. So he can pull Sector 3 together, and we saw that pretty good in the GCG Open class as well.
So if this has got more power dialed in, let's just see what he goes. Flies on through 25.493. 25.493, and he still might be on it here, Slade. He still might be on it.
Well, he's a 10th off his fastest time already.
And a pro driver like Slade, he'll know where on any particular lap he might have been a little slower. But I mean, it's looking good, and I know that he probably have some live timing available to him in the car as well. So again, look, if everything feels good, and that's the best thing about going to the slick tyre, is that you can get that heat cycle in, and then when it's on, I mean, you've just got infinite grip until you don't, so to speak. So until the slicks are overheated, but they seem to have a lot longer life. Now he's way off it early there, so.
And Rouleau's gone in as well, and Lamborghini, he's back in the pits, so he's there. And it'll be interesting to find out whether the Tanuki S13 got repaired and they're sitting this session out, or whether they are still frantically working on that car.
I don't know, but look, right at the moment, it's obvious in its slower pace that whether or not, okay, there we go. Now, I saw that before. I'm sure I was just about to ask for a replay about 3 corners back, because I did see something hose out of the back of that Skura car as well. And there it was, just to confirm it. Now, that is something, here we go. This is what we might have seen. He comes flying out of here. Now, you don't see anything out. I do think about 3 corners earlier than this, I did see a wisp of something come out the left-hand rear. And then this is real confirmation of that is belching out some coolant, you would imagine. That's an issue they had with the car previously, I think yesterday. Whether or not that's, pushing anything past the head gasket, or whether or not it's something to do with a coolant hose or something on the car. Whatever it is, that ain't good. Look, one of the advantages of where it's coming out of, and probably one of the advantages of being a mid-rear engine car, is that that's probably, if you're going to have anything leak out of a car, you'll want it coming out behind you. The downside is, of course, that there's other people out there might get into that wetness as well. Quick throw down to J-Mac's got some more info down there for us.
Well, at the moment, things not looking so good for Tanuki. You can see Todd Hazelwood in the background there. He's suited up, ready to go, but it appears that a late emerging fuel issue has sidelined them for this session. We'll try and find out some more information once the debrief is done, but at the moment, there is some really furrowed brows and some serious scratching of the head going on. We'll try and get a bit more information as it comes to hand. Back to you guys.
Oh, breaking news there. Interesting that Todd Hazelwood was ready to let loose, but now some issue with the fuel. If it's not one thing, it's another, Matty Cav. Damn cars. Only we didn't love them so much. We're willing to put up with that, but that is not good when you've got issues like that happening at the last minute. If it's not the gear selector, it's now something to do with a fueling issue, whether or not it's an injector, whether or not it's something to do with the pump. Obviously, if it's something to do with leakage or something, we don't know. Okay, here's an action replay here as well. And I'm sure I did see this a couple of corners earlier, just a little wisp out of it. It's just more obvious here at low speed. As he comes around, you can see whether or not it actually, it's just hosing it out. I mean, it's colour-coded to the paintwork, but it's not deliberately meant to do that. But unless the thing got real hot, but normally a lot of the times...
I thought he did a lot more laps last time as well. So they did come in that first session, though, after they replaced an engine overnight, so they had a lot of work going on to get that done. And then they came in and did something with the coolant there as well. Todd Hazelwood, well, he's sitting there talking to the engineers at the moment. They know this session is run and done, so they're not going to make that out. And, it's an opportunity for them to get another lap. And I think Todd Hazelwood's still come to terms with the car because he's improved every session. So track time for him is very different to the cars he's used to driving. So, he's obviously getting a lot more confident in it every session he gets out there. So the more they can get him out there, I think we'll start to see them drop below the 120 mark, hopefully this year at World Time Attack Challenge.
And it's not the it's not the first time that we've had young pro drivers here steering time attack cars. I remember SVG before he becomes so famous now that he's a big NASCAR driver and of course a multi-time supercar champion. But the first time he came to a Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge, pretty much driving the same car, of course, when Murray Coote had it. SVG, same thing, was just so enthusiastic in regards, he goes, the grip level, the horsepower I've got available, and you can just tell that the eyes light up. It's like, okay, you've got a day job, and that's to drive and compete and steer, but then to be able to have basically untethered access to another 500, 600 horsepower, 500 kilos lighter. Why wouldn't you want to drive it? It's just nuts. I tell you what, more pit report coming from BOSCH Motorsport and J-Mac.
Well, we're busy down here, and Todd Hazelwood would love to be busy as well behind the wheel of Tanuki. Now, we did see that they...
All right. That's how hot the news was. That was the news was too hot to print. We just had a big flame out there. Maybe a fuel issue down there as well. It just goes to prove that you know, if mechanical, electrical, we can always have an issue no matter what, whether it's automobiles or whatever. But I can't wait to get that info back as far as what Todd was going to relay. But these things will not only test the best of us, but there's a lot of novices out there that just can't get into this league. I mean, literally, these people are nearly smart enough to probably send a man to the moon, let alone, you know, and land rockets around tracks like this. But yeah, to hopefully solve that problem and be back with more. I'll tell you what, aren't we soaking the atmosphere here at beautiful Sydney Motorsport Park on this Friday afternoon? We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more here soon.
At GCG, we stand behind the products we sell. That's why you won't find cheap knockoffs, no-name imports or subpar turbos on our shelves. We only sell genuine brands that offer genuine performance and genuine reliability. We are the most respected turbo supplier in Australia. GCG, genuine brands, genuine prices, genuine service.
All right, as you can see, that's the drift pits, but you can also see part of our stylised show and shine. Yeah, Friday show and shine's not so bad. Wait till you see the Saturday show and shine. It's going to be amazing. And of course, the drift pits. Right now, this is the calm before the storm down there, Matty Cav. You know how hectic that's going to be when we go drifting a little bit later on, and a guy that knows all about that. J-Mac, you got some more information down in the pits. Let's try again.
Here with Alex Rillo. We've moved on from Todd Hazelwood. Alex, you've come in from the session. We've got Extreme GTR firing up, so she's a little bit noisy in here, but we love it. Tell us about what was going on out there in the Gallardo.
Yeah, just more testing. Yeah, first time we run this car, obviously, so learning a lot about the aero, and yeah, we noticed we weren't really rubbing the front splitter anywhere, and it looked quite high down the straight compared to some of the other cars, so we're just taking packers out of the front to lower the bump stop and get that front splitter height down, and it's feeling better. We had some weird braking issues as well that we've managed to resolve now, so yeah, it's feeling good. I think we can actually lower that front splitter a bit more, get some more downforce. BF old tyres, a greasy track and lower boost, it felt pretty good, so we'll keep going in that direction.
Now, come on, be honest, how much are you holding back?
I was a bit better through T1 there. I got a fair bit of push, so yeah, I probably actually need that front splitter through there. So yeah, again, still just creeping up to it. But yeah, we're learning about the aero. We're learning about how this car handles over bumps, and it's all very new. But yeah, we've got a good team here. So yeah, just trying some things, and yeah, I'm pretty happy with how the car's running for its first time.
And super quick before we cut, check this out. You can actually see the tyre has rotated on the rim. Alex says that's completely normal, but you can see there's a good almost inch of rotation on the bead. Some stunning forces being put through to the ground from this Lamborghini.
Absolutely, thank you, J-Mac. And yes, his broadcast was interrupted by a screaming Nissan V6. We are in the Protect Pro Pro Open class, and we've got some cranky stuff running around the place. First of all, out there, Cameron McLeod. Good to see the MCA 86 back out there, V6 Nissan powered. And in the background, I managed to hear Rob Newen, I think that is the Dream Project S15, out for another go. And as he said, like initially they had an issue, and we'll talk about it when we see it on screen. Right now, we're keeping an eye on Cam McLeod. Now that looks good. He lights up a sector there. That V6.
Yeah, early on they've been struggling with a couple of issues, but looks like they may have resolved those.
Guess who's back out there too? The gas Evo of Nathan Morgan. I just saw his time starting to flash through as they start to warm up for some flies. So a bit of movement here at Motec Pro Open. We've been waiting for it. We've seen some good numbers already from Tim Slade at Extreme GTR in uncharted territory. Uncharted territory.
They had a bit of a wiggle under brakes there actually for a moment. It's all right. McLeod will be fine. See if he pushes this all the way to the end.
Yep, this will be a good one for him.
He gets a green sector number 2 as well, so he's pushing hard in this car. Must be feeling a little bit more comfortable with the changes they've made. Interesting comment that they said they're about a day and a half behind where they normally are at this stage for the weekend. So whether they can make some dramatic changes and find some vast improvement, we'll wait and play. Oh, 128.28. That's a big improvement.
Yeah, 28.28, and I think it feels good enough to maybe see if they can keep going. Like all these cars, you know, back in the day when we were all running on the semi-slick, you know, they'd be goo after a lap and a half. These days with the slicks, they can give a couple of laps in where it feels still good. The grip levels, even after one what you think is a flyer, you continue on for another couple of corners. Next thing you know, you're trying turn 1 again, not curling down. And you know, well, it feels good at turn 1. Nathan Morgan's doing the same thing again. It's jumping all over the place. Now, isn't it interesting that we heard from, we did hear about what's happened out there with going to a locker. Now, Morecambe out there goes through for a minute 25.363. And here's Tim Slade getting ready, coming out of the pits. Now, remember, Emily said that they changed diff centres. They went from an LSD to a locker, essentially. And maybe if that's to basically get rid of maybe what the LSD's been doing. And that's making the car hop as it tries to deliver power over the bumps, one wheel to another. As maybe the LSD has been playing the goofy game with the horsepower. We definitely see Morecambe's car still doing exactly the same thing under power, bouncing violently. I've never seen the car do that before. This thing, of course, set up beautifully at the moment. Of course, tribute to MCA, Murray Coote, Josh Coote, the Coote guys. They know how to set up a car. It looks so smooth out there, and McLeod's making it look good too. Minute 29.389. Look at that lateral movement in the wing struts there as it goes around turn 1, now into BOSCH turn 2. He's still out there having a go. Oh, just a big double. Well, again, it's not unusual to see the car disappear, it seems, the long way around the corner, because it does have that second apex that you must close up. So sometimes, yeah, braking straight, then turning in after you've done the braking. Action replay, I think it's deserved right here. There's one little moment here where you think, no. That one moment where it didn't want to go, or he got there, I don't know, a little bit earlier on the braking, I don't know. Maybe it was that the brake point was just a little bit off there. He got there a little bit faster than what he thought. Now, look, this isn't good. Morecambe just around on the coast. I can hear a screaming RB just in the background of that camera, so I know there's an Extreme GTR around. There he is. But Morecambe right now needs to stay left, and Tim Slade's going to let this RB eat. Talking to Sheriff last night, I said, what do we take the RB to? You know, 10, 11? He goes, it'll take 12. He said, it'll take 12. Here he comes. All right, J-Mac's got some more interview for us down there in the pits.
Hot off the track, Rob Nguyen comes in after a bit of a mechanical checkup, seeing how things shake down. Give us your unfiltered opinion. What's the Dream Project S15 feeling like out there?
Yeah, we had a fly-by-wire problem this morning, which ruined our fast new tyre run. Just did a quick diagnostic check. The team seems to be all fixed, so we plan to really give it a really good crack in the last session this afternoon when the track's nice and cool.
Now, of course, last year was an absolute wonder year, making your way onto 2 podiums. Looking to back it up this year. Tell me, has this thing got it in the bag, or is there a bit more work to do?
I think with everyone's got a little bit more work to do. I reckon 22 is going to be winning time this year. I reckon you see the top 3 funnel down. It's going to be really, really close to by end of tomorrow.
I have to ask the question. You're barreling down the straight. Turn 1's getting bigger and bigger. How do you what's your mental checklist look like as you make your run into that turn one?
It's never easy. As you see on camera, I'm always pumping my fingers. That's the way I psych myself up. It's like doing a 100-kilo bench press every time through there. So you always psych yourself up. You never, yeah, it's very unique experience.
Good to see you guys doing well. Looking forward to more.
Thank you.
Oh, great questions, J-Mac. Great questions. What do you do? What do you think of coming to turn one? And Rob's just delivered it back there. So, look, I was a little bit worried seeing the S15 pull over to the side, but a couple of little systems check. Yeah, they had a drive-by-wire throttle body issue earlier on today, so they've changed that out. And it looks like everything's working, you would assume, getting some wide-open throttle data and everything like that, throttle trace. But Slade's somewhere out there pumping it around. I can hear it. But right now, it's whether or not... Actually, just hearing in the background here, it sounds like an Extreme GTR coming into the pits. It is. I can see it now on the long shot. But McLeod's on a semi-fly here, whether he can improve. 29.191.
He got to bring sector one. So there was potential there at the start. Whether he's already gone past the performance of the vehicle with this setup. And I mean, this is the thing with a 15-minute session is you don't have a lot of time to go back in the pits and change too much in the car. You're not going to be... You know, you've probably got some preset boost parameters that you can change within the car. You might do a tyre pressure change, but if we're going to go and move some suspension around, some toe, some camber adjustment, all that, that's going to be into the next session, right? So maybe Cam McLeod might have found the limits of the 86 as it is right now with the setup they've got. But, you know, it's improving every time they go out, like we said before. They mentioned down there when they interviewed him that they're about a day and a bit behind on where they want to be when it comes to their R&D on this car.
Well, I tell you what, yeah, not too many people can claim to have improved on the on their earlier sessions, but this one has, and he's done not too bad out of it. Now, whether or not that's just a case of now set up fine, power, now more power. Power seems to be infinite with these cars. Yeah, if you want to sneak another 100 to 500 in there, yes, you probably can. It's whether you want to make sure the thing lasts until tomorrow night for the shootout. Because remember, all of these cars in Motec Pro Open will be in that shootout. They're all going to have that one final shot at it. And you hear that little prediction there from Rob Newen. 22 is going to take it, so he's made that prediction.
And that they're going to have a go this afternoon when conditions are better.
Well, I want to know right now, while we're looking at the MCA car, and I'm actually curious, and again, I've got to pull the old memory banks out, probably go through a little bit of data. I'd love to know what young Josh got out of this thing back in the day, you know, because, I mean, I've seen this thing in the MCA showroom there at Zilmere, and I was sort of into Josh about, oh, you know, when can we see the beast back out there? And at that stage, it wasn't even on the radar, but it's good to see that the thing is out here probably 6 months after that. And Murray back in there tweaking around the place. Oh, okay, so this is not just down in pit lane, this is back inside the garage. So that's a little, geez, you can't write this script. You can't even begin to think how this script all goes together. So here's another story. Extreme GTR, after uncorking its quickest ever time this morning, 23.375, and predominantly holding on to the top spot of the podium, knowing that it's going to happen all over again. Morecambe's going to be breathing down his neck. McLeod, we don't know whether there's a few more seconds in that, but we know the sleeper at the moment is the Dream Projects S15 of Rob Newen. It's only got a 4:49 on the boards, but we know, as he's already made the prediction, this afternoon he's going to try and make a fair ding into that 4:49, and whether or not that means a 23, a 24 or whatever. Last year it took him a minute 25.543, but look where that is today. That's third. That would be third today if he had a 25.543. 25.543 last year was enough. So interesting to see what they're up to in here. Obviously, there's a fair amount of conversation happening at the front of the car. Tim Slade was out of the car, so that's interesting that he is out of the car. If there was something minor, you would think the thing comes back in, sits in pit lane. They have a little bit of a fuss over it, but this has come in for a little bit more of a check. I don't know what that's going to mean. Obviously, J Mac before too long is going to probably be able to get us more of an update on what's going on there. So no change other than some big improvements for Cameron McLeod, a minute 28.283. Getting himself dialed in. Rob Newen, we just saw then the Dream Project S15 literally do not even really a lap, but just to make sure that that drive-by-wire throttle body is working. And look, he wasn't too fussed about it. They don't give on too much. But he did say, as you heard him say, this afternoon when it's cooler, we're going to send a little bit more of it. And then that last little thing he said, I reckon I'll take a 22, he reckons, to win it. So just to hear that, it's like, wow, okay, you think you're going to be that quick? You got the best seat in the house to see it, folks. Sydney Motorsport Park. It's fantastic that you're joining us here on the BOSCH Motorsport live stream, or better, here in person. And, you know, check your phone for how many footsteps you've done if you've been walking around Sydney Motorsport Park today. Yes, it'll measure how many footsteps you took, but it will measure how much coolness you've witnessed. It certainly won't show that. You've got to make sure you do that with your phone. Take some photos of the beautiful cars and machinery we've got here. The lovely countryside as well. It's just starting to cool off, but the action's yet to hot up. More to come here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Break and back with more soon.
At GCG, we stand behind the products we sell. That's why you won't find cheap knockoffs, no-name imports or subpar turbos on our shelves. We only sell genuine brands that offer genuine performance and genuine reliability. We are the most respected turbo supplier in Australia. GCG, genuine brands, genuine prices, genuine service.
All right, hold on to your hats. We ain't done yet, not by a long shot. The GCG Turbos Open Class. I tell you what, I love GCG. I was down there in the pits there before. The promo girls were working overtime, walking around. Got the lanyards, and of course you can scan the lanyard and get 20% off recommended retail price and anything. Vote for your favourite team too, the People's Choice, and your chance to win the Ultimate Road Trip Pack by Yeti. Fantastic. They also gave out some shirts. I got a shirt.
Did you get a selfie with the turbo head?
No, I didn't see. I didn't see turbo head there.
Don't forget to get yourself a bit of a selfie there with the GCG turbo head there, and of course tag them in that one. And they've got some merch packs to give away as well. So GCG Turbos. Look, great to have them back supporting us once again here at World Time Attack Challenge. And the GCG Open Class now about to hit the track. They are the people to go to, depending on what you want with your turbo. They'll size it up, design it, get it right for your application, give them all the details for your engine. Of course, you can also, they've got some voting if you want to do that QR code there and win yourself the Yeti Ultimate Road Trip for your GCG Open Class favourite. All right, well, while we get these cars warmed up out on track, we're going to head down to BOSCH Motorsports Pit Report here with J-Mac.
Tim Slade, pilot of the Extreme GTR. Fresh from that session, you guys made a diff change. Did you get the results that you wanted?
A bit inconclusive at this stage. Just have a bit more of a look at the data and, yeah, go from there.
There's a squad of people working on this thing non-stop while it's here in the garage. You've got engineers and mission control out the back. Do you feel like you're taking chunks out of the car this weekend, or is there something left on the table?
Yeah, I mean, it was good to lay a decent lap time down this morning, but it was pretty ugly. So there's still a fair bit more in it. If we can unlock it, that's a hard part. So, yeah, I mean, we had a couple of pretty rough test days in the lead up to getting here, but yeah, we sort of knew what we had to do at the end of each of those days, and then yeah, it's a hell of a lot better now than what it was, but yeah, still probably like everyone up and down pit lane here, you're still just trying to unlock the full potential.
There's a lot of stories, like say, getting up and down pit lane. These cars, they're renowned for having a bit of a human sort of quality to them. Tell me, how well does this machine communicate to you when you're out there pushing for that one perfect lap?
Yeah, it's pretty good. The steering at the moment's like super heavy, so you do get quite a lot of feedback through the steering. Yeah, no, it's pretty decent. It's obviously well, again, like all the cars up and down pit lane, they all have unique characteristics, and obviously, yeah, this is four-wheel drive and a lot of aero, a lot of power, and the four-wheel drive are probably the two biggest things that make it or make me drive it a certain particular way. So, yeah, slicks this year for the class, and for this car in particular, all new suspension. So, yeah, there's a lot to learn.
Also, before we let you go, you look amazing out there in the Hypercar. How much fun is that thing to drive down into turn 1?
Yeah, it's pretty scary, actually. Yeah, it's an amazing car, but don't have a whole lot of grip. So when it's sliding around all over the place, you definitely think how much it's worth, and just, yeah, it's worth pegging back a little bit.
Well, we got hot laps happening out there. Thanks so much.
No worries, cheers.
There we go. So an improvement for Cole Powelson, minute 33.577. An improvement for Thomas in behind him. That's the unhinged Andy Thomas Honda Civic. So a few guys improving there, but great insights there from J-Mac as well. Timmy Slade, you ask him the questions, he'll give you the answers. And as he says, it's hard to unlock the potential of these cars somehow. And just asking that question about the hypercars, yeah, scary. So a seasoned racer to say he probably feels less at ease in the hypercar than he probably does the Skura car or Extreme GTR, I'd say.
What I like about Tim Slade is it's like a 12-hour shift for him. Not only is he doing 3 cars, but the moment he gets out of that car, it's a conversation he's having with the team and the input that he's giving them. Like, he's not walking away and getting to the next car. He's actually debriefing and offering, you know, more information, which is probably what the engineers need.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, to be able to compare that to all the different cars that he's in, being the, you know, as we said, the mid-engine Honda Power One, or the four-wheel drive RB Power One, or the hypercar. Slady, he's just, I think, well, I'm sure somewhere along the lines there's a smile on the face about it, because it's a hard job to have, a professional motor racing driver, and he does obviously spend a lot of time. I'd love to know which guy in Australian motor racing spends the most time in a seat driving for a living in this country, because he's got to be close. Now have a look at this. Now he's pushing well, Andy Thomas. They're finding more and more out of this car. This is the unhinged Honda Civic.
And it's fast again.
Yep.
It's got green sectors in 1 and 2 again. Can he go faster? It's 137.36,
yeah.
Goes to 136.9.
Tell you what,
he's close to going into the top 7. Very, very close. Paulson had another leapfrog moment too, that 133 up into 5th now. So sitting on that, what we call it, the bump stop really, we're going to the shootout tomorrow. It's, you know, we've got plenty of sessions left still a session left this afternoon, plus all our sessions tomorrow. So there's a bit of time, but we'll start talking about that a bit more tomorrow.
All right, Justin Goyenik's issues with the MRS. Like, if that thing's just stopping flat dead on the track, not good at all. And it's a shame, because the little MRS last year, I mean, he was having a decent run, but I do think he ended up having a little off last year and hurting the little car. There we go. It's got it. So that's just, things just stopped dead. And now he's back and going here. Thank goodness he was able to do that, because if it gets stranded like that, it is normally full course red. Stays out of the action there for the moment. And again, you'll be checking your mirrors every second. Make sure that if someone's on a flyer, they see you. And if the thing is dead set stranded, I suppose the last signal you want to give is that if it's completely stranded, that you pull off to the side, and then you get recovery involved, and then that's normally a full course red in order to do that. So yeah, some of these mysterious little things creeping in, the whole shutting itself down, having to restart the car from scratch, and just goes to prove that automobiles, no matter how many billions and trillions of dollars have been spent on them to develop them and advance them to where they are today, is if the thing don't start and the thing don't run, where do you start? You know, have you got power? Tick. Have you got fuel? Tick. Right. But these days, that can mean another 500 different things. You know, TPSs, drive-by-wires, map sensors, any sensors, bad earths, you name it. You could be at the hands of a wiring or electrical issue that just you got to start chasing, let alone fuel issues. If whatever Tanuki's fuel issue is, we'd love to get to the bottom of that as well. But hey, these guys are not stopping them flying around, getting those valuable lap times in. Trevena, minute 42.85, an earlier best of a minute 37.691. But Johnny Boston's got to be out there somewhere. I saw Boston pop up on the timing and then disappear again. Goyenik's is back ready to fly in the MRS again, so it sounded pretty good to us coming past commentary. So these guys are finding their marks, but gee, not too many people improving other than Cole. So Cole barely holding on to that top 5 spot, which will put him in that GCG Open top 5 for the Super Lap Shootout tomorrow night, Super Cheap Auto Super Lap Shootout. And guys that are still trying to push a little bit harder, find that last little bit of power that they've got. And again, these guys aren't, you know, they're not exempt from the ability to turn up the power as well. They can do the same thing if everything feels well.
Yeah, Boston's my dark sheep here, I think, in terms of they haven't had a flying lap yet. So potentially once they sort out all these little teething problems they've got with the car, it's where he'll end up in that mix, I suppose, between all of them. Last year, a 129.8, which would well and truly put him in the top 5. So Boston's a dark horse. Where he's going to come in, I don't know. I just hope they can get that car sorted today, so tomorrow they can really have a go, probably in the morning session when the air's a little bit cooler, really get a banker lap in there to cement them into the top 5, and then they can really get working on that car tomorrow as we move into the afternoon shootout there. So wait and see.
Well, that's the other thing about tomorrow, folks, for those people watching on the BOSCH Motorsport live stream, all here on site at Sydney Motorsport Park. Don't leave your run too late tomorrow morning to get here. Make sure you're in the gates early and in the best possible viewing position, because there's going to be quite a few flies, I would imagine, happening in the next few sessions. So right now we're seeing all sorts of activity out there. We've got the hood up there. I can see some CRD shirts, of course, Croydon Racing Developments. Whether or not that's to do with, I knew Drew Hall had a car in there somewhere from memory, but they are having a fair bit of thrash in there. Goya Neck's just off Apex there. Geez, I don't know whether the MRS has done the same thing. The thing might have cut out or whatever, but he is definitely stranded near, I think, turn 2. A little Honda is still out there, and still flying through behind us there is Day. So Dan Day, the WRX, out there. And I can hear just in the background, must be Yuki Kamakura. Gotta be. It's the only car out there that sounds like that, other than maybe a Pagani Huayra, but that's a quad rotor to a V12. So definitely that quad rotor out there, and so good to see Yuki Kamakura, Wise Produce, getting plenty of laps in. And again, it's another one of those cars that, you know, pays for, well, you pay for your price of admission. Cars like that, just to hear them screaming, knowing they're from the other side of the world. It's happening again. This thing is happening again. Not good that it's just...
And he's 3.5, he's just over 3 seconds up on last year's time as well. So the MRS has been quite quick. And here's that quad rotor sound. You've seen a little bit of that smoke, and it just seems to be when it's really loaded up on a left-hand corner there, potentially some oil just going out the exhaust and burning in the motor.
Well, again, I just don't know, Matty Cav. Like, yes, it's near the exhaust there, but is it loading up the right-hand rear? Is it
maybe, potentially?
Have we got some scratches on that tyre where it's loading that side up? J-Mac's got some more news for us down in the pits, thanks to BOSCH Motorsport.
Well, Cole Powelson got out of the Subaru and started marching down pit lane. Turns out he wasn't on his way to go and have stern words with someone for holding him up on track. He's actually down here at the Croydon Racing Developments pits getting plugged into the GTR. Drew Hall, unfortunately, has had to withdraw from driving duties, and now they've put in the super sub, Cole Powelson. This is going to be interesting. Tyres are going to go on. The team is working. We'll see what he has to offer.
Well, a bit to unpack there, isn't it? Drew Hall unable to finish off the competition there. Not bad to have a super sub just up the road, already here.
He may not know even what that term is in this country. Kamakura, a new PB for him, minute 34.528. So it can't be affecting it too much other than just pushing that tyre too hard in turn 1. But Kamakura, 34.528. But how's that for Cole? We'll have to definitely fill him in with that super sub.
I need to go through the cars because I know Kamakura was just... One of the goals this weekend was to be the fastest naturally aspirated time attack car here this weekend.
Yep.
And he'd have to be getting close to that, I'd say, if he's not already. Most of the cars out there having some sort of supercharger or turbocharger hanging off the side.
That's got to go close. Minute 34.528. Minute 34.528. We'll have to crunch the numbers with our historians to work out whether or not that... Look, it sounds like it very well could be. Quickest NA time attack car in Australia. It could be, if the world.
We'll get the Brains Trust onto that. I'm sure they'll be able to go back through some figures and figure that one out.
Well, I mean, I do know, like, technically Ryan Turek last year or the year before with the V10 Super was NA, but again, he wasn't in any time attack class. He was on demo runs, and I do think we put the timer on him, so we'll have to find out what Ryan did. But again, wasn't in a time attack class, so technically, look, we can't allow, I suppose, the demo cars to be part of it. I'm a purist that way. Call me a purist. I'd rather see them competing in a designated category, then you can start laying claims to this, that and the other. So whatever the quickest WRX is, what's the quickest Evo, what's the quickest Skyline, we can just about pretty well determine that. But as far as NA time attack cars, I'll give it to you, Kamakura-san. I will give it to you. As far as I'm concerned, that is.
And a big change here too. Last year, actually no, I'm just having a look at some of the results from last year. Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's quick still for a nationally aspirated rotor.
It is, and you know, we don't, in the world of turbochargers and all our great sponsors, of course, you know, boost means horsepower and everyone wants horsepower, but there's still guys out there that want to march to the NA drum, and I'm kind of one of those guys a little bit in my older age, and turbos when I was young, and you know, I still will have some turbo action, I'm sure, in the future. But yeah, I just think, you know, NA can be the new boosted for a lot of guys, especially just a new target to set themselves. And the quad rotor stuff, definitely crazy.
Yeah, nice.
There we go, Trevena again.
137.
Geez, if the way he's going here, Trevena, he's finding bits and pieces, and as we said, you either go out there and do 6 laps over 2 days, or you go out there and do 30 laps over 2 days. And then at the end of the day, even if you're not in the top 5 and you've just competed and been a member of the class of 2025 at World Time Attack, I suppose 30 laps is better than 6 laps.
Now, I'm noticing I haven't seen Jimmy Tran go out in this session, so
no.
Understandably, with the temperature, not surprised to see some of the competitors who probably want to save the wear and tear on the engine, like they don't want to take that risk if they want to put a bit more into it later. But knowing that Jimmy has been out of the car for 4 years, I would have suspected they'd want to see a little bit of track time, even if they had to use some used tyres out there and keep it on a low boost setting just to get some track time in there. So be interesting to find out whether that's strategic or whether they've got an issue with the car down there.
Well, again, if there was any sort of thrash, J-Mac's definitely got the nose of the ground down there and is sussing out the stories, and that's another perhaps developing one. But again, it can be as simple. We're just talking it up a bit too, Matty Cav. You know, drama. We've had enough as it is, but you know, maybe it is just the choice to sit it out, knowing that we've got another session for these guys to come out in the last bit of cool of the evening. Not that it's evening by then, you know, probably 4-ish. Would be about the time I think that some of these guys are scheduled to come back at. So you would think a lot of the sting's been taken out of the day, air starting to cool down a little bit, and then we might just be able to see a few results juggle themselves around. But as it stands, Darren Bishop, that minute 27.879 that he did earlier on today, still sits there nice and proud. Daylight to Josh Muggleton's Gas Evo, minute 30.109. Dan Day, minute 31.764. Jimmy Tram, minute 32.853. And Cole, the super sub Powson from Utah, minute 33.577. But hold on, you know, once we see him coming out in Drew Hall's car in the future, who knows what the super sub's going to do. Johnny Boston, 204.428, and that's another guy that can be the sleeper. We just don't know. Oh, you can't miss this, folks. I'll tell you what, great opportunity right now. Small break and back with more from Sydney Motorsport Park. Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. Plenty more sting in the tail today.
At GCG, we don't just sell turbos, we also service and repair them. Rebuilding a turbocharger is a complex and intricate job that requires a mixture of patience, expertise, and specialist tooling. With over 100 years of combined experience, GCG technicians are undisputed experts in their field. GCG, the turbo experts.
We told you we still had a bit more sting in the tail, and we don't know where this little story's going to end up either. And Matty Cav, I suppose that's just the joy of it. You stick around, you get to see how it all unfolds. There's no point clocking in for about an hour at a place like this. You've got to be in it for the whole trip, and this is only not even halfway through the whole trip just yet. This is the Plasma Man Pro-Am class, and we already heard the news from J-Mac about the super sub Cole Powson coming in. He's had some experience, of course, driving an R35 here for Life Motorsport years ago. He's also been in, of course, the other Got It Rex car. So yeah, he's had some four-wheel drive experience. So I suppose, yeah, they might throw a lazy 1,000, 1,200 at Cole and see what the super sub can dish out. And that's the best thing about Cole. Of course, he's done Pikes Peak. He's done Pikes Peak. He's done Road America. He's done plenty of steering, our Cole. And you know what? Once you're in the family, you're always welcome back. And he always seems to find himself back down here, down under. And look what he's done. He's picked up another ride. We'll call him Slady by the end of the day. Three cars, 3 teams.
Well, he's just got to get into a hypercar now. That's what he's going to wiggle into. And then he would be a Slady, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he would be a Slady.
There's so much going on here at the track as part of the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. Of course, the boys and girls drift demos are going to be up on stage. All those drivers will be out there very shortly, about 3 p.m.
Yep.
So you really got to make sure you get yourself the best seat in the house and actually come down to the track, especially if you're in the Sydney area. We're not too far away. We're only about half an hour out of Sydney City itself. And I tell you what, an amazing track, an amazing venue, and of course the show just really is something you do not want to miss this weekend. So many things going on here if you are a car enthusiast. Plenty of specials down there with all the trade stands and everything else going on. As we get our our GT3 RS Porsche out on track at the moment here for our Plasma Man Pro-Am class. That's Sean Day in the S&J Automotive's entry. A race-bred car really out of the factory here for the Porsche GT3.
All right, as we start to warm up with a few guys now on flying laps, can we get a plug? That's right, 3 p.m. on the main stage. The girls and the boys drift teams, they'll be at the main stage, and Woz is going to be doing some interviews with them. So the drift teams, the girls and the boys, 3 p.m. on the main stage. So 13 odd minutes away from that happening. But meanwhile on track, Plasma Man Pro-Am. We see, I don't think Ferris will probably come out for this one because normally he'd be the first guy out. But he ain't. Here's the first flying lap there for Guy. Well, Guy's on a flyer now. So we've got Harry James out there. We've got Nicholas Guy out there. We've got Sean Day out there. And we know we've got the super sub Cole Powson. So it'll probably come up as Hall for now. But right now, Nathan Morcom showing it says Morcom keeps down there. So Cole getting used to obviously the brakes on the car.
Maybe need some temperature on those tyres, remembering that Hall didn't go out in the last session either. So if they're fresh tyres, the tyres from the first session, they're going to have no temperature, no brake temperature either.
And you know what, hats off to the guy that's never driven it probably. You know, you've got to give him more than a lap credit, I suppose, Cole. So here we go, the action replay. So we've got the Porsche here, but here comes Cole. It jumps on the brakes. It just didn't, it just, I don't know, it just sort of went from sort of a little bit of understeer to oversteer when he lifted it, and lost all the drive out of there. And that's a nice soft lose for him. So if you're going to have a lose, that's the sort of lose you want to have. A nice soft lose there. Now it's good to see this Alfa Romeo 4C out of Brad Moody. You don't see too many of these in normal existence, but here it is with the war paint on it and the wings and things. And it doesn't sound half bad either, to be honest. But again, ironing some issues out, you would say. He's going into the pits right now, but their Guy is still on a flyer, so Nicholas Guy hasn't had a lot of laps in it. That's Guy flying past us now, but here's the little sleeper out there, Harry James, just nipping at the heels. And you know what, when you look at some of the other vehicles that are in this session, you know, this is the little underdog. You look at it, you don't think, when you see the modifications in the Pro-Am cars, and you look at this, you go, well, you know, this is literally, well, without the size of the wings on it, I mean, it could nearly fit into a club sprint category, other than it's probably, as we already see here, VTEC 86. So you'd probably be K-swapped 86. Could you perhaps run that in the open class? Maybe. But here it is in the Pro-Am class.
Yeah, probably our biggest improvement in the last session as well, didn't he? He managed to go past and skip over the wire there in the third position with a 137, and was just, yeah, taking a second here and a second there away from his time as the laps went down. So James is probably one to watch if Harry James can just, again, wind the car up. It's almost like a rubber band car, isn't it? Just wind it up and just give it a little bit more each lap as he goes around. And if you're looking at that Porsche just in front of him, using a bit of a marker, see if he can improve on his time.
He's well, just in comparison on that lap, nearly 7 seconds quicker than the Porsche on that lap. All right, so there we go. Talking to Cole, I'd recognise those eyes anywhere. He's ready to come out and have another crack at it. So whether or not that's a brake balance issue or whatever, but yeah, just the way that he jumped on the brakes there and just trying to pull it up, get some late braking in, and the thing just sort of snapped the round on him. Whether or not that was just coming into the pits for a little chat, a little dial in, whether or not he could do a little tweak on the brake dice or whatever. Then again, I don't know, there wasn't even a full lap of the car, so must be Guy again coming through. There we go, Guy. 202.378. So again, if we find that Skyline on track, he's still yet to find himself some clean air or a dozen perfect corners. Because that's the one thing you've got to at least get done around here, is a good dozen perfect corners. Porsche just continues to deliver. Now remember, this car's kind of designed to nearly do 24 hours flat Mickeys. So, you know, if you're looking for a vehicle that can give you the most amount of laps without probably too many issues, these cars are ultimately designed to do. But the trade-off is, of course, you know, they're fast, they're quick, they're reliable, but, you know, when you come to time attack days like this and you can just see how underdone sometimes they are in comparison to other builds here, what do you do? Would you rather do, as I said, 40 laps, be 7 seconds slower than someone else, or someone that's 7 seconds quicker but you got 8 laps?
And that's the trade-off, isn't it, sometimes?
And a lot of the times, by the time you add up what you've probably spent on your time attack bill, you probably could have had one of those GT3s. But then the question will be, I've spent the same money as I would have bought a GT3 for, but yes, I'm running, you know, 6 seconds quicker than a GT3. So I suppose that justifies the money well spent.
I feel like time attack cars are a lot like drift cars to me. Is everyone's got a little different personality, and they want to build their car though to represent their personality. So you see some, some pretty wild things, engine swaps and things like that. And I think it's a beautiful thing about World Time Attack Challenges. We accept all those personalities, and they're just one. You know, you're part of one big community when you're here.
Well, it's automotive freedom of expression, isn't it? It's taking and for the future. I mean, there's not going to be too many kids that are going to say, well, one day I'm going to have an R33 or an R32 time attack car, and the realities are that's nearly impossible. You've got more chance nearly of buying a house, you know what I mean, than trying to get a car like this. So what will the young time attackers of the future be driving? Well, I tell you what, there might be a few more 86s around. There'll definitely be a lot more Euro stuff around, our Golfs and the like, but these combos tend to work, and this guy's proving that, you know, Harry James probably had zero expectations of what he might get out of this car before the weekend, and here he is, third. He's on the podium for the Plasma Man Pro-Am class, probably never in his wildest dreams, but here he is.
I don't know if James is going to improve on his time, though. 137.78 last time is the best lap he's managed to string together. Not lighting up the sector times too much. He's just off just a little bit. 138.4 though, pretty close. Not surprised by that. I think the final session of the day will be the one, but is this the man up on there, Paulson, out in the Court Developments GDR, and listen to that as it goes by the commentary box.
All right, minute 46, 5.50, and another lap there for Sean Day. He'd probably get, if there was an award for most amount of laps in Pro-Am, he'd probably get it. All right, let's keep an eye on Cole Powelson right now on track. Let's listen to the screaming CRD tuned R34. The Carbon Warrior, they call it. Let's have a listen. So look, he's giving it a, you know, he's probably at 9 tenths, 8.5 tenths there, Cole. He's just sort of getting him. He's certainly got the hammer down when it's time. Now this is the test. This is the corner. This is the corner that he came unstuck last time. All right. And now the goes RB out of here. Here we go.
It's just on tap, isn't it? I mean, Croydon Race Developments, you know there's going to be a lot of horsepower in that car. It's about taming it at the moment. I think they have made some adjustments though when he went to the pits earlier.
Yeah,
Sector 2 is up, 39.46.
And you know the horsepower this car has got, so if it's Croydon with horsepower, 29.948, 29.948. All of a sudden, Harry James not on the podium, and we've got ourselves a gunfight there. Minute 29.948. Minute 29.948 there for Cole. And Day goes minute 42.977, but that's a good number there for the super sub, Cole Powson.
Yeah, and the scary part about that is there's still more time in sector 1. So,
well, I think that's just the turn 1 commitment. You just got to think of, you know, when you're brand new in a car, like literally, whether you got the job 5 minutes ago, right, Cole, here's another, you know, okay, let's say conservatively 1200 horsepower time attack car. Now you go out there and run that as fast as you can. You're going to leave some on the table in turn 1, I think.
And you're not allowed to drive it before competition day.
And I think that's the one thing about turn 1. You must trust everything in your car for turn 1. If you've got any doubts about the front end grip, the aero or whatever in your car, your shock setup or whatever, or your own ability, you've got to have all of that. You've got to back yourself with everything that your car is doing and then give turn 1 the commitment. And there's one guy that I think's got turn 1 committed. The one car at the moment that I've seen do it every lap so far when he's on, and that's Tim Slade in the Skura Lotus. Like, that is turn 1 pretty well flat, Vicky.
You cannot have commitment issues if you want to take turn 1 on. If you've got commitment issues, turn 1 is not for you. Move on.
This is not the track or the sport for you. All right, but Drew Hall keeps on plugging. There we go, Drew. He goes through for a minute 30.038 after that minute 29.948. So minute 948 there was, of course, Drew Hall / Cole Powson, and it's actually Harry James. So the name hasn't changed on Ron Burgundy. I'll just read anything that's on the auto prompter. But that is, minute 30.038 outlap, but a minute 29.948 there. Harry James, I'm going to probably, if there was a prize for most laps, it'd be him or the Porsche for now.
Well, doesn't that really wake up our Platinum Pro-Am class right now? Paulson being the super sub, that might actually egg on a couple of Kazakowski and as well as our American guest there as well.
Well, we haven't seen Alec again, and whether or not that's another story that we've yet uncovered. That earlier run by him, a minute 28.333. And when did he do that? I can't quite get up here because he hasn't been out in this session. Here we go, Kazakowski, 2 laps in.
Yeah, that was session 1.
Yeah, so Kazakowski, session 1, 2 laps in.
Our top 2, they just came out of the gates.
And he's not there at the moment. So there's a lot of stories out of the Goddard Rex team as to why he hasn't come back. But that's you know, you've got until tomorrow night to get it there. But we're curious as to what's happened now. And he just keeps flogging this thing around. Harry James, minute 39.151. Talk about acquainting yourself with the vehicle. Lots of laps. All right, so Cole's coming in for a bit of feedback. I'd love to know the feedback from Cole. He'd be going out for a chat. The life of a pro driver.
There's some smiles in the pits though, so they're obviously happy with some of the results that they've found in the vehicle, which is great to see.
They go, hey Cole, did you like 1200 horsepower? Yeah, it was great. Okay, well we can send you back out with 1500.
Yeah, what number would you like in front of that 0?
Well, I tell you what, you know, one thing that we haven't mentioned about the Croydon team is that they do hold the world record for world's quickest Nissan door slammer at 567 in Zeus, and that's Rob, of course, from Croydon Racing Developments himself. 567, one of the world's quickest import drag cars with their own, of course, built billet RB series engine. So RB the world, Aussie RB world's quickest. And plenty of bits and pieces on that from Australian companies to get it there as well. So Mr. Harry James gets the track to himself again, pretty much. Between him and Sean Day, it's James and Day. So the big improvement, of course, is number 3, minute 29.948 from Cole Powelson, standing in for Drew Hall. Alec Kazakovsky, 2 laps in this morning and a minute 28, and then nothing that we've heard from him. Harry James, 37.787. Nick Geyer getting a little bit better, minute 38.281. Sean Day in the Porsche, minute 41.115. And Brad Moody, nothing from Brad as well. And the Alpha that lap just decided to bring it in, suss it out, and whether or not we'll bring it back out again, who knows what. But beautiful afternoon. The breeze is picked up. The sun is shining. There's so much automotive interesting, curious there to see. More and back with after a break in a moment.
Hi, I'm Woody. I've got a YouTube channel called The Skid Factory. I love everything and anything to do with automotive, whether it be bike, fast cars, four-wheel drives, anything with wheels, anything with an engine, I am really passionate about it. I've been working on cars since, even when I was a young fella, when I was 14, 15 years old with my older brothers, flying project cars, and since then it's turned into what you see here, which is my workshop called The Skid Factory.
Make it super at Super Cheap Auto.
That's not a charger. This is a charger.
Bloody hell, that thing's screaming off its head.
Stock as a rock, mate. Matching numbers and all.
It's all about that turbo flutter.
I was told to get a family car. I did, but it's a turbo.
Mate, you could have at least gotten one with chrome bumpers.
We speak your language. Enthusiasts like you, we understand your make, model and mods. Enthusiast, anything but ordinary.
You never get sick of this, never get sick of this. Welcome to Australia, where hypercars roam free. Oh, yeah.
It's just part of the natural habitat here at Sydney Motorsport Park, isn't it? I think it's World Time Attack Challenge too, where we get the most exotic beasts around the world. We bring them to the zoo, which is World Time Attack Challenge, and we let them roam free.
Automotive flora and fauna. So basically, the flora being the pretty things to look at, the fauna. I think I get that right. The fauna being the animals. Yeah. So flora and fauna personified, and this is fantastic to see at the top of the pops. There's Brabham.
I feel like Golding just wants to get as many laps in as possible, because he has been the first car flying out of every session in the hypercar class. Not doing triple duties here this weekend like Slade, one of his supercar comrades. But Stevenson and Ross, well, he's come out. They've actually had some big improvements there from Ross as well in the Ferrari FXX this weekend. But it's got to be daunting when you've got these, very expensive cars that you don't own. Tim Slade alluded to the fact that there is not a lot of grip in his either. He said, you'd be surprised, and it's in the back of your mind that this is going to be hard to pay for if you do go off the track and cause some issues.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, here we go. Let's listen to the Aussie Brabham coming around here. Oh, there we go. There's the... so we've got a Zonda and a Huara out there, and then, of course, the Ferrari FXX as well. So I saw them as I took our break at lunchtime there, and there was the Zonda there as well. Oh. Honestly, I hope there's people driving past around here going, oh my goodness, what the hell is going on in here? Because, yeah, this thing just, you could be locked up for hours, blindfolded, brought back into Sydney Motorsport Park and go, right, what car's running? You're going to tell right away it's Pagani Huara. Just this scream, this symphony. No one else has got that sound this weekend at all. And Slady, how does he do it? Like, Extreme GDR, Skewer Motorsport, And then runs this thing with, as he said, the least amount of grip out of the whole lot. Really testing the resume out here, Slade. It does make it look easy, but he is pushing hard.
Just the RPM they're getting out of these engines. You know, I know they're a small piston, short stroke style V12, but to rev them up to 9,000 RPM and just a symphony of noises between all of them out there on track at the moment. Tell you what, as this comes onto the main straight, let's have a listen to Tim Slade. That I have to say is probably one of the best laps I've ever listened to at Sydney Motorsport Park.
I am loving that shot. Father and son there, smiles on the dials. Future generation, guaranteed, they're on the hook. They're addicted. It's up to you now, Dad. How the kid's going to get to the track now? Start plotting. Here we go, the Brabham. 5.4 litre. 32 valve V8, good DNA in these things. Power to weight is proven to be every bit, if more, superior on lap times than a car probably 4 times its own value. So value for money, and he told me how much he paid for this thing. So he paid, well, back then 800, but the Pagani, don't tell me. I think he told me what they paid, about a 6 in it somewhere there. So the difference between millions of dollars a car and something under $1 million, she does all right. And considering he's still the quickest guy out there, Goldie, look how about that, backs it up. He went 25.213 early today. What about a 25.648 this afternoon? He's getting a lot out of this car. And what about the FXX in the middle there? Fraser Ross driving it, going a minute 32.691. All right, J-Mac going to come in the background of this beautiful noise being made out on track.
Has been the best sounding car here at World Time Attack Challenge 2025. But we're having a chat with Cole Powelson. Now, I bet that wasn't on the bingo card, driving the Carbon Warrior for Croydon Racing Developments. A little bit of an early spill, but gathered it up quite nicely. And the commentators will actually double check for me. I'm pretty sure that was good for a fairly high up time, but how was it out there?
Incredible. The guys at Croydon, I've looked up to them for years and years, so to be in the position to be able to get in that car is unreal. Must be present to win. And I had some availability, and they came over and approached me about it, and it's an amazing opportunity with an incredible piece of machinery. So a lot to learn really, really quick, just kind of thrown in the deep end of the pool, but the quality of the car speaks for itself. The fact I can get in and go quick right off the bat. Had a little quick on the downshift, had a little trailing gear oversteer, just a quick moment, but that's on me. I knew what I need to do to adjust and go quicker the next time out.
So obviously only very limited time to debrief. Surely you'll get back out there with the engineers in a moment, but Do you have any ideas on where the setup might change, or is it all purely going to be down to your own driving style?
I'm strapped to a missile. There's a lot going on really quickly, so everything's on me right now. I've got a lot of adjusting to do, hopping between 3 different cars in this event so far. What side of the steering wheel is the car on? I don't know. I just get in and figure it out. So certainly it's on me at this moment. I'm sure there's plenty more time in the car, a little bit more time in the setup, but it's such a great base platform that it's just got to work on me right now.
Well, we can't wait. We love it when you come here to World Time Attack. I think the viewers will agree. Thank you, Cole.
My pleasure, man.
Yeah, what was that? 3rd fastest he ended up out of that. And he really only got 1 flying lap in there without an error.
Yeah.
So first time in the car, he's watch him. Watch him a little bit later.
Yeah, that Aussie horsepower, he's starting to get a little bit hooked on that Aussie horsepower, and you want some of that Croydon horsepower, mate. Oh, my goodness. Let's talk about strap to a missile. Sladey strapped to several missiles this weekend. This is by far just, I don't know, it's just oozing. It's not, honestly, if someone puts their hand up and says, I don't like this car, well,
you might be at the wrong venue.
I'll go all Bob Catter on you after that, I can tell you. I'll go all Bob Catter on you after that. Because if you are not stirred by the mechanical symphony, the combination of engineering, the air that we breathe too, remember, all motor this thing. The lungs, I call it the lungs. One more time, the lungs.
It's turn 1, isn't it?
Just can't get enough of it. Oh, of course, here's the FXX. Now, he's been flying under the radar a little bit here. Because, you know, at the end of the day, when you've got, I suppose it's, you know, just say you've got sort of two sisters out there, and, you know, one's the quiet one. They're still good-looking sisters. One's the quiet one, and one is singing like Mariah Carey. Well, you're going to listen to Mariah, aren't you? You're going to listen to the big sister that can sing. You've got the other sister looks just as good, but it's not getting us the scream that the other one's giving us. But it's still, I tell you what, a hell of a car. Hell of a car. Fraser Ross, fantastic to see, but it is just, yeah, it's still, look, he's nibbling away all in the background, minute 32.523. If you wanted a real measurement of performance of a vehicle, I suppose this is the way to do it. Put them out on the same track, put all the same level of driver in there, pro drivers in there, and let them eat. And the Van Diemen family for letting them do it. This is the way we measure. Nowhere else in the world are we measuring it like this. And that's its own deal right there. It is one sexy beast. And as we said, it's a little bit special, this one, in regards to the Ferrari family. Just when you think the Enzos were special, the FXXs are the next level of special. And you'll never lose on a Ferrari as far as resale is concerned at all.
No, I don't think you ever will. They've got some sort of flair about them, don't they? They're all unique in their own style, but a Ferrari is just well known throughout the world.
And the ironic thing that we've learnt from this lesson so far is that every hypercar we've got here worth an absolute fortune, but yet the quickest one proving on track is probably the least expensive hypercar of the whole lot. And the BT62 has proven to us already. And again, you know, hats off to James Golding for a fair amount of capabilities. But, you know, the power to weight ratio just flies under the radar. You know, developed, you know, there's a lot of Australian development in this car. And if you want to compare it with all the Italian hypercars of the world, you know, you can't say it's the home track advantage, the same track for everyone. But this thing has stunned us with a minute 25.213 earlier on today, and consistent runs there as well around the same time. Just crazy to see.
Yeah, Golding.
Yeah, this has taken all of our attention, of course.
Yeah, right there.
The sister that can sing.
Yeah, definitely the best way to describe it at the moment with all these great hypercars out on track all at once.
Yeah, what a fantastic session, folks. And you know what? Nowhere else in the world does hypercar time attack. And Baker, I think, realised, you know what? If we can pull this off, we'll at least now have an accurate measurement about what's quick and what's not. Well, they're all quick. Let's not say they're not quick. James Golding, minute 25.213. Tim Slade, minute 26.578. Fraser Ross nibbled a little bit more out of it then with the FXX, minute 32.523. And Scott Stevenson, the Zonda, minute 48.99. But hey, that hypercar class for the first time ever, that is a fair amount of millions of dollars of cars right there. But you know what? In total here at Sydney Motorsport Park, millions and millions of dollars of automotive brilliance. And you're going to see more of that shortly after these messages.
That's not a charger. This is a charger.
Bloody hell, that thing's screaming off its head.
Stock as a rock, mate. Matching numbers and all.
It's all about that turbo flutter.
I was told to get a family car. I did, but it's a turbo.
Mate, you could have at least gotten one with chrome bumpers.
We speak your language. Enthusiasts like you, we understand your make, model and mods. Enthusiast, anything but ordinary.
Yokohama.
Back on track, it's the Advandiova. Track tyres for the street, tune the class, and they're into the next session here, Matty Cav, and yeah, we had...
here we go.
What, it's almost like...
the drifting's not on until tonight, but we're getting into it, aren't we?
He knew the camera was
Good
on
to
him.
see. Well, Damien Lococo.
Yeah.
He sat out last session as well. So
Damien Lococo just went La Loco.
Yeah.
And the GR Supra GDS. Great to see them all on the Advandiova 8009 tyre, and as we said, that's track tyres for the street. That is not a good look. Stranded BRZ, one can assume. It is a tank slapper, I believe. Here we go. So there's the Supra. So it feeds it out of two, Bosch 2, and just that, yeah, just that one moment, just too much power on board, and look, grabbed it nicely. You know, we've seen them. We've seen it snap out before, especially if you're a Mustang driver. Yeah,
less than ideal tyre temperature, mate.
I would dare say so. I would dare say so. I'd like to know what the window is for a good tyre temp for an Advandiova. And you know what? I'm sure Yokohama, to their credit, one thing about Yokohama, they are still a progressive company that still want to learn about their products. And I am sure that there's going to be plenty of feedback coming back from all our competitors this weekend about the Advandiova. And you know what? This is almost a bit of free R&D for Yokohama, because guess what? We're seeing all of our entrants come out in so many different packages, whether it's JZA80 Supras out there, the new GR Supra, the GR Yaris, Hyundai i20Ns, Honda Civics. They're all in here. That Ford Focus, the Hocus Pocus Focus is in there as well, all using that one tyre. So you talk about getting some feedback. And they do suit a large range of GDM classics, muscle cars and hypercars. They start as small as 185 and 195, 55, 15s, all the way up to monster sizes like 335, 35 and 325, 30. So you can get some big sizes with the Advandiovas. So you can even go, if you want to put 185 or 195s on it. You might put it on my new little Starlet time attack car that hasn't been built yet. I might have to come out in the tuner class.
I've got a couple of friends that might want to help you out with that one.
Yeah, I know.
We can get that Starlet going pretty good, I would say.
Yeah, well,
have a look at this. Rankin already gets himself personal best, 148.08. So that's a little bit of improvement there from Rankin, the 88 car.
Yeah, that's the Artex Supra, Stuart Rankin. So we know that's got plenty of that 2JZ power on it if he wants.
Now, will we see Kazmiri or Cox come out in this afternoon session? Remember, it's the final one of the day.
Yeah.
Oh, slightly cooler. It's probably not late enough for us to see some of that coverage out there. We haven't seen any cloud covering like that. It could be slightly different tomorrow, but this would have to be the best you're going to mimic the shootout tomorrow.
Absolutely. And that's it. You've got to kind of perform in that same sort of conditions, and that's basically what the schedule allows us to do. Again, if you're here Thursday, pretty much we mirror what we do on Thursday, we do on Friday. What we do on Friday, we pretty much keep it close to what we do on Saturday as far as the time of the sessions and all of our other great stuff that happens on and off track as well. So, and I can't wait for that pit walk tomorrow. It's going to be off its head tomorrow, but right now on this class, the Advan Nova tuner class, plenty of guys coming through. Now he's on a flyer now, Langhan. So just in the background there, Driven Motorsport, John Langan in the Evo 6. We've got all eyes right now there on entrant 86 being Zhao Feng Wang, the Toyota Supra, the Max Euro Supra. Got the pink wheels. No oversteer antics from Zhao Feng. And when you listen there on the camera, you know, we've got that background camera noise that we can hear, whether the cars are in distress, the tyres are in distress. And this one just working him so well. We've heard other cars really pushing him. And that car's still stranded where it is, whether that's Atherton or not, because we do have an 86 that's in the entry list. And there's also, yeah, or BRZ, sorry, of him. So trying to see if we've got another one in there that could be him. I don't think. I reckon it is exactly that guy that's stranded off to the side. So Zhao Feng is up in the first session, our first sector rather. Now let's just see how he tightens up the rest of this. Normally you get a measurement pretty much out of here, and then it's about how you connect the next couple of corners. So I lost a little bit out of there. So obviously better commitment from turn one onwards. That midsection there, lost a bit of time through there, especially you can lose some if you're early on the brakes in that airpit, or you get a messy exit that can normally turn you into a red sector pretty quickly. The rest looks pretty good now for Zhao Feng. Gets that third sector up. Let's have a look. He's already done pretty well for himself, considering again, brand new class. And Wang goes a minute 43.70. It's all right. Minute 43.70, earlier minute 43.364. So it's the least you can hope for. And I suppose that's another tribute to the Advan Nova, is that repeatable lap times that you can get out of the car if you're pushing. Yes, can you expect in some occasions, the dream would be to go out there, push hard, get a good lap, push harder, get a faster lap. Sometimes I think you find that it's not the limit of the tyre, it's the limit of the vehicle that gets you there, and that's not actually the tyre that's going to get you any more advantage than what it's already given you. The rest, I suppose, is your braking and everything like that. We can't always rely on the tyre to solve everyone's problems. They're just and as you do, and you put them all on pretty much what this is, a control tyre category. And a lot of time, for a lot of years, we were control tyre category in every category, but Aero's outgrown a fair few parameters of some of the tyres, and that's why we've gone to open in a couple of different categories there. But it's good to see that we've still got control tyres like the Advan Nova tuner class to really just see where the limit is. And I tell you what, right now, minute 35, that's not a bad benchmark.
Jeremy Morris up on our screen there in the Hyundai i30N at the moment, the Team Motorsport entry. Just be waiting as he gets around. 1:45.85 is the time he wants to beat, his personal best here this weekend. And that actually happened on lap number 2, so one of our earlier sessions as well. So this afternoon session, already seen a couple. Lane Terry has already gone another personal best, so that's dropped another half a second from the last lap as well. So Eleanor's doing a great job in that Hyundai i20N, and really proving whatever they found in that car starting to pay some dividends.
Yeah, she's just flying under the radar there now, whether Eleanor's on another fly right now, but I just saw the checkered flag, I think, come out on the straight. That means that whatever you've got in the session, if you've only seen the flag once, well, that normally means that you've got to slow down and get to the pits, because you won't be able to come past the straight under speed again. Whether or not that flag was out for him. He's still flying there, trying to get a few extra corners in here. Stuart Rankin might be on a flyer. Nick Callis is out there finally. Nick Spartan, of course. RP Motorsports Spartan Mitsubishi Ralliart. Some good sectors there for Eleanor Terry and Rivera. Andre Rivera. So here she is, pushing it in. Missed angle. Do we get that left-hand rear in the air? Now she's back at full tilt there. and good to see. Come on, Eleanor. See if we can light them all up and get yourself into the 40s, because then we'll have all ladies in that 40s then. Because Miji's been in there as well. Miji's been there, and of course Hutton as well. She's been in there as well.
She's quick as well.
There we go. Come on, Eleanor.
There we go.
She can take
We've got to be close.
There we go. She's cracking through the gears. Come on, Eleanor. Oh yeah, 50. Oh, it's still a best for her today. Minute 56.62. Minute 56.62, but she did get a good one in there. Yeah, Hannah Burton and Miji both in the 49, so it wouldn't have been good if she was able to get herself into that 49s as well. She did kind of mention, I said, how good is it to have a couple of extra ladies here running at World Time Attack? And she goes, yeah, except that I'm the slowest one of the lot. So she particularly didn't like that she was the slowest one of the lot, and that she wanted to get in there and mix it with them. Even though they're all completely different classes, it's good to see that our benchmark is in that. And I reckon before too long, and you know, we'll look into the crystal ball into the future. You're like, how long before we see one of our female pro drivers or semi-pro drivers in something extremely quick in the future? That's just one of my wish list things to see. You know, some of our best drivers. I mean, we're going to see some of our best girl drifters, of course. That's one part, but just our time attack girls. And you know, the sky's the limit. We can break the glass ceiling when it comes to time attack, and we've just got to get the right girl in the right car at the right time, and I'm sure that'll happen sometime in the future. But this is this girl here in particular does it on her own. Well, she's got a lot of help with a couple of great sponsors, but you know, she'll still normally daily drive this thing up until recently. I'm sure she still does. Yeah, Eleanor does it on her own, bank, and that's her own car. So it's nice for her to do that. Of course, we love that our guest drivers from overseas get into some nice machinery. But Eleanor driving her own stuff, which is also extra cred for me. So that is the end of, I think, the Advandy over tuna session. We did see that flag come out. And that is not a bad group at all. And yeah, look, if you were to put a value on what might be the most expensive car out of the group, I don't know. If you had to pick one to take home with you, I don't know. There's an R32 GTST that we haven't seen around much in here. There's an R34, JZA 80 Supra, WRXs, the Focus RS, Civic Type Rs, Evo 5s, GR Yaris's. I don't know, but I'm kind of still leaning towards the old Supra there.
It's in my top three.
It's in your top three.
Yeah, yeah. I'm like you. I'd be torn between a couple of cars out there.
Oh, absolutely. If you were to pick one for yourself, yeah. I still can't go past the old JZA 80 Supra, especially with that 2JZ power. Now here's Nick Spartan. Of course, the flags have come out, which means he can only sort of, no point really punting it too much when it's knowing that he's got to come in on this lap. So he won't be running it past the start-finish line, but good to see Nick, one of our original World Time Attack competitors from the back in the day, and you know, pops in when he needs to or feels the urge to. That's the thing about the Time Attack family. You don't have to come every year and compete, but you know, as long as you keep coming back, and don't forget us, you'll come back and have another go and another day. And I am loving that the rally art. So what are we, nearly a 10, Evo 10 plus there. And this is the one thing that I suppose I've not been a big critic of, but the one thing that I notice about WRXs and all of our Evos, that yes, they're cool evolutions of the original cars, but you know, they had to make them heavier every year. They always seem to have less power than they did the year before, but they always made more torque and weighed more. But hey, holding on to the past in some way, I'd say. You know, light is fast. Adam Kazmiri, where's that going to end up by tomorrow night? We're going to have to see those guys reappear somewhere on the line. Jordan Cox, second, minute 36. 6.64 in the M2 BMW. Daniel Burton in third spot there. And Burton, Burton was in the, I'm trying to think which one Burton was in. Minute 49.24. Damien Lococo, minute 41.015. And Eleanor Terry getting her PB in for the weekend so far, minute 56.62. And as she said, she could do the whole event on the same tyres. And that's a tribute to the Advandy over 80.09. Yes, it was our friend Sean Atherton in the BRZ that did not not get to play any part in that session. And down to the pits with Emily with more pit updates thanks to BOSCH Motorsport.
So I've been able to steal a temperature gauge. So we use this to have a look at the track temperature. So we've just got a bit of cloud cover over. So it was probably about 33, probably about 2 minutes ago, and now it's down to 30. So the engineers are going to have a bit of a tricky time to figure out how they're going to set up the cars for the track, trying to get some better times out there with some better setups.
There we go. So, all right, Emily with the weather and pit report, and you know what? A nice little light breeze here this afternoon. Beautiful Sydney Motorsport Park. More coming up shortly. A break and back with more soon.
Yokohama.
That's not a charger. This is a charger.
Bloody hell, that thing's screaming off its head.
Stock as a rock, mate. Matching numbers and all.
It's all about that turbo flutter.
I was told to get a family car. I did, but it's a turbo.
Mate, you could have at least gotten one with chrome bumpers.
We speak your language. Enthusiasts like you, we understand your make, model and mods. Enthusiast, anything but ordinary.
Super Cheap Auto has been making it super since the 70s. Whether it's a quick trip to the shops, driving to work, driving home from work, circling for a car park, or you're just out chasing bad guys. Whoever you are, whatever you drive, make it super. Super Cheap Auto.
More afternoon sessions to come, including the Haltech Club Sprint class. We're going to split these into two again because we've got so many. And this is where we might see a few green sectors light up, Matty Cav.
Oh, I suspect we will in this session. It's the afternoon session, like we just said there. Emily's gone down there about 3 degrees Celsius cooler just on track temperatures in the last 10 minutes. It's still only about 18 degrees out there because we do have that fresh breeze that's blowing across the track, so that's keeping things a little bit cool. This will be the optimum temperature for Friday competition here in session number 4 this afternoon here at the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge, and I think there will be a few teams who will take the risk out there and some tyres to get some data this afternoon just in case this is what they're going to walk into tomorrow, if potentially in that top 5 and they go into that super cheap shootout tomorrow afternoon.
Whose helmet was that? I was curious, very curious, but well spotted by our camera people down there. Now we've got, maybe a bit of moving and shaking to happen here. Now remember, right at the death of the last session there, Jamal Assad, when minute 32.875, jumped in front of Garland. I mean, literally on that last lap, it was Jamal Assad that, because we saw Garland at third, and then, Jamal's gone 32.875. A few lighting up already. Wong goes minute 37.660. So he's lit up a PB. That's Jonathan Wong in the GR Supra. And I think we're all going to get a few here. You watch. Middleton goes quicker as well. So here we go. That's Rodney Middleton. He's turned up in the RX-7 and already, and I wonder why it's gone green. It's his second only lap so far. So he's starting his campaign a little bit late. Tell you what, a little bit light on the rear end there from the Subaru. We also saw, I think, the S13. I think Johnny Bosson was driving it there, having a few issues in the background. That's Josh Muggleton now in the Impreza, 33.291. He's coming back towards Garland there, minute 33.291. So Mikowski, Evo Lancer, Gruber, WRX, Assad, Evo Lancer, Garland, WRX, Muggleton, Evo Lancer, Walker, WRX, Calabria, Evo Lancer.
There's Darren Morris as well on the Evo, just gone personal best there with 142.
So it's all Evo and WRX, nearly the whole top 10 are all with that, except Kim Tai, Lotus Exige, and Luther in there with 2 Lotus. So Evos and WRXs, and then 2 Lotuses. That's the top 10 in club sprint so far. So the class of 2025, 3 platforms only in the top 10. So variety, we've got to look a little bit further down from that. But they're all ultimate weapons, natural born killers for a reason, built out of the desire, well, especially Evos and WRXs. I mean, really born for the World Rally Championship, essentially. No, that's not good for the S13. That's not what we want to see. That's Johnny Boston driving the Shockworks S13. And he is just hanging back there. God knows what engine we have in the car. I'm just trying to look at the license plate. NA.
It says NA13.
Yeah, but
so I'm going to assume
it might be an Angry Aspo SR in it or whatever, I don't know. But here we go. Good to see Hannah Burton out there now, Tanuki Racing. And yeah, let's see how she steers there. Oh, look at that. Now, she might be the new Miss Dangle. We saw some left-hand rear out of Hannah. We might have another one in the Lady Dangle Club because, yeah, she is getting that left-hand rear off the ground there. These are such a weapon, are they not?
And she hasn't had a little lap time out there at the moment. They had those issues with the car this morning. This is going to be good temperatures out there now. Missed that first session, didn't get a full pace lap in. So now's the time for her to really show us what the potential is of the car.
Well, she's already showing some commitment there, judging by the attitude of the Yaris. Good news to see the Sylvia back and running again. But yeah, that was a bit of a scary moment there. Johnny Boston not having the ideal lead up so far for his 2025 time attack. And right now, keep an eye out on traffic because Hannah Burton's trying to get a clean lap in here. I think that's Wheeler in beside him there with the R32. Stays right on the inside. But horsepower-wise, no shortage there in the GR Yaris. Let's have a look what Hannah Burton does here. Now, she's got to be on a flyer because we have not seen any time come up just yet. Here she goes. Right, so a minute 55.27. She's gone as quick as 49.525. So look, she's still within a second of what she's done. And let's just see whether she keeps on it here. Great looking GR Yaris, by the way. So let's just see the left-hand rear attitude through Bosch 2 here. She's gone way out wide, whether or not that she's just laid on the brakes or she saw someone coming up on the inside that had a little bit more speed than her. I don't know. But yeah, someone did pass her quite quickly, whether she's just given up the turn. So Muggleton ready to go out in another car.
And Macaulay just went personal best of 2 with the 147 a bit further down. Remember, we got over 30 cars in this category. Yep. There'll be 2 sessions here at the moment for the Haltech Club Sprint class. Of course, our first group of cars out there at the moment. So we'll see some names potentially move up and down if we see some personal bests being run out there. As Fisher goes a 139. And that'll put him in the 15th position.
There we go, 139 gets you only 15th. There's that many minute 30s in there. We are down to, yeah, 15 cars in the minute 30s. I'd have to bring our list up from last year to see. That's normally like a comparison I like to bring from year on to see whether we're improving. Yeah, that's a lot of cars. Like if you were to look at what our pro cars ran right at the beginning here at Sydney Motorsport Park, minute 30s was unheard of, and club sprints were in the mid 140s at the pointy end.
Well, so, last year a 39 would have got you in 13.
There you go.
14.
All right, so we've got one extra in the close. So Miji is back. So yeah, 2 girls in the 1 class here. So the club sprint class, of course, Eleanor back in the tuner class. So that's triple the amount of girls that we've got racing in time attack this year. So let's have a listen to her commitment here with the K series.
Hasn't her lap evolved over this weekend? Yeah. So a lot of brake lockups and things like that. You can really tell she's finding that point on the accelerator where she's not spinning the wheels coming out of there, really having to modulate it. She's just finding the sweet spot in that car. I'll tell you what, Diggles, just for some comparison, last year to make that top 5 bump spot, a 134.49.
There you go. So 33.291 to get in the same one. So what was the bump spot? 30 what?
34.49. So you're 1.2 seconds.
There you go. So that would give you 8th spot or 9th spot now. Yeah. So yeah, we have improved. We have evolved. So was this young lady, Miji Kang. It's so good to see. Now, right now, that Lotus is not in a good spot. She's having a fair old crack here. She's doing some drifting here too, I thought. So was Hannah, I thought. In that K-Series, just can't wear him out, especially in NA form. They pretty well should last forever in NA form. Yeah, you want to throw some boost at them. Yeah, she's got to do a few things to keep the heads on and a few bits and pieces like that. But, you know, word is you can go nearly 1,000 horsepower on a stock crank in the K-Series, K24s, if you boost them. But again, make sure you put some other good bits in it as well, and they'll give you a lot more service. But here goes Miji. Now, she's not going to line up any new sectors here, but it's going to be a low minute 50 or minute 40 something. Here we go, 52.133. She must be getting a kick out of driving around here, living that Sydney Motorsport Park dream. Oh, who's gone deep?
Getting set for the
that is
500 later.
Well, that's just me. That's mine. I put the mocker on her. That's the commentator's curse. Saying Miji's really having fun here at Sydney Motorsport Park. She wants to obviously see and know every inch and millimetre of the place. I didn't know going down the runoff area was going to do that, but
is she taking the?
She's on the phone.
Oh, well, that's the best part. Take a selfie while you're down there.
Well, an Insta post, I suppose, comes up. No, she's just going to make a call. It's either lost power or whatever. I don't know, but she's just.
Maybe she's bringing up a track map to go.
Hang on.
Where have I gone?
I did see her on the phone then. At least she pulled up. At least she's setting an example there that, you know, in Australia.
What's the go with that?
Yeah, the front end maybe. Yeah, we've got a little bit of.
That's cambered over, like something's come loose in the suspension. I thought I saw something back on the final corner just as they went over that ripple strip, but I just thought maybe it was the off-camber section.
No, that has definitely broken something in that. You would assume something in the front end there has definitely gone astray, and she's maybe felt that. And I wonder if there's any clue, if we got any clue on her coming down the straight, because remember she was on. Well, she hadn't really been on a flyer, but it was still not a bad run from Miji. She went 52.133, so fairly representative from what she's been doing. But then just to have that happen, and lucky enough it happened where it happened, and hats off to Miji for actually acknowledging and feeling. Down to Emily's got some more pit news for us.
So I spoke with Josh Muggleton a couple of hours ago, and he was doing triple duties. However, he's just kindly given Daniel Burton the drive in his tuner car. How good?
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Very appreciative of the opportunity from Josh and the guys at V-Sport. Yeah, couldn't be any more grateful for the opportunity, really. Unfortunately, yesterday in the test day in the car I was competing in here in Club Sprint, I had an engine issue, so I had to withdraw from that side of things, and then the guys have kindly offered me the keys to this, so yeah, wicked.
And how does it go? Because your car and this car are two very different cars. How are you going with the change?
Yeah, slowly, I guess. Yeah, the last session I felt like it was cut a little bit short time-wise, just starting to come to grabs towards the end, and then got the radio through to say that the session had ended, so a little bit disappointed for that, but anyway, I'll be really keen to see what comes of it tomorrow.
And so is this now your car for the rest of the weekend?
Yes, proudly so too.
Awesome. Well, let's see some good times, and hopefully you can beat what Josh has done.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're having a lot of car sharing this weekend, have we not?
Yeah, we have. Hannah Burton's just gone 148.33.
Wow, there we go.
Best, so.
All right, so Hannah has found some performance, got herself probably predominantly more clear track. I think that's the secret.
And track time.
Yeah, and track time. Well, that's it. If you've never driven Sydney Motorsport Park for real, and again, yours truly, I haven't either. I think the only time I've ever been around here was in a 1,000 horsepower HQ. Certain promoter runs an event around here. And again, we didn't go around. We went around pretty quickly, but yeah, the corners we had to go real slow.
Yeah, it didn't turn quite as good
as
the time as that car. Not as good an aero.
Not with a 4-inch front runner. No, they don't go around the corners really well at all. But yeah, seen plenty of this track from the back seat essentially. But yeah, I'd love to do it for real. Under full speed, and you know what, the simulator is a great way to do it, and that's how a lot of our international competitors, as Ferris has said before he comes over, he is doing lots of laps on the simulator. So it's crazy what's been happening here in Heltec Club Sprint. Here's the board. and nothing really to write home about in that first group. But as we said, Matty Cav's already alluded to, is that this is the quickest field we've seen, definitely quicker than last year on average. And this how it all pans out in that Super Lap shootout, yet to be seen. Can there be a bit of moving and shaking? Absolutely. Can there be some personal PBs achieved? You can guarantee between now and tomorrow that is definitely going to happen. But the class of 25 for Haltech Club Sprint, faster than ever in most categories and most cars. And yeah, right now we definitely want to know what happened to Miji after breaking into the 40s, minute 49.357. Something askew with the front end of that car, definitely. Yeah, well, don't forget, there we can see him right at the back there with the Red Bull tent. That's Mad Mike himself there signing autographs. Talk about a man of the people. He is just one of the most humble professional motorsport guys we've got in this universe. Just the most laid-back guy, loves his job, lives his dream, and this international drift field is going to be amazing. Yes, the girls, yes, the boys, yes, some of the best drifting talent that we've got, and we know there's a fair reason why people come in, not only for the time attack, but it's the drift lineup that we have here is truly incredible tonight, and you're going to get the very, very best from the drift commentators, of course. Tony Bish, Jared Deander and Warren Sayre. Well, I think special pit stop, I think, might be Kazaya in there tonight as well. You get the break from that. You normally do a fair amount of drift yourself, Matty Cat.
I'm normally doing the drifting, and look, I'm going to actually sit up there and enjoy it. So after 6 p.m. tonight, I'm going to venture my way up onto the hill. Well, I'm going to take you up there and give you a bit of education on the International Drifting Cup. And
celebrations.
And we can heckle a few people that normally heckle us, I reckon.
Yeah, well, here's the action replay. Now, here we go. This looks great from here. And then Miji Kang comes flying down the straight here to trigger off, you know, another consistent minute 50. Now, whether she's getting some feedback here from it already. Yeah, righto. I just don't know. Just don't know whether something had just broken, whether it was on the D cell or whatever. But right here, it did. Yeah, it just did. Yeah, no, straight away she knew immediately as she turned that around that was not behaving. Whether it's I don't know about drive shaft, maybe a suspension component, because the drive shaft wouldn't make the wheel do that.
Well, I don't know if she can actually turn, because they're turning the. How much is she turning the wheel, and how much are they actually turning the wheel there? But that's,
yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, no, it's.
I just can't see if the steering wheel's turning, so there potentially, some steering damage.
It's deceptive when you see it on the other lock that the wheel did look a little askew, but when you look at how much, you know, camber we've got in the front end of this car, maybe it has broken a rack end or something like that. But I mean, or a suspension component. That's not natural. Lower control arm or something. Whatever's happened there, I'm sure we'll be onto the pit report. And yeah, Miji gets to stay in the car. So she's had up till now, she's had quite the memorable trip to Australia, and this is the next part of that memorable trip, getting roadside service from the towies, and that is not a good look, unfortunately. But you know what? She's got herself into the minute 40 zone, and I'm sure, being a Civic, whatever that is, it's going to be fixable.
Great to see the A-plus team there that are straight onto it. It's good to see the boss Gary's out there as well.
Is that him,
He's a real... well, he comes here quite often with the drifting as well to be part of the tow team.
So he
very excited to be here this weekend.
So it's fair to say that, gets plenty of cars on the back of that tilt tray. Probably hundreds a week, you would say. But Miji, is she happy to stay in there or not? She's pretty safe in there. So she'll just stay there for now. If anything, she should be grabbing the device out now that she's kind of she's not driving the car anymore. Wouldn't that make a great Insta post right now? Here she is, World Time Attack, Friday afternoon in Australia on the tilt tray, beaten up on the Honda Civic. Probably not her fault at all, just a suspension failure, you would imagine. And you know, lucky to her, props to her. Whatever that signal didn't want to turn in or whatever, and she decided at the last minute, I'm not turning this thing in, I'm running off this way. So, you know, you've got to have your wits about you sometimes, and we just don't give some of these guys or girls the credit enough to just know in that split second decision that you have to make. Do I commit to the big term, or do I not? So that's proof there that right now that she made the right decision, that it didn't feel right. Again, remember, not her car, so she's going to just acknowledge the breakage, and hopefully we can get that fixed between now and tomorrow morning, which I'm sure we can.
It does feel like the calm before the storm.
I was just about to say,
doesn't it? It's just.
I was just about to say
we
exactly
know the noise that it's going to make tonight after 6 p.m. for the International Drifting Cup, brought to us by Garrett Advancing Motion. And look, I can't wait for that to get underway as well. It's spectacular under lights like it is every year, and that'll be tonight and tomorrow night. So still an opportunity to come down and enjoy that. But we've still got our second group to come out here in our Howtech Club Sprint class, which could see a few of those names move up and down. I'll be interested to see whether that top 5 bump spot starts to go a little bit low. We're already 1.2 seconds quicker than we were last year to make it in that top 5 shootout tomorrow afternoon. And there's a couple of names and some people in there that we necessarily haven't seen. I mean, Trent Grubel's likely not to make it back. And I can't see the car there either lined up there at the moment, but they went off to do an engine change. That one's going to be interesting.
Yeah, well, that was the hot news this morning, wasn't it? Considering that he was only about two or so laps in there, and if you're popping an engine in Club Sprint 2 laps in, it just goes to show where the category has catapulted itself to over the last decade. When you're doing an engine swap, where normally a Club Sprint car would be, you know, that mild street car with a bit of aero and some good tyres on it. But now, you know, we're, I shouldn't say sheep stations again, but it's fair to say the power level was up. Whenever you're swapping engines, you've pushed that thing close to the limit. And with 4G63s, well, technically the limit's a lot higher than the 1,000, but, you know, at the wrong time, the right time or whatever, it can happen, and these things do happen, whether it's lifted ahead, done whatever. But sometimes instead of fixing it in the car, it's just better to get it on a hoist somewhere. Not everyone's got a hoist here. No, honestly, if someone had a hoist here for hire, they'd probably do all right out of it, I would say.
Well, the other one is Plasma Man himself, Alex Mikowski, whether he'll come out and do. Now, he spoke earlier about they're not doing as many tyres here this week. Keep the budget down a little bit, but they've got a rip of time in the bank. Why? Like, there's no need to come out today if they don't want to stress the car out. And again, like you say, it's mainly be Club Sprint, but we're obviously just pushing a few boost limits and trying to stress a few components out on the cars already.
Yeah, so that's the word from him that we got earlier on today, is that, yeah, look, we're saving tyres. He's keeping the powder dry. I mean, really, technically, in golf terms, you're sitting in the clubhouse as the leader, and really the only other time you have to go out and swing a club is tomorrow night if you really want to. But as he said, we'll try and send it again tomorrow morning. And that's going to be one that you just cannot miss, folks. I think any of the sessions that we've had today that you've seen, no matter what category, it's tomorrow morning sessions that are always the fastest ones. The only other time we'll see that is when we get to Super Lap Shootout tomorrow night, thanks to Super Cheap Auto in all those classes. And again, if you don't know how Super Lap Shootouts work, well, essentially we line up the top 5 in pit lane. We send the 5th fastest out first, and we get the 5th fastest on a warm-up lap. When they come through flying on that first flying lap, we send the 4th quickest guy up as a warm-up lap behind that guy that's on the flyer. So in theory, the guy in front of you, you're not going to see much of. You're now trying to get as fast as you can to do your flying lap, and before you know it, within 5 minutes, we've pretty well seen 5 cars go around, and sometimes what we see is just electric. And you know, you don't want to do that every second of the day, because then by the end of it you go, well, you're used to that intensity. So we save that intensity until tomorrow night. And it's, you know, it's really, I remember doing the first one ever in 2008 at Oran Park, and the way we finished that off, that's the first time we ever did a super lap shootout like that, and it was very, very spectacular on that day, being a brand new, I'll tell you what, Garland's out there trying. Michael Garland is out there trying. Let's have a listen to this boxer. You know, he's in full commitment, and it was interesting to listen to Alex Rouleau before saying, you know, we're not hitting the splitter on the ground, you know, so our ride height, we can change our ride height. We're hearing them hit the splitters here on even in the Club Sprint category. So you hear all of this this carbon noise of the front end of these cars. Look at that, you know, sparks coming up off the corner, the end plates. That's That's a cranky boxer engine.
Commitment.
It is big commitment.
Another big bit of commitment there, and we'll have to wait and see how this goes. He's definitely, I mean, Sector 1 wasn't where he wanted to be, but Sector 2, he might be lining himself up for this lap here because it was a little bit messy through parts as the car wanted to try and slide around, and all-wheel drive car sliding around means they got a lot of horsepower there trying to get to the ground, and Garland goes a 132.54.
Wow, here we go.
That's half a second, and it's all in Sector 3.
Oh, wow, Garland goes through. Walker, 32.705. So 2 Subarus have fired shots. Shots fired.
So Garland goes to third. He was 4th fastest. Walker up into 4th.
Wow, so Jimmy back, Jamal Assad back in 4th already after, well, I think it was 3rd. He might be 5th now. We'll have to have a look when we get the screen up. But both guys pushed hard. Calabria also pushing hard as well. So they're all out here, and these sessions are proving to be relatively quick for a few of the guys, and whether or not they just up the power level. He goes through minute 34.222. A little bit off. Oh, some power getting put down now between the Evo and behind the Super right now as he comes into view. That's Stuart Chapman in the Evo 10 again, getting a little loose. So we're flying through now. Minute 39.317 for Chapman. Minute 41.904 there for Fabrice Chiron. And some flying laps coming out of here now. But yeah, shots fired immediately. 39s, 317s, 41.75 now for Price. So that's an improvement for him so far. 34.087 for Mardan as well.
Yeah, in the Tune House Racing Impreza. 134 goes up into 8th position at the moment.
Now, there's been some good numbers already in this session, which we didn't think would just occur like they did, but maybe some new tyres on board, lots of pushing. Ruben Marden out there now, as we can see on screen. Went through for a 34.087, cooling it down now. Right now on screen, Stuart Chapman back. And no, he's not on the fly. Normally you can detect some intent from the cars through that turn if they're on power. But J-Mac's got some more BOSCH Motorsport pit report information for us.
Well, our friends from the Long White Cloud from the Ford Focus camp, Dave Newton, JP, everyone has been wrenching hard on this Focus. And it looks like they may just squeak it in for the 4:30 session for Open. Now remember, this will be the first opportunity for Dave to actually put laps down on this car in anger. He has not turned a paced lap here. If you remember back to earlier in the day, these guys flashed a head gasket after a liner dropped in the cylinder yesterday on practice day. So big things expected, but we'll be happy with anything at this stage.
Yeah, so that's a story that's going to come good for us, I hope, J-Mac. Thank you very much for that report. He is on track now. Here he is, Jamal Assad. Shouldn't call him the comeback king, but he did have quite a nasty incident with the Evo last year and was going to rebuild. He vowed that he would, and he has, and he literally went from 3rd to 5th so far in this session. So we know that he can definitely put one down here, Jamal. We know he can push hard, and let's have a look at his sectors so far. No, nothing lighting up just yet.
One thing I noticed now with him going back into 5th is our bump stops now gone down half a second.
Is that
so
right?
we're at 132.8 now for our top 5 bump spot.
All right, so Jamal is starting to wind things up. There's some quick sectors there for Luther and Ty even. So Kim Ty's improving in the Lotus. So they're all improving. So starting to cool off, starting to make that horsepower. Everyone's starting to turn theirs up, knowing that, you know what, there is a fight for the top 5.
Assad's on though, look.
Okay.
2nd sector, but overall, he's quicker than he has been before.
All right, so Jamal Assad lit up the 2nd sector. It's all about how well he goes from here. He's normally no shortage of horsepower out of this car. So does he stay in 5th, or does he fight his way back into 4th? Does he fight his way back into 3rd? Here comes the lap now for Jamal. Oh, 32.248.
Wow.
Back to 3rd. Back to 3rd. That's the response we didn't didn't think we'd be seeing guys fighting at a distance. That's like shooting at each other from a kilometre away. It's you know, you're fighting on the clock, but that's about it. And that was a great response. Oh, Ty improves, minute 34, 4:42. Luther improves, minute 36, 1:51. So everyone's found some. There's a bit of left-hand rear wheel dangle from Andrew Price. I've never seen an I-30 with the wheel in the air, but there it was, coming over the ridge there, and up it went. And it's good to see these cars pushing with a fair amount of intent.
Well, was that a little bit of wheel spin?
Absolutely.
He took off. Yeah, that's aggression shown in the driving style as well.
There's a lot of front-wheel drive cars on the throttle mid-apex, before the apex, I think, washing that front-wheel drive understeer all the way out to that outer curb. And that thing is breathing and living. This is definitely, I'm going to go out on a limb there and say this is the quickest I-30N sedan in the world, Andrew Price. How about that? Minute 41.638. He's improved. Sharon's improved. Minute 42.67. So they're all finding their mark now. So that track time followed by ideal conditions, just cooling off. That breeze has helped. That's a good sign right there. That is a very good sight. Go to J-Mac immediately. J-Mac.
Todd Hazelwood suited up in Tanuki, looking to come out for the final session for Pro today. Now, cast your mind back to the early stages of competition here on day one. Came out with a blistering 21. Then comes out in session 2. They had a look at the data where he had the shifting issues, and he was on track for a 1 minute 19. Again, what could have been was the story of that. Then they fired up for session 3 with fuel pump issues, unfortunately, raising their head. Turns out there was a control module that was apparently an issue, and it looks to have been fixed. They're going to get him out for this final session.
Yeah, and remember that those first 2 sectors were the fastest we have seen all weekend, and they are the sector times at the moment to watch out for Todd Hazelwood on that lap that could have been in the teens.
Yeah, there we go. So, drama. I love it. I love it. I just got really excited when I saw Hazelwood in the cockpit of Tanuki. Garland out here now trying to defend. Well, not defend. He's still in the top 5, but he's got second sector lit up.
He responds, though, overall, a 107.7.
It's all about how he gets the next couple of corners solved. There's a little bit of traffic in front of him. Hopefully that's out of the way. Oh, geez, I think it's one of the Lotuses. Here we go. Pushing hard, pushing hard. No, it's not. It's one of the other WRXs, I think. All right, here we go. So Garland.
Close, nail biting.
Here we go. Garland pushes it through. 32.446.
Oh, he won't do it, though. He won't go up into third.
No, well, he stays in fourth. It's Walker that's gone back down. Walker 32.705. So that's a pretty quick top 5 now. Let me tell you, that's a pretty quick top 5.
Luther's going good in sector number 1, 2. Personal best so far. Back in 10th position, though.
That's Evo, WRX, Evo, WRX, WRX. So that's a great bunch. Then it's double WRX, Evo, and then I think it's Lotus, Martin and Ty. So no, Impreza, Lotus, and then Luther in Lotus. So yeah, 2 Lotuses, still 9 and 10, but the rest all Evos, all WRX. Oh, money me! Alex Luther, push. Let's have a look now. Minute 36.151 was his best up till now, but he's plenty of oversteer then coming onto the last corner. 36.070. There we go, 36.070. That's a real white knuckler right there.
Knocked off a couple of tenths there, but unfortunately it's 2.5 behind 9th position. So that got to make some vast improvement there if he wants to go up into 9th position. And our bump now for the top 5, a 132.705.
Isn't that crazy, that our 5th quickest? Here's the action replay. Luther nearly backs it in, of course, mid-engine dynamics on this car, and then you can just get that transition from, you know, mid-corner understeer to post-corner oversteer, and they are still flying out there right now in the various cars in this field. And again, this is Haltech Club Sprint at its very, very finest. David Calabria, number 7, 33.896.
Now, he's in 7th position, but he's a long stretch to go into a 132. Potentially could do it. Not going to do it on this lap.
Not lighting up any sectors there, and that's what we've got to do. I know that these cars have all got the potential to chop off half a second here and there, and again, that's just the luxury of having unlimited horsepower if you're brave. If you're brave. If you want an extra couple of hundred out of these, you know you can have it, but it comes sometimes at a cost. And look what happened to Grubel. After a couple of laps, he's had to go and swap one. So it comes at a cost. You want to mess around and find out? Well, this is what you can certainly do if you want to play that game. If you want to get near the fine edge of the horsepower, get right near the limit, then you can definitely find the limit. And for these guys, it is tempting to do, but it's a case of keeping a calm head about you. Calabria 33.896 on paper. You think, well, I'm going to literally need 1.2 seconds, and it may not be able to be shaken. But anyway, let's have a look at the leaderboard right now. So no action number 1 and number 2, but so much action between 3, 4 and 5. Josh Muggleton there in 6th, 33.291. We can't rule him out from having a crack between now and tomorrow, but that top 5 is tight. I don't think we've ever seen before. Never seen that many minute 32s before. David Calabria also in there as well. The 30s continue all the way down to the 15th spot. Dwayne Fisher, Fabrice Chiron improving, Daniel Cunningham, Rahul Victor not in that session. Might see him in the next group. George Jeffcott, Darren Maurice, Indawara GT, Di Newham, Jonathan Munro all the way through, Rodney Middleton, Craig Klingbeil, Johnny Boston not ideal, Meiji Kang in there in the minute 49, Paul Kovachevsky, Hannah Burton minute 48. Well, the wind has picked up a little bit, but not too much, still beautiful. Fantastic Sydney weather here, a break and back from more here at Sydney Motorsport Park, Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge.
Yokohama.
All right. Well, of course, Tanuki is a spiritual, what was it, a fantasy spirit animal, and it packs a very big punch. Now, I don't know what that was all about, but Tanuki's still in there. I think the tyre warmers were off. The laptop came back out from the seat, but that still doesn't mean that we're on yet. I was excited to think that Tanuki would be on track by now, but it's Alex Rouleau out there, and he is getting himself all warmed up to throw the Gallardo around here again. And as he said, he's playing with ride heights, taking a few more packers out of the front end. Brad Sheriff, if he's on board with the horsepower, well, you know that you can let these things eat bit by bit if you want. But it's about, you know, really getting plenty of time in the car. And you know what? I never thought I'd see the day where we see a Lambo set up for time attack open class, but here it is.
And how low are they willing to go? It's a bit of a limbo stick out there at the moment. Can they get that front splitter to scrape along the ground? It looks like towards the back it is. Definitely the rear splitter. Some sparks coming off. But that's where you got to have that trust coming into the corner. You need to know the aero's pushing the downforce on the front of the car. It's gripped up.
I tell you what, all of that looked very, very good. It was nice and low. It bottomed out on the splitter, front and rear, and he's up on the sector. So he just said he needed to be a little bit braver himself in the car, and maybe he's getting that feedback, that lower ride height, starting to do all the bottoming out that we've seen, you know, cars like RP968 do in the past, where it's really at that optimum height. Should be banging splitters on the ground. But we did hear, of course, Dr. Sammy explain that if it is sometimes too low in these cars, that you can get the porpoising happening because you are sort of, you know, breaking that that flow of the air above and below the front splitter. Let's have a look here on turn 2. Looks all clean. Got to hand it to Rulo. That was a pretty clean surgical second sector, and he is up here. So this is a lot cooler, obviously quicker session for a lot of our competitors, including this one. It all looks good. It all looks good. Plenty of power. The young guy, Alexander Rulo, might just be lighting up a new PB for the car. Minute 25.391. He goes through a minute 24. Minute 24.137. All greens and a new PB for the car. Great lap there for Alex Rulo.
That's an impressive improvement, and this is heartbreaking though. Hazelwood strapped in the Tanuki S13 at the moment, and they thought they had those module issues there. And let's head down there at the moment and have a chat with J-Mac, find out what's going on.
Again, some very furrowed brows here at Team Tanuki, and this is the third time the car's been fired up. Hazelwood yet to clink it into reverse to pull out into pit lane. We're still waiting to see the laptop get disengaged from the system. They've killed it again. So at this point in time, we will let them just get down to business, try and work out exactly what is going on and stopping Hazelwood from trying for a last gasp attempt to clock a time here on day one. Luckily, we've got a whole night to work out the issues.
What I like about this, Diggles, is that no matter how much time and money and how much technology in that car, standing on the side with a handful of cable ties, they might just fix it.
Yeah, well, I saw some cable ties going in there. I did see some cable ties. So if it's just a case of a handful of cable ties, well, we might be right. But yeah, there's whatever the indication is there, we are definitely got some of the very, very best minds on the game right now, making sure that it's all good. But whatever it is, they're definitely trying to work out. So the frustration starting to creep in. But again, look, everyone is sort of, you know, no one's throwing in the towel. No one's, you know, cracking any tantrums yet. Tiny little bits and pieces. Sometimes it might just be that little bit of tape or whatever. But the conditions are pretty well right. We just saw it then. Alex Rulo did that flying lap, got himself a new PB as well. Minute 24.137. And Lambo does come in. We have not seen or heard of the Skura Lotus as well. So again, you would imagine that coolant that we saw come out of the car earlier on in the day, there would be work on that, you would assume, to be getting that right, whether or not it's pressurised the cooling system, whether that was just a leak or an overflow from a pipe or something like that, we don't know. You always start to assume the worst, especially if you've been around high horsepower like we've been for many, many years. Here we go, let's try it.
Last of the laptop, isn't it?
No, he's reading sensors, or, you know, if we're not getting the right sensors and signals back, I think sometimes if you're going to send the motor out blind.
Well, I think there's a lot of safety in here too, right? Like we put a lot in there. That the amount of money and involvement involved in that engine, you don't want to hand grenade it basically. So
it could be done. It can be done in an instant if everything's not monitored and checked. And again, that's gone back off again. So if that has not been monitored and checked properly, they are just checking and explaining whether, I mean, to Todd, Todd just wants to go. He trusts everything that everyone's doing, but again, they're explaining to him maybe what the reason and the problem is. But at the end of the day, it's just one of those things. It's just in.
And the temperature is dropping as well. So like while the temperature's dropping, the sun's just getting a little easing a little out there. Optimal conditions at the moment. Maybe we go back and have a look at Rollo's lap, though, because, you know, that's a 1.2 second improvement for Rollo in the Lamborghini. This is how it all went down. It was a lot lower this time, like we spoke about previously when he was interviewed by J-Mac. He's just getting the car nice and low to the ground. That seems to be finding that right balance at the moment. Potentially a couple of changes being made now while it's back in the pits, but this is a replay of the lap.
There's not much you can floor on that one. There is not much you can floor at all so far. Turn 2, Bosch, turn 2 was perfect. 3 and 4, like just through here, like he could not have pieced together a better lap than what he did there. Like everything about it was just fine. Like the car was just working well. And remember, he talked about getting the ride height down. And what did it do? It started to give us the sparks on the front splitter and the rear splitter. So I think the ride height's perfect. He's got a lot more confidence in the car. A little bit of lift off mid-corner just there. So if he was to try and pick the lap apart, that's one bit where there was a lift. There was an earlier lift there between 5 and 6 as well. But look, the rest of it was pretty neat. Horsepower's not a problem. No doubt about that at all. And that was perfect. The way he lit up those 2 sectors from there, you know what, we're obviously talking over it now. Just have a listen there. There were 2 little lifts there that we heard. Sort of, you know, between 5, 6, and then just one before he came back over the hill there. But the rest of it fed that a beauty too. So that deserves exactly what he got there. Minute 24, 1:37, and that Lambo absolutely screaming to a PB for the team. And they'll be absolutely stoked with that. But, you know, this is the thing. We talk about the triumphs and the tragedies. This is not quite a tragedy. It's a minor inconvenience at the moment, and that is Tanuki stranded in the pits. We know the thing runs, but it's about what it's getting back as far as sensors are concerned. There's obviously something that they're convinced they can't let the thing run unless, you know, they've got certain sensors. Here we go. So one more time.
Got to be, yeah, shake of the head's not good there from Todd Hazelwood, but no, it's a universal symbol, and what they know, this session's probably run and done now. They won't get a chance to get that back out. Good news is they will have a little bit more time overnight to actually try and dissect that and see if they can find something. We know there's plenty of suppliers out in the pits with sensors. We've got plenty getting around here.
Well, speaking of sensors, I'd love to actually know Hazelwood's heart rate, sort of, you know, before he gets in the car. And I'd love to know what it is around Mount Panorama. Of course, he won Bathurst last year. But, you know, what he is on a flying lap around Mount Panorama. Or it's like, all right, Todd, here's 1,500 odd horsepower. Get yourself ready for that. So imagine the old heart rate's up when he turns the key on this thing. That, you know, he is ready, trying to get himself in that zone to, you know, make those decisions faster than what he's normally having to do in the supercar world when you're with 600 horsepower and obviously a slightly heavier car. But you come to a car like this, which makes, you know, upwards of, if you ask it to, 1,500 plus easy with the VR38 on board. But whatever it is, the guys are going to be onto it right now. Now, obviously, it's not something like low oil pressure or anything like that, you would assume. It's going to have to be something else, which I'm sure, look, J-Mac is in the right place there. He was right down there. And again, you can't ask questions while they're in that concentration mode. But now that, you know, there's obviously the moment's gone, that maybe now we'll be able to see what happens in regards to that. So no change other than Alexander Rouleau going minute 24, 1:37 there, and no word from Sydney Motorsport that time around. No, J-Mac, he's back on the spot with more of that BOSCH Motorsport pit report.
Well, here with Dave, and you've had your head buried in the laptop. You've been looking into the cab of Tanuki. You've probably got a better idea, but from the way everyone's acting down here, the problems still aren't clear. What is going on with this car?
We've had a gear shift pressure pump issue. We've changed the pump, but we've ended up, after we started the car just then, it's further up in the wiring loom. So unfortunately, we couldn't be able to run again. But we'll be back tomorrow morning. So yeah, just got a bit more diagnostic.
It's going to be a long night, isn't it?
Hopefully not. Always is.
But the early stages with Todd going out in that first session, pumping out that incredible time, there was a quick set. He's been around Sydney Motorsport Park. This car has so much to offer. What's the estimation? What are you looking to try and come away with?
In all honesty, to beat our PB from 2023. We're already on that door right now. So, yeah, like sub 20, obviously. But we'll see how we go.
Well, fingers crossed so you can find the answer.
Nah, cheers, mate. Thank you.
It's all happening right here at Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge at Sydney Motorsport Park. What a day. There's so much more to come.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Well, boy, oh boy, just when you can't throw another drama in there, J-Mac's given us the latest scoop with Tanuki. Matty Cav, we are into the Motec Pro Open class, and let's just see what angles come out of this in the next couple of laps, eh? Because the conditions are already proven with the club sprint cars that you can go a little bit quicker here if you want.
Well, they're only going to get better too as it starts to cool down out there. Now we're sub 15 degrees out there at the moment, and as you can see, not as much sunlight out on track, so it'll be cooling down. And yeah, look, Todd Hazelwood will be. I suppose he won't be upset. He's a professional race car driver. He understands how he's going to reset and go for this one, but he definitely would have known that these were some great conditions to take the Tanuki S13 out. So, you know, there'll be a moment there where we'll be thinking, what if? But in the meantime, our Motec Pro Open class, they're not thinking, what if? They're getting out on track right now, and let's start to get some lap times in too as we get up to speed. Hopefully we get these tyres nice and warm very quickly. Slade's back in the car. That's the main thing. He's down one, but he's still got two to go.
Big, sorry, Matty Cav, but big moment there coming in there for Cam McLeod. You don't go into turn one that way, mate. That's like,
yeah. No, the drifting's up the back section today. We're not doing it into turn one.
You know what's going to get me excited about this lap, because I just heard in the back. Here's the action replay. You've got to see this action replay. He's coming down to make his first flying lap, comes into turn one, and then, I don't know, the car he backs that thing in. It's two shots at it. Like, it was very, very nervous.
I was having a look at the sidewall on the front tyre too. That had rolled over quite a bit, so they might be running they might need the tyre temperatures to come up a little bit on that potentially.
I do think that could be exactly that, mate. Not up the temp just yet. What I heard in the background come past our commentary position on the main straight is the Dream Project S15 is out there somewhere, because I think that's Rob Newen somewhere in the background. So let's have a look at this. This is, of course, another VR38 powered machine. He's up in the sector two, so geez, whatever he was able to salvage from turn one, he's certainly still on that same lap. It's not like he's calmed down and rolled around. He's here again, having a fair old crack. So he's still going to put one in the bank here, considering his earlier run there of minute 28.283. Power is endless if you want it. Minute 27, there you go. Minute 27, 5.74. Complete with the mishap. Now here is Rob. Now Rob is up in the sector. Well, it's going to be easy for Rob Newen to be up in the sector because his best time's been a 4:49.97. So whether or not this is brakes, whether or not this is an issue.
Well, that was that fly-by-wire that they thought they'd fixed. Remember, they came out and did a lap and said, yeah, we think we got that sorted. We're going very slow at the moment.
Very slow.
Unless he's just waiting, but you know, normally he'd be warming the brakes and the tyres up at this point, so I suspect that car is just doing a slow lap and will end up back in pit lane. Only two cars taken to this fourth session. We haven't seen Tim Slade come out or Morecambe either.
That's very interesting there. We heard him on an absolute flyer down the main straight here to start, Rob Newen.
Unless that fly-by-wire's gone again, because you can't hear any RPM, it's idling along.
No, it's done something odd there, if that's the case. He was talking to us about how well they tested the car at QR a couple of weeks ago, and that everything was looking good. And then, you know, you come down here and the gremlins creep in, a drive-by-wire issue. Of course, the throttle bodies these days, with a lot of modern vehicles, they're exactly that. You know, you're using You're using, you know, a sensor on the throttle pedal, a potentiometer normally to measure every millimetre of your throttle travel, and of course then gets through the ECU and then transports that exact movement in a calibration on you know, your throttle body opening. And if you don't get that right, again, and I'm a little unnerving. I'm an old school guy, mate. I'd rather have a cable out there, just myself. That's just me. But all this drive-by-wire, it can get you sometimes at the wrong time. And whatever's happened here, this thing's back to not much throttle at all. Now, they haven't put the thing in the garage. They're pulling off the tape, which would have been dedicated for an outright full lap. But right now, the hood is up. Let's just see exactly where they go reaching here. Let's see exactly where they go reaching, whether or not they might be a boost leak or something. They are down on the hot side, though, so that's interesting. They're down on the hot side. In the foreground, you can kind of see the purple V-band clamp there, the Wiggins clamp, and you can see all of that servo motor style that you'd need for the throttle body on this side, but it's the hot side they're all looking at the moment. So it's interesting. What's he saying? 4? He's got the 4 up.
So cylinder 4 is what I just heard.
Okay.
So something going on with the cylinder there, whether they've got a misfire or I'm assuming they potentially would have some EGTs in there.
So where are they reaching? They're checking on the plenum side. Like, this is a billet SR20. If you can,
they're looking
you can
at coil.
see.
They're looking at coils.
There might be a coil issue there, where the thing might have been having a miss or something like that. That the SR20. Look at the beautiful billet plenum on that car as well. It's got a lot of good stuff. The only thing not billet there is the cylinder head, obviously, but the rest of it is all pretty much as much billet as you can get into that. And as Rob describes it, as God's motor, he actually calls the SR20 God's motor. And there's a few SR20 fans out there that would attest to that. But
they're putting that in the shed.
That is going back in the shed for a check, and it's just not going to get any roadside assistance this time. So the Queensland team, another team that's got some issues. So, gee, we were talking up the Queensland teams earlier on in the day, like Tanuki, but now they've got issues there with the what we would assume is the compressor for the air shifting mechanism in the car. And J-Mac's got some more hot news down in the pits there for us.
Look, the information's pretty skinny, but they have all this technology and they rely on rudimentary hand signals. Rob Nguyen flashing up 4 fingers, and straight away the mechanic's going straight to the back of the motor. So I think you might have been on the money there, Chris. You were either seeing fuel or ignition problems for cylinder 4. That's about all I have. I'll stick around. I'll try and get some more.
Yeah, and that might be interesting, whether or not what he's seen there, whether he's noticed a drop in the power, whether or not he's checked EGTs, if he was able to have all 4 EGTs there. They were having a look on the hot side maybe for that reason, maybe a probe or something on the runner. They were looking down the hot side there initially. Then they're starting to look across the top because, you know, coil on plug, you can see the four coil packs on top of the middle of the motor there. But then, you know, Rob's giving the indication out that it's something amiss. Whether or not he's discovered that on the lap, but that's crazy stuff. Geez, more drama than you can ever put in a Netflix series. Let's see if we can get some more drama down there. Another great story coming from Emily Duggan.
I am with Hannah. You've come all the way from Japan. This is your first time in Australia and first time at Sydney Motorsport Park. You've finally been able to get some laps on the track. How was it?
Yeah, so we've been here since Wednesday. Unfortunately, the car was having problems, but finally got some laps in. It's been super fun. This course is so nice because the corners, there's a very diverse set of corners, all types of corners. So yeah, it's been really great. Turn 1 is not as scary as I thought it would be.
Oh, that was my next question. Everyone talks about turn 1. What about turn 14?
Turn 14, which one is that?
Turn 14, it is the one at the back just before the hairpin. It's kind of off camber a bit.
Oh, okay, yeah, that one's a bit tricky. Yeah.
And overall, you're enjoying your time in Australia. You do a lot in Japan, and you also encourage a lot of people to come into motorsport as well.
Yeah, so I created this brand called Circuit Orange, which is the livery on the car. And it's all about teaching people about cars and racing, because I myself got into cars through working at HKS and learning about time attacks. So I feel like it's the perfect environment to learn from a grassroots place, to learn about something that seems very, very inaccessible. We actually have an Australian driver, her name is Jura Portelli, racing for the Circuit Orange team back in Japan. Yeah.
Beautiful, and great to be supporting Australians, so thank you. Thanks so much, Anna. Good luck for the weekend.
Thank you.
Now, there's a couple of ladies that can steer, let me tell you. Of course, Emily no slouch behind the wheel, and so good to see Hannah Burton out there really really finding that she didn't think turn one as daunting, but mind you, asked Meiji that same question when the old suspension part broke there. But yeah, that off cabin. More news coming. Geez, it's coming thick and fast down to J-Mac.
Had a super quick chat with Rob Nguyen, asked him what he was seeing from the inside. It looks like he has, well, we know he has some very advanced telemetry in that car and advanced sensors and readouts. He said, yeah, straight away, misfire, cylinder 4. Hopefully it's nothing too major and that I'll be able to work on it tonight, get it ready for tomorrow.
There you go. So they picked out that it was a misfire in cylinder 4. So that's Rob, the driver, picking that up. So obviously maybe feeling it's down on power, not sanding the goods, and maybe just a quick check on his telemetry, live telemetry that he would have on his dash. And of course, geez, what you can put on your dash these days is incredible. If he's looking at individual cylinder pressures, individual cylinder temperatures. If it's individual cylinder temperatures, that'll be the indication of the misfire. If you've got a cold cylinder, that's probably what they're looking at there. All right, so Jimmy Tran back out here, and it's just so good to see because, yeah, the open class, it is nuts. Considering for how many years his brother Benny was tearing up with the Honda, and there's not too many front-wheel drives that get to stamp their authority here at Sydney Motorsport Park, but this is one car that definitely does that.
Yeah, back in the GCG Open class at the moment. And of course, you've gone and got your little selfie with the GCG Turbo head down there, and you've gone and tagged them and done all the socials. Yeah.
Scored a shirt.
Oh, did you? You got your lanyard as well, so you can scan in. There's so much going on here at the track, really, when it comes to World Time Attack Challenge and GCG Turbo. So you just got to get down here, really. That's the what you need to be doing. Of course, the discounts as well. They've got some 20% going off too if you're down here looking at purchasing some stuff. But yeah, Jimmy Tran, he'll be out there trying to improve on his time at the moment, not sitting there. He's in the top 5 at the moment with a 132.85. Didn't come out in that last session though, when we were expecting to see him probably get some time in. But again, we've seen times get faster and faster. No surprise he's out here now. Muggleton has got personal best in Sector 1. So has Bishop. And have a look at Tran, a 130.123. Wow, goes up into the 131s already.
All right, Andy Thomas, we're watching there right on track right now. Yeah, we've seen it before, the unhinged Honda Civic. This thing's quite a sleeper, let me tell you. Like it definitely punches above its own weight and does pretty well. But what's interesting is that we've got that forward focus from David Newton out there that we saw in the background. And obviously that sounds like that's Yuki Kamakura somewhere in the background. The occasional scream of the quad rotor we can hear in the background. All right, here we go. Now check this out. This could be Muggleton. Flies through 28.364. 28.364 there for Muggleton. But oh boy, we got some trouble. We got some trouble big time here. That's Dan Day on fire. Dan Day on fire. We've got to get our fire crew down there trying to work out exactly where that is. Is that down near turn 2? Here comes Kamakura. He's going to be right in the thick of things here in a sec.
I reckon he's on a time too. Oh, personal best, 34.32.
Oh, Kamakura. It is a quicker afternoon session for everyone.
Red out on track while they'll deal with that car too. So
28.364 earlier there for Muggleton. Kamakura gets it, I think makes it stick, but that's he's got himself an extinguisher now. I think hit one initially, and that might have taken a little bit of it out, but he's got to get the rest in there. But that is not a good look, and see whether or not we can see what happened, whether the thing lit up on the way in or not. Dan Day, but we have seen fires from these cars in the past, and it can be like normally if it's an oil leak, it can light up off the hot side of the engine, or if it's it could be maybe an injector leak or something, and that'll light up no problems whatsoever. But whatever it was, you still got a little bit there you can notice, but
yeah, not good to see the SJ1000 team from S&J Automotive there. They look a little bit heartbroken for a moment there. Hopefully, though, you never know. Sometimes it looks a lot worse than potentially it is. We've still got overnight to do a lot of repairs. We know how much that the community here at World Time Attack Challenge really get together and help the teams try and get as many cars back on track as possible.
All right, so it's probably Nelly nearly safe to open it up, because you don't want to open these things up normally when it's under full flame, because the best thing you can do is normally try and snuff out and give it less oxygen.
You don't want to give it too much.
But then, you know, when you have a look at the, especially all the vents for intercooling and everything on those bonnets, you think that it's getting a fair amount of air under there anyway. But yeah, normally the first reaction is to keep the bonnet down, try and hit the fire before opening it up. And now it's safe to do that. And here's the last bit of extinguisher going in here. But yeah, whatever it's done, and normally in WRXs, yeah, you can put the turbo normally in that sort of area. All right, so right now we're just getting that fire out. We've gone full course red. We've got a fire is onto it. Looks like that's all under control. But right now we need to take a breath from that, settle ourselves down, have a break, and be back with more shortly from Sydney Motorsport Park.
At GCG, we don't just sell turbos, we also service and repair them. Rebuilding a turbocharger is a complex and intricate job that requires a mixture of patience, expertise and specialist tooling. With over 100 years of combined experience, GCG technicians are undisputed experts in their field. GCG, the turbo experts.
Shooting for the stars, I feel like a buzz. The king on the throne, don't get in my zone. You better leave me alone. I came to win this war, yeah. We came from far, yeah. Now it's our time, rise up, cause we're ready for war. Lately in the headspace. Okay, king, come talk to the ace. Okay, when the call up, you gon' see we don't play. Back up. Better give me some room, get out my face.
Mr. Muggleton, mate, you've been running the Gas Evo, one of the Gas Evos, and you've been having a far better day of it than your neighbours. Morecambe has been busy with the crew and the spanners. You guys have looked pretty good all day long. Give us a rundown. How's it been for you?
Look, we've just been creeping up on it. Look, they've got a great team. I'm sure we're going to get on top of it by tomorrow when it counts. But for us, we've been running on old tyres until now. We actually gave it some tyres then to see where it is instead of chasing our tails down a rabbit hole. So, look, it was in the ballpark. We got a little bit to find. We've got a little bit on the table. So, yeah, we're okay.
Tell me, I asked this question a little bit earlier in the event to another driver. Running something like this into turn one, headlong, trying to keep that foot buried, what's the mental checklist? What are you looking at as you come out of the final corner and that run down the straight? What are you ticking off?
I try not to think about it too much. Look, you just got to feel where the car's at and how much you've got and lean on it until you're comfortable and then go a little bit further.
And talking to the team, how's the rapport been between the two sides of this exercise? Are you taking on the feedback from them? Are they implementing setup changes that you're recommending?
Yeah, like obviously this is their old car. They've changed aero, tyres and everything now. So we're leaning on what they've done previously over the years, implementing our own things that we're finding along the way too. So yeah, like I said, it's only Friday. We'll creep up on it.
I love it. There's still so much more to play for. I'm looking forward to it, mate. Thank you.
So am I. Thanks.
Yeah, well, It's like ice. He's the Iceman, isn't he, Josh Muggleton? He's just got that casual attitude to it, not getting too highly strung about it. He lets the driving do a lot of the talking. Pretty cool character, and you know what? That sort of typifies these guys in this sort of this lineup. You know, we'd put guys like not only Josh Muggleton in there, but you know, Johnny Boston in there, Jordan Cox in there, Adam Kazmiri in there. Nathan Morecambe in there, Rob Newen, the same deal. We've got this whole level of really skilled drivers in this country that have got that typical sort of Aussie laconic sort of, she'll be right, we're cool, everything's okay. It's good to see that we've got that sort of laid-back Aussie attitude to it all. And as he said, they'll be right, we'll be good. I'm not too stressed all about it. And when you do get in the car, it's go time then. So that was a great, whatever that tail of the tape is there, and that is not a good tail of the tape. Oh, that's where we're at, righto. So we are a fair little run away from there. So whatever it did, it's definitely spat some oil out there, and whatever the failure was not ideal, Matty Cav. But hey, these are automobiles. We still run them with oil and fuel and everything like that. So if something does sometimes go wrong, this is what it looks like, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't like the amount of fluid that's come out. Here we go. It's still a bit of a breeze actually out there outside, and it's cooling down here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and the sun is starting to set, which means the Flying 500 not too far away, all thanks to Turbo Smart, followed by Garrett Advance in Motion International Drift Cup as well tonight. So still plenty more action to be had here at World Time Attack Challenge here on the day one of competition, the Friday. Of course, it all rolls over into Saturday as well. For those that didn't make it down today, make sure you get here tomorrow, because the price of the ticket, well, it's well worth it just to hear the hypercars go round, let alone all the other action that we've got here. We know the show and shine gets even bigger tomorrow. We've got more trade stands. Like, there was so many people out there at lunchtime today when I was walking around. It really felt like a Saturday morning.
Yeah, it sure did. Sure did. So yeah, that's out of the hairpin. That's where that's come from. So that's actually out of the hairpin coming all the way up here to the last couple of turns. So that's what's happened there. Great lineup of people for a Friday, as you said. And you know what? A lot of the merchandise, the World Time Attack merchandise, is selling like hotcakes. There's not a lot left. So if you were thinking about making that purchase tomorrow, maybe you've got to make that purchase today. And I know you know what's going to go off merchandise-wise between now and tonight. Hoodies, because it's going to get cool, and we know it always does just as the sun goes down this time of year. Yes, a little bit of chill comes in the air. There's going to be enough action on the drift circuit tonight that's going to really fire things up. Some of the very best drifters the world has got, some of the best drift commentators the world has got, all in the one place, and it's going to be amazing to see. And look, we might have a little bit of breeze tonight that's going to help keep the smoke away, but last night during the practice, the air was so still that all that smoke just sort of sat there over Sydney Motorsport Park. It was quite eerie come near midnight last night with all that smoke just hovering around. I think a slight breeze here this afternoon and this evening. Mind you, it might just ease off again, and we might be still stuck with this supernatural, eerie, smoky feeling, which is nice. It's a beautiful place to have it, and of course the lighting around here, it's second to none.
Yeah, second to none, of course, and that is the World Time Attack Challenge. And let's hear from one of our fantastic sponsors here, BOSCH Motorsport.
Let me tell him one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell him one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime.
Hi everybody, my name's Dane Keevers. I'm from BOSCH Motorsport Australia. We're here today at the Sydney World Time Attack Test Day, working with the Tanuki vehicle and reigning 1000 Bathurst champion Todd Hazelwood, working on the Tanuki vehicle with some Japanese engineers that we brought over from BOSCH Motorsport, trying to maximise the performance of our BOSCH Motorsport ABS system in Todd's attempt to win the WATC for 2025. So one of the reasons we're here today is to work with Todd and upskill his driver skill set to really maximise the Motorsport ABS application. So this vehicle's equipped with BOSCH Motorsport ABS, and the difference between BOSCH Motorsport ABS and road car ABS is that it's adaptable to the conditions available at the time, be it on the circuit or what the driver preference is, aero load or tyre capacity or tyre grip levels. With Todd's experience racing TA2 cars, V8 supercars here in Australia, coming out of a non-motorsport ABS car and working with the team at Tanuki, or the Tanuki Racing Team, BOSCH Motorsport ABS engineers, we're really able to garner his initial feedback on maximising that ABS capability. Sydney Motorsport Park here is a really good application for BOSCH Motorsport ABS. Some of these corners are very heavily braked. In fact, quite often 63% of the lap here at Sydney Motorsport Park is under braking or under turn. What we're looking to do with Todd and the ABS engineers is really focus in the Tanuki vehicle with its massive aero loads, really wide tyres and huge horsepower output to make sure that when we run a lap, we can extend those straight line speed windows by decreasing the braking zone to increase the time that we're going fast.
It's been really cool to be working with the BOSCH management system that we have in our Tanuki S13. We've actually got some engineers from Japan giving us a helping hand and trying to, I guess, help us understand how we can maximise this baby here behind us. It's been a lot of cool. The tunability with the ABS system is probably the best part about it, and just how accurate it is. So for a highly strung, absolute beast behind me here, to have the technical support from BOSCH, but also knowing that they've got the capability, they've got the experience, and they're giving us the best product possible for me to give myself as a driver all the confidence that I need every time I'm hitting that brake pedal. We're talking of forces of over 4 tons of downforce, and obviously when you're hitting the brake pedal for the first time, there's a huge amount of energy going through my leg into the brake pedal, and having that confidence of the ABS system is absolutely paramount for us to be able to achieve the lap times that we're doing. So we've been trying a few different modes with the ABS system. It's all part of our testing program as we lead into the event tomorrow, and looking forward to tuning it up, making it even faster.
One of the key differences between road car ABS and BOSCH Motorsport ABS is that road car ABS is based on a predefined envelope based on the vehicle's weight, its centre of gravity, its available tyre contact patch, and has to be calibrated to suit all manner of drivers in any sort of conditions. The key difference with BOSCH Motorsport ABS is that it is focused on using the sensor-based inputs and the driver's requirements based on track temperature, track surface, the inclement weather, rain, different tyre compounds and aero loading to really use ABS to improve their ability to maximise their lap. As we said earlier, one of the key features of BOSCH Motorsport ABS is its ability to be changed to suit the conditions on the vehicle. So in Todd's case here, driving the Tanuki vehicle, as the surface temperature changes here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and he feels that the braking distances are allowing him to maximise that lap, he can change the ABS intervention threshold to make sure that when he trusts that brake pedal, it's going to reduce the amount of slip and maximise his grip into the corner, producing more predictability of his turn and also increasing that braking distance into the corner so that he's going faster for longer. So what we're looking to see over the course of the weekend, with Todd driving this vehicle and us leveraging the expertise of our ABS engineers, is as the weekend develops and Todd gets more and more comfortable in the car and its braking threshold, we're going to recalibrate the BOSCH Motorsport ABS to really make sure that it's in parallel or working in conjunction with the available grip, the changing conditions, and Todd's requirements of the vehicle to really maximise that lap in the lead up to the competition on Saturday night. If you're interested in having BOSCH Motorsport ABS applied to your vehicle, please reach out to our dealer network or visit BOSCH Motorsport Australia via our website to find out more information about how you can maximise your lap time, potentially here at Sydney Motorsport Park or for a World Time Attack event.
Looks like J-Mac's got a good interview down there that we'll get to very, very soon. But how good's that with the BOSCH Motorsport piece that we just saw, Matty Cav? Incredible to see. And you know what? When you've got guys like Matt Hazelwood steering some of the most exciting time attack machinery around, you can't help but even just get excited watching that little video excerpt in regards to that, because it just goes to show, yes, he's a weapon in his own right. The car's a weapon in his own right. But at the end of the day, there's a human element to it that we can rely on. There's also a lot of technology that people rely on, and the whole industry's been based around that in motorsport.
Yeah, I think it's how they're tuning him. You know, they've got their ABS experts here. It's all about adapting adapting it to the driver, which is very different to what your road-based ABS is, exactly what they were saying before. So, you know, I think it's incredible the technology they're bringing into these cars, and it's for that one perfect lap. So we got someone else who's pretty perfect. Let's head down to J-Mac, though, down for our BOSCH Motorsports pit report.
Well, let's try and pick that one up again. Dave, you were looking for any number of laps. They didn't even have to be perfect. You just wanted to heat cycle this thing, bet everything in. How was it in the early stages before the red flag for the session?
Look, as you know, everything's brand new. The engine's brand new, again, about 45 minutes ago. So, look, we are just trying to learn the track. We're learning the car, trying to put a base setting in there where we can actually put a time in. And we just really wanted 12 minutes of laps. It is what it is. The car's okay. It looks like it's pretty safe. So I think tomorrow we're going to lean on it a little bit and see what we can do.
Awesome. We're looking forward to it. Thank you.
No worries. Thanks very much.
All right. Thank you, J-Mac. Pro-Am on the screen right now. Plasma Man Pro-Am, and here they are again. The Porsche GT3 RSR, Sean Day, and he's going to do a flyer here. It's about whether or not we see our friend Ferris back out there, or even Alec Kazakowski. If there's going to be a time that they may appear again on day one, it might be right now in this session.
Especially if they've been looking at the times from some of the previous classes that we've had out there too. This is an optimal time, I think, to go out there and have another go at this one. I don't think you want to wait till tomorrow, unless you want to wait till tomorrow morning. Maybe they don't have too many tyres on them or something like that. But Ferris, I'd be surprised if he's not wanting to get out here, knowing that he wants to take that class record as well. So that's a big one. He's still got to push himself forward a full another second on the lap out there. We don't know whether he's turned the gas on, whether nitrous has been used yet either. In the meantime, the RS3, though, the GT3 RSR is out there. The Porsche of Sean Day, the S&J Automotive entry. That's already a 141.11 at the moment. So just sitting outside, 6 fastest there. So just outside the cutoff there for the shootout. Just past the bump spot guy there in 5th position with a 138.281. We don't see too many other cars trying to get out for this afternoon session, which I think is pretty surprising.
He might be on his Pat Malone.
Like you say though, this car could do, this is designed to do 100 laps like this back to back and be super reliable. So,
here we go. Cole's out.
There it goes.
All right, so Cole, the super sub Powelson out there coming through turn 1. Let's have a listen to this RB screen here. Action on track now. We've got a couple of RBs on track. Beautiful Porsche Flat 6 and 2 screaming RBs. What else could you want on a Friday afternoon in Australia?
It'd be interesting. So forget the number 16 hole. That's it is the number 16. It's the Croydon Developments R34, but it is being piloted by Paulson at the moment.
Well, how about this? This has kind of turned into an interesting little side angle. 2 Americans in the one class all of a sudden.
Yeah.
I thought, well, what wouldn't it be good if Ferris and Cole match raced each other in some way, and now that's just happened by pure fluke when he was going to be driving the Hammerhead, but here he is now in the Croydon Carbon Warrior, and this thing has got horsepower to burn. They probably said to Cole, well, how much do you want, mate? Honestly, do you want it all? Cole might say, yeah, I'll have it all, but just for now, give me a lazy 1200.
104 though, combined time, personal best now. Look at it, look how fast it is. Nice run on the main straight. This one's going to be quick, but will he go past Kazakowski? How fast will he go? Oh, there you go, 127.74. Goes into 2nd position.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at the back corner of the car here. Just that rear diffuser. I know we're getting some sparks out of it, but I also just wonder whether I'm just seeing something dribbling out of the right-hand rear. Just have a look. Just keep an eye on the rear diffuser here. And it's not doing it every corner, but I did see something coming out of the back of that car. My eyes may have deceived me, but let's have another look from this angle. No, not this time. All right, Guy now out on his first flying lap for this session, the R33.
He's gone faster too, Paulson.
Okay, so does Cole still stay on one here? We'll have to have a look, but I'm sure I saw something. I don't know what was kind of coming off the back diffuser there. There was a little bit of something.
And that's, oh no.
All right.
Because that was half a second in sector 1 too. That was a 26.0 from memory last time. So that was very fast. He just spun himself out.
I think he must have looped it then, Cole, and he's keeping it off the wall. And maybe whether it was something to do with what I'm sure we saw come out of the back of that car, I don't know. But it
could be a little bit of tyre rubbing on the back.
When it's leaking out the back of the diffuser, you think it's at least so far away from the tyre, but it's also, you don't know what the source is. You know, was it a diff breather or something like that? I do not know. But here's Nicholas Geyer with this relatively new build. It's been a culmination of many years to get to this point, and a lot of sacrifices, as you know, anything automobile related. There's got to be sacrifices made, even if you're in the game. And work on them every day, it's still a massive sacrifice. All right, so right now, Cole, I hope you're just sort of keeping yourself clear there, because Nick was going to try and have a flyer past you. Day goes through as normal, like a well-wound German watch, minute 42.976, a Stuttgart Rolex or whatever. It's an amazing piece of equipment. As we said, these GT3s will do this for 24 hours flat out. There's doesn't seem to be a chink in their armour at all, these cars. I mean, just in present company, though, they're just not as quick as some of the other cars that we've got here, purely because, yeah, probably a little bit lighter, a bit more powerful, more aero. This is like they're still just using what Porsche have given them, and really that's pretty mild aero in comparison. But I think we can hear a limping Cole Powelson coming into the pits after coming out and just going bang, 27.742. But no, our friend Ferris has not greeted us with his presence, and I just wonder whether there's a story amongst that, whether or not it is, I don't know, systems check or whatever, but it's almost like he's not the sort of guy that just reckons he's got it in the bag, but he's just obviously saving himself up. If we know our friend Ferris, it might be tomorrow morning that he goes and has a crack and tries and get that into the 24s tomorrow. 25.380 for now from his earlier session. And again, we have a look at Kortumi's number from that earlier on in the day. It's like third lap in. Been quite a little bit of a pattern towards that, hasn't it? Third lap in, second lap in. Some of these times have been coming in that way. They're not the 14th lap. Unless you're in club sprint or something like that, that's when a lot of these guys seem to find their mark. But he's just belting out the minute 40s here with amazing regularity. All right, Emily Duggan's got some more information for us, another BOSCH Motorsport pit report.
I'm here with Dan Day, and it's never really the interview that you want to be doing, because we did see your car come off and on fire. Tell us about what's happened.
Yeah, it looks like we had some sort of oil problem from the engine. Turned into a fire, quickly put it out, and yeah, still yet to analyse data, see what happened. But I don't think we'll be back out unless someone has a spare front half of a car.
Is that to the audience that you'll buy one?
Yeah, a bit of a shout out.
Nice. Now, you do build the car yourself in South Australia.
Yeah, all built at S&J Automotive. That's our in-shop race car that we take all around Australia. So yeah, we really aim to get here every year and have a good crack.
And we'll see you back next year?
Yes, we'll be back. We've gained some valuable data in the last couple of days, so we'll capitalise on that and take it here next year.
Perfect. Well, we look forward to seeing you next year.
Cool. Thank you.
It's a shame we're saying that to him here on a Friday to say, I hope to see you next year. It's not the words you want to hear, but that's a hell of a story there. So, I mean, I thought he was going to be more specific there about what he was looking for when he says, if anyone else has got a whole front half of a car. That's not a really good sound. If it's like, if someone can, because honestly, where we are, if someone goes, we need a turbo, no worries, mate, we'll give you a turbo in 5 minutes, you know. If you need any other part, you name 100 parts that you might need, guess what? They're not even putting the shout out because it's just happening. But when you ask for a whole front half of a WRX, well, it might be a bit hard to find at the moment. But that's just whatever's happened there, whether it's an oil, as he said, an oil leak or whatever, it just lit up. And when it lit up like that, yeah, obviously when you look at probably what the damage has done to the wiring loom, the plumbing and everything like that, do you think, well, what was the first thing that went? And it's like, well, if that was fixable, what's the rest? Yeah, all the collateral damage. If you've burnt the wiring loom off it, well, you just got to start from scratch, and I guess that means pack it up and be a spectator for tomorrow. Some more reports coming down from the pits from J-Mac.
Well, right behind me is where you would ordinarily be able to see Ferris Quatumi and his incredible Corvette. Opting to stay out of the final session. Had a chat to him earlier. He actually is running a fairly limited tyre bank and that 1,300 horsepower Corvette. So we will see him, rest assured, in the morning sessions where conditions are potentially a little bit more favourable as he mounts his charge for that 24 that he has in his sights to take the win and the record.
Well, there we go. I just gasped when I saw him there standing outside Ferris's pit and the garage door is down. It's like, you know, what's going on there? Is there a mad thrash happening inside? Is it all the lights off and the blanket over it? What's happening? That'd be interesting to see whether or not there is any thrashing going on there. But no, when the garage is down, I guess that just means that that's shutting up shop for the day. And I'd say Nick Dye's going to do nearly the same thing there, bringing the R33 into the pit garage. So no Ferris, a squeaker from Cole Powelson, minute 27.742, but then drama, and we didn't quite catch the loop, did we, from him? Alek Kazakovsky, well, he was, second before that, and then Cole's come in and just bumped him straight out into third. Harry James, we didn't see him out there either. So that's, again, well, he just about wore the thing out earlier on today with probably 1,000 laps. So, yep, hats off to him. We've got plenty more to crow about here, I can tell you. We've got more coming from Sydney Motorsport Park, more on the schedule as well. We ain't just quite done yet, but I tell you, the schedule just continues to roll on here this afternoon and this evening. And you know what? That's about as quiet as we're going to see those drift pits, Matty Cav, because you know this place is going to be lit up in the next few hours as we start getting into that International Drift Challenge. That competition's going to be fantastic. A lot of that car show is going to hang around, obviously, and I'm sure there'll be the odd little light show down there as well. And you know what? I'm getting hungry looking at all the food carts down there as well. I think that's where the feed's coming tonight, Matty Cav, down in the food alley that we've got there. But plenty of action still to come. That light breeze, I think, is helping us in a little way, but still the action, the atmosphere, so tight that you can almost reach out and grab it. Plenty more to come here at Sydney Motorsport Park. I'm glad that you've been with us all day. There's plenty more to come after the break.
Yokohama.
Biggest obstacle is obviously 70s vehicles, so trying to find cars that can do modern day stunts cool enough to compete with the ads that we've done in the past. We had to get really creative, and we've built that MX-911 Porsche drift car. We've used the hot rod because of its era specificness. We've prung the Penrite buggy back to the 70s. Then we've got the XY wagon that was already a 70s car and had been in a BPO. That was a no-brainer. And then we've introduced the Tirana.
Make it super at Super Cheap Auto.
Today is Thursday, day 0.5 of the World Time Attack Challenge, and today all the teams will be testing their cars and seeing how they do out on the track before the big event weekend. We're going to catch up with some of the drivers and teams to see how they're doing.
I haven't driven the course yet since we came out for testing yesterday, but we had problems with the fuel pump, so I couldn't even put one lap down. So I still really don't know what the circuit is like, but I hope that I can put in some good time during the session to get ready for tomorrow.
Pretty sweet, just need a little bit more steering lock and we'll be sideways. But they've already got drivers' names on them, unfortunately, so that counts me out for the weekend. But we've got our wagon, actually. It's my old station wagon from when I was a teenager. I sold it when I discovered drifting, and then after winning the Japan Championship, I wanted to find that car and tell my story that I was a bit of a riffraff when I was young, and then I discovered drifting and kind of like flipped my whole life around, and so transform that car into a car to compete in the championship that I saw on that DVD. So we did that last year, and now we've got it here at World Time Attack before I head home to entertain the Kiwis once again back in New Zealand.
First session for Thursday done and dusted. Yeah, just trying to get my head around this car. It was actually my second proper flying lap at full speed, so I'm like a big sponge at the moment, just trying to absorb everything, learn as fast as I can, because obviously laps in these cars are massively limited. So yeah, it's just eye-opening experience like always. You know, there's so much power, so much downforce, braking capability is absolutely amazing. So yeah, just trying to maximise it from my personal point of view, and it's been a great challenge so far.
Here at Sydney Motorsport Park, Thursday test day. Got out for my first session and all is well. This thing's a monster. Can't wait to turn it up, push a little bit harder and see how fast we can go. That's fucking scary.
We missed the cameraman, how was it?
Oh, it was good, loved it. Yeah, it was cool to be able to feel it out, you know, on a proper big track, but yeah, it's a cool car, and it obviously sounds a lot different from the outside to inside, so yeah, hopefully everyone enjoyed it.
I've never run these tyres before.
Happy with them?
Yeah, they're good. Yeah, they just lock up easier, so you've got to be easier on the brakes. But once you back off the brakes a little bit, it still stops well.
How was that session so far? I mean, how's your day going so far?
Good. Much better than last time. Yeah, the car's still running.
Yeah, look, since last year we've done a few upgrades, a few bits and pieces. Unfortunately, with a lot of people having the same idea, there's been a few setbacks in trying to getting the car organised. So 2 weeks ago was actually our first time in the car. We did have an engine let go, to be honest with you. So that even set us back even further, but you know, it wouldn't be this event without a little bit of stress involved, that's for sure. I'm here to make history by being the first driver to win Club Sprint 3 times.
I'm joined with Masashi Yokoi, who is competing in the Garrett International Drifting Cup, and he is going to try some Australian snacks. Hey, dozo.
Let's try. Sweet.
No way.
Nothing. All good.
All good. That's good.
Challenge on the Thursday practice day, and we'll be talking to some of the Road to World Time Attack Challenge legends to see how they're doing. I'm joined with Craig Klingbeil and his Honda Civic. Craig, how has it been since we last saw you on the Road to World Time Attack Challenge?
That night that I talked to you last, I broke a drive shaft about 8 laps in, but that's all fixed. 2 sessions in today, car's going well, I'm getting used to the tyres. So far so good. Early days, but we'll see. Yeah.
Are you feeling confident heading into the big weekend?
Yeah. I just want to, sneak up on it, not go too hard too quick, just in case. But the plan is to, I don't know whether I will, but hold it flat straight through turn 1. But we'll see how that goes.
And what is your goal for tomorrow and Saturday?
I'd like to get in at least the mid 140s. I did a 148 before, so 145 would be nice. We'll see how we go, but the car's got it in it. I don't know whether I have.
Great, thank you so much.
No worries.
Next, who we've covered in a previous Road to World Time Attack Challenge. Justin, how has the car developed since then?
We've had to do if anybody saw any videos of last year, we had a bit of an incident where our rear wing sort of disintegrated on us. So been a bit of a rebuild process. So it's repaired bodywork and a new rear wing. And then as part of the new rear wing, we're like, we might as well put the big boy tyres on and we'll go to the soft compound. And then we're now also running our correct gearbox that we weren't running last year. So it's changed it over to a dog box. So we've got our flat shift and everything. So the car now is lots quicker than it previously was, and it's phenomenal. And like all the aero we've sort of got working, and like the grip is all there. I'm just trying to catch up with the car now. so it's a little bit awkward at the moment.
So today is practice day. Is there any specific part that you're looking out for?
Our main thing was just getting our tyres, sort of trying to get the pressures right and find out where our window of grip is. So we'd previously always been running a medium compound. Till last year, all the other series competitors were questioning why are we running a medium and not a soft. So we're like, oh, we'll give the soft a go. Then we realised they have a really small operating window if you lean on them fairly hard. So today is mainly just about finding where the car's window of operating is, so that we know, I guess, get the best out of the car. And then it's also me turning on at the same time the car's turning on.
Absolutely. And what is your goal for this weekend? Can you share a lap time maybe?
I would absolutely love to get like low 30s. Like the car is definitely there, like 100% the car is there. Like the sub 35 anywhere in there is like absolutely perfect, ideal what we're aiming for. At just the moment it's me trying to get back up to speed of how quick the car is, so it's getting there.
Well, thank you so much. We wish you the best of luck this weekend.
Cheers, thank you.
Up with Nick Gaia and his R33 GTR. Nick, how has testing been for you today?
It's been going well. A lot to get used to in the car. It's got a lot of aero. We've put more on since the Road to Time Attack video. It's going great, so just building up to it, slowly getting faster and faster. Did find the limits of the tyres. We just blew one the last session and I went for a one-way trip into turn 2, but pulled the car up, everything's good, so we'll get it back out there either this afternoon or tomorrow. But,
so aside from the tyres, what are some final touches that you're doing to the car currently?
We've just been tweaking the aero and suspension a bit. We've put a bit more wing into it. And then, just playing with the suspension. It's different temperatures, different track conditions, just trying to keep it off the ground a bit as well. So, yeah.
And how are you feeling yourself as the driver of the car?
Good now. I think today I've made a lot of progress since yesterday. I was out for the open pit lane day. But, slowly building it up and have a lot of good people around and coaching and stuff, and we're getting there. I'm going into turn 1 without touching the brake pedal now, so still lifting off, but it's getting there slowly. So Yeah.
And have your expectations changed since the last time we spoke?
No, still just here to have fun. So just giving it a crack, having a good weekend, having fun. Still not revealing any lap times out of it yet. So yeah.
Amazing. Well, that's what this event is all about. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All the way from Melbourne. Alex, how has the car been today?
It's been good. It's been good so far. We're just ironing out a few little changes that we've made, but so far so good. Responding in the right direction.
What has changed since the last time we spoke?
So we about Oz Time Attack. We broke a front diff, and so we've got a better version of that now. So that's in there, and we're testing that out. A couple of different things in the front suspension, just small tweaks, nothing major, and just refining those little changes.
Would you be able to share your expectations for the big weekend?
I don't really have any at the moment. Just a running car would be ideal, but probably, hopefully, just better what we did last year, which was a 28.0.
Well, we're wishing you the best of luck for the rest of today and tomorrow and the day after.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The driver for Team DC Jap. Trent, it's been a while since we've spoken to you and the team on the Road to World Time Attack Challenge series. How has it been since then?
Yeah, look, since last year we've done a few upgrades, a few bits and pieces. Unfortunately, with a lot of people having the same idea, there's been a few setbacks in trying to getting the car organised. So 2 weeks ago was actually our first time in the car. We did have an engine let go, to be honest with you. So that even set us back even further, but you know, it wouldn't be this event without a little bit of stress involved, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Now today is practice day. How has the car been?
Yeah, look, today's been really positive. We were also here yesterday on the Wednesday. We did have a lower controller ball joint failure, so we ended up having to rebuild the front end overnight. So today was all about dotting the I's, crossing the T's, making sure we had a straight car that we can fire it off first thing Friday morning.
Are you feeling nervous at all?
Well, as the sun starts to go down in the background here at Sydney Motorsport Park, we change over to a little bit of different style of motor racing. The Flying 500, all thanks to Turbo Smart's Matt Wright joins me here in the commentary booth, and this one's a little bit different. We've got a couple of classes that we were talking about before. We've got the all-wheel drive cars and the rear-wheel drive cars, but Flying 500, really, it's a rolling start, lots of horsepower. It's about 500 metres to the finish line. It's a start-finish line.
I mean, it's a race, right? You got two cars next to each other.
Yeah.
This is sort of old school. You got two cars next to each other, and what happens? They race. Well, that's what we're doing here. So two cars competing against each other, and we're going racing. So it's a cool event, very much like roll racing you see here on a Wednesday, Saturday. Some of the heavy hitters are out here tonight, so it's going to be pretty exciting to see what happens.
There are some really big heavy hitters that are going to be coming up in this one, of course. We just love it. I mean, drag racing's been part of the culture here. I mean, it's a festival of motorsport here at the World Time Attack Challenge, so I'm so happy we've still got the Flying 500 going and so many people getting involved in this one. And is that the Lambo I can see on the right-hand side?
Definitely a Lambo out there on the left-hand side. There's a lot of smoke to me. Is that just a big tyre spin? I think it is. Oh, I think they've even got him.
Oh, it's coming out the top.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah,
Going over the top, yeah. So big screamer pipe out the top for the Evo.
Yep. I think the Evo might have had that one. See that? It's hard to see. Oh, that's Baghdad. It's one of the mixed cars. It's there's plenty of ponies under the bonnet of that thing there. So.
How many do you think are actually under 1,000 horsepower that we're going to see tonight?
That's a round number. I don't think there's anything out there that's going to have less than 1,000.
Oh, big bit of movement there, though, on the right-hand side. Looks like the Audi is going to go through here in the Turbo Smart Flying 500.
Oh, no surprise. That car there is a well-known vehicle. It runs pretty reliably down this track. It's at home. It's probably on autopilot down there in the Flying 500, I think. We get another common one over here on the left lane. You see that one every week out here.
Well, yes, if you watch a lot of roll racing here at Sydney, some of these cars look very, very familiar to me. I wouldn't take nothing away from that Evo, though.
No, it's definitely also got some. It's got some horses packed under the hood, but the repeatability and the reliability of that Lambo are just hard to meet. Doesn't matter what day of the week you come up against that thing when it's got close to 2,000 horsepower under the hood and it's running four-wheel drive.
And look, it's about reliability, isn't it, at the end of the day, because you've got to go rounds. It's not about how many rounds you win out of how many. It ends up being an elimination once we really get underway. So we're going to start to see cars peeling away. Got plenty of different makes and models here this weekend. I'm waiting for the old Australian muscle will creep its way in as the night goes on.
I've definitely seen that. Some of the rear-wheel drive class is the one I'm really looking forward to seeing. We've got some real Australian muscle out there. A couple of Tiranas. We've got the imports represented with the Dados. There's also some Nissans. So it's a pretty diverse field. I'm really excited to see. Obviously the all-wheel drive class is where the super fast cars are. I mean, these guys, no one's got shy of probably 1,500 horsepower, and they've got four wheels to put it down. So definitely the all-wheel drive class is exciting to watch. But those rear-wheel drive cars, you need to look out there. They're going to come after it. In fact, I did have a conversation with a couple of the rear-wheel drive car drivers today, and they said, you know what? Let's try and get a match together, the winner of the rear-wheel drive versus the all-wheel drive. Now, I thought that was an absolutely crazy thing to suggest, but they want to bring it. They want to bring it. I'll see if we can arrange that. See if we can get... they back themselves, those rear-wheel drive guys. They back themselves.
Battle of the Supras now. King 2J on the right-hand side. Gas 2J on the left. Oh, he's going to be
battle
king.
for the ages, this one.
Oh. What I'm loving is seeing all the people up on top of the pits and all the people over there in the main spectator stands as well. It is pumping on a Friday night here for World Time Attack Challenge.
It's definitely, it's a spectator sport, this roll racing. You can see the cars taking off. And you got to remember, these cars are very much like a street car. Every one of these cars started out as a street car that had plates on them. Not all of them still have plates, obviously, but that's how they started their life. And they very much represent what you can build at home if you've got the budget and the turbos.
Yeah, a little bit of smoke coming out on the right-hand side, left-hand side of the screen and the 180. No, it looks all right. Might just be a bit of smoke coming out the turbo.
Yeah,
sure you can sell them a fresh one.
Off there. Yeah, that's right. We've got a hook up there. We know a guy.
Oh, this is what I like to see. Escort panel van.
And boys from Golby's have done a beautiful job on this thing. Turbo hanging out, Turbo Smart Turbo hanging out the bottom of that thing. I checked it out today. I was like, oh, look at that. So obviously we all want to put our money on the Golby's pano there, and if not, you can always take a nap in the back later on.
Such an iconic car. Oh, the rear-wheel drive lights the back wheels up.
Full track drift, arm out. What's going on there? It's giving some of the bird.
Is that a window?
Crowd. Is that a window? Oh, I thought it was someone in the passenger seat, given the.
I think the car's flexed up and the windows popped out on that one. Yeah, I was surprised to see a passenger. I thought, oh,
I was like, what's going on there?
Are we allowed passenger rides? What are we doing in here?
That's it. Jeez, sign me up. Yeah, that is definitely a window hanging outside there.
Narrow rear track, rear wheel drive, plenty of horse. What was under the bonnet of that?
My guess is it's going to be a 2J.
Yeah, I would have thought 2J as well.
Yeah, that's the king of engines.
Here we go, Tirana for all the Holden fans we've got here this weekend. It's not all about the import cars, it's about horsepower.
No turbos on this one. It's the big block. We're running 580 something cubic inches in this thing, so it's 11 odd litres. Carbureted, nitrous injected, over 1,000 horsepower, all naturally aspirated without the help of anyone blowing.
Well, come on, nitrous oxide.
Oh, well,
liquid supercharger.
It is a liquid supercharger. It's only a small shot. It is a progressive system. You can have anywhere from 200 to 700 on the button on this bad boy. So, but this car and this engine package has been around for an eternity. I mean, it's got a holy double pumper in there, old carbureted setup. It's ignition, just on a standard ignition timer. It's very simple setup.
Yeah, why change if it works? And like you say, progressive nitrous there. You're not going to want to hit all 700 shot on the. Once you see the light go green, you really want to bring that in, especially rear-wheel drive. The speeds they'll be carrying,
That's exactly
especially
right.
half track.
It's not like it's a prep track or anything here. This is just effectively a street course. So you're definitely not going to bring 700 worth of nitrous in one go. So yeah, it's a progressive nitrous setup. Obviously, being all motor, it's going to come on nice and linear. This will be an interesting matchup. Tirana v Tirana. So LS, twin turbo LS in the right-hand lane there. That's both these cars are actually fairly similarly matched from a horsepower perspective. They can both make up to about 1400. So relatively similar, but we've got a big block naturally aspirated on the left lane and then a twin turbo LS on the right. So wait for that turbo to kick in. Ooh, I don't think he quite got him.
He's a little bit behind them.
Hard to say. Hard to say where the finish line is. I definitely think that the turbos were spooling up down the top of the track there.
I feel like he wasn't quite alongside him though when the lights went green. So
I mean, that's always a challenge with roll racing. It's coming up to the same speed at the same time before the lights drop. That's probably the biggest challenge, getting the start underway. Again, we've got some old school muscle versus something a little bit more modern here.
Yeah, Capri versus 32, 40 PSI, which, you know, by today's terms is not a lot of boost, really. Like
that's baby boost these days.
Think about that in the early 2000s when you were happy to run 18 pound. 40 now is pretty much a day-to-day stylised. It moves around, little wiggle, tries to crawl all over the track in the all-wheel drive, and a lot of smoke now pouring out the back of the 32.
Hopefully that's just pulling a bit of oil through the rear housing of the turbo there. It's nothing too serious. My guess is that'll clear up with a couple of puffs of the throttle.
Yeah, we've seen that in a couple of the cars today too, getting around in our time attack challenge as well, where it just pulls a bit of that oil through on deceleration. Oh, well, this is normally, I've seen this doing plenty of burnout demonstrations, just loves going to car shows, tiny wheelbase, Datsun 1200, and what do? Put a blown LS in it.
That giant blower straight out the top. I don't know. Hopefully the thing doesn't turn to the right because he will not be able to see straight ahead. Turn to the left will be okay. The Charger there won't inhibit his view. It certainly looks a little bit out of place, but I don't think there's any such thing as out of place when you've got a giant blower hanging out the hood of your Data.
Look, as long as there's someone alongside of him, he won't cut hoops. I can't guarantee he won't.
If he gets the track to himself,
yeah, he might accidentally put a show on.
Sorry, I didn't know where I was.
Yeah. And once it turned around on me, it just happened. I just
had to keep going.
I'm sorry, Ian. That's just how it happened.
I think they're backing him up here. I'm not sure if they're moving him from the right to the left.
Well, we've got another Datsun. Is that Mr. Mazda? Might be a little Mazda next to him, actually.
That's Mr. Hurley coming. That's Frankie. Sydney's Best Pizza coming in there to the right-hand lane. The Data, the VR38. This would be an interesting matchup. We go Data v Data, or maybe Data. I think we backed up the Data there. Yeah.
Oh no, he's gonna stay out of this one. It's a VR38.
VR38,
powered
1200 U. That's a. If you actually look at that engine bay, that somehow they have squeezed. Frank has squeezed that VR38 into a 1200 engine bay better than an L series. To be honest, it's a fantastic conversion. Big turbo in the boot with a water-to-air intercooler in the boot, so it's tucked in nicely.
It's amazing how it changes over the years, the remount turbo setup. Still quite effective, especially in a short ute like that.
Oh, Jared, this is going to be a close race. That is too close to call for me.
I don't know. I think potentially the Evo's got that.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm going to go Evo on that one. Maybe. I don't know. We're not side on. I can't quite tell.
It is difficult to tell from this angle who's coming across that line first. I think I'm going to leave that one to the judges because it looked very, very close from here.
Great celebrations on board for our turn 18, the final turn as they head off the track. Look at the Rally Art, still looking like a Rally Art car as well.
Well, I mean, at least if he goes off track, he just keep going, right?
Yeah. So we hope
the grass.
Maybe we cut some credit on those tyres.
Built for the grass, no problem. I don't think there was ever going to be a problem for the Audi there.
No, that is quick. We've seen really, I suppose, in the last 10 years how much tunability that we've got through the Audis. I know there was always European garages working on them, but lately it seems to be more common. We see them tuned up, bigger turbos on them, things like that. They're a real weapon out there coming out of Europe.
Like I say, the GTIR there, the baby Godzilla in the left-hand lane. When I was growing up, GTIR was the car to have. If you had a GTIR, you were pretty much the man. This is the king of GTIRs. Billet block. It's taking out the 2J.
We are at the home of billet here this weekend, the World Time Attack Challenge. We've seen plenty of billet blocks getting around in some of our categories. And yeah, look, when you want to start pushing that amount of boost, it's probably where you go with the GTIR. But you're right, but they were, for me, it was the 90s and 2000s. The GTIR was pretty cool to have.
Very cool to have. It's odd. GTIR was cooler than a Skyline back in the day. Well, in my circles anyway. I think GTR Skyline, there's a lot more of them. GTIR was much more limited than the Skyline. You could sort of get a Skyline in any corner. GTR back in the days, whereas the GTIR is still a bit more rare. It still is.
Let's look at the Lambo, bit of a run for the money.
See about that.
Oh, I only got him at the start.
Even with the jump, the extra 1,000 horsepower made the difference there, I think. Well, let me think about that. It's probably only 400 horsepower more. That's all. Just a spare 400.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can see got the nitrous on board there for the silver too, so we can make sure they've just to get that up, spooled up.
Yeah, there's a lot of these cars running nitrous, but they're relatively small shot. They're running 50 to 100 horsepower, some of up to 200, but it is really just to spool that turbo up, keep the upper boost a couple hundred RPM earlier. See whether the Lambo can reel this one in.
Oh,
doesn't look like
that's a quick Skyline,
isn't it?
33, and I think that might have kept the Lambo at bay.
I think it did. I think he held him out there, which that'll be pretty exciting to see next round. That's an upset. That's an upset in my eyes.
Well, you just don't know what you're pulling up against nowadays, do you? Like, 20 years ago, you'd be like, oh, yeah, sort of, there'd be a few standout, I suppose, cars like Skylines. You all sort of knew where they were, the VL turbos. Now it's anything from 500 horsepower to 2,000 horsepower.
I mean, that's the thing. You talk about 1,000 horsepower. I remember that when 1,000 horsepower was an absolutely unmatchable number. And these days, I mean, every one of these cars is going to have more than that. So it's ridiculous that what you can do. These V10 twin turbo Audis out there. That one there's running a pair of turbo smart turbos. They're pushing upwards of 1,800 horsepower out of that V10.
And what's the size turbo you can get on those things?
Those ones are actually running a relatively small turbo, so they're running, from memory, they're running about 60, so either a 62, 62 or a 64. They can go up to a 68 with that package, which is a pretty big turbo. So either of those two turbos will run about 1,000 horsepower, just under 1,000 horsepower. So if you put them together, you're near that 2,000 horsepower range, just shy of 2,000 in the Lambos and the Audis, the 10-cylinder. So they are putting down some serious ponies.
It's the amount of torque. The gas 2 jug at the win there, I reckon, over our 180 that just went up in smoke in the rear tyres.
Yeah, well, that's the unfortunate part when you put all that power through the rear. You can have all the horsepower in the world. If you can't turn that into traction at the tyre, you're not going to win the race. So.
Will the Skyline reel the Tirana in? The Tirana's going to get away very quickly.
Yeah, I reckon that's Tirana's squad. The thing about that Tori is it sticks.
That 32 and 2-wheel drive, obviously, went up in, was it tyre smoke? It looked like tyre smoke to me.
That was all tyre smoke. That was all tyre smoke. It was all over the road. Took up every part of the lane that you marked.
Sometimes that's the most exciting part of roll racing, though, isn't it?
Like the hairy ride.
Like the front straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park is very wide, and when you get two rear-wheel drive, high horsepower cars go down here, it looks very skinny.
It does. That's you can't pick it. It's very narrow.
Who's got more boost this time round? Tirana's got some big tyres under it. Looks straight too.
Oh, that was close.
That one.
I couldn't pick that.
Yeah, I'm not calling that one.
Whoever was on the finish line is going to have to let us know who won that one. That was a very close.
That's outside of our pay grade, that's for sure.
Definitely outside of my pay grade.
We'll send that up. We'll send that upstairs. Let the referee deal with that, the bunker.
Send it to the bunker. Here we go.
This one should be fun.
This is a good 70s matchup here. I mean, we could have had this same side-by-side race 30 years ago with these same two cars.
Yeah, I don't think we have the technology in it.
No,
it would have been something very different.
Don't think they were making the same horsepower. Look at that. Now, that is a half-track burnout.
Oh, so close to doing a bit of mowing on that grass and managed to get off the throttle and hold it straight.
I think Frankie's going to go through on that one just because he had more traction.
Yeah, and that's half the fight, really, isn't it, when it comes to this roll racing, especially the rear-wheel drive cars. The all-wheel drive cars, we know they like to crab around. You know, you really got to hold on to them. They want to move around a bit with the LSDs in the front sometimes, but the rear-wheel drive cars, you're right on the edge of traction, and the moment that adhesion goes away, it's hold on for a ride. And are you going to get off it and lose the race, or are you going to try and drive through it?
Well, and getting off it's not just losing the race as well with the way the tyre is, and as soon as you back out of that tyre, it unloads the tyre, unloads the suspension. So a lot of the time, carrying a bit of tyre speed with a little bit of spin is actually quicker than backing off. It's actually a bit quicker than a dead hook as well. So you do actually want to carry a little bit of turn on that tyre for the first bit of the track to get down at max speed. So it's a challenge. It's definitely a challenge. A lot of these roll racing cars in rear-wheel drive, they're running some of the no-prep series, so they're used to a track that's not particularly grippy, and setting that rear suspension up is everything.
There's a real art form to it. I think it's probably some of the later model cars. Obviously, you can tune a few things into them. I know a lot of these wouldn't have traction control and things like that in terms of that tunability, unless they've gone and upgraded the ECUs to something very...
Oh, you'd be surprised what you can do these days.
Yeah,
your traction control in a few ways. You don't need to have 2 sets of wheel speeds or anything. You can do drive shaft RPM, so you can set a target drive shaft RPM with most of the modern
ride height
ECUs.
sensors aren't hard to put in anymore now.
Hey, ride height sensors, you can put a sensor in the front and the rear, so you can look at how much the vehicle is squatting. You can put a sensor on the suspension. You can look at how much squat you've got, how much separation you've got, depending on your rear end. But you know, some of these cars are still running independent rear ends, so there's not much you can do with that. But on a track like this, independent's not a terrible thing to have versus the drag cars, which will be set up with ladder bars.
Here we go.
Yes,
this one's going to be a showdown at the moment.
Nearly 4,000 horsepower side by side right there. Oh, that's hard to pick.
Do you reckon it's 528 on the right-hand side of our screen?
Yeah.
If it is, it's a nose cone.
It's a nose cone. Not much in that one.
Nah, I wouldn't even say a full wheel.
No. I'm correct.
I reckon
I actually think those two cars are basically identical under the is it a hood? Is it a hood in the back? Do we call it a hood?
I don't know.
Is it a trunk?
Is it a rear bonnet? I
don't know. Someone texted us through or something.
Engine bay. Let's call that thing.
The engine bay. Yes, they're basically identical setups.
Yeah, maybe one by boot. That's a boot, mate.
Does that make the front the boot? Yes. I don't know.
In 2J. Stay on the winning streak. Might do it. Looks like it's nosed in front.
Just in front there.
Yeah. Iconic Supra nowadays, isn't it?
Definitely is. It's amazing just how much the Supra has the legacy of the Supra. I mean, they were cool in their time, but I think they're just, as the years go on, they're getting cooler and cooler. Now, hang on. Now, this is a matchup. Where else are you going to get to see two 1,800 horsepower Lambos going along side by side?
Mate, I've seen 4 hypercars going around the track today, so like anything's possible when it comes to the World Time Attack Challenge.
That is fair enough. Pair of Turbo Smart turbos on that Lambo there. Took the wing. That's what we're here for, mate. That's what we're here for.
Yeah. Oh, Matty, not only are you bringing some stock to sell this weekend, you know,
that's it,
you've got to make sure your customers are going fast.
If you two want your Corolla to go that fast, come by and see us. We'll put a couple of turbos. It'll almost be just like one of those twin turbo Lambos. Almost.
Yeah, almost. If you can just get the boost, you might need a little bit of nitrous, I reckon, to spool up the turbo.
You may. I mean, you do not have a V10 in your Corolla, I don't think, but if you do, definitely come see us. That'll be good.
Oh, up in tyre smoke once again, the 180. That Supra's doing some laps, though.
What is most impressive is just how quickly these cars are lapping around. I mean, there's effectively street cars. These guys, they run on radiators with water cooling, not like a drag car where you get, you know, a couple of hours to turn a car around between rounds. I mean, these guys are literally turning cars around.
Yeah, well, that Gas 2J and King 2J have come against each other already. It's got back-to-back racing. For me, it's transmissions. That's really where a lot of your heat's going to come from. No surprise in the skyline walking around, but it gets away. They faced each other just before. I reckon he knew that Tirana, if you let him just get a nose in front.
Yeah, I don't think you want to be sleeping on that Tirana. That's NA, all the torque in the world, big block. It's you do not want to sleep on the line on that thing because it's got plenty of power.
And it's got no issue. Like, it doesn't need to get to a certain RPM really to get.
Yeah, we're not having
range.
the turbos. That's exactly right. He's not relying on nitrous or boost to come in like that. Not only does that allow the car to come on earlier, but it doesn't come on as aggressively. The power ramps in pretty linear with RPM, so you're not shocking the tyres. It's very difficult to compete with a car that's just so consistent as something like that's naturally aspirated. You know what they say? There's no replacement for displacement, and that's evident there when you see the big cube engines come out there. They don't look that quick, but they make the same noise the whole way down the track, and they just stay planted.
Have we swapped lanes now? That's what we've done.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, we're going to swap lanes.
Yeah,
we're going to talk about, what's a better lane now, what has more rubber.
That's what it's going to be.
Well, they even out between them, right? So now
Frankie got away a little bit earlier there, but I think he's going to run by that anyway.
He's going to run. Escort's got to try and find traction. That's what it is.
Well, I think that Frank's got a lot more runs on that Dado than you've got on the Golby's Escort there. So he's got a significantly larger turbo on the back. He's run 3.8 litres versus 3. So he's got a few tricks up his sleeve in that Dado, and I reckon he's probably carrying about 100 kilos less than the Escort. So.
All right, let's get the Evo going.
This is a match-up for the ages as well.
Yeah,
Evo versus Skyline.
This is one of those late 90s match-ups.
Skyline had that one.
Yeah, I think it did too.
There was only half a car length in it, but I reckon he had that.
Oh, I'm going to go with the Skyline as well. I think they just got across the line first. The 34, such an iconic shape. I mean, they were a late model car back in the day, and they were right up there now. They're a lot more common. The 32's really grown in popularity.
Yeah, it really has. It's 32, 33, 34, they're all very iconic in their own right. Even the 35 these days, the last one has just rolled off the production line. Rumour has it they're working on a 36. We'll see what happens there. There'll be no doubt if they do, it'll be iconic as well.
All right, let's see how we go. GDIR now. Step up.
Got a good start. Probably doesn't have the top end.
That Audis. Both those Audis. Watch out, they're coming in hot.
They certainly are.
All right, let's get the Audi going again. R33 used to be the ugly cousin, didn't it? I've quite come around to him over the years.
It used to be the red-headed stepchild of the Skyline family, but it definitely has a fan base.
Over the road there. I think we almost got the front wheels off the ground for a second. Maximum suspension travel as it lifted the front end up. Yeah, that's a heart-stopping moment, isn't it?
Yeah, he's walking into the centre. Fortunately, I think the Audi was far enough in front. He didn't have to worry about taking up the whole track. That didn't seem to be a problem.
So King 2J it is. Oh, they're both
2J
up there.
versus 2J.
Yeah, they're back. They're back again. Round. All right, on boost, up in the RPM. Gas 2J, is it? Looks like it is.
And these two cars are basically identical in their setup. They're making very similar power levels, so it's so cool to see two cars so similar coming up against each other.
You think about that, you put them together, that's almost a superannuation fund starting to build for you, isn't it?
It's most certainly my superannuation fund, that's for sure.
If you held on to a few of those cars, I reckon especially if you had them before COVID and you've got them now.
Most certainly.
It's too hard to buy them again, that's the problem. It's like a lot of this muscle car stuff as well. Ooh, wow.
That Skyline, look at it. He was only holding on. He was holding on by a thread there. I don't know if tricky to say who got across the line first. That Tirana looks remarkably comfortable going down track. I expected it wouldn't have the amount of traction that it has, being a much older chassis, but it's pretty glued to the track there.
All right, we'll turn around. The Lambos are back. They've swapped lanes.
Speaking of superannuation.
Yeah. I reckon this is more than a superannuation. Final run to our Turbo Smart Flying 500, I'm hearing, as they head down the track.
Oh, this is neck and neck.
Oh, that's so close. Potentially the purple Lamborghini for our final run might have made it there first.
It's hard to say.
Oh, it's always...
I'm gonna go with Tony in the purple Lambo. I think that he came across the line there, mainly because was talking to him earlier today. I think he said he's run 8 roll racing events at this track this year, and he's come away with 8 winners' titles. So he's doing pretty well this year.
And Matty, what turbos has he got on that car?
It's got a pair of turbos.
Oh, is that right? Is that right? Is that why maybe you thought he was going to come
Turbo
over?
Smart kit on that one. Turbo Smart turbos, wastegates, blow-off valves. Come see us at the Turbo Smart booth later on.
Oh, I tell you what, there's some exciting things here at the Flying 500. Let's head down to our BOSCH Motorsports pit report now with Emily and J-Mac.
Well, it has been an absolutely incredible day here at World Time Attack Challenge 2025 at Sydney Motorsport Park. Keziah, you were out in the pits all day long. VIP suites, stage appearances. What did you see? What were the highlights?
Oh, it was a fantastic time. My absolute ultimate highlight is the crowd that's here. Everyone is so excited to be part of this event. Motorsport, it is such a family, homegrown, hearty sport to be part of, and that's just fantastic. But I've had lots of chats with the Hypercar drivers, Tim Slade, James Golding, and also we've got Alex Rulo, we've got Todd Hazelwood here for the first time this weekend. Not a Hypercar driver, but lots of drivers out there to chat to. We've also had women in motorsport taking to the stage, and a very awesome highlight of that is tonight in the drifting. We're going to have for the very first time the female drifters competing as part of the drift demos as well.
It's going to be absolutely awesome. Make sure you tune in for that one. If you're here at the venue, head on over. It is going to be incredible to watch. The action, of course, definitely heating up, stepping up a notch as we get closer and closer to our Super Lap shootout to round out World Time Attack Challenge 2025. But man, tomorrow it is going to be wild. We've got drift demonstrations on track. We've got the Red Bull plane coming out. We've got, of course, more and more time attack action here. Is Tanuki going to be able to recover and put down a rock-solid time to go to new PBs? Are we going to see Rob Nguyen take out a second year in a row in that Dream Project S15? It's going to be wild. I have to say, I'm really, really looking forward to seeing Todd Hazelwood and the crew from Tanuki actually get on top of that machine.
I was just chatting to him before. He is very hopeful they'll be back out there and they're going to hit 119 tomorrow. So all fingers crossed that we can see that magic happen here at Sydney Motorsport Park tomorrow.
Well, make sure you tune in, and this is the place to be for World Time Attack Challenge 2025, brought to you by Yokohama.